Reincarnated as the youngest scion of the Flame Emperor family, I have no hobby other than being lazy. Too lazy to walk, I sit in a wheelchair. Too lazy to open my eyes, I wear a sleep mask. I even find breathing exhausting. Then the system told me, detected that the host is too lazy to cultivate. Your fire element feels extremely furious and has begun frantically hustling on its own. Take a nap, and my fire ability hits max level. Roll over, and I comprehend a forbidden divine ability. Hey, that genius over there cultivating with his life on the line, please move aside. You're blocking the sun while I level up. If I can lie down, I will never sit. If I can sit, I will never stand. This is me, Li Chen, the youngest young master of the Flame Emperor family and the laziest transmigrator in the history of the Human Federation. Right now, I am sitting in my wheelchair, wearing my sleep mask, listening to the whispers around me in the classroom of Shangnan City's first ability high school. That guy in the wheelchair is so handsome, too bad he's crippled. The guy pushing the cart is even more handsome. I heard he's a bodyguard? He probably got in through the back door. He didn't even take the aptitude test. The person pushing me is Su Xian, my study companion and in-rank fire talent genius, currently dutifully playing the role of my nanny. The homeroom teacher is speaking passionately on the podium, but I just want to sleep. For 17 years, my grandfather has been the Flame Emperor, my father the head of the house, and I have 3 monstrously talented older siblings above me. I was born at the finish line. Hard work is for them. I just want to be a quiet piece of trash. But my father insisted I didn't understand the suffering of the common people and threw me into this crummy high school to experience life. This experience managed to drag out the system that was 17 years late. That mechanical voice rang in my head all morning. Ding, strongest talent system ready, please choose. Me, too lazy to respond. Ding, strongest villain system. Me, too lazy to even move my eyebrows. The system changed several times, finally crashing after a few hours and changing its name. Congratulations host on obtaining the Lazy Man support system. Detected host is too lazy to bind. System has automatically force-bound. Detected host is too lazy to cultivate. Your fire element feels extremely angry and swears to outwork the other elements. Fire element is automatically cultivating. Fire element energy 10. 10. Listening to the hating iron for not becoming steel roaring of the fire element in my brain, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Even elements are part of the rat race these days? In just one afternoon, my cultivation was forcibly dragged to late mid-stage by this irascible fire element. Moreover, just because I mocked it as trash, the thing got so angry it comprehended the prototype divine ability flame explosion and then passed out from exhaustion. Good, finally some peace and quiet. Peaceful days didn't last long. The nightmare arrived. Military training. For a lazy person who needs to be fed, military training is practically anti-human torture. On the playground, the sun was vicious. Because Su Xian didn't want me to expose my strength, he tried to carry me downstairs princess style, causing the whole school to watch. Student Li Chen, are you disabled? The beautiful instructor asked, frowning at me as I lounged in Su Xin's arms. No, I replied weakly. Then why don't you walk yourself? Because I'm lazy. The whole class burst into laughter. The instructor's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Lazy? Good. Since you aren't disabled, go run 60 laps. I stood there, looking at her with dead fish eyes, motionless. Why aren't you moving? The instructor put her hand on her saber, looking murderous. I'm lazy. The instructor laughed out of anger, pointing at my nose. Fine, you don't have to train. Beat me. I am a high-rank warlock, don't say I bullied you. Really? My eyes lit up for a second. If the price of skipping training was just a fight, that was a huge bargain. I never joke. I nodded, signaling for her to go behind the teaching building. In the clearing, the instructor took a stance, her wind ability whipping up fallen leaves like dancing blades. Don't blame me for being rough. She moved like the wind, punching towards me. Too slow. I yawned impatiently. The moment her fist wind reached my face, I gently raised my right hand. Boom! My palm turned crimson red. The irritable fire element had been holding back for too long and vented instantly. Prototype divine ability, flame explosion. The terrifying heat wave instantly evaporated her wind blades, and the massive impact blew the instructor back more than 10 meters, smashing her heavily against the wall. Dust settled. I patted the dust off my hands and looked at the dumbfounded instructor. Can I go back to sleep now? The instructor clutched her chest, looking at me like I was a monster. Prototype divine ability. You're only 17? I didn't answer, turning to leave. Explaining is too tiring. To avoid further harassment, I found a dried-up drainage ditch and lay down inside. It was cool, narrow, and felt very safe. I slept too soundly. When I woke up, I found the whole school was looking for me. The principal had even written his will, thinking I had been kidnapped by aliens, sparking a war between the two races. Looking at Su Zin's red eyes, I rarely refrained from roasting him. Peaceful days are always short. Half a month later, the school organized a trial in the Emu Wood Spirit Secret Realm. Originally, I just wanted to find a tree hole to sleep in for 3 days and get a passing grade. But as soon as I entered, something went wrong. In the mist, the smell of blood was pungent. A group of withered yellow mutant vines were frantically slaughtering students. Hell, these plant spirits have gone crazy. I sighed and stood up from the wheelchair. Su Xin was missing due to the random teleportation. Although I'm lazy, my surname is Li after all. Flame Emperor family motto: you can be lazy but you can't be a coward. I casually picked up a wooden stick, wrapped it in flames, and swept it out. 7 or 8 mutant monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. After saving a wave of classmates, I led them toward the central emu giant tree. Student Li Chan, you're actually this strong? Second highest genius, Wang Qiu, watched my back as I one-shotted monsters, his jaw practically hitting the floor. It's average. They were just too noisy and disturbing my sleep. Arriving under the tree, a redrobed freak emitting a foul stench descended from the sky. Jia Jia Jia, another group of fresh blood sacrifices here to die. The man had no eyeballs, only 2 black holes on his face crawling with maggots. The evil cult, Black Coffin. I felt the nauseating high-level fluctuations on him and that self-righteous killing intent. Although it's tiring, I cracked my neck, suddenly compressing the flame in my hand. You look really appetizing, ruining. The freak wanted to trash talk more, but I punched directly. True divine ability flame explosion. Not the prototype, but the complete version that the fire element had hustled out over the past few days. Boom! Fire shot into the sky and the redrobed freak didn't even leave behind any ashes. Fire element states, this trash deserves my effort? It feels great disdain, cultivation speed 20. I ignored the system's commentary and looked up at the giant tree towering into the clouds. Su Xin was up there. Fighting my way to the treetop, I finally saw Su Xin. He was covered in blood, holding the blue flame blood blade that had massive side effects, fighting alone against 2 cultists. Young master, run. Su Zin's consciousness was blurry. When he saw me, the despair in his eyes turned to terror. Run my ass. I stepped forward, catching his falling body, and backhanded a cultist who tried to ambush me, sending him flying. Leave the rest to me. Su Xin pointed to the center of the tree trunk. Below, Holy Grail, pollution source. He fainted after speaking. I settled him down, violently blasted open the tree trunk, and jumped in. In the center of the tree heart, a green ball of light was being eroded by a cup filled with blood below it. This was the secret realm core and the cult's blood moon Holy Grail. Just as I was about to kick the cup over, a childish voice suddenly rang in my mind. Detected high purity wood energy. Your body says it's craving it. Wood element awakening successful. Wood element says, if Big Brother Fire can hustle, so can I. Let's eat. Before I could react, my body acted like a black hole, swallowing the secret realm core in one gulp. Terrifying wood energy exploded in my body, and my meridians, dormant from laziness, were instantly stretched wide. Wood element let out a burp. Cultivation raised to early high stage. Comprehended divine ability. Emu Sky Ban. Me. Fine, as long as you guys are happy. Just then, a sinister voice sounded behind me. You actually swallowed the core? What a good seedling. How about joining my black coffin? A redrobed youth floated in midair, about to play with the blood moon Holy Grail. This person was strong, stronger than those puppets before. But I didn't panic at all. I even yawned. Join you? Who are you? I am the proxy of God. Oh, then do you know who I am? I smiled. My grandfather is named Li Yen, title Flame Emperor. The redrobed youth's face changed. Before he could move, space suddenly tore open. Dare to touch my little brother. Justice execution. A man shining with gold light, wearing incredibly embarrassing golden armor, rushed out of the rift. My third brother, Li Qin, a hopeless case of latest-stage Chinibu and also a top-tier great ability user of the Human Federation. Flame Dragon ascends the heavens. Third brother punched out, and the redrobed youth, along with the surrounding space, was beaten into nothingness. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail slipped into the void and escaped in the chaos. Crisis averted. Third brother forcibly took me and Su Xin out of the secret realm. Back in the dorm, however, Su Xin started packing his things. Young master, I've been polluted by the holy blood. I could turn into a puppet at any time. I can't stay and harm you. Su Xin lowered his head, not daring to look at me. I have money, I can buy purification potions. It's useless, the holy blood has entered the bone. I said I have money. I got a bit angry. Dare to walk out of this door and see what happens. Su Xin left in the end. That stubborn idiot. I lay on the bed irritably, unable to sleep. Just then, an old man wearing a sanitation worker's uniform climbed in through the window. Another assassin. and a water element user. Young master of the Lee family, as long as I kill you, I can find a way to wash away my sins. The old man grinned savagely, water dragons circling around him, sealing the entire dorm. He thought I was fire type and water counters fire, so he had me. You people are truly endless. I slowly sat up from the bed, my eyes turning completely cold. Really annoying. Why must I be disturbed even when I just want to sleep? Die. The old man commanded the water dragons to bombard me. I raised my hand, but I didn't use fire. Green light blossomed at my fingertips. Divine ability Emu Skyban. Boom. Countless thick vines instantly pierced the floor, growing frantically, weaving into an airtight giant net in the blink of an eye, binding the old man tightly in midair. Wood type? Aren't you fire type? The old man screamed in terror. His water only nourished my wood. The vines tightened, snapping his bones. Who made the rule that I can only have one element? I walked up to the old man who was tied up like a dumpling, flames igniting in my right hand. Remembering your next life, don't disturb a lazy person's sleep at this hour. Bang! Fire pierced through his skull. The world was finally quiet. I shook the blood off my hand, yawned, and went back to sleep. Would element and fire element praise your decisiveness, joining forces to AFK grind for you, cultivation 50? So good. As soon as the two returned to the dormitory, they saw a bloody corpse lying on the ground. Young Master Lee Chan. Young Master. Su Zin's body trembled as he broke free from his restraints and rushed to kneel beside the corpse. Young Master, I'm sorry. He sobbed for a while, then realized that this didn't seem to be Lee Chen. The fabric of Lee Chen's clothes wouldn't be this coarse. Could it be that the young master wasn't dead? He quickly rummaged through the surrounding clutter and finally found Lee Chen behind a large cardboard box. At that moment, Lee Chen was quietly lying in a circle, asleep. He was even snoring, though the sound was not loud. Great, the young master is not dead. Su Xin smiled. If this isn't young master Lee Chen, then who is it? Wang Kai squatted down beside the corpse, pulled aside its clothing, and saw a black skull on its chest. What is this? A person from the black coffin, Wang Kai said. It seems he was also a practitioner. Practitioner? Su Xin said incredulously. Are you saying the young master killed a practitioner? Wang Kai nodded. Su Xin gasped. He had thought that Lee Chen was just a mid-level sorcerer like him. After the battle in the secret realm, he believed the young master was a high-level sorcerer. But now, it seemed the young master was hiding even more than he had imagined. To be able to slay a practitioner at such a young age, and without relying on external forces, even among the current younger generation, young Master Lee Chen's achievements would rank among the top. Wang Kai sighed. Su Xin, you need to work hard too. In half a year, the national martial arts competition will be held. If we place well, not only will the officials reward us, but our family will reward us as well. Su Xin nodded seriously. I will. However, the holy blood within him. Thinking of this, he opened the mobile app and after a long time, spent a lot of money to buy a few ordinary blood purification potions. As for the future, he would think of a way later. By the way, Brother Wang, will you be living with us in the future? Su Xin turned to Wang Kai and said, if so, we'll need to add another bed to the dormitory. But first, we need to repair the dormitory. He glanced at the large hole in the floor, the ceiling from which the fan had fallen, and the windows that seemed to have disappeared. Windows? No need, Wang Kai said. In addition to having fire attribute abilities, I also have dark attribute abilities. I will hide in the shadows to protect you. As for the dormitory, he'll call someone to fix it. Wang Kai made a phone call, and soon a repairman arrived. That night, all the students returned to school, and Lee Chen woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Xin. Didn't I say that if you left, you shouldn't come back? Young master, Su Xin said awkwardly. I was wrong. What good is it to know you're wrong now? I've already found a new companion, and he will come tomorrow, Lee Chen said, stretching lazily and continuing to sleep. Young master, I really know I was wrong. Su Xin felt very embarrassed saying this. If you know you're wrong, then go buy me a wheelchair. I left my wheelchair in the secret realm and didn't bring it out. Okay. Knowing that the young master was allowing him to stay, Su Xin said excitedly. A few hours later, Su Xin returned to the dormitory pushing a wheelchair and carrying a box. Young master, your package seems to be sent by the family. So fast? Su Xin placed the box on Lee Chen's bed. Lee Chen opened it, and a scorching energy emanated from inside. It was filled to the brim with fire element energy stones. So many. Lee Chen's hand reached into the box, and the energy stones immediately disappeared. The fire element swallowed a large amount of fire attribute energy stones and was diligently cultivating. Fire element energy 100. The fire element swallowed a large amount of fire attribute energy stones and was diligently cultivating fire element energy 100. The fire element swallowed a large amount of fire attribute energy stones and was diligently cultivating fire element energy 100. All energy stones have been digested. Your fire element sorcerer's cultivation level has been raised to late high stage. Is this really the late stage? But then again, after devouring so many energy stones worth over 100 million, even a pig should be in the late stage by now. Li Chen looked at the bottom of the box. After the energy stones disappeared, a thin little notebook appeared in his sight. It's actually the body refinement technique? Li Chen was somewhat surprised. Besides having a sufficiently strong ability cultivation, it is best for a supernatural being to also have a robust physique, otherwise, they can easily fall behind in actual combat. Therefore, many supernatural practitioners, while cultivating their abilities, also carve out time to strengthen their bodies, and this body refinement technique is specifically used by the Li family to train the physique. It was obtained by his grandfather when he was young from a secret realm. In addition to the body refinement technique, there is also a dragon-tiger body refinement technique. However, the latter is only suitable for those who have cultivated into great supernatural beings, not for someone like him, a novice. It seems Grandpa really wants me to participate in the martial arts competition, Li Chen sighed. He opened the body refinement technique. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected 17 errors in the body refinement technique that the host is cultivating. The system has automatically corrected them. The body refinement technique is very happy to see its new master and is diligently cultivating your physique 10. The body refinement technique is very happy to see its new master and is diligently cultivating your physique 10. The body refinement technique is very happy to see its new master and is diligently cultivating your physique 10. He didn't expect there to be so many errors in the body refinement technique. Feeling his body gradually becoming stronger, Li Chen was quite surprised. However, he did not plan to tell his family, because even if he did, those old fogies wouldn't believe him. The next day, the potions arrived. Li Chen delivered the potions to Su Xian, who only said thank you and then remained silent for the entire day. Li Chen knew that he was feeling quite complicated inside, so he didn't disturb him. In the evening, he saw a message from Wang Miao. Classmate Li Chen, about what you told me in the secret realm last time, I paid attention to it after I returned. Su Hu disappeared after coming out of the secret realm, and the next day his parents came to school to handle his withdrawal procedures. Today I went to his house to find him and I discovered his whole family has moved away. Do you know what happened? After chatting with her for a bit, Li Chen sighed. Su Hu had indeed been taken away. It seemed his choice yesterday was the right one. If he hadn't taken Su Xian away, he might have seen Su Xin's withdrawal procedures today. 6 months later. There was still a month until the National Martial Arts Conference began. Each province in Long Country had already started preparing lists, calling on each city to select geniuses to send to the provincial capital for the competition. Contestants would be selected to go to Longjing for the competition a month later. Your fire element is diligently cultivating fire element energy 60. Your wood element is diligently cultivating wood element energy 70. Your lightning element is diligently cultivating lightning element energy 60. Your body refinement technique is diligently cultivating your physique 10. The fire element is tired and has entered hibernation. Your fire element cultivation has been raised to mid-stage supernatural being. The wood element is exhausted and has started to sleep soundly. Your wood element cultivation has been raised to early stage great supernatural being. The lightning element saw that the others had stopped cultivating, so it also ceased its cultivation. Your lightning element cultivation has been raised to early stage supernatural being. In the dormitory, in a dream, Li Chen moved his eyelids, expressing surprise. He didn't know how long it had been when a familiar voice broke his dream. Young master, wake up. Young master. What is it? Li Chen stretched lazily, looking indifferently at Su Xian who had shaken him awake. Su Xian said, Young master, the principal wants to see you. He said he plans to have the two of us, along with 2 seniors from the upper grades, go to the provincial city for the national martial arts competition selection. The requirement for the selection was that participants must be high-level sorcerers. As for the type of ability, there were no restrictions. After half a year of training, Su Xian had already become a high-level latest-stage fire element sorcerer, fully meeting the competition requirements. Oh, Li Chen replied coldly, I'm not going. After saying that, he continued to lie in bed and sleep. Young master. Su Xian pulled him up from the bed again, saying, the clan leader also said you must participate. A mocking smile appeared on Li Chen's face, so he still remembers him his son. Young master, your grandfather also said you must participate, otherwise he will come from Longjing to Shangnan City tomorrow and say what? Say he will whip your butt with a bamboo stick. Li Chen's body stiffened, sitting up from the bed. Then you can push me there. Okay. Principal's office. Li Chen, Su Xian, Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi. Whether our school can receive funding from the Education Bureau this year depends on you. The principal said earnestly. This martial arts competition is crucial. As long as you achieve a ranking, even if you can't enter Longjing to compete in the end, you will still receive incredibly generous conditions. Do you understand? Understood, principal. Don't worry, even if I can't make it into the top 10, I will definitely be in the top 20. No problem, principal. Got it, principal. The three responded in unison. Only Li Chen remained silent. They looked at Li Chen and saw that, unbeknownst to them, he had already fallen asleep in his wheelchair. Although they were used to him like this, the principal's mouth twitched slightly. Su Xian, when Li Chen wakes up, remember to tell him about this. No problem. Su Xian nodded. After leaving the principal's office, Huang Xiaotian leaned close to Su Xin's ear and whispered, "You two are representing the school in the competition, and many people in the upper grades are unhappy. You and your young master better be careful when you get back to the dorm." Su Xian was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, I will be careful. See you tomorrow." Huang Xiaotian made a gesture he thought was cool and smiled. Who would be so bored as to dislike us? Su Xian pushed Li Chen back to the dormitory, and as they passed an empty dorm room, 3 to 5 tall young men walked out. Su Xian frowned and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" We just came to see how talented the genius representing the school in the competition really is." One of them, wearing a one-piece outfit, sneered. After the incident in the secret realm 6 months ago, the school had suppressed the matter and given every student a gag order. Although Li Chen's performance in the secret realm was still talked about in school, the seniors usually kept a low profile, so they didn't know much about him. "At least I'm better than you bunch of useless geniuses." Li Chen, who had woken up at some point, looked at the 5 in front of him and said coldly, "They'll count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, you'll bear the consequences. 3, 2. Ha ha ha, kid, are you sure you're talking to us? You must be Li Chen, right? I've heard of your reputation, and today I want to see what you're really capable of. What qualifications does a cripple in a wheelchair have to talk to us?" They couldn't help but laugh. One of them whispered, "I heard this Li Chen seems to have quite a background. Is it really okay for us to do this?" A young man with green-dyed hair next to him said, "What's there to be afraid of? I, Chui Mingho, have never been afraid of anyone. If he can represent the school in the competition just because of his identity and background, then he'll be the first to disagree." What Brother Hao said is right. I also disagree. Me too. Just as Li Chen was about to make a move, Su Xian stopped him. "Young master, let me handle this, otherwise, we'll end up paying again." "What do you mean? Are you saying I only know how to destroy homes?" Li Chen replied, "Then you go ahead." The 5 of them turned their gazes towards Su Xian. "You think you can challenge us all by yourself?" Su Xin's expression was cold as he, "Dealing with you bunch of trash, I can handle it alone. Looking for death. With Brother Hao here, you dare to talk big? What a joke." They summoned various elemental energies of gold, water, and fire, clearly all elemental ability users. Chui Mingho said, "You guys don't need to move, I can handle this alone." Chui Mingho squinted. "You must be Su Xian, right? Today, I want to see just how powerful this cold noble from the lower grades really is." Flames ignited beneath his feet as he swept towards Su Xian. Su Xian remained silent, flames erupting from his palm, forming a massive vortex. In an instant, it engulfed everyone present. Li Chen moved his fingers, and a gigantic vine shot up from the ground, protecting the 4 who hadn't made a move. A few seconds later, the vine dispersed, and Su Xian had returned to Li Chen's side. Meanwhile, Chui Mingho was left burned and injured, lying on the ground in terror. "Brother Hao, are you okay? Brother Hao, Brother Hao." Chui Mingho's few underlings hurriedly came forward to help him up. One of the underlings looked at Li Chen with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you protect us just now?" If it weren't for Li Chen, he knew their fate would probably be no different from Chui Mingho's on the ground now. Li Chen did not answer their question but looked at Su Xian and said, "Not bad, but your control over your abilities needs improvement. If you hurt someone outside the arena next time, it won't be good." "I understand. Young master." Su Xian nodded. "Let's go." Su Xian pushed Li Chen towards the dormitory. Chui Mingho and the others watched their departing figures in silence. "Brother Hao, should we still try to take the competition qualification from them?" "Take what? If we try to take it again, he'll be dead." Chui Mingho slowly stood up and shouted towards the direction Li Chen had left, "You guys are strong, I admit it. I, Chui Mingho, guarantee that from today on, no one from the upper grades will disturb you. Let's go." Chui Mingho looked at his underlings. "Yes." Once they left, the students who had been hiding in the dormitory to watch finally dared to step out. "I knew Su Xian was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Chui Mingho is among the top 5 in the upper grades, right?" He was taken down by Su Xian in one move. If Su Xian is this strong, then Li Chen must be even stronger, right? Not necessarily. Not necessarily my foot. Li Chen is definitely stronger than Su Xian. I've often seen Li Chen guiding Su Xian in the wasteland behind the school. How could a master be weaker than his disciple? Those who say Su Xian is stronger than Li Chen must be from the middle grades. Li Chen had the strength of a high-level sorcerer 6 months ago. Now, he must have already become a powerful practitioner. Isn't that stronger than the teachers? What do teachers count for? Lazy young master, my god. The selection competition will be held in 10 days, requiring them to arrive a day early, and the officials will send a special car to take them to the provincial city. So the next 9 days are free time for them. To help them relax, the school has turned these 9 days into a holiday, saying it's to let them unwind and not have too much psychological pressure. 6 months ago, Li Chen bought an apartment in the city center to better live in Shangnan City during his holidays. His lightning element also awakened during that time after he fortuitously found a treasure of lightning element in his secret realm. Su Xian pushed Li Chen as they walked through the community where the apartment was located. Li Chen asked, "Is the holy blood in your body okay?" "It's fine, with the potion you gave me suppressing it, it hasn't stirred at all in the past 6 months. 6 months ago, Su Xian signed a contract with Li Chen, agreeing to work for him for free for 30 years after graduation to repay the costs of the medicine. Li Chen initially wanted to refuse, but under Su Xin's firm attitude, he eventually agreed. As he opened the door, a girl dressed in pink with twin ponytails jumped in front of them. She had a pair of bright, expressive eyes and skin as smooth as cream, with not a single pore in sight. She was also holding a lollipop shaped like a cigarette in her mouth. "Li Mia, why are you here again?" Li Chen, lying in his wheelchair, looked at her with a headache. "Do you think I want to come? In this tiny, broken place of yours?" Li Mia, with the lollipop in her mouth, looked Li Chen up and down, disdainfully saying, "It's Grandpa who sent me, telling me to see if you participated in the National Martial Arts Competition selection." She continued, "Bro, why are you still so lazy? You can't even be bothered to walk." She was Li Chen's cousin, the daughter of his father's younger brother. "Why do you care?" Li Chen replied with disdain, "If you don't want to come, you can stay outside." "Bro, I've come all this way, are you really going to kick me out?" Li Mia pouted, biting her lollipop, trying to act cute. I have to say, when she doesn't speak, she's quite adorable, like the girl next door. But once she opens her mouth, her image is completely ruined. Of course, it's only ruined in Li Chen's eyes. To others, Li Mia has always been a cute girl. Come or go, it's none of my business. Pretty girl, don't block the way. Su Xian, let's go inside. Back in the room, Li Chen lay down on the bed and started to sleep soundly. Li Mia looked at Su Xian and said, "Brother Xian, aren't you going to do something about how lazy my brother is?" "Young master, you know how he is," Su Xian replied with a smile. "He's always like this. But this is too lazy. I've grown up and have never seen someone this lazy," Li Mia exclaimed loudly. She jumped up and plopped down directly on Li Chen's waist. "Li Mia, are you trying to kill me?" Li Chen cried out in pain, cursing. "Brother, I'm sorry. Please don't scold me, okay?" Li Mia buried her head in Li Chen's back, rubbing against him, instantly changing her demeanor to act spoiled. Li Chen snorted coldly, his anger dissipating by more than half as he pushed her away. "Get lost, kid. Go play somewhere else, I want to sleep." As dusk approached, Li Chen got up from the bed to relieve himself. Glancing around the room, he noticed that Li Mia had disappeared somewhere. Su Xian was in his own room practicing his abilities. After relieving himself, he saw a book on the coffee table in the living room. Did Li Mia bring her homework? Didn't she never study? Li Chen remembered that Li Mia had never liked studying since she was little and loved to fight. She had even been suspended for a semester in the first year of middle school due to fighting. Yet, she loved to wear pink clothes, which confirmed the saying, "The pinker the outfit, the harder the punch." He leaned in closer and found that it wasn't homework at all, but a notebook filled with notes on fighting. It detailed various techniques, dirty tricks, and underhanded moves that Li Mia discovered while fighting. Li Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Flipping to the cover of the notebook, he saw several large characters master Li Mia's fighting notes. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected 137 errors in the unknown fighting technique that the host is reviewing. The system has automatically corrected them. So many errors? Li Chen was taken aback. In that case, let me help him revise it. Li Chen picked up a pen and didn't directly modify Li Mia's notes but took out a new notebook and wrote everything in the new one. Half an hour later, Li Chen rubbed his eyes. Finally finished, he continued to sleep soundly. A few hours later, Li Mia returned from outside and saw that her notes had been tampered with, becoming furious. "Damn it, who dares to touch my stuff?" She puffed her cheeks angrily and ran to the table, picking up the notebook. After confirming that no one had messed with her secret techniques, she finally felt relieved. What is this? Limini picked up the notebook next to her and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, she had a revelation. Astonished beyond belief. It was as if she had been enchanted. So it can be done this way. I can't believe it can be done like this, it's amazing. How did I not think of this method back then? So impressive. Wow, incredible. A few hours later, she put down the notebook and suddenly remembered. Who wrote this? She took a closer look at the handwriting in the notes and discovered it actually belonged to her lazy cousin. This is impossible. How could my cousin, such a lazy person, be a master of combat? Could it be that he was pretending to be lazy all along? Actually more serious than anyone else behind the scenes? It must be. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have asked me to check if he participated in the National Martial Arts Competition selection. Even Grandpa is sure of my cousin's strength? Cousin, oh cousin, you really are hiding deep. No way, my cousin is so amazing, I can't let him benefit others. My cousin can only be mine. Limini clenched her fists and said. She arrived at Li Chen's room and kicked the door. Unfortunately, the door didn't open, but a hole was kicked into it. Li Chen didn't wake up, so Limini continued to kick. While kicking, she shouted loudly, Cousin, stop sleeping. Cousin, I want to be your disciple, get up quickly. Cousin, can you hear me? Su Xian, who rushed over upon hearing the noise, was taken aback by the scene. He had long heard that Limini from the Li family was a violent person, even breaking the iron door with her kicks, and now it seemed that the rumors were indeed true. Xian Gu, you're just in time. Do you have a key? Help me open the door. Actually, there's a doorknob there, just turn it. Su Xian pointed to the doorknob on the door. Limini turned the doorknob, and with a click, the door opened. She blushed and said, I'm really sorry, I got too excited. I forgot there was a doorknob, I'll pay for the door. In her embarrassment, she had even twisted the doorknob off. No need, your cousin has plenty of money. It seemed another rumor wasn't wrong. This Limini, besides being a violent person, had a head full of muscles. Just as well, I don't want to pay. Limini smiled sweetly and walked into Li Chen's room. In that moment, Su Xian felt a strange illusion that Limini wasn't a violent person at all, she was just a strong little sister. I must be crazy to have such thoughts. Su Xian shook his head and returned to his room to continue his training. Li Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, as if something was sitting on him. It seemed something was also pressing on his nose. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see a pair of feet in white stockings, delicate and small like jade. Limini, are you crazy? Li Chen shouted, quick, get your stinky feet off me. Limini laughed, brother, you're so heartless, how many people want to see my feet but can't? She touched her feet, which were incredibly smooth, like fine white jade. Li Chen couldn't be bothered with her and directly pushed her off the bed. He continued to sleep soundly. Limini climbed up from the floor with a look of grievance and said, bro, you're really heartless. By the way, is that notebook on my desk yours? Li Chen replied softly, and then Limini smiled, bro, you really are hiding your talents, all these years, I always thought you were useless. Li Chen ignored her. Limini continued, bro, take me as your disciple, I will definitely promote your combat skills. Then I will open a martial arts school, commanding thousands of disciples, directly kicking down the doors of the other races. As she spoke, her eyes lit up. Listening to her chatter in his ear, Li Chen only felt his head buzzing, and he somewhat regretted writing those things down. Bro, are you listening? Yes. What do you think of my plan? Not great, you go to the foreign tribes to challenge them. And those barbarians from the barbarian spirit tribe can kick you into meat paste with one kick. Around the Human Federation, there are two races, the Wind Shadow Tribe and the Barbarian Spirit Tribe. The Wind Shadow Tribe has no interest in worldly affairs. Since their habitat merged with Blue Star, they have remained peacefully in their territory. They only connect with the outside world when trading with each other. But the Barbarian Spirit Tribe is different. They are inherently violent and immensely strong. For the past 3,000 years since the revival of spiritual energy, they have been coveting human territory, leading to countless wars between the Human Federation and them. Even so, many lands have been annexed by them, forcibly incorporated into their territory. The people on those lands have all, without exception, ended up as their blood food. If you don't want to accept it, then don't. Why curse me? Limini said angrily, puffing her cheeks. Brother, come play with me, I want to buy something, but I've spent all my money. Not going. Brother, please. Not going. Really not going? Really? Limini suddenly laughed. If you're really not going, then let's play a game. Li Chen had a bad feeling and quickly sat up from the bed. Fine, but you have to push me. Of course, no problem, Limini smiled. As soon as they got off the elevator, Li Chen instinctively closed his eyes. Sure enough, the next second he experienced what it felt like to fly. Li Nini pushed him down the road at breakneck speed. Off we go, to buy things. Charge, charge, charge. Beautiful girl, charge, charge, charge. What was supposed to take half an hour was completed in just 5 minutes. Li Nini pushed Li Chen into a high-end doll store. The staff immediately smiled upon seeing Li Nini. She chose a pink dinosaur doll. After scanning the product code, the staff enthusiastically looked at Li Chen and said, "Hello, sir, your total is 140,032 yuan. Well, rounded down to a total of 140,000 yuan. Li Chen, who was just taking out his bank card, was taken aback. Why is it so much money? Although he was wealthy, he wasn't a fool. A doll selling for 140,000? Wasn't that clearly a scam? The staff was surprised and asked, "Did this young lady not tell you?" "Tell me what?" "She came into the store today and broke our top-grade mahogany cabinet, 3 mirrors, and a limited edition ceramic doll. We can provide invoices and receipts for all of these." After saying this, the staff pointed to a nearby empty space, which seemed to be the scene of the incident. So it was premeditated. No wonder she had spent all her money. Li Chen sighed and could only pay with his card. The same routine repeated a few more times, and by the time Li Chen was being pushed home, he calculated that he had spent about 800,000 yuan today. Li Nini, with a lollipop in her mouth, humming a little tune, and carrying a bunch of things on her back, was bouncing along happily. It was clear that she was really enjoying herself. Well, she would be leaving in a few days, so he could endure it a bit longer. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly noticed someone following him from behind. There were about 3 people, all ability users, seemingly of low to mid-tier strength. Their eyes were not on Li Chen but were looking at Li Nini with an evil expression. Li Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that what his ancestors said about heroes breaking the rules with martial arts had some truth to it. He wasn't afraid of them, so he didn't stop them immediately but wanted to see when they would reveal themselves. As they passed a darker alley, they couldn't help but step out. "Hello, little sister." Li Nini frowned and looked at them, saying, "What do you want?" "What else could we want?" "Of course, we want to play games with you." "Play games, is it true?" Li Nini asked innocently. "Can my brother join too?" The man in the lead glanced at Li Chen beside him and smiled. "He can join, but your brother might not be able to play with us. After all, this game can't have disabled people." One of his lackeys leered at Li Chen and said, "Zhuanggu, I think it's fine to let him join. Look at him, he's all delicate and tender." Li Chen's expression stiffened. Li Nini quickly pushed him away and said innocently, "It's such a pity that I can't play with my brother. I'll just push him away. You guys wait for me." All right. The men laughed happily. Li Chen was pushed out of the alley by Li Nini, and then she bounced back in alone. He wasn't too worried about her because he knew that even if all those men teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for Li Nini alone. After all, Li Nini was a mid-stage power-type ability awakener. Plus, she had been trained in the Li family since childhood, so even some high-level sorcerers might not be able to handle her. "I hope there won't be a murder case, otherwise, it will be troublesome again." Li Chen quietly sat in his wheelchair, waiting for her to return. As he expected, the next moment, cries of pain echoed from the alley, along with Li Miami's innocent laughter. "Please spare me, miss." "No, my lifeline." "Ouch, that hurts." "Run, this woman is a devil." "Run." "Don't run. Let's play together. Didn't you say you wanted to play games with me?" A lying brother is not a good brother. A few minutes later, 3 naked men were dragged out of the alley, bound by Li Nini. Their lower bodies were already a bloody mess. Their faces were bruised and swollen, covered in red, blue, and purple bruises. "What else do you want to do?" "Of course, I want to continue playing games with them." Li Nini showed her little tiger teeth and said, "Brother, don't worry, they'll be back soon." Li Chen watched as Li Nini dragged the 3 of them to a traffic light, then threw them off from the top, tying one end of the rope to the traffic light. The 3 men swung in midair, attracting countless people's attention. Li Nini happily returned to Li Chen's side and said, "Brother, let's go." "So ruthless." Li Chen nodded. The screams of the 3 men came from behind. Countless people rushed to gather beneath them, discussing among themselves, while many took out their phones to take pictures and post on social media or short videos. Back home, Li Chen could finally sleep peacefully. Fire Element began diligent training again. Fire Element Energy 30 Wood Element was drowsy but still started training. Wood Element Energy 10 Thunder Element was very energetic and trained with enthusiasm. Thunder Element Energy 25 Su Xian was still training. As for Li Nini, she went straight to practice fighting as soon as she got home. Fortunately, the house Li Chen bought was big enough, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand her antics. 8 days later, with 2 days left until the selection competition began, Li Chen received a notice from the school early in the morning, asking them to come to school. They said there was something to discuss with them. When they arrived at school, the principal had them fill out a few forms, probably liability waivers and some related documents. He also explained the specific details of the competition. Like ordinary competitions, the selection competition would adopt a unknown format. During the competition, the use of weapons, potions, and other auxiliary tools was not allowed. Winning would allow them to advance to the next round. If they lost in the final rounds, they could participate in a revival match to return to the arena. That's about it. Is there anything else that needs clarification? Principal Du said seriously. The four shook their heads, indicating they understood. Since that's the case, I won't say more. You can either stay at school today or go home. Tomorrow at noon. There will be someone specifically coming to take you to the provincial city. Of course, if you want to go by yourselves, that's fine, but you need to inform the school in advance to avoid any worries, said the principal. Alright, the three voices chimed in unison. The four turned to Li Chen. As expected, he had fallen asleep again. Just as they left the principal's office, a familiar figure appeared before them. Cui Mingho. Su Xin frowned slightly. Cui Mingho quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here because the principal asked me to be your guide for this competition. Guide? Su Xin was a bit puzzled, not understanding why they needed a guide for a competition. Huang Xiaotian chuckled. Cui Mingho studied all the popular contestants in the province to prepare for the selection competition. Who would have thought the principal wouldn't let him compete in the end and chose you guys instead? He was so angry he almost jumped off the 4th floor. No wonder he was so mad back then. Su Xin nodded. You, Huang Xiaotian, really talk too much. Cui Mingho glared at Huang Xiaotian and turned to the others, saying, the principal has already told you everything you need to know. My main role as your guide is to explain the contestants in this competition. Then I'll start with the most popular ones. There are 5 contestants who are the hottest this time. They are Leisho Duanzitao, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi, a young master Jin Ming, Narcissus Su Wanyue, and Dark Sword Wu Liqui. The first 4 are all from the provincial capital, while the last one, Wu Liqui, comes from Yiyang City, next to Shangnan City. Moreover, 2 years ago, he was taken as a direct disciple by the Tangman's Guiwei elder, and his ability is Dark Element plus Night Vision. His strength is probably already at the level of a divine practitioner, though the exact number of divine abilities he possesses is unknown. Lei Shou is the legitimate young master of the Lei family, a lightning attribute family in the provincial capital. By the time Li Chen returned home, it was already noon. He had originally planned to enjoy a nice long sleep until the competition arrived. However, as soon as he got home, he received a call from his older brother. Hello, big brother, aren't you in the military district? Why do you have time to call me? A deep, magnetic voice came from the other end. I suddenly wanted to give you a call, is that not okay? Of course, you can call whenever you want. Li Chen deliberately yawned loudly, indicating that he was going to sleep. But his brother seemed to deliberately ignore that, saying, you should still be in Shangnan, right? Yeah. I heard you've changed quite a bit recently. Even Grandpa praised you. I'm currently in the provincial capital of Jiangnan province and will be heading to the border to fight the day after tomorrow. You should come over so we can meet. I want to see your strength. After hanging up on his brother, Li Chen immediately called for a private jet to fly to the provincial capital. It slowly descended onto the helipad of a 5-star hotel where his brother was staying. Su Xin pushed Li Chen off the plane. A respectful attendant approached them. Hello, esteemed guests, do you have a reservation? We don't have a reservation, my young master is here to find someone, Su Xin replied. During the long flight, Li Chen had already fallen asleep. May I ask who your young master is looking for? I can check if there's a note, the attendant said with a smile. Not treating them coldly as portrayed in those cliched dramas where customers without reservations are ridiculed. Li Qingyang. This young master is in the presidential suite. This way, please. Upon hearing that name, the attendant became respectful and quickly led the way. The attendant brought the two to a magnificent door and gently knocked. Mr. Li, your guests have arrived. Come in, a magnetic and powerful voice responded from inside. Although the voice was soft, the two could hear it clearly. The attendant carefully pushed the door open, allowing Su Xin to push Li Chen inside. What greeted their eyes was a spacious reception room filled with various expensive paintings. A young man was sitting at the table in the reception room, engrossed in a copy of The Art of War. He had red hair tied in a short ponytail, a well-proportioned figure, and his muscles showcased a rugged masculinity. His waistline was smooth and his abdominal muscles were chiseled, exuding an irresistible allure to women. He sat there like an emperor surveying his domain, radiating a majestic aura. He was Li Qingyang, the eldest son of the Li family who had gained fame 7 years ago by sacrificing himself to slay 3 powerful beings of the barbarian spirit clan during a war, saving hundreds of thousands of people. Being the grandson of the Flame Emperor, he was also respectfully referred to as Young Emperor. Young Master! Su Xian exclaimed excitedly, as if seeing his idol. Li Qingyang nodded and turned to Li Chen, who was in a wheelchair, his brow slightly furrowed. Still so lazy, huh? Should I wake the young master? No need, let him sleep, Li Qingyang replied. Sit down and tell me what has happened in the past 6 months. Li Chen woke up to hear his elder brother chatting with Su Xin. He's usually lazy and secretly trains alone. Why does he do that? I don't know either, Li Chen replied. What do you mean by secretly training alone? He hasn't trained at all. It's all those abilities training themselves. Little lazy, you're awake? Come, let's spar a bit, Li Qingyang said, putting down his book and looking at Li Chen. Li Chen nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The two moved to a bright training room. In the era of spiritual energy revival, a training room was standard for a 5-star hotel's presidential suite. It'll lower my strength, you just need to attack me with all your might. Okay. Li Chen's fists ignited with flames as he used the combat techniques he had learned earlier to attack his elder brother. But Li Qingyang seemed to know the trajectory of his attack. He gently sidestepped to avoid it. Too slow. Little lazy. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Li Qingyang spoke like a serious elder, yet also like an invincible general, earnestly teaching his junior or subordinate. Got it, big brother? Li Chen shouted, this time choosing not to engage in close combat. Instead, he gathered fierce fire in his fists and struck out from a distance. The flames erupted, forming a ferocious giant tiger that lunged forward. Not bad, you've made progress. But it's still not enough. Li Qingyang leaped in place, dodging the tiger's attack and said, in warfare, one must adapt and strategize to win. Can you speak plainly? Li Chen quickly pondered the meaning of these words in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed several bags of lime piled in the corner of the training room. Got it. He quickly threw a punch to block his brother's line of sight and then ran as fast as he could to the bags of lime. Remembering his brother's position, he picked up a bag of lime and tossed it into the air, smashing it open. The air filled with lime dust, instantly obscuring both their vision. Li Chen felt a sharp sting in his eyes, but he couldn't care less. He quickly ran to the position he had just memorized and threw a fiery punch. In an instant, the lime in the training room vanished. Li Qingyang grasped Li Chen's fist with his right hand, satisfied. It seems you've indeed made quite a bit of progress during this time. However, your combat skills are still too raw and need practice. As expected of my brother, he even knows this. His combat skills were learned from Li Miamai's notes, but the techniques were too sparse, and he hadn't really learned much. So in his brother's eyes, these skills were naturally considered immature. I understand, big brother. Alright, it's getting late. I just received news. I have to go. Li Qingyang looked at Li Chen and said, little lazy, they'll be waiting for you on the battlefield. Li Chen nodded, big brother, be careful. After Li Qingyang left, Li Chen collapsed wearily onto the sofa. So tired. If I could just lie here for a lifetime, that would be great. He closed his eyes. He didn't know how long had passed when Su Xian woke him up and fed him. The next day, he rested the entire day. By the third day, the two of them received a call from the principal. He said they had arrived and asked them to go to the provincial sports field to participate in the competition. When they arrived at the sports field, it was already packed with people. However, there were more spectators than participants. Li Chen, Su Xian over here. They heard someone calling them and looked over to see Cui Mingho waving at them. Su Xian pushed Li Chen over. Cui Mingho handed each of them a list and said, Su Xian, your opponent is due you from the Mingda Elite Ability class. Li Chen, your opponent is a bit tricky. It's Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, a power-type ability user. Recently, he defeated a supernatural being with the strength of a high-level sorcerer. Su Xian took the list, glanced at Li Chen, who had already fallen asleep, and took Li Chen's list as well. I said so much, and it turns out you've already fallen asleep. Cui Mingho's mouth twitched. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a gaze suddenly landed on Li Chen. Ah Zhuang, what's wrong with you? Asked the person next to the one called Ah Zhuang. The person named Ah Zhuang looked at Li Chen with a venomous expression and said, Bro, a few days ago, I was beaten up by that guy's sister. Are you saying you want me to help you get revenge? The young man frowned. He was one of the participants in this competition, named Chu Wu. Exactly. Bro, I just glanced at his sister on the street and she directly beat me up, saying I was a disgusting average guy. After beating me, she stripped me and hung me on a traffic light. Chu Zhuang said angrily. But the competition is about to start and the disciplinary committee will have an issue with private fights. What are you afraid of? They aren't participants. I came to the provincial city with you today and kept an eye on the participants from our Shangnan city. I guarantee they aren't here. They must just be here to watch. Alright then. Chu Wu said helplessly. Looking at another person beside him, Huang Lian, can you help my brother deal with this matter quickly? We need to enter the competition soon. Sure thing, Zhu Gu. Huang Lian nodded. Let's go, little Zhuang. Alright, Huang Gu. Make sure to beat that cripple hard. I was so mad a few days ago, I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. Su Xian was pushing Li Chen along the road when suddenly someone stopped them. Hey, buddy, can I borrow a lighter? Huang Lian said, holding a cigarette and sizing the two of them up. The newcomer didn't seem friendly. Su Xian said in a low voice, sorry, we don't smoke, we don't have a lighter. He was about to walk away when Huang Lian grabbed the wheelchair. You don't have a lighter, but this guy on the wheelchair must have one, right? Let go. Su Xian said in a deep voice. I'll say it again, let go of your hand. What did you say? I said let go of your hand. Su Xian repeated. Dare to insult me? I'll beat you to death. Huang Lian swung a punch at Su Xian. In an instant, a fierce fire erupted from Su Xian, forming a vortex that sucked Huang Lian into it. A few seconds later, Huang Lian sat on the ground, his face filled with terror. You, what are you doing? What are you doing? At that moment, a staff member responsible for security rushed over and shouted, fighting is prohibited in the competition area, didn't you know? Hello, sir, they attacked first, and the people around can testify. Su Xian said. The people around nodded in agreement. Some even enthusiastically recounted what had just happened. The staff member checked everyone's identification and looked at Huang Lian, who was sitting on the ground, angrily saying, well, attacking a participant, let's go with us. Su Xian looked at Li Chen, not knowing when Li Chen had woken up. Young master, let's go. Li Chen replied. He glanced at the bruised Chu Zhuang beside him and softly said, it's important to know oneself. Young master, do you know him? No. Su Xian pushed Li Chen, strolling through the sea of people. Young master. Chu Zhuang stood frozen in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his body. What was his identity? A contestant, and such a strong one at that, actually calling him young master. Could it be that I've offended some big shot? He wished he could slap himself twice right then. Just then, a large hand slapped him across the face. Who dares to hit me? Chu Zhuang looked over angrily, only to find it was his older brother. You little brat, didn't you say he wasn't a contestant? Tu didn't know. You, right now, get back home. You good-for-nothing troublemaker. Chu Wu shouted angrily. Chu Zhuang fled in a panic. At that moment, a young man in a white suit approached Chu Wu and asked, what's wrong? Chu Wu's face immediately broke into a smile. Master, what brings you here? My brother just caused some trouble, and I'm here to teach him a lesson. The man in the white suit replied, the competition is about to start. And I saw you hadn't gone over, so I came to take a look. Then let's go over now, Chu Wu said with admiration. His master had risen like a star from another world just half a year ago, going from a mid-level sorcerer to a transcendent being in just 6 months. To him, his master was like a god. If it weren't for his master's insistence on keeping a low profile, he would have been promoting his master's achievements all over the place by now. The man in the white suit responded, looking curiously at Li Chen's departing figure. Master, what's wrong? The man in the suit didn't answer him but instead gazed at Li Chen, a strange smile appearing on his face. Li Chen, quite interesting. The sports field was packed with people, the outer area filled with spectators. The inner area was occupied by the contestants of this competition, along with their teachers, parents, and accompanying personnel. In the center of the field were 10 huge arenas, each surrounded by staff maintaining order. Bright lights shone down on each arena. Journalists from major media outlets and various internet celebrities focused their attention on the favorites to win, namely the 5 geniuses previously mentioned by Cui Mingho. Everyone, look! That's the young master of the Duan family from the provincial capital, Leisho Duan Zetao. At just 23 years old, he has already entered the realm of transcendent beings, with a limitless future ahead. A reporter shouted, aiming his camera at the position of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Everyone turned their gaze, only to see a cold and proud young man sitting quietly, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Wow, so handsome. Young Master Duan, I love you. Young Master Duan, marry me. Immediately followed by the voices of countless little fangirls from the outer area, not to mention a few little fanboys. They looked at Duan Zetao with fervent eyes, wishing they could strip him bare and devour him. But Duan Zetao merely glanced at them indifferently before looking away. He's so pretentious, I envy him so much, Huang Xiaotian said, looking at Duan Zetao in the Jiangnan No. 1 high school area, his eyes nearly popping out. Cui Mingho patted his shoulder, comforting him, don't worry, you'll never be able to compare to him. He was part of the accompanying personnel from Xiangnan No. 1 high school and had the right to enter the inner area. If you can't speak, then don't. Huang Xiaotian glared at him. Zhang Yuanqi and Principal Du smiled briefly but said nothing. Su Xian was giving Li Chen a shoulder massage. Li Chen, as usual, was fast asleep. Following that, figures like the poison wolf Wu Tianxi, the eye prince Xinming, the water fairy Su Wanyue, and the dark sword Wu Liqui appeared one after another, pushing the atmosphere into a whole new climax. However, compared to the previous few, Wu Liqui seemed to attract little attention. Dressed entirely in black, he wrapped himself up tightly and wore a black mask, making it impossible for others to see what he looked like. Aside from Leisho Duan Zitao, the most popular was undoubtedly the water fairy Su Wanyue. With her charming looks, she had captured countless male fans. Inside the venue of Wangcheng No. 1 High School, Chu Wu looked at these people with disdain. A bunch of trash. They don't know the true strength of the master, otherwise they would all be bowing down to him. Not bowing down, I should say they would be astonished, sighed the man in the white suit sitting beside him. What the master said is true, Chu Wu quickly replied. Behind them, the principal of Wangcheng No. 1 High School frowned slightly and said, Feng Heng, if possible, I hope you can win the championship in this competition. You could be low-key before, but this is not the time for that. The man in the white suit nodded and smiled, yes. Principal. Among the media and influencers, many were captivated by Li Chen's handsome face and gave him a close-up. However, when they saw Li Chen sitting in a wheelchair, they all sighed, thinking he was just an accompanying staff member of the school. The competition began. Since all the matches of Shangnan High School took place on the No. 3 arena in front of them, they only focused on that arena. The first match on the No. 3 arena was between Wu Tianxi, the poison wolf from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, and a student from the Mingda Elite Ability class. Mingda Elite Ability class, my opponent seems to be from that class too. Is their school really that strong? Su Xin asked Cui Mingho. To be precise, only their class is strong. Cui Mingho thought for a moment and said, the participants from the Mingda Elite Ability class are the most numerous after Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Speaking of which, that poison wolf Wu Tianxi was once a student in their class but was later poached by Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Su Xin nodded. Feeling that the temperature in the arena was a bit high, he specially found a fan to cool Li Chen. Huang Xiaotian looked at him helplessly and said, Su Xin, you've become Li Chen's mother. On the No. 3 arena, a bystander from the Mingda Elite Ability class looked at the poison wolf Wu Tianxi with a mocking smile. Senior, long time no see. Cut the crap, let's get started. Wu Tianxi's eyes emitted a green glow, his teeth began to elongate, growing fangs. Even his nails started to grow, forming a pair of sharp green claws. Cui Mingho whispered, this Wu Tianxi is a rare owner of poison element and wolf-type beast transformation abilities. I've heard that when he reaches the realm of a great master, he can directly transform into a poison wolf. The bystander's feet began to frost over, and cold air condensed into an ice sword in his hand. He stepped forward with the ice sword and lunged at Wu Tianxi. The two entangled for several rounds, and in the end, the bystander was kicked out of the arena by Wu Tianxi. As he landed, he spat out black blood and fainted on the ground. Wu Tianxi, victory! The referee announced loudly. The staff around the arena changed their expressions drastically and shouted, quick, call a doctor, someone has been poisoned here. Wu Tianxi, you heartless beast! The people from the Mingda Elite Ability class cursed angrily. Wu Tianxi really is ruthless, Huang Xiaotian marveled. He even went so hard on his former classmate. Cui Mingho whispered again, this is nothing, I know something even more explosive. What? What? Hurry up and tell me, Huang Xiaotian said with a curious expression. Cui Mingho lowered his voice and said, I heard that this Wu Tianxi had a father who liked to drink and was abusive when he was young. Later, when he awakened his abilities, the first thing he did was kill his father. Hiss! Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi both gasped. Cui Mingho wanted to continue but fell silent in fear when Wu Tianxi glanced over. Time passed slowly, and Zhang Yuanqi and Huang Xiaotian took turns to compete, facing opponents who were not very strong and fortunately winning their matches. The next match is Su Xian from Shangnan No. 1 High School against Diyu from the Mingda Elite Ability class. Su Xian put down the fan. Li Chen woke up knowing Su Xian was sure to win, and continued to sleep. Sure enough, after Su Xian took the stage, he defeated his opponent in one move, attracting a lot of attention. One move, impressive. I didn't expect Shangnan No. 1 High School to have such a genius, but he is still a bit weaker compared to those top geniuses. After a few more matches, it was finally Li Chen's turn. In the next match, Shangnan No. 1 High School's Li Chen will face Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Fan Long. Young master, your match is about to start. Su Xian nudged Li Chen, but Li Chen merely twitched his eyelids. A faint snore could be heard. Principal Du almost tipped his wheelchair over. In the next match, Shangnan No. 1 High School's Li Chen will face Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Fan Long. The referee's voice rang out again. With no other choice, Su Xian could only push Li Chen's wheelchair onto the stage. Upon seeing this scene, countless people widened their eyes. What the hell is going on? Is this Li Chen a disabled person? How dare Shangnan No. 1 High School let a disabled person compete? I really envy Fan Long, he just got a free victory. The referee looked at the list in confusion. It showed that Li Chen was a healthy person and his physical qualities were excellent. Su Xin whispered to the referee, "Referee, my young master is like this. Please announce the start of the match." "This is ridiculous." The referee's mustache twitched in annoyance, but there was no rule against coming up in a wheelchair, so he could only announce, "It has been confirmed that it is Li Chen himself. The match begins." Fan Long let out a cackling laugh and said, "In that case, I'll gladly accept this victory." In the next moment, a burst of flames erupted beneath his feet and with a bang he was thrown outside the ring. Fan Long sat up from the ground, stunned. Not only was he stunned, but the spectators in the arena, including the referee, were also dumbfounded. "Oh my god, what just happened? I don't know, how did Fan Long suddenly fly out of the ring? It seemed like there was an explosion under his feet just now." At that moment, an elderly voice came from the direction of the podium. "On ring number 3, Li Chen wins." Hearing this voice, the referee quickly reacted and announced Li Chen's victory. Instantly, countless people were in an uproar. What just happened? So fast. I didn't even see when Li Chen made his move. Me neither. Looks like a dark horse has emerged. Young master, you really are. Su Xian, who hadn't even returned to the inner area, had to go back again, helplessly bringing Li Chen back. Fan Long slowly stood up from the ground, but suddenly his legs went weak. A sharp pain shot through him, and he fell to the ground. Was this caused by the explosion just now? He suddenly understood, looking fearfully in the direction Li Chen had left, cold sweat pouring down his body. In the end, he was helped back to the resting area of his class by a teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School touched Fan Long's leg, his face showing a shocked expression. "What happened, principal?" someone asked. "Comminuted fracture." "What? Who exactly is this Li Chen? I hope he's an interesting opponent," Lei Shou murmured to himself while sipping coffee. At the podium, a bewildered judge looked at an elderly judge beside him and asked, "Old Tian, why did you just?" The old man replied calmly, "He is from the Li family. If I'm not mistaken, the technique he just used should be the fire-based divine ability passed down through the Li family." Flame explosion. The Li family. The judges widened their eyes and said, "The Li family of the Flame Emperor?" The old man nodded with a smile. "So, Old Tian, do you think he has a good chance of winning the championship? Let's wait and see. Those aristocratic families can turn even a pig into a divine ability user. A single match victory doesn't reveal much." White Death. This man in a white suit is simply too handsome. Another batch of dark horses. White Death. White Death. So terrifying. This year's martial arts competition is full of surprises. A few hours later, a commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of ring number 7. It turned out to be a student named Fong Hong from Wancheng No. 1 High School, who had defeated the I Prince Xinming, one of the 5 great geniuses, with a single move. On the number 7 arena, the I Prince Xinming looked warily at the man in the white suit and said, "Fong Hong, you are very strong." Fong Hong smiled faintly and replied, "You are very weak." Xinming was taken aback, snorted coldly, and left the arena. After lunch, the competition continued. In this round, the match on the number 3 arena was between Su Xian and the poison wolf Wu Tianxi. Since both were geniuses, they attracted countless spectators' attention. Looking at Su Xian, Fong Hong in the Wancheng No. 1 High School area revealed a mysterious smile. As the two stepped onto the arena, the referee announced loudly, "The match officially begins." But the next second, for some unknown reason, Su Xian suddenly collapsed to the ground and began to convulse. His skin gradually started to turn red, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Wu Tianxi revealed a sinister smile, his claws began to grow, and he slowly approached Su Xian. At that moment, Li Chen, who was sound asleep, suddenly woke up. What's wrong with Su Xian? Why did he suddenly fall down? Look at Wu Tianxi, what does he want to do? Oh no, he wants to sneak attack. Su Xian is in danger. That despicable and shameless little man, taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. Countless people nervously watched Su Xian lying on the ground, many filled with righteous indignation. Of course, there were also quite a few who spoke in favor of Wu Tianxi. "Poison Wolf, go for it, just kick him off the arena. This is a competition, this is a battle. The enemy won't show mercy just because you're having a problem. Tianxi, teach this kid a lesson, just blow him up." Principal Du stood up and shouted, "Referee, our contestant Su Xian has a problem. I suggest we terminate this match." The referee looked at Su Xian on the ground, troubled, and said, "Once the match starts, it cannot be terminated." "Damn it!" Principal Du said angrily. Su Xian lay on the ground, convulsing continuously. He felt the holy blood within him surging violently, as if drawn by something. Wu Tianxi had already approached him, looking coldly at Su Xian on the ground, his voice devoid of any emotion. "This victory, I accept." Just as he was about to make his move, Li Chen lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. With a loud bang, a massive flame erupted, creating a tremendous heat wave. Using this heat wave, Li Chen leaped up and soared into the air. Under the gaze of thousands, he landed steadily on the number 3 arena where the match was taking place. Who is that? It's Li Chen, the genius cripple from before. He can walk, he's not a cripple. Mid-level supernatural being, he is a mid-tier supernatural being. God, he must be only 16 or 17 years old. I can't even imagine a 16 or 17-year-old supernatural being. What does he want to do jumping onto the arena at this time? Does he want to terminate the match? Crazy, that's against the rules. Does he want to be disqualified? Judges on the podium, did you see that? Li Chen is openly violating the competition rules. I suggest disqualifying him. In the outer audience area, spectators were discussing fervently, gasping in shock. Some even loudly reported Li Chen to the judges, wanting him disqualified. Previously, he had eliminated a genius from Jiangnan No. 1 High School in a single move, causing great embarrassment to them. So now, many from Jiangnan No. 1 High School were waiting to see him break the rules. Although they were shocked by Li Chen's strength, it did not stop them from criticizing him. What do you want to do? Wu Tianxi's claws were just a few centimeters from Su Xin's neck, but he was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Li Chen. He's not someone you can touch? Just you? Wu Tianxi said disdainfully, don't forget, I am also a supernatural being. Then you can try. Li Chen replied indifferently. His fists crackled with a zzz sound and then burst into flames. He swung a powerful punch towards Wu Tianxi's chest. Wu Tianxi hurriedly tried to resist, but he couldn't stop Li Chen's fist at all. Li Chen broke through his defense and struck him hard in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered on Li Chen's face, and his whole body flew backward. With a loud bang, he crashed into the judges' table, splitting the wooden table in two. Meanwhile, Li Chen stood on the ring like a god of fire, his hair tousled by the wind. Countless faces changed dramatically. Everyone simultaneously had two thoughts in their minds. One was, he is so strong, he is so handsome. The other was, he violated the competition rules and even broke the judges' table. He is in danger. This guy must be a madman, right? Thunder Beast looked at Li Chen in astonishment. I couldn't even see his punching trajectory just now. Young Master Yin said. His face filled with shock. This man is so strong. Shui Xianhua Su Wanyue stared blankly. Dark Sword Wu Lulu took off his mask to see more clearly. The man in the white suit was stunned, unable to believe how could he become this strong in just half a year. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School stood up and loudly addressed the judges. Esteemed judges, Li Chen's actions surely do not comply with the competition rules, right? Openly disrupting the competition, I suggest disqualifying him. One judge from Jiangnan No. 1 High School hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, I also suggest disqualifying Li Chen. I suggest that too. Another judge chimed in. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. There were 6 judges in the presidium, and as long as 3 agreed to disqualify Li Chen, he would be completely out of this martial arts competition. Tian Lao sighed and said slowly, I think this matter needs to be considered carefully. The other 3 judges, pressured by Li Chen's family power, were momentarily at a loss for words. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School looked at one of the judges. That judge noticed the principal's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak, but at that moment, a red-haired man in golden armor, riding a fire dragon, descended from the sky. A scorching wave of heat rushed toward them, instilling fear in people's hearts. A great power. The 4 characters appeared in everyone's mind simultaneously. Sir, who are you? Although you are a great power, do you not know we are in a competition? A judge from the commentary table asked firmly. Although he was a great power, he had the official backing and was not afraid of trouble. However, it was evident from his expression that he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School looked at him and thought he looked familiar. The remaining 5 or 6 judges at the commentary table also turned to him. Tian Lao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. He looked at Li Chen, knowing that their attempt to disqualify him was now impossible. Countless spectators present also looked at him, their faces filled with confusion and admiration. Hello everyone, I am the partner of justice, the guardian of peace, Golden Saint Warrior Li Chen. The fire dragon beneath Li Chen disappeared as he slowly descended, saying, I am here to watch my brother compete. Golden Saint Warrior Li Chen? From the Li family. The 5 judges at the commentary table changed their expression slightly and quickly sat down. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School flattered, May I ask who your brother is? That would be him. Li Chen pointed to Li Chen on the 3rd ring. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Li Chen, the great power of the Li family? My god, Li Chen is actually from the Li family. Why would a prominent member of the Li family attend such a school? So strange, this great power Li Chen seems to be the legitimate young master of the Li family, which means Li Chen is also a legitimate young master of the Li family. With this connection, Li Chen could directly enter Qinglong Academy. The show is about to begin. It would be interesting if Li Chen's competition qualification were still cancelled. What does it mean to cancel the competition qualification? Li Chen asked in confusion. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School froze for a moment, then looked towards the judges' table and said, "Esteemed judges, I withdraw my previous suggestion." After saying this, he hurriedly left the competition venue. Many school principals watched his retreating figure until he completely disappeared. The referee on ring number 3 didn't know how to start, and after a long while, he finally said with high emotional intelligence, "Su Xian has fainted on the competition field and has automatically forfeited. This match is won by Wu Tianxi." Everyone turned to the judges' table, where Wu Tianxi was already unconscious. The judges quickly had someone carry him away. Li Chen carried Su Xian to the resting area and placed him in his wheelchair. After checking his pulse and confirming he was fine, he finally felt a bit relieved. "Li Chen, is Su Xian okay?" Although shocked by Li Chen's identity, Huang Xiaotian and the others still looked on with concern. Li Chen shook his head and said he should be fine. At this moment, Li Chen had arrived beside Li Chen, and Principal Du and others quickly greeted him. Li Chen nodded and looked at Li Chen, saying, "Xiaolan, breaking the rules is not the way of a righteous partner." "I don't want to be a righteous partner either," Li Chen replied expressionlessly. He wasn't surprised that his third brother suddenly showed up. After all, he had been in Jiangnan province for the past few months. "Do you know what happened to Su Xian?" Li Chen shook his head, looking worriedly at Su Xian in the wheelchair. "This guy was fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly faint?" Li Chen sat down next to Li Chen and said slowly, "If someone in the arena possesses a very high purity of holy blood, and that holy blood has completely fused with them, they can completely influence others who also have holy blood in their bodies. Moreover, the lower the purity of the holy blood, the lower the fusion, the more easily they can be influenced by the high purity holy blood holder. And this influence is not passive, it is active." Li Chen looked at his third brother in surprise and asked, "You already know all this? I know your little thoughts well. You were in such a hurry to leave the secret realm. That's not your character. Since that's the case, there's only one possibility. The problem lies with Su Xian. Then, third brother, do you have a way to help Su Xian?" "No." "Alright then." Li Chen lay back in his chair and began to sleep. "Aren't you going to ask me more?" Li Chen said. "Didn't you say there was no way?" "Not completely." He looked at Li Chen, confirming he wasn't asleep but was watching him, before continuing, "There are 3 methods in total. The first is to resolve the holy blood in his body completely." Li Chen rolled his eyes at him. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. If there was a way to completely cure it, Su Xin's holy blood wouldn't still be there now. Li Chen, unfazed, continued, "The second method is to kill the holy blood holder in the arena." Li Chen sat up and looked at his third brother, asking, "Third brother, do you know who the person in the black coffin is?" Li Chen shook his head. "I don't know." "Then why mention it?" Li Chen lay back down and continued to sleep. "I haven't mentioned the third method yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Chen looked at the overhead canopy and said, "The third method is to take Su Xian away from here. The farther away, the less he will be influenced by the holy blood holder." After he finished speaking, Li Chen ignored him. A few minutes later, he looked at Li Chen and found that he had left at some point. Su Xian, lying in the wheelchair, had also disappeared along with it. "Where are they?" Li Chen looked at Principal Du. Principal Du pointed towards the sports field and said, "Just now, they both left together." "Damn, that little brat." The competition continued. At this moment, in a corner, a man in a white suit, Fang Heng, was on the phone. "That's right, just like that." I understand. Don't worry, as long as you take care of him, I guarantee first place in this competition." After Li Chen left, the popular contestants who won the competition changed from the previous 5 young masters to Fang Heng, Li Chen, Duan Zitao, Wu Liuqi, and Su Wanhua. 2 of the previous 5 popular contestants were directly eliminated. Everyone thought that this would stabilize things. However, by the evening, the master of the poison wolf suddenly appeared. That's right, the poison wolf had always had a mysterious master, but no one knew who it was. Until today, he finally revealed his true identity. It turned out to be the renowned poison expert, the poison demon Dugu Tianxing. He became famous during the era of the supernatural beings for killing an alien supernatural being with a bottle of poison, and later became a supernatural being himself, earning the title Poison Demon. However, this person walks a fine line between good and evil. Although many aliens have died at his hands, there are also quite a few human experts who have met the same fate. Upon his arrival, he immediately healed Wu Tianxi's injuries and even managed to elevate Wu Tianxi's supernatural ability to the midstage of the supernatural beings, allowing him to defeat the water fairy Su Wanhua and re-enter the ranks of the 5 popular contestants in this competition. After the victory, he even made a harsh statement, vowing to crush Li Chen into the ground. Besides Wu Tianxi, it is worth mentioning that the master of the dark sword Wu Liuqi also arrived. Along with Li Chen's third brother, Li Qin, 3 supernatural beings suddenly appeared outside the competition arena. Outside the competition arena, Dugu Tianqing looked at Li Qin with a mocking expression and said, "Golden Saint Seiya, long time no see." "Old poison, I really don't want to see you," Li Qin replied coldly. "Of course you don't want to see me. 3 years ago, you stole so many herbs from my herb garden and you still haven't returned them." "What do you mean by stole? You lent them to me. Then just tell me, do you plan to return them?" Li Qin said confidently, "I borrowed them with my own ability, why should I return them?" As if he had expected this, Dugu Tianqing shrugged indifferently and said, "In that case, don't blame my disciple for turning your brother into a cripple tomorrow. Who turns who into a cripple is still uncertain." "Alright, then I will wait and see," Dugu Tianqing said, looking at Wu Tianxi beside him. "Little poison, let's go." On the way, Wu Tianxi looked at Dugu Tianqing and asked, "Master, do you know Li Chen's brother?" Dugu Tianqing nodded and said, "This kid's ability to advance to a supernatural being is partly due to my efforts. Even that set of golden armor on him was stolen from me." Watching his master speak proudly, Wu Tianxi felt a black line forming on his forehead. "Your disciple is about to be beaten to death by someone else's brother. And you're still so proud about it." Li Chen returned to the 5-star hotel where his older brother had stayed. His brother had booked the presidential suite for a month, so before leaving, he handed the key to Li Chen, telling him to stay there. With a place to stay for free, Li Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. "You have worked hard all day," the fire element diligently begins to cultivate. Fire element energy 52. "You have worked hard all day," the wood element diligently begins to cultivate. Wood element energy 25. "You have worked hard all day," the thunder element diligently begins to cultivate. Thunder element energy 44. "You have worked hard all day." Body refinement technique diligently begins to cultivate. Your physique 8. After settling Su Xin, Li Chen also went to bed. That night, Li Chen heard a knock on the door. He initially thought it was his third brother. However, when he opened the door, it turned out to be an old man. "Who are you?" The old man introduced himself. "Hello, Li Chen, my name is Mu Kei from the Qinglong Academy. One of the 5 major academies." "Qinglong Academy? What does he want with me?" Li Chen gestured for him to enter and said, "Teacher Mu, please come in." The two sat down at the table in the living room. Just as Li Chen was about to ask what he was there for, he saw Mu Kei take out a stack of documents from his briefcase and place them on the table. He stood up and looked at Li Chen, saying, "Li Chen, I officially invite you to join our Qinglong Academy." "No," Li Chen decisively refused. Joining the academy meant attending classes every day and participating in various trials, which was exhausting. He was too lazy for that. He was already cultivating just by sleeping. Staying at home every day was much better, so why bother going to school? Mu Kei was taken aback. He had considered that Li Chen might refuse, but he didn't expect him to do so bluntly. Could it be that he wanted to join another academy? Mu Kei quickly said, "Li Chen, although in this selection competition, as long as you place in the top 5, you can enter any of the 5 major academies. But I can assure you that the other academies will not offer conditions as generous as ours. As long as you choose to join our Qinglong Academy, you will immediately be promoted to a senior student and receive a top-tier exotic treasure, 3 advanced exotic treasures, and 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm." He didn't offer any scholarships as a condition because he had already investigated before coming. Li Chen was from the Li family and didn't lack money. Such good conditions? Li Chen couldn't help but ask, "Why choose me?" The only talent he had revealed was a mid-level fire element ability. Although 17-year-old ability users were rare, he believed that this wasn't worth such a high price from Qinglong Academy. After all, a top-tier exotic treasure was worth quite a bit. The armor his third brother wore was a top-tier exotic treasure. The secret realm core he had previously devoured was probably equivalent to a top-tier exotic treasure as well. The military should have thoroughly investigated the disappearance of the secret realm core, but due to the invasion of the Black Coffin, they hadn't focused their attention on him. Mu Kei said, "Li Chen, actually, besides being a fire element ability user, you are also a lightning element ability user, right? How do you know?" Li Chen was somewhat surprised. The only ability he had revealed was the fire element. The other 2 had not been exposed mainly to avoid trouble, as his father treated him as the rising star of the Li family and forcibly brought him back for training. "Li Chen, let me show you something." Mu Kei placed his phone in front of Li Chen and opened a video. The content of the video was from today's events, specifically the moment when Su Xin fainted, and Li Chen punched Wu Tianxi away. Now Li Chen finally understood how he had found him. The angle of the video was from the judge's perspective. It seemed that there were people from Qinglong Academy among the judges. They had shown this video to Mu Kei, who immediately recognized his lightning element talent and rushed to recruit him. "Li Chen, when you threw that punch today, you not only used fire attribute abilities but also lightning attribute abilities, right?" Mu-Kei said, although you hit it well, you can't fool my eyes. Mu-Kei said proudly, if you had encountered other recruitment teachers, they might have missed out on such a great talent. But you met me, and my eyes are the measure. I will absolutely not let you join another academy. After all, a dual attribute ability user is completely different from a single attribute ability user. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1. On the battlefield, a dual ability user can easily take down two single ability users if they master the reasonable application of their abilities. Teacher Chi, may I ask what that top-tier exotic treasure is? My surname is Mu. Mu-Kei smiled and said, of course. It's a telekinesis-type treasure, the telekinesis amber, which, when worn, allows you to temporarily gain the telekinesis abilities of an ability user. Telekinesis amber. Does that mean if I obtain it, I can awaken telekinesis abilities? Li Chen felt a bit tempted but still hesitated, saying, Teacher Chi, if I join Qinglong Academy, can I skip classes? Mu-Kei frowned slightly and said, that won't do. As a student, you must attend classes. Unless you want to be a teacher. Also, my surname is Mu. Alright, Teacher Chi, may I ask how one can become a teacher at Qinglong Academy? I already said, my surname is Mu. Becoming a teacher at the academy? This kid is really too fanciful. Mu-Kei chuckled but still spoke up. The minimum requirement to be a teacher is to become a great practitioner. I advise you to give up on that idea and focus on attending classes. That's far more important. Great practitioner. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, then, Teacher Chi, I won't be a student anymore. I choose to be a teacher at Qinglong Academy. Well then, starting today, you are my. Mu-Kei was taken aback, feeling something was off, and asked loudly, what did you say? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Li Chen nodded and said, didn't you say that as long as one is a great practitioner, they can be a teacher for the students? Li Chen raised his hand, and with a thought, countless vines grew from his hand. The vines grew larger and larger, and in no time, they filled the entire living room. Mu-Kei gasped, looking at Li Chen in disbelief, are you really human? Now I can be a teacher, right? Mu-Kei took a breath and said, I need to ask the Academy's opinion on this. I'll make a call. Then, Teacher Mu. I'll wait for your good news. I already said, my surname is Mu. A few minutes later, Mu-Kei returned and said, the Academy agreed, but on the condition that you must complete a test. What kind of test? You know, a teacher's duty is to educate. Simply being strong is not enough. You also need to be able to find mistakes. Mu-Kei placed his phone in front of Li Chen. Inside were a few images. It looked like a cultivation method, but its purpose was unknown. This is a visualization method that can enhance elemental absorption efficiency. However, there are a total of 17 mistakes in this visualization method. As long as you find 10 of them, you can pass the test. Of course, I can do that, Li Chen said. He took the phone and carefully examined the images. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Detected that there are 24 mistakes in the advanced Earth element visualization method that the host is viewing. The system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, Error 2, Error 3. He carefully examined the mistakes in the images. Mu-Kei smiled and said, Li Chen, being a teacher is quite difficult. If you really can't find them, just give up. You can work as a teaching assistant while attending the Advanced Academy for a few years. Maybe you can skip the test and become a teacher. Right now, I happen to need a teaching assistant. I wonder if you're interested. A few minutes later. Teacher Chi, I'm done, Li Chen said, returning the phone. But there are not just 17 mistakes in these images. I found a total of 24. How is that possible? Mu-Kei said, disbelief written all over his face. You can't just say things like that if you can't find them. If you don't believe me, I can point them out to you. Come. Mu-Kei said, not believing in evil. If there really are 24 mistakes, from now on, I will truly call you Teacher Chi. This image was given to him by the vice president. When he looked at it earlier, he only found 16 mistakes. 24? How is that possible? Does he think my eyes are a counterfeit ruler? At that moment, Mu-Kei's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from the vice president. Mu-Kei switched to speakerphone and answered, hello, vice president, is there something you need when you called? The vice president said, I'm sorry, I sent the wrong image earlier. I sent the one with 24 mistakes, so please take note. The call ended. Mu-Kei was almost stunned, looking at Li Chen and saying, Li Chen, you. Please call me Teacher Li. Li Chen smiled and said, Teacher Chi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Muk's face turned red, awkwardly unsure of what to say. The magical treasure I promised you, along with the teacher's token, will be handed to you by a dedicated person when you arrive at Qinglong Academy. We'll see each other tomorrow. Mu-Kei fled in a panic. Watching his retreating figure, Li Chen shouted, Teacher Chi, remember to give me a more relaxed teaching position, or I won't bother teaching the students. Got it, why are you so troublesome? Mu-Kei's voice came back. I already said, call me Teacher Li. Get lost. Li Chen contentedly closed the door and went back to sleep. Seeing you so lazy, the fire element begins to train hard. Fire element energy 45. Seeing you so lazy, the wood element begins to train hard. Wood element energy 41. Seeing you so lazy, the thunder element is also being lazy with you. Thunder element energy 0. The body refinement technique has been perfected. Congratulations on successfully graduating, and no further physical enhancement will occur. A few hours later, there was another knock at the door. Who is it? Is Elder Chi back again? Li Chen rolled up in his blanket, irritated as he got out of bed. Opening the door, he found a boy around 7 or 8 years old. He wore a skull pendant around his neck, which was quite strange. What were his parents thinking, letting a child wear something like that? Li Chen asked, "Little friend, who are you looking for?" "Big brother, in here to find you," the boy replied. "Looking for me?" Li Chen was taken aback. He noticed countless black gases oozing from the boy's nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. A great supernatural being. Li Chen's heart jolted, and he kicked the boy away, slamming him hard against the wall, embedding him into it. The wall shattered, but the boy was unscathed. He jumped down from the wall and smiled at Li Chen, saying, "Li Chen, we meet again." The familiar tone and manner made Li Chen immediately remember who he was. "You are the high priest of the black coffin. You really moved me. I didn't expect you to remember me," the boy said. "I didn't think you would grow up so fast. I originally wanted to invite you to join us, but it seems that's no longer necessary." With a wave of his small hand, the surrounding black gas quickly condensed into a large black mist snake with red eyes. The snake hissed fiercely and lunged at Li Chen. Li Chen quickly closed the door and leaped to dodge the snake's attack. His fists erupted with thunder and fire as he struck the snake hard, causing it to explode. But it quickly reformed. "You are still a thunder attribute supernatural being," the high priest exclaimed. He laughed. "This is getting more interesting. A genius like you is worth killing. After I kill you, you will become my new body." His clothes bulged, and a massive tentacle emerged from his navel, fiercely wrapping around Li Chen. The body system has supernatural powers, tentacles. At the same time, the snake charged at Li Chen again. What a strange and terrifying supernatural ability. Li Chen marveled internally. Realizing that being in such a confined space was disadvantageous for him, he quickly ran towards the rooftop. "You can't escape," the high priest shouted. The tentacles suddenly grew larger and longer as he swung them forcefully in Li Chen's direction. Li Chen quickly rolled to barely avoid the attack. The tentacle slammed against the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. The alarm sounded throughout the building. The high priest remained unfazed, and several more tentacles emerged from his navel, replacing his legs, as he crazily pursued Li Chen. They chased all the way to the rooftop. The facilities in the corridor were crushed to pieces. Just as he passed through the rooftop door, Li Chen jumped down from above. Bursting with scorching fire and lightning, he swung his fist at the high priest. "Ridiculous!" the high priest scoffed. Just as he was about to attack with his tentacles, he suddenly found that, at some point, his tentacles had been tightly entangled by countless dense vines. A would attribute supernatural being, the young face of the high priest flashed with a look of astonishment. "Only now do you realize? It's too late." Li Chen had already descended beside him. Just as a punch was about to smash into the high priest's head, a tentacle suddenly broke free from the vine's restraints and blocked in front of the high priest. Li Chen's fist landed on the tentacle with a bang, instantly bursting it apart. Dark red flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The high priest's face turned pale, and he began to howl loudly. The dark red flesh began to gather again, transforming into a massive ball of meat rolling towards Li Chen. "Imu Jin Tian." With a thought, Li Chen commanded countless vines to grow wildly, tightly wrapping around the meatball. Flame explosion. In the next second, these vines exploded simultaneously, sending waves of heat and fire across the rooftop. Countless gazes turned towards the top of the hotel, trying to attract attention and call for rescue. The tentacles shielded the high priest, while the meatball was blown to smithereens. The high priest glanced at the scattered bits of flesh, which then automatically returned to his belly button. Immediately after, the tentacles also retracted. What was he trying to do? Li Chen frowned slightly. Seizing the opportunity while he was defenseless, he quickly activated his lightning abilities. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, rolled down from the sky. The lightning strike. But the high priest opened his mouth, revealing a bloody maw over a meter wide and long, directly swallowing the lightning. Body ability, giant mouth. This ability is too bizarre. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. "Don't you find it disgusting?" Disgusting? What was there to be disgusted about? Li Chen thought of the earlier bits of flesh, which seemed a bit, well, more bizarre than anything. The high priest glanced at the sea of people below, smiled slightly, and leaped into the darkness, disappearing into the night. "Li Chen, I will come looking for you again. I really don't want to see you again." Seeing that he had truly left, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This high priest was truly terrifying, with all sorts of bizarre methods emerging one after another. Li Chen returned to his room, finding the door still intact, but the wall was gone. After confirming that Su Xian was fine, he went back inside and fell asleep peacefully. Not long after, the hotel found him. Li Chen initially thought they were going to demand compensation, but the hotel said that all the surveillance in the corridor had been destroyed. They only wanted him to go to the Public Security Bureau for a simple investigation. Li Chen casually said a few words to brush it off. The next day, Su Xian woke up. Li Chen briefed him and told him to find another hotel afterward. He then went alone to the sports field. Perhaps due to the finals, the sports field was even livelier today than yesterday. Not only were there more people, but Li Chen even saw 5 new judges sitting next to the judging panel. From the discussions around, he learned that these 5 judges came from the 5 major academies of Longwei: Qinglong Academy, Zhuke Academy, Baihu Academy, Xuanwu Academy, and Qilin Academy. Among those 5, Li Chen spotted a familiar figure, Teacher Qi from yesterday. Li Chen sat down in the field of Shangnan No. 1 High School, and people around him greeted him one after another. Most of them he had never seen before, so he could only nod in thanks. Li Chen, has Su Xian woken up? Huang Xiaotian asked, sitting beside Li Chen. He has woken up, don't worry, he can run, jump, and eat, he's perfectly fine. Li Chen stretched lazily and began to doze off. Hearing that Su Xian was okay, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Du said, Li Chen, you're the only one left from our school. After you left yesterday, they all lost. Li Chen kept his eyes closed and nodded, saying, don't worry, Principal, I'll try my best to win the championship. That's the spirit. The principal smiled, looking over at Cui Mingho. Cui Mingho hurried over and briefly recounted what had happened yesterday. It was all rather mundane, except for one surprising thing. Wu Tianxi had come back to life again. Li Chen, you need to be careful. That Wu Tianxi said he would pin you to the ground and hammer you. Li Chen didn't care much, just nodded slightly. In the first half, because Li Chen had made a big impression yesterday, all the competitors he faced withdrew. Thus, Li Chen simply lay back in his chair for the second half. Fire element is automatically cultivating. Fire element energy 10. What element is automatically cultivating? What element energy 12? Thunder element is automatically cultivating. Thunder element energy 13. In the second half, the competition entered a heated stage. Only 20 competitors remained on the field. With a wave of the judge's hand, all 10 platforms were removed. A huge circle was drawn in the sports field, and the upcoming matches would take place within this circle. Many obstacles were also placed inside the circle, such as fake mountains, a giant swimming pool, dark tunnels, and so on. The audience erupted in gasps. The competition area had expanded more than tenfold, and with the added obstacles, it meant more possibilities and fun in the matches. It also strengthened the advantages of assassin-type ability users, like Dark Sword Wu Lulu. In the next match, Yiyang High School's Wu Lulu will face Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Duan Tianyu. The match officially begins. The 2 competitors took the stage, and the audience buzzed with discussion. It's Duan Tianyu, Duan Zitao's brother. Looks like Duan Tianyu is in danger. With Duan Tianyu's strength, he could make it into the top 10, but unfortunately, he ran into Dark Sword Wu Lulu. What's the rush? There's still the resurrection match. How many moves do you think Duan Tianyu can last against Wu Lulu? I guess 10 moves. After all, Duan Tianyu is also Duan Zitao's brother, deeply trained in the Duan family's true teachings. I guess 20 moves. On the competition stage, Wu Lulu wore a mask, dressed in black, and held a knife. Duan Tianyu looked at him seriously and said, Wu Lulu, I've wanted to battle you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Today, let me see if you have the qualifications to challenge my brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. Ability, Blackout. When his vision returned, Wu Lulu had already placed the knife against his neck. I lost, Duan Tianyu said in disbelief. Sitting on the ground, Wu Lulu didn't say a word and left the stage. The audience erupted in astonishment. Wu Lulu wins. In the second match, Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Wu Tianxi faced Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Li Guang. Wu Tianxi wins. In the third match, Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Su Wanyue faced Mingda Elite Ability Class Sima Kong. Su Wanyue wins. In the fourth match, Wangcheng No. 1 High School's Fong Hong faced Chengnan No. 2 High School's Lu Xian. Fong Hong wins. In the fifth match, Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Thunder Beast Duan Zitao against Shangnan No. 1 High School's Lazy Fire God Li Chen. Let's welcome these 2-star competitors. The entire audience stood in solemnity. All eyes turned to the 2. Li Chen, who was sleeping, slowly opened his eyes, while Duan Zitao, who was drinking coffee, gently set down his cup. In the suburbs of Shangnan City, Mount Luoyun, In a dim cave filled with dozens of coffins, a child appeared. The moment he stepped into the cave, the candle flames automatically ignited, casting a faint glow. Crack! A stone coffin lid was slowly moved aside. Crawling out was a tall woman in a teacher's uniform, adorned with snake tattoos and bright red lips. The child rushed into her arms, and the woman gently picked him up and found a place to sit. "How is it? Is everything taken care of?" The high priest stroked her smooth black silk and said, "No." The beautiful woman looked surprised and asked, "Is there a strong protector by Li Chen's side?" "No, he himself is a strong one. His true strength is that of an early-stage divine ability wood-type user. A 17-year-old divine ability user," the beautiful woman murmured in surprise. Then she added, "But even if he is an early-stage divine ability user, he shouldn't be your match, right? Don't you want to kill him anymore?" The high priest smiled and said, "He is a good child." A good child. Upon hearing this term, the beautiful woman chuckled in disbelief. The high priest continued, "By the way, have you taken care of the matters I asked you to?" The beautiful woman nodded, carrying the high priest into a dark cave. Inside, the candlelight suddenly brightened. A dozen or so teenagers, around 15 or 16 years old, were imprisoned there, both boys and girls. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, their faces were filled with fear. One slightly chubby boy trembled and said, "Please let us go, I won't bully anyone again." Me too," the other children echoed around him. The beautiful woman set the high priest down, and he softly asked, "Is it that you want, or that you dare not?" "It's that we want, we won't," they hurriedly replied. The beautiful woman asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Of course, just like before, bad children must die." The smile on the high priest's face vanished, replaced by a sinister and eerie expression. At that moment, a scorpion the size of a child's palm crawled onto the beautiful woman's foot. She gently placed it in her palm, listened intently, and then looked at the high priest and said, "The clown has arrived." As her words fell, a person dressed in a circus clown costume, with clown makeup and a big red nose, walked into the cave. He glanced around the cave's interior with disdain. "You're still the same as before, liking to live in a trash can. What do you want from me?" the high priest asked coldly. The clown replied with a smile, "About the matters in the Cold River's secret realm, I might need your help." "Snake and Scorpion, show him out." In a villa in Jiangnan City, the third young master of the Li family was watching anime. "Evil Gulu Lixing people, you are committing crimes on Blue Star, unforgivable. Accept the justice's punishment." The images on the television flickered. Li Qin's face turned red with excitement, waving his hands in delight, even forgetting to drink the soda in his hand. At that moment, a blood-soaked man pushed open his room door. Seeing him, Li Qin's expression changed drastically. He quickly paused the anime. "Wang Kai, what happened to you?" "Young master, it's bad. Young master Li Chen might be in danger." Last night, on the sports field, Li Chen and Duan Zitao stepped onto the ring. Duan Zitao said solemnly, "Li Chen, I've actually wanted to fight you for a long time." Li Chen yawned, seemingly not listening to him. "Duan Zitao, this guy really makes me furious." Even facing the Thunder Beast, Duan Zitao is still so laid back. Li Chen really doesn't play by the rules. Hasn't he always been this lazy? But this time he's facing Duan Zitao, the champion ace among the 5 popular contestants. "I really want to see this lazy guy lose once." "Me too, I want to see if he will still be this lazy after entering the losers bracket." Facing Duan Zitao, Li Chen is definitely going to lose this time. Seeing Li Chen's demeanor, the audience in the stands buzzed with discussion. Many wanted to see him enter the losers bracket. After this 20-person match, the contestants would be divided into winners and losers. In the second half, the winners would continue to compete, while the losers would enter the revival stage to select the strongest one to re-enter the competition. In the commentary section, Mu Ke patted Tian Lao's shoulder and praised, "Well done." Tian Lao was taken aback and said, "This is what I should do." The others looked puzzled. Mu Ke returned to his seat, and the teacher from Baihu Academy beside him asked, "Old Mu, who do you think will win this match?" The teacher from Xuanwu Academy replied, "I think Duan Zitao has a greater chance of winning this match. After all, Thunder-type abilities are notoriously violent. Fire-type, not quite." The teacher from Zhuke Academy coldly remarked, "What's wrong with Fire-type? You? Saying something honestly and you're not happy about it." The teacher from Qilin Academy said, "I also guess Duan Zitao. This Duan Zitao is definitely ours at Qilin Academy. It seems that the 5 major academies will be competing for him soon." Mu Ke shook his head, smiling but saying nothing. The competition officially begins. The referee waved the flag in his hand and exited the competition area. Duan Zitao took the initiative, his feet crackling with electricity, flashing to Li Chen's side in the blink of an eye, and threw a punch at his stomach. Li Chen was not to be outdone, directly grabbing his fist, and with a loud boom, an explosive sound erupted. Flame explosion. A terrifying shockwave swept across the arena, causing the hair of the spectators in the stands to stand on end. What terrifying physical quality! Duan Zitao exclaimed, not daring to be careless. He quickly created distance. A crackling sound emanated from him, with lightning swirling around his body. And he swung out a palm. The lightning in his palm coalesced into a massive lightning snake, rapidly lunging towards Li Chen. A fiery shield formed around Li Chen, and the lightning snake collided with the flames. Thunder and fire dissipated simultaneously. The two engaged in fierce combat for several rounds. Ultimately, in the arena, Duan Zitao seized the moment when Li Chen was distracted, teleporting behind him like lightning. Two hands erupted with thunder that seemed capable of annihilating everything, striking fiercely at Li Chen's back. It seems it's about to end. A smile appeared on the face of the teacher from White Tiger Academy, saying, indeed, in the face of such rapid thunder, even flames that can burn everything must pale in comparison. The teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy snorted coldly, feeling somewhat dejected but had to admit this fact. Mu Kei continued to smile without speaking. The next second, just as Duan Zitao's thunderous palm was about to hit Li Chen suddenly fell to the ground, slamming a palm onto the earth. Instantly, countless sands were struck up by the flames, swirling in a cloud of dust. The visibility was obstructed. Duan Zitao was taken aback, his heart sinking. Damn, I can't see clearly. He did it on purpose. He has been luring me step by step from the very beginning, including coming to the arena, including turning his back to me. It was all intentional. He is using me to study tactics. Duan Zitao felt a chill run down his spine. The Li Chen in front of him had long since vanished. Just as the dust was about to settle, he felt a wave of heat hit him, and he was directly blown away. The dust gradually dispersed, and he was knocked out of the arena. The entire venue erupted in gasps. The judges widened their eyes, taking a sharp breath. So terrifying. If this child does not fall, he will surely be the second Yan Emperor in the future. No wonder he is from the Li family. No wonder he is the grandson of the Yan Emperor. No wonder he is Li Qingyang's brother. I almost thought he lost just now. The teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. The teacher from White Tiger Academy was also taken aback. How is this possible? The teacher from Qilin Academy said, I didn't expect that I would also misjudge. This Li Chen, I must have him at Qilin Academy. After the competition ends, no one should compete with me for him. You wish. This person belongs to Xuanwu Academy. Mu Kei continued to smile without speaking. Thank you for the match. Li Chen rarely said a word. Duan Zitao looked at him deeply and said, thank you for the match. You are strong, I admit defeat. Li Chen smiled and returned to the resting area. Duan Zitao entered the losers bracket, where everyone was anxious. At that moment, Li Chen hurriedly rushed in from outside the sports field, and after confirming that Li Chen was indeed fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, what happened at the hotel yesterday? How did Wang Kai get such serious injuries? Wang Kai? The one who protected him? Li Chen had almost forgotten about this person. Not wanting to worry his brother, he casually made up, I don't know, I just took a nap. Then it seems it was an accident. The competition continued. Li Chen went on to fight several more matches, winning them all. Also maintaining an undefeated record was the White Death Fang Hung. With his dark-type abilities, he almost swept the entire arena, even defeating Wu Liuqi. In the end, Li Chen and Fang Hung entered the finals. The other rankings have been announced. 3rd place, Thunder Beast Duan Zitao. 4th place, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi. 5th place, Dark Sword Wu Liuji. I didn't expect 2 dark horses to emerge this year. Yeah, I hadn't heard of these 2 before. I've heard that Li Chen is from the Li family. The Flame Emperor's Li family? How is that possible? I've never even heard of Shangnan No. 1 High School. The Li family shouldn't have fallen to that level. Li Chen is incredibly strong. I was dumbfounded watching his battle with Thunder Beast. Fang Hung is the real deal. I couldn't even see his attacks. Yeah, in his previous match against Wu Liuji, both of them were shrouded in black mist, and I had no idea what happened, yet Wu Liuji lost. Who do you think will be the champion? Fang Hung. His attacks are too bizarre. I also guess Fang Hung. Although Li Chen is very handsome, I feel Fang Hung is a bit stronger. I guess Li Chen. The little brother is forever a god. Besides his dark attribute ability, Fang Hung also has a high-level physical meat knife ability, which is even harder than a real knife. Li Chen only has a fire attribute ability. He might not really be Fang Hung's match. Li Chen lay back in his chair, sleeping soundly. Seeing you so lazy, the fire element is getting lazy with you. Fire element energy 0.1. Not seeing you so lazy. The wood element is getting lazy with you. Wood element energy 0.1. Seeing you so lazy. The thunder element is starting to train hard. Thunder element energy 14. His brother was chattering beside him. Little lazy, after graduation, come with me to be a partner of justice. By the way, that old man Muke wanted you to join the Qinglong Academy yesterday, did you agree? Honestly, are you a dual ability user of thunder and fire? Even your brother is kept in the dark, that's really not fair. But during your battle just now, why didn't you use your thunder attribute ability? Were you planning to play dirty in the finals? Li Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, covering his ears and continuing to sleep. The reason he didn't use his thunder attribute ability was simple, he just wanted to hone his combat skills. After all, for someone as lazy as him, there weren't many opportunities to fight. In his life, he might only not be lazy in two situations. One is when saving people, and the other is when those around him are in danger. Like the last time in the Emu Secret Realm, or when Su Xian was struck by holy blood. At that moment, a soldier in camouflage combat gear rushed in from outside the sports field. Li Qin knew he was looking for him and stood up to look at him. What's wrong? The camouflaged soldier said nervously, Mr. Li Qin, it's bad. A large number of have appeared by Yunmeng Lake and a beast tide is likely to break out. The general is calling for you to hurry over. What? Li Qin's expression changed slightly. After giving a few instructions to Li Chen, he hurriedly left the sports field with the soldier. After resting for a few hours, the finals began. Wait a minute. Mu Ke stood up and said loudly. The entire venue immediately fell silent, and countless eyes turned to Mu Quebec. Brother Mu, what do you want? Several teachers from different academies asked in confusion. I want to say a few words to the young man from the Li family, Mu Ke said, walking towards Li Chen. You old man, if you dare to take him in early because of your relationship with the Li family and Qinglong Academy, don't blame me for being rude. A teacher from Qilin Academy shouted. Other teachers nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I guarantee I won't compete with you for people today, Mu Ke said with a cheerful smile. With his words, the other academy teachers breathed a sigh of relief. With Qinglong Academy as a competitor out of the way, Li Chen's chances of joining their academy would greatly increase. Mu Ke approached Li Chen, who slowly opened his eyes. He asked with his eyes, Teacher Qi, is there something you need? Mu Ke leaned close to his ear and whispered, if possible, try not to expose your wood element cultivation. Why? They have long coveted our human territory. Just think, if they knew a genius had emerged from our human race, what would they do? Mu Ke looked around to see no one and spoke in a quieter voice. Moreover, there are enemies inside as well. If they find out about your existence, the tragedy of the Li family from 15 years ago is likely to repeat itself. 15 years ago, the tragedy of the Li family. Li Chen knew a bit about it, even though he was only 2 years old at the time. It seemed that the Li family had produced an extraordinary genius, born with the elemental powers of thunder, fire, and wind, who entered the realm of great powers at just 16. Later, he joined the Qinglong Academy and mysteriously died during an outing with his mentor. At that time, the Flame Emperor was so furious that his eyes turned red. He killed everyone who had gone on that outing, earning him the title of Flame Demon. To this day, few dare to mention that incident, and over time it has become a taboo for the Li family. Before that, don't worry, I only told the vice president about yesterday's events. The vice president is a good brother of your grandfather. As for me, you can rest assured. Mu Ke said with a smile. Li Chen sighed. He wasn't talking about that matter. He was referring to the fact that he was a wood-type great power user. Besides them, there was actually one other person who knew the Black Coffin High Priest who had fought him on the rooftop yesterday. The Black Coffin was a branch of the Spirit Energy Society, which was a notorious cult mixed with various other races. Of course, if you want to expose yourself, that's fine. But you need to be sure you can survive the pursuit of a land immortal level expert. Li Chen nodded, watching Mu Ke leave. The next match, the finals. From Shangnan No. 1 High School, the newly emerged star player, the lazy fire god Li Chen, versus Wancheng No. 1 High School's newly emerged star player, the white death god Feng Heng. Please, contestants, step forward. I hereby announce that the match officially begins. The lazy fire god, what a ridiculous name. Li Chen yawned, sleepily looking at Feng Heng in front of him. He was still wearing that white suit, which looked a bit annoying. For some reason, Li Chen seemed to sense a hint of unexpected emotion in their eyes. It was as if they were surprised he was standing there. Was it an illusion? Classmate Li Chen, let's begin, Feng Heng said with an elegant smile. His right hand began to twist, transforming into a sharp meat knife about a meter long. Immediately, black mist started to envelop him, obscuring Li Chen's vision. Li Chen only heard the sound of wind by his ear and quickly dodged. Feng Heng swung the meat knife, striking the spot where Li Chen had just stood. Then he vanished back into the black mist. Li Chen frowned slightly, leaping to a higher vantage point. His eyes fixed below, searching for Feng Heng's trajectory. Found it! Flames ignited on Li Chen's body, dispersing the surrounding black mist. He leaped down, throwing a punch at Feng Heng's head. But Feng Heng seemed to have eyes in his ears. Raising the meat knife to block his attack, Li Chen's punch struck the meat knife hard, producing a muffled bang. So hard. Immediately, Fong Hong's meat knife swung toward him. Li Chen leaped again, creating distance. It seems I can't deal with him without using my lightning abilities. He returned to the high point, waiting for an opportunity. The range of the black mist was limited. Fong Hong dared not act while on top of it. But at that moment, the black mist suddenly began to rise. Seeing this, the audience in the stands began to murmur, most of them frowning. They weren't very optimistic about Li Chen. Li Chen is in danger. In this black mist, Fong Hong is invincible. I wonder what Li Chen will do next. Previously, Fong Hong relied on this move to win all the way to the finals. I wonder if Li Chen will also fall to this move. Li Chen, go for it. Although I want Li Chen to win, this is completely Fong Hong's home ground now. Li Chen is in danger. Just when they thought Li Chen would continue to hide, he leaped again, diving back into the black mist, leaning against a fake mountain. Li Chen felt the movement around him. The sound of the wind brushed past his ears, and he flinched. Fong Hong's meat knife struck the fake mountain, carving a massive gash into the hard stone. The meat knife swung empty, and Fong Hong once again vanished into the darkness. What a troublesome guy. Looks like I have to take the initiative. Boom! The flames on Li Chen's body began to burn fiercely, like a fire god in the mortal realm, with his pupils turning golden. He threw a punch, and a scorching breath suddenly exploded, stirring up waves of overwhelming heat. The black mist was dispersed, and Fong Hong's figure appeared clearly in Li Chen's eyes. This time, Fong Hong did not retreat into the darkness but charged directly at Li Chen. Li Chen, you really are quite irritable. A great opportunity. Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, flames burning around him as he engaged in fierce combat with Fong Hong. They feigned a struggle for over a dozen rounds, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Just when Fong Hong thought he was about to win and let his guard down, Li Chen unleashed a thunderous punch, ignited with fire, aimed at Fong Hong's stomach. What? How is this possible? How do you still have lightning abilities? Fong Hong's expression turned to one of terror, instinctively swinging his meat knife to defend. But this played right into Li Chen's hands, and he increased the infusion of lightning. Flame explosion. A tremendous heat mixed with fierce lightning instantly paralyzed Fong Hong. Lightning strike. At the same time, a massive dark cloud rapidly formed in the sky. Thunder rolled within the cloud, and electric light flickered densely. A lightning bolt the size of a baby's arm was birthed, and with a boom, Fong Hong had no time to dodge as the thunder struck him. Fong Hong was charred black, his white suit turned into a black one, and he fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. The reversal was so swift that everyone was caught off guard. The referee looked at Fong Hong on the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After confirming that Fong Hong really could not get up, he announced loudly, "In this match, Li Chen is the winner. Let's congratulate Li Chen for successfully winning the championship of this match. Let's congratulate him. The awards ceremony will be held tonight. See you all in the evening." The referee called over a staff member nearby to drag Fong Hong away from the scene. The entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Oh my god, Li Chen actually won. Damn, this old six. He not only has a fire element but also a lightning element. A 17-year-old dual element ability user, this Li Chen is a monster. Fong Hong is already over 20. And Li Chen is only 17. I was trying to comfort myself, thinking that even if Li Chen lost, it wouldn't matter. I never expected that in the end, the fool would be me. Fong Hong is so unfortunate. I thought he had the championship in the bag, but in the end, it was snatched away by Li Chen, this old six. Except for Wu Tianxi, Duan Zitao, and Wu Liqui both came forward to congratulate Li Chen. Li Chen, congratulations. I didn't expect you to have lightning abilities too. It seems we will have a lot of common topics in the future, Duan Zitao said with a smile. Congratulations. Wu Liqi's congratulatory words were as monotonous as he was. Li Chen nodded with a smile, exhaling a breath of relief. Finally, it was over. He yawned and returned to his school's venue. After chatting briefly with Principal Du, he lay back in his seat and began to take a nap. This chair is really hard. I really miss my old wheelchair. If Su Xian were here, that would be great. Li Chen thought to himself. Young master. Just as this thought arose, Li Chen heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes to see Su Xian smiling as she pushed a wheelchair in front of him. Young master, congratulations. Congratulations my ass, I'm exhausted. Li Chen didn't want to say much, closing his eyes and allowing Su Xian to lift him gently and place him in the wheelchair. The familiar feeling returned. So comfortable. There seems to be a bit of itchiness on my neck. Never mind, you'll just sleep. Fire element begins automatic cultivation. Fire element energy 25. Wood element begins automatic cultivation. Wood element energy 25. The thunder element began to cultivate automatically. Thunder element energy 30. Suxin, what happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly faint? I don't know either. By the way, I heard that in a week the top 5 students in this competition will go to Longjing to participate in a contest. Will you go with Li Chen? I should. But at that time the clan leader wanted me to accompany the study, but with the current situation, I should go straight back to the family after leaving Jiangnan province. I see, then Li Chen is too pitiful. After the competition he can only sit on the bench. By the way, are you also from the Li family? I guess so, my mother is from the Li family. Su Xian chatted with Cui Mingho, Wang Xiaodian, and Zhang Yuanqi, exchanging a few words here and there. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the judge's seat. Alright, everyone quiet down, the competition has ended. Before the award ceremony, I have something to say. Everyone should know that the top 5 in this competition can freely choose one of the 5 major academies to join. Now that the teachers from the 5 major academies are here, let's see which academy our 5 geniuses will choose. As soon as the words fell, the teachers from the other 4 academies, except for the Qinglong Academy, immediately began to argue heatedly. Mu Ke smiled without speaking. Li Chen, choose my Baihu Academy. As long as you are willing to join my Baihu Academy, I can make you a senior student directly and reward you with 3 high-level exotic treasures. The teacher from Baihu Academy said loudly. As soon as this was said, the audience was shocked. What, 3 high-level exotic treasures? That's too extravagant. Yeah, the treasured sword that Wu Liuqi carries seems to be just a high-level exotic treasure. High-level exotic treasures, worth their weight in gold, and Baihu Academy is offering 3 at once. Except for Fang Hong, who was still unconscious, Duan Zetao and the others looked at Li Chen with envy. This guy not only comes from a good family, but it turns out he's also so lucky. However, they were not jealous because, in their view, Li Chen was strong enough and this was what he deserved. But soon, they began to feel jealous. 3 high-level exotic treasures, if one didn't know better. They might think your Baihu Academy is going bankrupt. My Xuanwu Academy is willing to offer a senior academy identity plus 4 high-level exotic treasures. What for? Countless people exclaimed. The envious Wu Tianxi's eyes turned red. Immediately after, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. My Qilin Academy's conditions are the same as Xuanwu Academy. However, we are willing to add 1 more opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. My Zhuke Academy's conditions are the same as Qilin Academy's. But Li Chen, you should know that the fire element cultivation in my Zhuke Academy is a major category. As long as you join my Zhuke Academy, you will definitely have smooth sailing in fire element cultivation. An opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. This is no less than a top-notch high-level exotic treasure. This time, not only Wu Tianxi but even Duan Zitao from a prominent family in Wu Liuqi, who was taken as a disciple by a Tangmen master, began to breathe heavily. Who will Li Chen choose? All eyes in the room turned to Li Chen, but they found that Li Chen hadn't listened to them at all. Instead, he was sitting in a wheelchair, sound asleep. Su Xian beside him looked embarrassed. Do you need me to wake up my young master? Damn, he actually fell asleep. In such an occasion, he can still sleep. Is he a god? Look, the faces of the teachers from Baihu Academy and Xuanwu Academy have turned green. Lazy brother, you might as well be called lazy god from now on. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. I always thought people like this only existed online, but I didn't expect there to be one in reality. Why do you think young Master Lazy was so lazy, yet he had to fight up close just now? You don't even understand this? I guess you spend half your time sleeping in class. If a supernatural being keeps attacking from a distance, their endurance is very short. It won't be long before they're out of commission. Only when one reaches the level of a great supernatural being can they truly enter the realm of the supernatural. Aside from those with physical abilities, most are engaged in long-range combat. If this were a battle of great supernatural beings, Li Chen would probably just sit in a wheelchair on the stage. He seemed to be in a wheelchair during his first fight. The audience in the stands buzzed with discussion, many glancing at the teachers from the 4 major academies, looking as if they were watching a show. A teacher from the White Tiger Academy frowned and said, "Why don't you hurry up and get him to stand?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stopped by Muke, who said, "No need, he won't be joining your academy." "What do you mean?" asked the teacher from the White Tiger Academy. The other academies were also taken aback. They quickly reacted. With wide eyes, they glared at Muke, saying, "You untrustworthy old thief, Mu." Muke shook his head with a smile and said, "I'm not being untrustworthy. I only said I wouldn't compete with you for students today, but Li Chen was accepted by me yesterday." "You're ruthless." The teacher from the Black Tortoise Academy gritted his teeth. No wonder this guy always looked so cheerful, as if he was enjoying the show. No wonder he always pretended to be generous. It turns out he had already made his move and was just waiting for them to jump into the pit. After pondering for a moment, the teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy said, "Teacher Mu, aren't you speaking a bit too soon? We haven't even asked Li Chen yet. How do you know he won't join our academy? What if he changes his mind after hearing our conditions?" Indeed, the Vermilion Bird Academy had a point. What if Li Chen changed his mind? The teachers from the other academies began to think more actively. But Mu Ke confidently replied, "He absolutely will not join your academy." Why not? Because the conditions we, the Azure Dragon Academy, offer are not only a direct promotion to a senior student but also a top-tier supernatural treasure, 3 advanced supernatural treasures, plus a chance to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Crazy, this world is crazy. Are supernatural treasures really so worthless now? The Azure Dragon Academy actually offers a top-tier supernatural treasure right off the bat. Li Chen is a supernatural being, and although he's first, does he really deserve this? This is a top-tier supernatural treasure, something even many wild great supernatural beings don't possess. Does Li Chen really deserve such attention from the Azure Dragon Academy? Not only were the audience and judges shocked, but even the teachers from the other 4 major academies were astonished. The teacher from the White Tiger Academy looked incredulous and said, "Old Mu, are you serious?" Mu Ke nodded and said, "This is an order from the Vice President. The Vice President of the Azure Dragon Academy." It was an order from this esteemed figure. The teachers from the 4 major academies felt a jolt in their hearts. But thinking about how he was Li Chen's grandfather, the good brother of the Flame Emperor, they felt relieved. Consider it good luck for your Azure Dragon Academy," the teacher from the White Tiger Academy said angrily, waving his sleeve. The teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy sighed helplessly. The other academies felt similarly. A 17-year-old dual supernatural being is destined to become a great supernatural being, even a terrestrial immortal. No matter which academy he was placed in, it would be an honor. If it weren't for their limited authority and inability to secure a top-tier supernatural treasure, they would definitely compete with the Azure Dragon Academy. Mu Ke felt proud and looked with satisfaction at Li Chen, who was sound asleep in his wheelchair. "You're really something, kid, you're making me proud. Duan Zitao, would you like to join my White Tiger Academy? If you agree, my White Tiger Academy can offer you the status of a senior student, a high-level supernatural treasure, and a relatively safe opportunity to experience a 4-star secret realm." At this moment, the voice of the teacher from the White Tiger Academy rang out again. The other academy teachers also began to choose their preferred candidates. And Zhenwu Luqi had already joined the Tang sect, so he withdrew from this selection. Of Feng Hong joined Shilin Academy, while Wu Tianxi joined Zhuke Academy. As for Xuanwu Academy, they selected a few promising seed students from outside the top 5. "Alright, that's it for now," said Elder Tian from the judging panel. "In 7 days, the top 5 students will head to Longjing for the competition. At that time, you selected students from various academies can join them. I now declare this competition officially concluded. Let's congratulate student Li Chen once again. By the way, remember to attend the award ceremony tonight." Thunderous applause erupted as the audience began to leave. The elders from several academies also departed one after another. Just then, a few soldiers rushed in. After whispering a few words to the judges, they hurriedly left as well. Mu Ke approached Li Chen, who had already fallen asleep, and placed a ring into Su Xin's hand. "Give this to your young master. A space ring. The value of a space ring is comparable to that of a high-level extraordinary treasure." Su Xian was shocked as he accepted it, just about to nod in acknowledgement. But he heard Mu Ke say, "The space ring is borrowed for your young master. Make sure he returns it to me after arriving in Longjing." Su Xian. He nodded and said, "Understood." Senior. Li Chen slept until the evening. Su Xian actually planned to push his young master to the award ceremony later that night. However, for some unknown reason, the award ceremony was suddenly cancelled. The prizes from the competition were delivered directly to him. He carefully helped Li Chen accept them. They returned to Xiangnan No. 1 High School together. Everyone was shocked to learn that Li Chen had won the championship. A celebration banquet was specially prepared for him. Lu Yuya wore her elegant little suit and took dozens of photos with Li Chen. Wang Shishir sang over a dozen songs with her devilish voice to celebrate. However, unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, Li Chen knew nothing and slept through it all. The fire element scolded, "How can you sleep at your age? Start cultivating like crazy." Fire element energy 82. The wood element began to cultivate automatically. Wood element energy 22. Seeing how lazy you are. The thunder element started to work hard on cultivation. Thunder element energy 52. Late at night, Li Chen's phone rang. Su Xian took a look and found it was a call from Li Chen's grandfather. His expression changed, contemplating whether to answer it. He nudged Li Chen for a long time, but there was still no response. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to answer the call. Little lazy. An old yet hearty voice came from the other end. Su Xian was about to say that the young master was asleep when he heard Li Chen mumble a couple of times, grumbling, "You old man, I told you I don't want to participate in any competition, yet you insist. Just wait until I beat you up." The atmosphere suddenly felt frozen. Su Xin's hand holding the phone stiffened. Danger! Young master, what are you saying in your sleep at this time? There was a noticeable silence on the other end, followed by an angry voice. You little brat, what did you say? Su Xian quickly brought the phone to his mouth and said, Your Majesty, I apologize, but the young master is asleep. Who are you? Xin, is it? Yes, it's me, Su Xian replied. There was another brief silence before the voice said, Wake him up for me. Yes. Su Xian shook Li Chen's body with all his might, but there were still no signs of him waking up. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a way and leaned close to Li Chen's ear, whispering, Young master, the Emperor of Flames is here. Li Chen immediately woke up. Where's the old man? Seeing no one around, he looked at Su Xian reproachfully, his eyes saying, Why are you still lying? Su Xian awkwardly pointed at the phone in his hand. A good grandfather in front of people, but an old man behind their backs, huh? On the other end, the Emperor of Flames was clearly quite angry, saying, The old man is right here. Little lazy, do you want me to come to Jiangnan and spend a few days with you, remembering the fear once instilled by his grandfather? Li Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly picked up the phone and obediently said, No need, good grandpa, I'm doing very well here. I even took first place in the selection competition, I'm so happy. In the Li family, he feared nothing but his grandfather. The reason he didn't want his father to know about his talent was the same. Once his father knew, his grandfather would definitely find out. If his grandfather knew, he would surely pull him back into the family to undergo family training in supernatural abilities. So, to avoid that training, he had to participate in the martial arts competition. Others might just talk about it, but his grandfather was different. When he said to train, it was serious training. Even when he hadn't awakened his powers, he was forced by his grandfather to run marathons every week. Now that he had awakened his powers, it would be even worse. You child, stop changing the subject. Grandpa, not only did I win the championship, but I also secured a teaching position at Qinglong Academy. I'm impressive, right? I brought honor to you. There was a moment of silence on the other end before he said, Let that boy Su leave for a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Li Chen wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but he saw Su Xian stand up on his own and say, Young master, he'll step out for a bit. After Su Xian left, Yan Di continued, Actually, I don't quite agree with you joining Qinglong Academy. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, Is it because of that incident 15 years ago and my wood-type supernatural ability? Yes. Yan Di's tone became noticeably heavier, but how long do you plan to keep this from me? I was planning to tell you as soon as I woke up today, which was a lie. Don't worry, Grandpa, you'll be careful. Li Chen said helplessly, Besides, I'm going to be a teacher, I won't even have to attend classes. You know my personality, I can't be bothered to participate in any training. Why don't you, little lazy, just come back to the family? What's so good about Qinglong Academy? Grandpa will train with you every day at home. 14 hours of training a day is much more comfortable than whatever Qinglong Academy offers. Li Chen shuddered, No need, I still have to participate in the competition. I promised you before, I can't go back on my word. Then be careful. As for your supernatural ability, it must not be exposed unless absolutely necessary. Just as Li Chen was about to hang up, he heard his grandfather continue, By the way, you got involved with the Black Coffin before, and I assume the High Priest of the Black Coffin already knows about your supernatural ability? How does he know everything? Li Chen quickly said, Grandpa, you really are insightful. The other end snorted coldly, If I hadn't asked, would you have bothered to say anything? Of course not. Which was a lie. That little monster of a high priest is indeed a hidden danger. But it's not a big problem. He has long severed ties with the Spirit Energy Association, so he shouldn't mention your matter to those old folks at the association. But it's not entirely certain. In a moment, he'll have your third brother give you a few teleportation talismans. Remember to run away immediately if you encounter danger. Those teleportation talismans seem to be more important to his third brother than his own life. Teleportation talismans, top-tier supernatural treasures, one-time use items. After use, they can transport the user 100 miles away in an instant. Li Chen sighed in relief as he saw his grandfather hang up. He noticed a ring on his hand. When did he put that on? He focused his consciousness on it and discovered that the ring contained secrets. It turned out to be a space ring. There was a lot of space inside, but it only held 5 items. A teacher's token from Qinglong Academy. 1 top-tier treasure, telekinetic amber. 3 high-tier treasures, blazing flame crystal, high-level thunder beast core, and thunder stone. As soon as his consciousness touched these items, the other 4, except for the token, immediately vanished. Ding Dong detected that the host has obtained a telekinesis-type supernatural treasure, automatically devouring it. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the telekinesis-type supernatural ability. Telekinesis ability current level. Low-level early stage telekinesis ability is devouring top-tier telekinesis treasure. Telekinesis energy 500. Telekinesis ability is devouring top-tier telekinesis treasure. Telekinesis energy 500. Digestion complete. Your telekinesis ability has been upgraded to high-level early stage. Fire element is devouring blazing flame crystal. Fire element energy 500. Fire element is digesting blazing flame crystal. Fire element energy 500. Digestion complete. Your fire element ability has been upgraded to late stage of the transcendent. Fire element successfully comprehended the prototype of fire type transcendent. Blazing strike. Blazing strike is merging with flame explosion. Merge complete. Fire element comprehended transcendent. Blazing flame explosion. Thunder element is devouring advanced thunder beast core. Thunder skystone. Thunder element energy 500. Thunder element is digesting advanced thunder beast core. Thunder skystone. Thunder element energy 500. Digestion complete. Your Thunder Element ability has been upgraded to mid-stage of the Transcendent. The voice of the system echoed incessantly in his mind. Li Chen directly blocked it out and continued to sleep. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. He found Su Xian sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing transcendent arts. Li Chen looked around and felt something was off. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host is observing someone practicing. Errors have appeared. And the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, Error 2, Error 3. Noticing Li Chen's gaze, Su Xian stood up and asked, "Young master, is there something you need?" Li Chen casually pointed out a few things on him, saying, "This is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. It should be like this. This part is also wrong." Then he closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Su Xian suspiciously scratched his head. His first reaction was disbelief. Because the transcendent arts he practiced were completely different from Li Chen's, how could Li Chen possibly point out his mistakes? Moreover, his young master was just a transcendent. The reason only great transcendent practitioners could be teachers in the 5 academies was that only great transcendent practitioners could have a thorough understanding of their own attributes. And transcendent practitioners were merely at an entry-level stage, still unable to perfectly control their own attributes. However, out of respect for Li Chen, he still tried to run through it. Su Xin's eyes suddenly widened. The first mistake pointed out by the young master was completely correct. Following Li Chen's method, he changed the trajectory of the elemental energy flow, and indeed, the absorption speed of the fire element energy improved significantly. He quickly tried the other mistakes that were pointed out. The second one was also completely correct. The third one was still correct. By the fourth one, it was still correct. He corrected all these mistakes and clearly felt that the power of his transcendent arts had increased by about 0.8 times. It was almost doubled. Don't underestimate this 0.8 times. It's like an exam, even a single point can lead to a dramatic change in results. Sometimes, if you can just be a little stronger, then the victory in battle might just fall into your hands. However, the young master's transcendent arts were different from his. The trajectory of the transcendent arts was also different. How did he see the mistakes on me? Su Xian looked at Li Chen, who was sleeping on the bed, feeling utterly astonished. He felt that even a great transcendent practitioner couldn't possibly point out all 4 of his mistakes in such a short time. He never expected that the usually lazy young master had such keen insight, hiding it so deeply. It seems I must work even harder to practice, striving to catch up with the young master's pace as soon as possible. Su Xian encouraged himself in his heart and continued to sit cross-legged on the ground to practice. By noon, Su Xian finished feeding Li Chen. Just as he was pushing Li Chen out for some fresh air, he happened to run into the principal walking towards him. "You all arrived just in time. I was about to look for you." "Principal, is there something wrong?" Su Xian asked. "The national martial arts competition has been postponed." "What?" Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Did something happen?" The national martial arts competition is one of the largest events in Long Country, and it shouldn't be postponed lightly. The principal nodded. "There has been a beast tide at Yunmeng Lake, and many provinces have been affected. The higher-ups mean to wait until the beast tide is dealt with before continuing the competition." "Do we need to do anything?" "It's still unclear for now," the principal said. "However, an old friend of mine told me that students might be sent to fend off the beast tide, but it will only be to clear out the lower-level beasts on the outskirts. But your young master may need to go deeper. This guy seems to have been sleeping since he returned yesterday." The principal glanced at Li Chen, who was sound asleep in his wheelchair, and said, "Get ready, and remember to tell your young master as well." "Okay." Su Xian nodded. Not surprised by this kind of thing. After all, in this era of rising races, everyone is a soldier. Everyone starts receiving semi-military training in elementary school. It's quite normal to send students to train on the outskirts when a beast tide occurs. By the way, have you received the competition rewards? We've all received them. Although Su Xian ultimately fainted and forfeited, the overall ranking was still decent, so he received a consolation prize. That's good. In the evening, Li Chen woke up. But he didn't want to do anything, he just lay there quietly staring at the ceiling. He stared for 3 or 4 hours. Seeing the master so lazy, the psychic energy began to cultivate seriously. Psychic energy 20. The fire element noticed a new partner arriving and happily began to cultivate. Fire element energy 30. The wood element noticed a new partner arriving and happily began to cultivate. Wood element energy 30. The lightning element noticed a new partner arriving and happily began to cultivate. Lightning element energy 30. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a box on his bed. It seemed that Su Xian had mentioned before that this was the reward from the selection competition. Li Chen used his psychic ability to levitate the box and placed it on his lap before opening it. Inside were 3 extraordinary treasures. The fire element is devouring the fire departure stone. Fire element energy 80. The fire element is devouring the fire departure stone. Fire element energy 75. The fire element is devouring the fire departure stone. Fire element energy 68. Li Chen couldn't even be bothered to say anything, closing his eyes and going back to sleep. 2 days later, all schools in Jiangnan province received orders to send students to Jiangnan city to clear out the beasts. There were too many beasts. Some lower-level beasts mixed in with ordinary fish had entered the city, posing a significant safety risk to the citizens. The students' task was to eliminate these beasts. Can I not go? Li Chen sighed, but he was ruthlessly pushed onto the bus by Su Xian. Young master, the clan leader said you must go support against the beast tide, and he wants me to record a video. The clan leader said he wants to show your video of fighting the beast tide to your grandfather. Young master, you wouldn't want Lord Yen Emperor to know that you're slacking off here because the competition was postponed, would you? Li Chen. For this support against the beast tide, Xiangnan No. 1 High School dispatched quite a few people. Among them were 10 from the senior grades, 10 from the middle grades, and 10 from the junior grades. This included Huang Xiaotian, Cui Mingho, and Zhang Yuanqi, as well as Li Chen's classmates, Lu Yuya and Wang Shishir, along with Wang Shishi's best friend. Inside the bus, many were either nervous or excited. Lu Yuya was carefully adjusting his little suit. I'm just too elegant. I really look forward to tomorrow's battle. What's there to look forward to? It's all blood and disgusting, Wang Shishir said, looking at Li Chen, who was sleeping in a wheelchair, with admiration. It would be great if our male god could be with us. He won first place in the selection competition, so dealing with the beasts must be a piece of cake for him. Are you dreaming? Wang Shishi's best friend mocked. It's precisely because Li Chen is the first in the selection that he is even less likely to be with us. He will be sent to more dangerous places. Do I need you to tell me that? Wang Shishir glared at her friend. You two women are really not elegant at all. Lu Yuya was carefully combing his thick black bangs while looking in the mirror. He nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with his appearance. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaotian jabbed at Zhang Yuanqi with an unsheathed sword. His competition reward was a swordsmanship skill, and he had loved swords since childhood, so he immediately bought a steel sword after receiving the skill. Now, he couldn't wait to test his swordsmanship against the beasts. Cui Mingho carried a tablet, closely monitoring the information about the beast tide online. This support for the beast tide is mainly divided into 4 areas: the outer area, the middle area, the inner area, and the core area where a large number of leader-level beasts reside. Wang Shishir, Lu Yuya, your strength is relatively weak, so you should go to the outer area. Li Qiya, you are in the middle area. As for me, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi, we should be in the inner area. Li Chen is in the core area. Su Xian, are you following us or Li Chen? He pulled up a map and explained to everyone. I think he'll stick with the young master. Su Xian said after a moment of thought. His current strength was high-level late stage, and his divine ability was already taking shape. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could break through to become a divine ability user. With such strength, although he couldn't be a main force in the core area, he could probably handle some minor tasks. Ha! The male god is so far from us? Wang Shishir looked disappointed. Stop with the ha. If Li Chen were closer to us, we would be in danger, her friend said helplessly, wishing she could smack some sense into Wang Shishi's infatuated head. Li Chen was a divine ability user, and their opponents were those leader-level beasts. If they encountered a leader-level beast, they might be eaten down to the last crumb. I was just saying, do you think I didn't know that? Wang Shishir glared at her friend. The two laughed and tangled together. You two women are really not elegant at all, Lu Yuya said while applying sunscreen. Bang! At that moment, the bus seemed to hit something, and the front let out a muffled sound. It slowly came to a stop. The principal quickly stood up and asked, "Driver, what happened?" The bus driver turned pale and trembled as he said, "Beasts, there are beasts." "What?" the principal exclaimed, quickly looking out the window. He saw two gigantic strange birds crashing against the bus windows. They opened their massive beaks and strange sounds came from their throats. Their sharp claws struck the windows, leaving huge cracks. The younger and middle grade students inside the bus were in a panic. The older students, having stronger abilities, mostly just showed some nervousness. The accompanying teachers shouted, "It's the two Gale Eagles from Luoyun Mountain. How could they appear here? It must be because of the beast tide at Yunming Lake. A large number of low-level beasts have entered the area and they might have come out to hunt. We just happened to run into them." The principal said with a grim expression. "Stay in the bus and don't move, I will drive them away." He was the only divine ability user in the bus, and as the principal, he had to take on the responsibility of protecting the students. "Principal, be careful," a teacher said. The principal nodded heavily. Just as he was about to get off the bus, Li Chen, who was in the wheelchair, frowned, slowly opened his eyes to look outside, and muttered, "So noisy." The people beside him were at a loss for words. "What time is it, and you still have the mood to sleep?" "Wait a minute, it seems that Li Chen is also a supernatural being." Just as they were processing this information, the next second, bang, bang, rumble, two enormous explosive sounds erupted outside the window. Immediately, a sea of flames ignited. The two Gale Eagles were instantly consumed in the inferno, turning to ashes. Not even a feather was left. Supernatural ability, Scorching Flame Explosion. Unlike a regular flame explosion, which requires manual activation to condense and ignite the fire element energy in the air, the Scorching Flame Explosion can skip this step and directly detonate the fire element energy in the world, producing immense power. Seeing this scene, they were dumbfounded. What is happening?" Several teachers stood frozen, looking outside in terror. A scorching heat wave surged into the bus through the window cracks, causing everyone inside to break into a sweat in no time. Many wore confused expressions. Only Li Chen relaxed his brows and continued to sleep. "This is a fusion supernatural ability, Li Chen. Have you broken through again?" The principal's shocked voice came through. Everyone turned to look at Li Chen. The room fell silent. This terrifying sea of flames was created by Li Chen. But in response, all they heard was Li Chen's faint snoring. Seeing that Li Chen was still sleeping, someone asked incredulously, "Principal, are you sure everything just now was caused by Li Chen?" The principal smiled wryly and said, "But besides Li Chen, is there anyone else here who is a fire attribute supernatural being?" Indeed, apart from Li Chen, there was no one else present who possessed fire attributes. Who else could it be? They looked at Li Chen with a mix of fear and reverence, as if gazing at a war god. A war god sitting in a wheelchair. With a single move, he had annihilated two beasts comparable to supernatural beings. What else could he be but a war god? And Li Chen was only 17. What would he be like at 27? At 27, even if he wasn't a land god, he would surely be a great supernatural being, right? Once Li Chen became famous, they could boast about having been alumni, even classmates, with this top-tier genius. Thinking of this, each of them felt a sense of pride. At that moment, a student suddenly asked, "By the way, Principal, what did you mean by fusion supernatural ability?" A fusion supernatural ability is when two or even multiple supernatural abilities are combined into a brand new one. However, this type of ability is incredibly difficult to practice. Even many great supernatural beings may struggle to develop a few fusion abilities in their lifetime. The principal looked at Li Chen with envy. At this age, the only person he knew who had developed a fusion supernatural ability, aside from those already recorded in history, was Li Chen. "Principal, do you mean that Li Chen is more powerful than many great supernatural beings?" "You could say that. At least in terms of the application of supernatural abilities." The principal praised. Li Chen must have put in a lot of effort into practicing his abilities. After all, fusion of supernatural powers cannot be achieved simply through talent. It also requires a significant amount of time to hone enough experience. Oh my god! They looked at Li Chen with renewed awe. No wonder he sleeps all day. It turns out he works so hard every night. The saying goes, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. Each of them now wished they could slap themselves twice. They only saw Li Chen's surface ease, unaware of how much sweat he had shed and how much hardship he had endured behind the scenes. Li Chen is truly amazing. It's no wonder he's so powerful. He sleeps all day, he must be so tired at night. Such a genius working so hard, how can we keep up? Let's follow Li Chen. When we return to school, I will train for 14 hours every day. I used to think he was also sleeping at night, but now it seems that was just my self-comfort. Watching them move to this extent, Su Xian remained expressionless. In fact, he really wanted to say, "Don't be fooled by my young master's surface ease, he's actually working even harder behind the scenes." But he was afraid of being hit, so he kept quiet. Previously, he, like these people, thought that the reason their young master slept during the day was because he was too tired from practicing at night. It wasn't until a few days ago, when he stayed up several nights in a row, that he completely dismissed this idea. He watched as Li Chen slept from day to night, then from night to day, then again from day to night, and again from night to day. This cycle repeated itself. After the beasts were eliminated, the bus started up again. Before long, the group arrived in the provincial capital and stopped in front of a large hotel. According to the arrangements, they would be staying here for the next few days. However, Li Chen was not. He was staying in a village near Yunmeng Lake. After all, the hotel was too far from the core area, and staying in the village saved more time. To take care of Li Chen, Su Xian also moved into the village, sharing a room with Li Chen as assigned by the military. Don't get the wrong idea. There were 2 beds in the room. By the time Li Chen woke up, it was already evening. After finishing dinner, Su Xian told Li Chen about what had happened that day. Li Chen simply nodded. At that moment, a soldier in camouflage walked in and paused when he saw Li Chen. He then suspiciously asked, "Hello, are you the supporters for this beast tide?" Su Xian nodded. "Why is there a disabled person here?" Although the soldier was puzzled, he continued, "The general wants you to go to the village center square for a meeting. He has something to discuss with you." "Okay, well, go right away." When Su Xian pushed Li Chen to the village center square, it was already crowded with people. These people could be roughly divided into 3 groups. One group consisted of those who had competed in the sports field, talented individuals from various places in Jiangnan province. The second group was soldiers in camouflage uniforms. As for the last group, Su Xian heard from others when he arrived in the village that they seemed to be from other provinces, planning to head to Longjing, but got stuck on the road due to the beast tide. At that moment, an officer in military uniform was speaking on stage. He paused when he saw Li Chen and Su Xian. Then a soldier hurriedly whispered something in his ear, and he suddenly understood. "You must be Li Chen, looking quite impressive, very nice." The officer smiled. "Please enter, the meeting has been going on for a while." "All right." Su Xian nodded and quickly pushed Li Chen into the square, instinctively standing behind the group of Jiangnan province's talents. He hid Li Chen in the crowd, as if afraid of being discovered. To his surprise, aside from a few individuals with abilities, most people had cultivation levels similar to his, all at the high late stage. With Li Chen's arrival, many people turned to look back, as if they had discovered a new continent. The lazy god is here. The lazy god is here. I tell you, the match where the lazy god defeated Fong Hung in the selection was simply divine. That's Li Chen, just as the rumors said, an undeniable slacker. He even arrives in a wheelchair? I suspect he's a fake, and the wheelchair is his true form. It's a pity the teams have already been assigned, otherwise, I would really want to join Li Chen's team. Right, a group of 8 has already been assigned, so doesn't that mean Li Chen is paired with 2 people? Did you forget that among those from other provinces there are still 2 extra people? Lucky for those 2, how annoying. I didn't pay much attention during the competition, but now that I look at Li Chen, he seems quite handsome, just my type. If you like him, go chase after him. I heard Li Chen is still single. Several people whispered among themselves. There were even a few bolder girls who wanted to poke Li Chen's face to see if he was really asleep. Su Xian frowned and quickly stood in front of Li Chen. Only then did they reluctantly pull their hands back. Su Xian glanced helplessly at Li Chen in the wheelchair and sighed, "This guy is still so lazy." Lei Shou Duan Zitao glanced at Li Chen and then looked away. He had originally wanted to spar with Li Chen about lightning abilities, but it seemed that opportunity was lost again. The officer on the stage was speaking loudly, mostly about strategic deployments, urging everyone to be cautious and to unite in combating the beasts. Aside from the strategic talk, most of it was just empty chatter. "Alright, that's enough talk for now, everyone can go back. The beast clearing mission will take place tomorrow. I believe that with our efforts, the beast tide will surely be repelled. Everyone, do your best. Do your best." The crowd in the square shouted in unison. "By the way, Lu Shaoqi and Xiong Jianxiang, you two will follow Li Chen starting today." "Okay." A clear female voice rang out. People gradually dispersed. At that moment, among the group from the outer provinces, a stunning girl and a petite girl began to argue. "Lu Shaoqi, are you crazy? You really want to join that disabled person's team?" The stunning girl exclaimed angrily. The petite girl with a mushroom haircut replied, "But I have nowhere else to go except with him, all the other teams are full." "So what if they're full? Just stay in our team, no one will say anything." "No way, that's against the rules." Lu Shaoqi stubbornly said, "Luna, I know you're looking out for me, but I don't think it will be a problem to go with him. Besides, he just sits in a wheelchair. Who says that someone in a wheelchair is a cripple?" Luna seemed to be amused by the anger, saying, "Who else but a cripple would sit in a wheelchair?" Lu Shaoqi couldn't refute that. At that moment, a person from Jiangnan province overheard their conversation and couldn't help but speak up. Actually, Li Chen is not a cripple, he just sits in a wheelchair because he's lazy. He's a very powerful practitioner. See, even he says so, Lu Shaoqi said. Luna glared at the speaker and said, "You can get lost. You think you can fool me? How interesting. Just lazy? How could there be someone so lazy in this world? If he's not a cripple, then he must have some physical issue or a mental problem. What normal person sits in a wheelchair? Exactly, you Jiangnan people are really something. What normal person would sit in a wheelchair? That Li Chen has been sleeping since he arrived. I bet he's not in good health. What use is someone like that even if they become a practitioner? On the battlefield, they probably wouldn't be as good as us high-level practitioners." Many newcomers to Jiangnan province echoed this sentiment. They looked over at Li Chen, who was being pushed by Su Xian and sleeping soundly, completely disbelieving any talk of him being powerful. After all, he didn't look like a strong person at all. Seeing her so aggressive, the person quickly walked away. He didn't bother to argue. After all, whether Li Chen was strong or not, the truth would be revealed tomorrow. "Luna, calm down." He didn't say anything. Lu Shaoqi quickly said, "Why are you so angry? Do you think I'm angry at him? I'm angry at you, young Miss Lu. But no matter what, the general has ordered me to join Li Chen's team, so I have to go take a look. I'll go with you." "Okay." The two of them approached Li Chen. Su Xian looked at them in confusion and asked, "Who are you two?" Lu Shaoqi flashed a small tiger tooth smile and introduced herself. "Hello, handsome, I'm Lu Shaoqi." "I'm Su Xian." Su Xian looked at Luna, hesitating before speaking. "You are Xiong Jianxiang?" Lu Shaoqi burst out laughing. Luna's face turned green with anger as she shouted, "My name is Luna. Have you ever seen a beautiful girl named Xiong Jianxiang?" "Luna, don't be angry." "He didn't know," Lu Shaoqi quickly said. "The general also said that I should join Li Chen's team with Xiong Jianxiang. Now that Xiong Jianxiang hasn't come, it's normal for him to think of you as Xiong Jianxiang." Luna was even angrier now, pointing at her delicate face and saying, "Me, Xiong Jianxiang, normal?" This made Lu Shaoqi laugh even louder. "I'm sorry, Luna, I really can't help it." Luna glared at her, then looked at Su Xian and Li Chen, saying, "Is he your team leader?" "Team leader?" Su Xian nodded. "Yes, my young master is indeed the team leader." "Young master?" Luna frowned. It seemed that Li Chen's family was not simple. Even a companion was a high-level sorcerer. However, these young masters from big families had tempers that were worse than each other, and she had never liked them. Plus, with Shaoqi being the only one, if the other side wanted to bully her, wouldn't she have no one to help? No! She couldn't let Lu Shaoqi join this team. That Xiong Jianxiang also looked like a man. By then, there would be 3 men in the team and only Lu Shaoqi as the sole woman, which was too passive. Luna looked at Lu Shaoqi and found that the girl seemed unfazed, which made her even angrier. She turned to Su Xian and said, "Can you wake your young master? I have something to discuss with him." She wanted to confirm what kind of person Li Chen really was, so that even if Lu Shaoqi did join this team later, she could feel more at ease. Su Xian shook his head. "No, my young master is resting. Now that Shaoqi is a member of your team, can't I discuss something with your young master as her friend?" Luna asked with a frown. Su Xian thought for a moment and replied, "No, anything can be discussed tomorrow." "Fine." Luna was both angry and amused by his stubbornness, saying, "Since you won't call him, I'll do it myself." As she spoke, she was about to wake Li Chen herself. At that moment, a burst of intense fire elemental energy erupted from Su Xian. "Miss, please don't go too far." Seeing the situation was off, Lu Shaoqi quickly pulled Luna away. "Sorry, handsome, my best friend has a bit of a bad temper. Since we need to discuss it tomorrow, well, come back." The two argued and gradually walked away. "What are you doing? If I don't confirm what kind of person Li Chen is, how can I feel at ease letting you join them? Besides, their team is all men." "Luna, what are you thinking? This is a military district, part of the military. What can they do to me? Besides, I think Li Chen seems like a good person." "You little brat, and you still care about appearances." Watching them leave, Su Xian pushed Li Chen back to where the two of them were staying. Since it was a village, they were temporarily living in a local family's home. The meals were also provided by this family. Of course, the military would also give them a sum of money as compensation. Early the next morning, after feeding Li Chen, Su Xian was about to take him out to clear the beasts according to the military's deployment from yesterday. The two people from yesterday appeared in front of him together. "Hi there, we meet again." Lu Shaoqi greeted with a smile full of youthful energy. Li Chen looked at the two in confusion. Su Xian explained from the side, "According to the military's instructions, clearing the beasts is done in groups of 8. But since we arrived late last night, there were only 2 people left for our group. One is Lu Shaoqi, and the other is Xiong Jianxiang." "Hello, team leader, I'm Lu Shaoqi." Li Chen looked at Luna in disbelief. You are called Xiong Jianxiang? Put. Lu Xiaoqi burst into laughter again. Luna's face darkened. I am Luna. Hello, Captain Li. Where's the promised Xiong Jianxiang? Li Chen looked at Su Xian in confusion. Su Xian shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward to explain. Sister Luna came to accompany me since I'm the only girl in our team. May I ask, Captain, can we let Sister Luna join our team as well? Li Chen nodded, indicating his agreement. Then he continued to sleep. Luna tugged at the corner of her mouth. Was it still too late to withdraw from the team? She asked, are the four of us really going to hunt the exotic beasts together? Su Xian nodded. Yes, it was originally just the two of us. Now that you're here, it's four. But in the end, only the three of us will be doing the work, because my young master won't lift a finger, so please keep that in mind. Lu Xiaoqi nonchalantly nodded. Of course. However, Luna's forehead twitched with a vein popping. She was about to rush over and ask why. Luckily, Lu Xiaoqi caught her just in time. Sister Luna, calm down. You said before that Li Chen is probably not in good health. Just consider it a favor to him. You're driving me crazy. Luna glared at her. The summer sun was high in the sky, blazing hot. Today's temperature was particularly scorching. Li Chen's team was clearing out exotic beasts near a tributary of Yunming Lake. The three of them fought in and out of the water. Although the water helped cool them down, fighting in it was incredibly exhausting, and soon they were all drenched in sweat. Su Xian was particularly noticeable. His ability was fire-based, and water and fire were opposites. Whether fighting on the water or in it, his movements were significantly restricted. Luna waved her delicate hand, and a light sword shot from her palm, easily piercing through the water to strike a beast that was trying to break through the protective net. I'm so tired. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and saw Li Chen not far away, relaxing in the shade of a tree, sound asleep, which made her even angrier. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from exhaustion. There are just too many exotic beasts. It feels like we can't kill them all. Lu Xiaoqi's face was flushed from fatigue, and she simply lay back in the water, floating. Seeing her, Luna's anger flared even more. Now you know what tired feels like. Serves you right. If you hadn't insisted on joining this team, how could we have ended up like this? A team with only 5 people is one thing, but only 3 of us are actually working. One is lying under a tree, and the other hasn't even shown up for ages. Floating in the water, Lu Xiaoqi innocently said, I can't help it if that bear, Jinshan, didn't come. Besides, without the two of us, wouldn't Su Xian be in a terrible situation? He deserves it too. The two of them turned their gazes toward Su Xian, unable to help but admire his perseverance. After all this time, he, a fire-type ability user, was still moving in and out of the water as if nothing was wrong, taking down one exotic beast after another. When counted, it seemed he had killed more beasts than the two of them combined. Fire vortex. Su Xian dove into the water, and a massive flame ignited, forming a vortex that merged with the lake water, making a sizzling sound. Soon, 4 or 5 high-level fish-type exotic beasts floated to the surface, all cooked. What powerful fire abilities! Luna exclaimed. This Su Xian should become an adept in no time. It was such a waste for a genius to be a companion to a cripple. Su Xian, you're amazing. You cooked the fish. Lu Xiaoqi said in surprise. She swam over to Su Xian, tasted the fish floating in the water, and then spat it out. Yuck, it's so bad. This silly girl. The fish had no salt or oil, of course, it wouldn't taste good. Luna silently pulled Lu Xiaoqi away. Su Xian asked, are you tired? If you are, you can go rest on the shore. Together? Luna asked. Su Xian nodded. Under the big tree, the 3 of them sat in a row. Li Chen had woken up at some point, half opening his eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze. So comfortable. Luna glanced at her hair, damp with sweat, feeling a bit of an urge to hit someone. Young master, would you like some water? Su Xian held the water bottle to Li Chen's lips. So it's a case of acting first and reporting later. Li Chen casually took a few sips. You are really good to your young master, Lu Xiaoqi said enviously. I hope that if my health fails in the future, I can meet someone as good as you. My young master is a healthy person. I understand. Lu Xiaoqi's face showed an expression of knowing everything. Why do I feel like you don't understand? Su Xian sighed. He still owed Li Chen several hundred million in medical bills. By the way, Su Xian, how did you get to the core area? Lu Xiaoqi suddenly asked. You are a high-level latest-stage fire element ability practitioner. The restrictions in the core area are too great for you. Logically, you should have been assigned to the inner perimeter, right? I forcibly followed my young master here. Oh, no wonder. Luna, who was nearby, tugged at the corner of her mouth. So if you hadn't forcibly followed, there would only be the 2 of us working in the team, right? She stood up, angrily picked up a branch, and began practicing swordsmanship. Her long hair swayed as the branch made a whooshing sound. The sword technique she practiced was not an attacking sword technique but a body-forging sword technique that could exercise every muscle in her body. So it wasn't long before she was drenched in fragrant sweat. Li Chen quietly watched her, and before long, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is observing the practice of 3 swords of body forging. 6 errors have been found, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. There are quite a few mistakes. Li Chen originally wanted to remind her, but just as he was about to speak, a wave of instinctive fatigue washed over him. Forget it, talking is exhausting. Noticing that Li Chen was staring at her, Luna frowned and asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Li Chen didn't want to speak, but to avoid misunderstandings, he said, "Your sword technique is wrong." Upon hearing this, Luna seemed to have heard a joke and said, "Are you kidding? The 3 swords of body forging she practiced was taught to her by her father a year ago. Since she reached high-level sorcerer status, her physique had been continuously enhanced by this sword technique, surpassing many of her peers. If it were wrong, she would have discovered it long ago. How could she have practiced it until now? If you don't believe it, fine." Li Chen was too lazy to argue with her and continued to sleep. Luna continued, "You say I'm practicing wrong. Do you have any evidence?" Lu Xiaoqi, who was nearby, also didn't quite believe it. She and Luna were classmates when Luna practiced this sword technique before. She had even been praised by their school's principal. Their principal was a latest-stage ability user. If this sword technique were wrong, it should have been discovered long ago. Moreover, Luna had been practicing for over a year, and nothing had happened to her. "Captain, you said Luna's sword technique is wrong. Can you point out where exactly she is wrong? Saying this halfway is really frustrating," Lu Xiaoqi said. Li Chen opened his eyes, sighed, and said, "There are 6 mistakes in total. The first mistake." He briefly explained the first mistake. After hearing it, Luna's first reaction was disbelief. But she also felt that Li Chen had a point. So she tried it out. It turned out that once she tried, she became excited. The speed of her sword swings increased. She was able to exercise even more muscles. Seeing her in a trance, Lu Xiaoqi immediately panicked. "Luna, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" But Luna seemed to be in a frenzy, completely ignoring her words, repeatedly practicing the same sword move according to what Li Chen had just said. "Su Xin, do you know what's happening to Luna?" Lu Xiaoqi asked anxiously. "I'm fine." At that moment, Luna suddenly exhaled. "Then just now, I just had an epiphany," Luna said. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi covered her mouth in disbelief. What the captain just said is true. Although Luna was reluctant to believe it, she still nodded. She looked deeply at Li Chen and asked, "How did you know where I went wrong? Have you practiced the body refinement 3 swords before?" The mistake Li Chen pointed out was not only one she had made, but also one her father had made. Even her grandfather had practiced it incorrectly, creating a family legacy of error. She was unwilling to believe that someone who had never practiced this sword technique could see it at a glance. Li Chen, uninterested in explaining, simply shook his head. "Then how do you know?" Li Chen moved his eyelids slightly. Luna looked confused. Su Xin understood immediately and said, "What the young master means is that he saw it with his eyes." "Su Xin, you really get me." Li Chen gave Su Xin an approving glance. Su Xin raised his head slightly, proud yet reserved. "Luna, what's there to be proud of?" She incredulously said, "This is impossible. How could you see my mistake at a glance if you haven't learned the body refinement 3 swords? Li Chen gave her a look that said believe it or not. Knowing that arguing further was pointless, Luna sighed helplessly and asked, "Then can you tell me the other 5 mistakes?" She was afraid Li Chen would be too lazy to speak, so she continued, "Consider it a reward for me joining your team. I wasn't originally part of your team, and I can leave any time. The team is already short on people. If I leave, the pressure of clearing the beasts will increase again. Right now, almost all the pressure is on Su Xin. Young master, you wouldn't want to see Su Xin so exhausted, would you?" The last sentence felt oddly familiar to Li Chen. After thinking for a moment, he realized she was right. After all, this information wasn't some treasure. Keeping it to himself wouldn't gain him anything. So he pondered for a moment and agreed. A smile appeared at the corner of Luna's mouth. "Surprised? Then tell me." Li Chen briefly mentioned the remaining 5 mistakes. Luna listened carefully. At times her face showed confusion, at other times her brows furrowed, and then she suddenly understood. After Li Chen finished, she immediately picked up the wooden stick to practice again. The sword technique was sharp, and her movements were crisp. It looked many times smoother than before. After practicing the first form, she exhaled deeply and slowly stopped. Her clear eyes looked at Li Chen, now much friendlier than before. She bowed in thanks and said, "Thank you for your guidance." "Oh my god, Captain, you are amazing." Lu Xiaoqi, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed. She looked at Su Xin. Was he always this impressive? Su Xian recalled how Li Chen had taught him to cultivate and nodded. Pretty much. That's really impressive. Lu Shaoqi marveled again, staring intently at Li Chen, wondering what he was thinking. At that moment, Luna said, "We've rested long enough, let's start clearing the beasts." Su Xian took a sip of water and said, "Alright." With that, the three of them entered the water again. Suddenly, a huge mid-level fish beast charged towards Luna. Luna leaped, stepping on the water's surface to gain momentum, and shot out 3 light swords. The beast was instantly riddled with holes. "Sister Luna, you seem much more agile than before," Lu Shaoqi exclaimed. "Is it because of the sword technique just now?" Luna smiled slightly and nodded gently. "The captain is really impressive. If her body holds up, she will definitely become a great practitioner in the future." Lu Shaoqi sighed. Luna also felt a bit regretful and said, "Let's continue killing the beasts, that's their business, and we can't interfere." "Okay." Li Chen sat quietly in his wheelchair, gazing at the sky. Before long, he closed his eyes again and slowly fell asleep. The fire element, seeing its master so lazy, cried out in frustration, "You useless thing. Start working hard." Fire element energy 35. The wood element, influenced by the fire element, began to diligently cultivate, gaining 30 wood element energy. The lightning element, watching its master shed envious tears, was forced to start cultivating under the fire element's beating, gaining 25 lightning element energy. The telekinetic ability, seeing the lightning element being beaten, started to cultivate out of fear, gaining 20 telekinetic energy. TSK, poor lightning element. Li Chen mocked while half asleep. The lightning element felt as if it had taken a ton of critical hits, just as it wanted to stop cultivating. It was beaten again by the fire element, leaving it no choice but to continue. Lightning element energy 45. Time passed quickly as the three of them killed more and more exotic beasts. Soon it was noon. Su Xian pushed Li Chen back to the village, with Luna and Lu Shaoqi following behind. People around kept greeting Li Chen. "Lazy god. Lazy god. Why is the lazy god still sleeping?" Seeing this scene, Lu Shaoqi and Luna were both amazed. Luna said, "I didn't expect your young master to be quite popular." "I told you my young master is a normal person," Su Xian replied. "And he even took first place in the previous selection competition." Luna suddenly remembered what that person had said yesterday. Could it be true? But she felt it was impossible. How could there be someone so lazy in the world? Moreover, half the day had already passed, and Li Chen hadn't even gotten off his wheelchair. He was too lazy to even speak. Relying on Su Xian to bring water to his mouth. He must have been quite impressive before. Although he gave his all to win first place in the competition, he was still taken down by the second place. Luna thought. Suddenly, she felt a bit sorry for Li Chen. Such a genius who could spot the flaws in her swordsmanship with just a glance. Yet for the rest of his life he could only sit in a wheelchair. This must be a huge blow for him. That second place was truly despicable. It was just a competition, yet they resorted to such cruel measures. She suddenly understood why Li Chen, even after sleeping all day, still looked so exhausted. Perhaps it wasn't his body that was tired, but rather his spirit. Seeing her pitiful expression, Su Xian quickly pushed Li Chen away, fearing that his young master would be contaminated. Although his young master was lazy now, his overall expression was still quite normal. Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna curiously and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Luna shook her head and said, "It's nothing. By the way, remember to be careful when speaking in front of Li Chen in the future. I'm afraid he might take it the wrong way." "Oh." Lu Shaoqi nodded, not quite understanding. Suddenly she smiled and said, "By the way, do you want to come to my place for lunch? I researched a new dish yesterday, and I personally think it's pretty good." "Su Xian, are you and the captain going?" "Sure. What about you, Sister Luna?" Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna, only to see her hurriedly fleeing. Why is she suddenly walking so fast? After arriving at Lu Zioki's place, Su Xian finally understood why Luna had run so quickly. "Lunch is ready. Come and taste my cooking," Lu Shaoqi said, holding a large white porcelain bowl. Li Chen wanted to see what good food she had made. But upon seeing the green fish in the bowl and the blue meat in the iron pot nearby, he decisively chose to close his eyes and start snoring. "Li Chen, are you going to eat?" Lu Shaoqi saw that Li Chen had fallen asleep again and felt a bit disappointed. Then she looked at Su Xian with joy and said, "Su Xian, it seems we can only eat together. I'll go serve you some rice." "Wait a moment." Su Xian looked at the fish on the table, his mouth twitching. After sniffing it, his face changed dramatically. He decisively pushed Li Chen away from Lu Zioki's place. "Where are you going?" Lu Shaoqi returned to find Su Xian had already left and hurried to the door, shouting loudly, "We haven't eaten yet. My young master is not well. He has to take medicine every day. I need to go get his medicine now. I'm really sorry. Let's eat together next time." In order not to hurt Lu Zioki's feelings, Su Xian explained. Lu Xiaoqi looked understanding. Okay, captain's health is important, you all go back first. Next time I develop new dishes, I'll call you. It might not be next time. Su Xian walked faster and eventually broke into a run, as if afraid Lu Xiaoqi would catch up. At that moment, Su Xian noticed Li Chen was looking at him with his dead fish eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. From Li Chen's gaze, it was clear he seemed to be saying, which one of us is going to take the medicine? Su Xian said, then shall we go back and continue eating? Li Chen's mouth twitched, choosing to close his eyes. Watching Su Xin's retreating figure, Lu Xiaoqi looked enviously. Su Xian is really good to the captain. The captain seems to be in pretty serious condition. Once the captain finishes the medicine, they definitely won't have time to eat. She looked at the large table of dishes, feeling it would be a waste to throw them away. So she found a few thermal boxes and packed them all up. I should bring them some food. We still have to clean up the exotic beasts in the afternoon. It wouldn't be good if they go hungry. The captain isn't well, so he should eat more. Su Xian can eat normally, and bring some for Sister Luna too. She must have had something to do when she ran off earlier. I really am a kind-hearted person. When it was time to clean up the exotic beasts in the afternoon, the four gathered at the previous water outlet. Just a few hours apart, and there were already quite a few aquatic exotic beasts gathered here. They were forcefully crashing against the protective net placed at the entrance, shaking the large wooden stakes deeply embedded in the ground. Su Xian glanced at the mountain of exotic beast corpses piled up on the water's surface. It seems the military has helped us deal with quite a few. Let's get started, Luna said. Su Xian nodded. Okay. Wait a minute. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqi spoke up. The two looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoqi pulled out 4 lunchboxes from her backpack and said, I saw you leave in such a hurry earlier, you probably haven't eaten yet. I brought you food, so don't be polite. She opened the lunchboxes, revealing blue meat, green fish, black chicken legs, and some unknown food wrapped in cotton candy before the two. Luna's expression changed as she said, no need, I finished eating at my friend's place, these are better left for Su Xian and Li Chen. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Su Xian expectantly. Su Xian quickly jumped into the water and began to clean up the exotic beasts, declaring with righteous fervor, now is task time. How can we engage in matters unrelated to the task? Luna agreed, I think Su Xian is right. Xiaoqi, your awareness still needs improvement. Lu Xiaoqi felt ashamed and said, I was wrong. She placed the thermal boxes under a tree and said, then let's clean up the exotic beasts first, and we can eat during our break. The three entered the water to kill the exotic beasts. Under the tree, Li Chen, who was sleeping, wrinkled his brow at the strange smell. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the strange dishes in the lunchboxes. An idea struck him, and he used his telekinetic ability to throw all the dishes into the water. Then he continued to sleep. A few minutes later, the three cleaning up the exotic beasts quickly noticed something was off. Luna looked at Su Xian and said, did you notice too? It seems like there are a lot fewer low-tier exotic beasts here. What's going on? Su Xian shook his head. At that moment, the two suddenly heard Lu Xiaoqi's exclamation, ah, my thermal boxes. They looked over to see 4 thermal boxes floating in the water not far away. Any low-tier exotic beasts and fish passing near the thermal boxes all took a detour. Luna looked at Lu Xiaoqi with a hint of relief. What did you put in the dishes? Not much, just a simple mix of salt, oil, monosodium glutamate, sesame oil, the powdered innards of a big nylon, the fruit of the green camphor, the roots of fragrant pig grass, the petals of the powdered teeth of the glass snake, the leaves of the flame grass, the flowers of blue marsh grass, white jade mushrooms, the flowers of the powdered reproductive organs of the tooth wolf, and the scale powder of silver fish. Lu Xiaoqi listed over 30 items in one breath. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, those born in water, those growing on land, everything was included. The two exchanged a tacit glance without speaking and continued to clean up the monster beasts. Lu Xiaoqi didn't understand why they ignored her, sadly picking up the 4 thermos boxes floating in the water. What a pity, I can only cook for everyone next time. But how did they fall into the water? She looked curiously at the big tree, clearly that place was still several meters away from the water. By evening, the three were cleaning up the strange beasts. Su Xian suddenly received an order from the military. Li Chen's team, there has been a mutation at Yunmeng Lake. Retreat immediately, retreat immediately. Repeat, there has been a mutation at Yunmeng Lake. Retreat immediately, retreat immediately. The call on the other end hung up. He was about to call Luna and Lu Xiaoqi to come ashore when suddenly a scream came from not far away. There's a leader-level monster in the water. It was Luna. Su Xian looked in her direction and saw a giant snake-like monster suddenly burst out of the water about 100 or 200 meters in front of her, creating waves over 100 meters high. Its eyes were larger than a baby's, and its face was incredibly ferocious. It opened its massive mouth and let out a roar. The water began to erupt with movement. Countless snake-like monsters swam in the water, with a large number of low-level ones, countless mid-level ones, and high-level ones everywhere. Oh no! His heart sank suddenly, and he shouted loudly, "Get to shore!" Luna and Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly made their way to the shore. Su Xian also climbed up, but his shout seemed to have attracted the attention of the monsters. Just as he got ashore, another leader-level monster emerged from the water. It was an octopus-like aquatic beast. Its tentacles shot out like lightning, tightly wrapping around Su Xin's legs, pulling him back into the water. Su Xian desperately grabbed the protective net at the water's edge, trying to break free from its grip. Just when his strength was about to give out, in an instant the sky burned and the sea boiled. At that moment, Duan Zitao and an officer from the military who was a supernatural being were rushing towards the direction where Li Chen was located with a large group of supernatural beings. "Hurry, it's just ahead. We received news that there are a total of 6 areas where the monsters are rioting, including Li Chen's team, Fang Heng's team, Huang Cheng's team. Li Chen's team is just ahead. Let's speed up. Faster." Although the Lazy God was the champion of the previous selection competition, their team only has 4 people. So the likelihood of encountering danger is greater than other teams. "We're almost there, almost there. I see the river. They should be right ahead. All soldiers prepare to follow orders. If we encounter anyone in distress, we will launch a rescue immediately. No matter the risk, no matter the sacrifice." "Yes. I think I see Li Chen, and I also see his 2 teammates. Not good, Li Chen's little companion is in danger." Duan Zitao and the military officer's expressions changed slightly, and they were about to rush in for a rescue. But at that moment, the scene before them suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, creating a spark on the tentacle that was entangling Su Xian. That tentacle was instantly blown apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Bang! 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 Boom! Following that, several more explosions erupted, creating huge heat waves on the river surface. Along with the water vapor, countless low-level, mid-level, and even high-level monsters instantly perished. That snake-like leader-level monster was reduced to minced meat in an instant, consumed by the flames. Following that was the octopus-like monster. All of its tentacles at the same time, blooming with dozens of fiery red flowers of death, both large and small. As the flowers blossomed, they emitted a tremendous explosion and bursts of flames. The octopus was reduced to a pile of minced meat amidst the sound of the explosion, falling from the sky like raindrops, landing on the ground, dripping into the water. At that moment, another leader-level fish beast attempted to break the surface. A dark cloud began to gather in the sky, and a blue lightning bolt suddenly struck from within. The lightning, the size of a baby's arm, unleashed immense energy. Upon hitting the water, that area transformed into an electric lake. Boom! Thunder and lightning. The beast was shattered. Countless other beasts were left with their eyes rolling back in shock from the residual power of the thunder floating up from the water. It was a scene of heaven burning and the sea boiling. Witnessing this, not only Lu Xiaoqi and Luna but even Duan Zitao, military officers, and the ability users they led, all displayed expressions of shock, fear, and disbelief. "Oh my god, did Li Chen do all this? It's terrifying. Can you even call him Li Chen? Call him the Lazy God. With such terrifying power, the Lazy God's fire element must already be at the late stage of divine ability, right? A genius. The Lazy God is a 9 million genius. He's only 17 and has already broken through to the late stage of divine ability. It's infuriating how people can be so different. Those explosions were terrifying. Was that a fusion of divine abilities? No way, even great divine ability users find it extremely difficult to comprehend fusion. I think it is a fusion of divine abilities. What else could unleash such power? The Lazy God truly lives up to being from the Li family, managing to comprehend fusion at such a young age. I've been in the military for many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying genius. Who isn't? The current Li Chen can probably only be compared to the former Flame Emperor. He is very likely to become the second Flame Emperor in the future. No, he is himself. He will definitely carve out a legend that belongs solely to him. The group of ability users discussed animatedly. Even the usually strict military soldiers couldn't help but join in the conversation. The officer chuckled. "Looks like we came here for nothing." Duan Zitao stood frozen, muttering to himself. He actually broke through. Not only has the fire element reached the late stage of divine ability, but even the lightning element has reached the mid-stage, and he has comprehended fusion. I can't compare to him. I can't compare to him. Why do I have to live in the same era as someone like this? It's truly despairing. I clearly wanted to learn a few moves from him, but now it seems unnecessary. Ah! At that moment, Li Chen stood up, stretching lazily with sleepy eyes, then sat back down in his wheelchair. He squinted and said lazily, "I've slept for a whole day, I'm really tired. The entire place fell silent. Many ability users looked at him with expressions of admiration. The lazy god truly lived up to his name. He was just as he had always been, not changing at all. Still as lazy as ever. But they all wished they could be that lazy. Unfortunately, their strength didn't allow it. Even if their strength did, they lacked the talent. Li Chen looked at Su Xian and asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Su Xian shook his head, still looking a bit shaken. Li Chen, you. Luna looked at Li Chen, unable to articulate her words. Lu Xiaoqi asked in surprise, "Captain, are you really a normal person? When did I ever say I wasn't a normal person?" Li Chen's eyes seemed to say, "Then how did you?" Lu Xiaoqi seemed to understand his meaning, glancing at Li Chen's wheelchair. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she turned sharply to look at Su Xian. Su Xian pretended not to know anything and hurriedly pushed Li Chen away. The officer said, "Since the matter is resolved, we will take our leave." "All right," Duan Zitao replied, looking at Li Chen, "Shall we go too?" Li Chen nodded. The three of them walked together on the way back to the village, followed by a crowd behind them. They all came to support Duan Zitao earlier, but they are not members of his team. So now they are returning to the village with Li Chen. At this moment, many of them are feeling a surge of excitement in their hearts, eagerly recounting everything they just witnessed, their faces full of enthusiasm. They occasionally peek ahead at Li Chen, looking like little fans. "That lightning just now was so cool. I almost dropped a 666 right there." "Yeah, I think so too." And that scene with the exploding octopus monster was also really impressive. "I think the coolest part was when Lazy God stood up and stretched. I felt like I was falling in love right then. I almost wanted to jump on him." Pfft, shameless. Jumping on him would just get you burned to ashes by Lazy God. If Lazy God is willing, from today on, you'll only burn for him. So funny. So hilarious. Back near the village. At this moment, Luna saw a few familiar figures. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, when those people saw her, they walked over with mocking smiles. They were her former teammates, 2 men and 1 woman. "Oh, isn't this Luna? How come you look so rough after just 1 day? You left our team just to join this cripple's team? I say, Luna, you didn't fall for this cripple, did you?" A young man with a pockmarked face sneered, "I wonder how big this cripple is." "Too bad, even if he's big. You can only be his automatic gear." Before Luna could say anything, Su Xin's face suddenly darkened. "Huang Zichao, did you stuff your mouth with shit? You smell so bad." Luna said coldly. The pockmarked young man shrugged nonchalantly, "Am I not speaking the truth?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a tall figure appear right in front of him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his groin. Looking down, he saw Su Xin's foot engulfed in flames, slowly retracting back down his leg. Meanwhile, his lower body was already a bloody mess. "My young master is not someone anyone can insult." Su Xin's face was as cold as ice. In that instant, Huang Zichao even doubted that if he weren't in a military jurisdiction, he might have already been killed. "Ah!" Huang Zichao screamed, kneeling on the ground, painfully clutching his lower body, his face contorted in agony. He glared at Su Xian with a fierce expression. "I will kill you. I must kill you. I will make my brother kill you. I'll kill you first." Luna used a sudden step and kicked Huang Zichao in the face. Huang Zichio's face twisted and he flew backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a lot of dust. His face was bruised and blood was streaming from his nose. "Zichao, are you okay? Huang Zichao, are you alright?" The other 2 were caught off guard by this sudden scene. Once they reacted, they hurried over to help Huang Zichao up. But Huang Zichao was too seriously injured to stand, he could only be supported. He shouted in disbelief, "Luna, you actually dared to hit me." Looking at the 2 beside him, "What are you 2 still standing there for? Go catch them." The 2 exchanged glances. They wanted to take action, but they didn't dare. Not to mention that they were no match for Su Xian and Luna. Even the group of ability users from Jiangnan province surrounding Su Xian had ill intentions towards them. Who are they to insult Lazy God like that? They seem to be from another province. Really a bunch of clueless idiots. These 3 seem to be Huang Chang's team members. Huang Chang? Isn't he the mid-stage ability user? Just a mid-stage ability user, I thought he was something special. Lazy God is already a latest-stage ability user. Not to mention his team members, even Huang Chang himself wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of Lazy God. Exactly, they think Lazy God is a cripple. If Lazy God is a cripple, what does that make us? Fools. Let's not even talk about the terrifying power of the Lazy God. Just his identity alone is not something anyone can insult. Fortunately, the Lazy God is lazy and doesn't bother with them. If he had turned into any one of the other 6, those 3 would have been in for a world of hurt today. Keep your voice down, don't wake the Lazy God from his sleep. Speaking of which, with so many people in Jiangnan province, hasn't anyone told these outsiders about the Lazy God's strength? They have, but many don't believe it, thinking we're just bragging. Some even think that when the lazy god fought against Fong Hong, although he came out on top, he was still crippled by Fong Hong. Being crippled is equivalent to being instantly killed by 3 leader-level beasts. The ability users of Jiangnan province whispered among themselves, looking at the 3 with the eyes of spectators. Zichao, why don't we leave first? There are too many of them, we can't fight back. Yeah, and that Li Chen seems pretty formidable too. Hearing their words, Wang Zikio's rationality gradually returned. He snorted coldly and said, let's go find my brother. Luna looked at Li Chen with guilt, then at Su Xin. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's fine, this has nothing to do with you. Sister Luna, wait for me. Lu Shaoqi hurriedly followed. She didn't forget to turn back and wave, see you tomorrow. Okay. Do you need me to bring you breakfast? The breakfast I make is really delicious. No. It's fine. After they left, Su Xian also prepared to push Li Chen back to their place. But at that moment, everyone suddenly noticed 7 people flying towards them from the sky. One of them was being supported by 2 others and looked severely injured. Everyone, look! It seems like there are people in the sky. It looks like the general and the commander. Hiss, but it seems like one of them is injured. The 7 who went deep into the core area to clear the beasts are all great ability users, right? If even this lineup has someone injured, what kind of monster has appeared in this beast tide? I know that injured person. He's the former director of our Jiangnan Province Ability Bureau, a top-tier powerhouse in the late stage of gold element abilities. Although he's old and not as strong as he was at his peak, he's still impressive. I can't believe he got injured. If even a great ability user is injured, I wonder how long this beast tide will last. Who is that person on the far left wearing golden armor and with red hair? Although it might be a bit rude, he really looks so over the top. That's the Golden Saint warrior Li Chen. The lazy god is his brother. He was at the scene during the selection competition. Many people turned to look at Li Chen. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chen had already opened his eyes. The 7 in the sky slowly descended. The injured great ability user was supported and taken into the medical room. Everyone, disperse, don't gather here. Today, we successfully cleared 4 king-level beasts in the depths of the core area. I believe this beast tide will soon recede, the general said to the crowd. The heavy atmosphere brought by the great ability users immediately turned excited. They actually cleared 4 king-level beasts. It seems this beast tide will end soon. 4 king-level beasts. Although it might be a bit rude. Compared to that, the old director's injury doesn't seem so unacceptable. Yeah, one great ability user getting injured in exchange for the fall of 4 king-level beasts is a sacrifice worth making. Li Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Li Chen and walked towards him. Everyone instinctively made way. Meanwhile, at Huang Cheng's place, Huang Zichao said, Bro, hey Race, what happened? I originally wanted to call Luna back to our team, saying she was too tired staying with that Li Chen, but she didn't appreciate it at all and even called people to beat me up. Bro, you have to avenge me. I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. You say there's something wrong with me not wanting her to be in a team with a cripple? How could she treat me like this? Knowing his brother's temperament, Huang Chang looked sternly at the 2 people behind him. Is what he said true? The female team member stammered, unsure how to start. The male team member quickly said, Captain, it's about 8 or 9 out of 10. That Li Chen's little lackey is simply despicable. He actually hit Zichao just to pursue Luna. Huang Chang snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. I want to see who dares to bully my brother Huang Chang like this. Zhang Biao, gather the team, we're leaving. Third brother. Li Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, many people were left stunned. Did he just call that powerful practitioner third brother? Don't you know? Li Chen is the brother of the Golden Saint warrior Li Chen. They are both from the Li family. Moreover, Li Chen is also a Thunderfire practitioner. Not long ago, he won first place in the selection competition in Jiangnan province. So the thing about Li Chen being a cripple, of course it's false. How could the lazy god be a cripple? So he really is lazy, sitting in a wheelchair all the time? Yes. God, I can't believe there are really people this lazy in the world. I didn't believe it at first. Damn it. I was originally in Li Chen's group. If I had known he was from the Li family, I wouldn't have hidden. A tall man, nearly 6 feet, pounded his chest and stomped his feet, almost crying. With the endorsement of the Li family, all sorts of rumors about Li Chen were immediately debunked. Don't call me third brother. Li Chen's face stiffened, his smile more painful than a cry, and he said, Little lazy, I usually treat you well, right? What kind of potion did you give Grandpa that he wants me to give you my lifeline? Lifeline. The people around seemed to have heard some explosive news and turned to look. Li Chen slowly took out 3 talismans, gripping them tightly in his hand. These are what Grandpa asked me to give you. He looked pained. Li Chen took the 3 talismans and put them in his pocket. The crowd began to murmur. What are those? They look like 3 talismans. Isn't that obvious? We want to know what kind of talismans they are. I think I saw something like that online before. It seems to be a swift movement talisman. What, a swift movement talisman, the one said to be equivalent to a top-tier extraordinary treasure? Yes, the appearance and size are exactly the same as what I saw online before. God, I can't believe it's a swift movement talisman. No wonder the Golden Saint Warrior looks so pained. The Lee family treats Lee Chan really well. Yeah, this swift movement talisman is something even top extraordinary practitioners would covet. I didn't expect the Lee family to give Lee Chen one as an ordinary practitioner. An extraordinary practitioner is just an extraordinary practitioner. What do you mean by ordinary? Sorry, I was just making a comparative remark. The lazy god deserves it. Hearing the word swift movement talisman, many people's eyes nearly popped out, enviously saying, after all, this swift movement talisman is no simple matter. It's known as a divine item for escape, instantly teleporting to a place 3,000 miles away with just a thought. In times of danger, one swift movement talisman is equivalent to a life. It's easy to see its value. Moreover, these swift movement talismans are mostly brought out from the 5-star secret realm by top extraordinary practitioners, exhausting their efforts. Except for a few, most would not circulate in the market at all. Even if they do circulate, they are basically priceless. Most of the time, they are worth a lot but hard to find. Just as they were marveling, a harsh voice came from outside. Brother, that kid is Lee Chen. It's his little lackey who beat me up. You must avenge me. Everyone looked outside and saw Huang Chang leading a dozen aggressive extraordinary practitioners coming over. Huang Zichao followed behind, head held high, looking arrogant. What's going on? That seems to be Huang Chang, the second place in the Jiangdong province selection competition. But why is he looking for Lee Chen? Look at their expressions. The newcomers don't mean well. Lee Chen is the one who doesn't mean well. Just now here, Lee Chen's little companion seemed to have beaten up Huang Chang's brother, Huang Zichao. So, Huang Chang is here to take revenge for his brother? What the hell, is he looking for death? Noticing the strange expressions of those around him, Huang Chang, being a mid-level supernatural being, quickly sensed that something was off. When Li Qin walked over, alarm bells rang in his heart. Bro, that guy, the one in the wheelchair, that's Li Chen. But Huang Zichao seemed unaware of what was happening, angrily pointing at Li Chen and shouting. Huang Chung hurriedly picked up a stick from the ground and swung it at him. Ah! Huang Zichio's scream echoed. He looked at Huang Chang with a wronged expression and said, Bro, I called you to teach others a lesson. Why are you hitting me? What's wrong? Li Qin asked with a frown. Huang Chang said with righteous indignation, This senior. My disobedient little brother accidentally offended Captain Li Chen before. I called him here to apologize, but he was disrespectful upon arrival. I couldn't help but hit him. Bro, weren't you just? Huang Zichao was still a bit confused. Not only him, but the group of little brothers behind him also took a moment to process. This was different from the script they had just discussed. Before he could say anything, Huang Cheng swung the stick down again. What did I just say? I want you to apologize. Did you hear that? Bro, stop hitting me. Huang Zichio's scream rang out again. I apologize. You'll go apologize right now. Hurry up. How did I end up with such a disgraceful thing in the Huang family with such strict family rules? Huang Cheng scolded. Huang Zichao quickly rolled and crawled to Li Chen and Su Xian, bowing repeatedly to apologize. I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I'm really sorry. It was all my big mouth. Please forgive me, two esteemed adults. Seeing this, Huang Cheng smiled and said, This senior, it's all good now. Li Qin frowned and said, Your way of educating him is not right. You must be gentle with juniors. Yes. Huang Chung hurriedly replied, Next time I educate him, I will definitely be gentler. The little brothers exchanged glances, and after a moment of realization, they understood. No wonder he was the big brother, while they were the little brothers. The difference was evident here. By the way, Xiaolan, this is what Grandpa asked me to give you. It's really strange. This dragon and tiger body refining technique can only be cultivated after mastering supernatural powers. Why is he giving it to you now? You think, could it be that he's getting old and confused? Third brother, I recorded it. Damn, I will never return to the Li family in this lifetime. That night, when Li Chen was sleeping, his body emitted the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. Fire Element said it wants to be the most dazzling cub. Starting to cultivate Fire Element Energy 40. Thunder Element didn't want to cultivate, but after being beaten by Fire Element, reluctantly started to cultivate Thunder Element Energy 30. Wood Element shouted, Stop hitting, while starting to cultivate Wood Element Energy 40. Telekinesis ability trembled nearby, cautiously starting to cultivate Telekinesis Energy 20. The dragon and tiger body refining technique sighed, lamenting how chaotic the circle is, and began to cultivate Host's body and spirit 20 due to the abnormal beast tide. All tasks to clear the beasts were temporarily suspended. As for when they would start again, it was still unknown. However, before that, everyone could move freely, whether they wanted to leave the village or stay. Early the next morning, a soldier arrived at the place where Li Chen and Su Xian were staying. He delivered a small box and chatted briefly with Su Xian before leaving. After the soldier left, Su Xian opened the box and took a look. Discovering it contained 3 low-level fire attribute. It should be the military, rewarding the tasks assigned these days. However, since the tasks are semi-voluntary, the rewards aren't much. Just a token gesture. In the room, Li Chen woke from his dreams. He waved his hand, and the kettle on the table nearby automatically poured a cup of water. The cup flew to Li Chen's lips, and after he finished drinking, it returned to its original place as if an invisible maid was serving him. Having telekinetic abilities is great, Li Chen sighed. He floated up, and his clothes automatically dressed him. Then he drifted towards the bathroom. Towels, toothbrushes, and combs began to move on their own. A few minutes later, he finished washing up, and everything returned to its original position. Li Chen floated down slowly above his wheelchair and settled into a comfortable position. Back in the room, Su Xian saw that everything was ready for Li Chen and felt extremely incredulous. She had only been gone for a short while, and her young master had managed to handle all these daily matters by himself. Is this still Li Chen? Su Xian looked around until she spotted a mole behind Li Chen's ear, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed her young master. What are you looking at? Li Chen asked with his eyes. Nothing, just feeling like the sun has risen in the west, Su Xian replied with a smile. Li Chen gave her a look that said, do you look down on me, and lay back down again. Outside, an elderly voice called out, Xiao Su, Xiao Li, it's time to eat. Okay, Grandma. Su Xian responded loudly. She hurriedly nudged Li Chen in the wheelchair. Young master, wake up, it's time to eat. The family they were staying with had a matriarch named Granny Yu, whose husband had passed away a few years ago, and her children all worked in the city. Fortunately, she was still quite healthy. Now she lived with her little grandson, the two of them in the house. The addition of Li Chen and Su Xian brought a lot of vitality to their home, mainly due to Su Xian, which is why she was very warm towards both of them. Su Xian pushed Li Chen to the dining table. Granny Yu smiled at the two of them and said, today I made braised fish, I wonder if you like it. We love it, as long as it's made by Grandma, Su Xian praised. After eating your cooking, I feel like everything I ate before was a waste. She picked up a piece of fish and enjoyed it heartily. You child, always talking nonsense, Granny Yu scolded, but her face was beaming with joy. She looked at Li Chen. Xiao Li, you should eat too. How about trying Grandma's cooking? Young master, let me feed you, Su Xian said, putting down her chopsticks. No need, I can do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the chopsticks on the table began to move on their own. Picking up a piece of fish and placing it in Li Chen's mouth. Li Chen smiled and said, delicious. The three of them showed shocked expressions. Young master, you. Don't be so surprised, I awakened a few days ago, Su Xian said, wearing an expression of no wonder you were so diligent this morning. Granny Yu, don't be scared, this is telekinetic ability, a type of ability beyond elemental and physical systems. Granny Yu suddenly understood and said, I know about this. When I was young, someone awakened at school and I envied them for several days. After finishing the meal, Su Xian volunteered to wash the dishes. When she returned, she heard a child's crying. I told you I can't do it. Grandma, I don't want to learn abilities anymore. It was Granny Yu's grandson, Zhu Xiaohu. Grandma, what's wrong? Granny Yu sighed and said, it's this little rascal. I tried to teach him to communicate with the elemental energy in his body. But he just can't learn. It's driving me crazy. You say he's going to be in 3rd grade next year. What if he still can't awaken his abilities? Are you sure his ability is elemental? Su Xian asked as she pushed Li Chen forward. If it's not elemental, there won't be any elemental energy in his body. Of course it's elemental, Granny Yu said. Last time my son came back, he took him for a test and he was the strongest in lightning elements. She said this with a proud expression, but soon he became dejected again. By the way, Xiao Su, how did you awaken your abilities back then? Su Xian didn't know how to start. He had awakened his abilities at a young age. However, his family was afraid he would hurt himself with his powers, so they only officially allowed him to begin training when he was 7 or 8. How about you let Xiaohu try to communicate with the elemental energy in front of me and see if there are any issues? Okay, Grandma Yu quickly said. Looking at her crying grandson beside her, Xiaohu, did you hear that? Hurry up and try, let Uncle Su teach you. Grandma, I'm only 18. Although Zhu Xiaohu was reluctant, he still sat cross-legged. Following the method taught in school for awakening abilities, he began to communicate with the elemental energy within him. After a moment, he opened his eyes in disappointment and looked at his grandmother. Grandma, I still can't sense any elemental energy. Detected that someone in front of the host is attempting to awaken abilities. 3 errors have occurred. The system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. The ability awakener has a congenital heart deviation. Suggestion. Error 2. Error 3. This shouldn't be the case. Grandma Yu sighed. Su Xin also frowned. It seems there are no errors. Why is the awakening unsuccessful? At that moment, Li Chen suddenly spoke up. Grandma, does Xiao Wu have a congenital heart deviation? Xiao Li, how do you know that? Grandma Yu looked at him in surprise. Li Chen simply explained, the awakening of abilities mainly communicates with elemental energy through the heart. If the heart is deviated, it is naturally impossible to awaken abilities using the normal method. As he spoke, a chopstick floated over. It tapped Zhu Xiaohu a few times before returning to its original position. Have Xiaohu try to communicate again according to these positions. Grandma Yu looked at Su Xin. Su Xin nodded and said, it really is like that. Zhu Xiaohu sat cross-legged again, and after a moment he looked at his grandmother with ecstatic joy. Grandma, I made contact. I saw the elemental energy. Really? Grandma Yu also beamed with joy. Gratefully, she said, thank you so much, really thank you. If it weren't for you, my Xiaohu would probably. Grandma Yu, you don't have to say that. This is what we should do. We've been living here for so long. We should be thanking you instead. The peaceful days passed like this for 2 days. 2 days later, the military orders came down again. The previous groupings were all cancelled, and everyone was to head to the core area together to clear out the beasts. Early in the morning, Su Xian pushed Li Chen to the lakeside. Everyone jumped into the water, starting to clear out the beasts along the large lake. Along the way, Li Chen saw many familiar figures. The hunters he had seen a few days ago, Duan Zitao, as well as Wu Tianxi, Su Wanyue, and others. Many people began to discuss when they saw Li Chen. Li Chen is here, Li Chen is here. That's Li Chen, he doesn't look like much. What do you mean he doesn't look like much? He's just low-key. I heard he killed 3 leader-level beasts the other day. His 3? Oh my, that's terrifying. Leader-level beasts are comparable to ability users at the Divine Passage realm, but beasts are much stronger than ability users. Yeah. Our captain teamed up with another squad and after a long fight, they only managed to kill 1 leader-level beast. He killed 3 directly. Is he even human? Isn't that just bragging? You try bragging and see? If 10 people believe you, you'll be impressed. And Li Chen is from the Li family. A few days ago, the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin even gave Li Chen a few teleportation talismans. Hiss, teleportation talismans, the Li family is too generous, right? I can only see what teleportation talismans look like online. Huang Zichao looked at Li Chen in the wheelchair with disgust. Huang Cheng directly slapped him. What are you scheming again? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you absolutely cannot provoke. Li Chen's strength is still questionable, but the fact that he is Li Qin's younger brother is already set in stone. If he wants to deal with you, even if your father intervenes, he won't be able to protect you. Brother, I understand. What happened? Did your brother get into trouble again? A young man approached, speaking in a teasing tone. He was also a supernatural being, named by you, and had a good relationship with Huang Chang. They were from the same province and the same school. No, it's still the same old issue. The same old issue? Huang Cheng nodded and said he had a conflict with Su Xian and Lu Na from Li Chen's team before. Lu Na? Isn't she from your team? She was at first, but later she followed her friend Lu Xiaoqi and went to Li Chen's team. This kid got into a conflict with Su Xian because of this, and it seems the insults were quite harsh. Your brother is quite lucky, huh? Baiyu said in surprise, I heard that a few days ago Li Chen directly killed 3 leader-level beasts. His strength is probably already at the late stage of a supernatural being. If he had acted then. Hearing this, Huang Cheng felt a surge of unnamed anger and beat Huang Zichao again. Brother, why are you hitting me again? You deserve it. Su Xian ignited a vortex of flames in the water. Steam hissed up as a high-level beast was burned through, creating a large hole. Luna looked over in surprise and said, Su Xian, it seems your strength has increased quite a bit since we last met. It's all thanks to the young master's guidance, Su Xian replied. Over the past 2 days, Li Chen had taught him a lot, greatly enhancing his strength. He believed that in another half-month he would be able to enter the realm of supernatural beings. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi looked enviously. Is the captain still looking for a study buddy? Luna quickly pulled her away and said, Do you want to be hunted down by the Li family? Why would the Li family hunt me down? Su Xian, you must often cook for Li Chen, right? Su Xian nodded. Luna showed an expression of isn't that obvious. Lu Xiaoqi retorted, I feel like my cooking is quite good. To avoid gossip, Li Chen directly jumped into the water and floated on the surface to sleep. Occasionally, He would kill a few beasts, leaving those nearby dumbfounded. At that moment, chaos suddenly erupted ahead. Large groups of people swam towards the shore. What happened? What's going on? Someone asked urgently. No one answered, but when they saw a ferocious crocodile with blood continuously dripping from its neck swimming towards them, they were all horrified. Not good, that's an injured king-level beast. How did it get here? It seems to be the one that escaped from the core area over 10 days ago. I didn't expect it to be hiding in a cave by the lake. Everyone, run! Who is that on the water? He's actually floating and sleeping. That seems to be Li Chen. Not good, it's coming. The lazy god is in danger. Everyone, don't worry, Li Chen will be fine. After everyone reached the lake surface, they stared intently at Li Chen on the water. Suddenly, a giant crocodile leaped into the air, creating towering waves, and swallowed Li Chen whole. Su Xin's face turned pale, feeling dizzy. Almost fainting. Fortunately, Lu Shaoqi and Lu Na caught him in time. Watching Li Chen perish in the belly of the beast, many people began to discuss. The lazy god was eaten by a beast? This is impossible, the lazy god is invincible, how could he be eaten by a beast? This can't be true, I must be seeing things. What's impossible about it? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? The lazy god is indeed powerful, but after all, it is a king level, a true master of great abilities. One who often walks by the river, how can they not get their shoes wet? In the end, the lazy god still. Su Xian sat on the ground, murmuring to herself, this is impossible, how could the young master possibly? Lu Shaoqi and Luna also wore expressions of disbelief. Su Xian, take it easy, after all, it is a king level. Su Xian, we should hurry to find the captain's third brother, we might still be able to find the body. Su Xian seemed not to hear. Sitting on the ground like a statue. No matter how they called out, there was no response. Wu Liuqi, Duan Zitao, and others couldn't help but show a sense of sorrow for the dead rabbit and the grieving fox. Duan Zitao murmured, indeed, even a genius like Li Chen can die. Wu Liuqi sighed, holding his sword, his gaze dim, what a pity, we didn't even get to fight. Only Fang Han looked incredulous, saying, Li Chen, is he really dead? He knew far more than the others, including the fact that Li Chen was already a wood-type master of great abilities. Huang Zichao felt a bit of schadenfreude, but soon after, he received a beating from his older brother. Brother, why are you hitting me again? You think about it yourself. Huang Chang said irritably, nearly driven to death by his younger brother. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. It was the army's commander, the Golden Saint fighter Li Qin, and the head of the Jiangnan Special Department. 3 powerful masters of great abilities. Many people rushed over. Where's the giant crocodile? Li Qin asked. It's gone. No one died, right? The commander asked. Although the giant crocodile was a king level, it had been beaten to the brink of death before. Its internal organs were already shattered, and its mobility was greatly restricted. Moreover, the core area was quite a distance from the outskirts. If they had noticed its arrival in time, they should have been able to escape entirely. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A bad premonition rose in the hearts of the 3, and they hesitated to speak. The commander quickly asked, what's wrong? Everyone looked at the Golden Saint fighter Li Qin. What's wrong? Just say it. Mr. Li Chen, he was eaten by the giant crocodile. What? Li Qin's face immediately darkened, saying, how is this possible? His strength was already infinitely close to that of a master of great abilities. He was eaten while floating on the water, sleeping, the person answered, bracing himself. Upon hearing this, the other 2 had strange expressions. Just as they were about to comfort Li Qin, they saw that he had already soared into the sky, flying towards the lake. It seems Li Chen's death has hit him hard. Sigh, the blood ties of the Li family are the strongest among all the great families. Get ready, our Jiangnan province may not receive assistance from the Li family for the next few years. But let's find Li Chen's body first. Although his death was a bit strange, he sacrificed himself for our Jiangnan province. The 2 also flew into the air. Just as they were about to search for the giant crocodile together, a huge explosion suddenly echoed from the lake. Boom! Following that, a giant crocodile flew out of the water, crashing towards the shore in a parabolic arc. Seeing this scene, the 3 in the air were stunned. Then, they looked down in disbelief, for they actually saw a tiny figure where the giant crocodile had emerged. Really, can't I even get a peaceful sleep? Li Chen rubbed his eyes and flew towards the shore. It's Li Chen, the 2 said in disbelief. Li Qin let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Chen return, many felt as if they had just woken from a dream, rubbing their eyes. It's Li Chen, he's not dead? Great, the lazy god isn't dead? Heavens, that giant crocodile is a king level. The lazy god, he actually killed a king level. Hiss. I told you the lazy god couldn't possibly be dead, but you didn't believe me. Not only is he not dead, but he also killed a king level beast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Many people marveled at the corpse of the giant crocodile. Only Li Chen frowned, as if he had discovered something within the giant crocodile's body. His mind stirred. A thin thread flew from the crocodile's head into his hand. A thread? Li Chen touched the thread, feeling it was extraordinarily strange. Although it was thin, its texture was very hard and it was impervious to water and fire. If he hadn't been swallowed by the giant crocodile and gotten tangled up, he might not have noticed it. At that moment, Li Chen saw Su Xian rushing towards him. Standing in front of him, Su Xian incredulously pinched his face, confirming he was real before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "What are you doing? Young master, I'm so glad you're okay." Li Chen put the thread into his pocket, patted his shoulder, and gave him a look. Su Xian understood. He lifted Li Chen and placed him back in the wheelchair. Looking at his haggard appearance, Li Chen couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, they'll be more careful next time." "What should I be worried about? Whether you live or die is none of my business." At that moment, the commander, Li Chen, and the head of the special department returned. They glanced at the giant crocodile's corpse on the ground, looking at Li Chen as if he were a monster. It should be noted that although this giant crocodile was severely injured, it was still a king-level beast. And this king-level beast had actually died at the hands of a young man with abilities. Who would believe that? Commander Jiang Nan scrutinized Li Chen and after a moment of silence, said, "Kid, you're a monster, aren't you?" Head of the special department, Jiang, clicked his tongue in amazement, saying, "Incredible, incredible, you're even more terrifying than your brother." Li Chen looked at the monster, then at Li Chen, and the previous gloom lifted completely. He smiled broadly. He looked at Commander Jiang Nan and the head of the special department. The two seemed to know what he was about to say and helplessly said, "Got it. Let Li Chen take it." "Justice, partner? I think bandit is more like it. It took me quite a bit of effort to injure this thing. As if I didn't put in any effort back then." Li Chen approached the giant crocodile, punched through its heart, and pulled out a blue crystal core, tossing it to Li Chen. "Little lazy, catch." Seeing the crystal core, many people showed expressions of envy and jealousy. "Oh my god, it's a beast core from a king-level beast. If this thing were sold, it could easily fetch tens of millions. Moreover, this thing is an extremely precious cultivation resource. After processing, the energy in the beast core can be used by ability users." Hiss, the energy of a king-level beast, wouldn't this send you straight to the heavens? So awesome. The lazy god is invincible. Li Chen is really lucky. You call that luck? Why don't you let this king-level beast swallow you and see what happens? Opportunities are for those with strength. Without strength, you can't seize them. That said, Li Chen is truly terrifying. If an ordinary person were bitten by a king-level beast, they'd be dead in an instant. He didn't even suffer a scratch. The corpse of the beast was taken away by the military. The cleanup task continued. However, this time, to avoid any further accidents, the military specifically left two powerful ability users at the periphery of the core area to help everyone clean up the beast. Looking at the giant beast's corpse being removed, everyone had a clearer understanding of Li Chen. That is, invincible. Looking at Li Chen, who was now sound asleep on the shore, those who previously thought he was just being lazy quietly closed their mouths. After all, he had killed a king-level beast. Wasn't that enough? If you think he's just being lazy, why don't you go kill one and see? Don't even mention an injured one, even a dead one could crush a person to death in the evening after dinner. Once Su Xian fell asleep, Li Chen once again took the thin thread in his hand to examine it. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding dong, detected that the host has obtained a top-tier control-type treasure, soul thread, automatically devouring. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening control-type abilities. Hearing this voice, Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. A control-type treasure. This thread is a control-type treasure? Before he could feel joy, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in Li Chen's mind. That is, this beast tide was artificially induced. Someone had controlled these king-level beasts and then used them to launch the beast tide. Otherwise, how could the soul thread be explained? It couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere, right? No, for the safety of Jiangnan province, I must verify my thoughts. Li Chen's expression was serious. He activated his mental power ability and controlled himself to fly deeper into the core area. About 4 hours later, he reached a spot in the depths of the core area where the water's surface was covered with countless mines and the blood of exotic beasts. 2 early king-level exotic beasts fell at Li Chen's hands. This was also thanks to the wood element ability, which naturally restrained these water attribute beasts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to handle them in such a short time. Li Chen took out the beast cores from their bodies and indeed found the same soul thread inside them. Control-type ability happily devouring soul thread. Control-type energy 100. Control-type ability happily devouring soul thread. Control-type energy 100. Only 100 added? It seems the soul thread isn't complete. But who is controlling these exotic beasts? What is the reason for controlling the beasts to incite the beast tide? Regardless, the mastermind behind this must be a ruthless person or even an organization? Normal people wouldn't do such things. If it weren't for Jiangnan province having sufficient military strength and power, who knows how many people would die from such a beast tide. It was almost dawn. After hunting another exotic beast and taking a soul thread as a sample, he returned to his residence. When dawn broke, before Li Chen even opened his eyes, Su Xian had already finished preparing for him. The first thing Li Chen did upon opening his eyes was to look at Su Xian. "Take me to see the general." "What?" Su Xian was taken aback, feeling like she had misheard. What was the point of going to see the general? However, she seemed to sense something unusual in her young master's tone. It was a rare seriousness. In the early morning, at Yunmeng Lake, deep in the core area, a strange puppet floated on the water's surface. It was the size of a baby's arm, dressed in a neat black suit, with a black cloth covering its eyes. Its expression was stiff, with a twisted and eerie face. Upon encountering a king-level exotic beast, it suddenly expanded rapidly to the size of an adult. It reached into the beast's head, touched it a couple of times, and then revealed a surprised and eerie expression. It then approached the corpses of two other king-level exotic beasts and repeated the previous actions. Its expression remained surprised and eerie. After being frozen in place for a moment, it slightly opened its mouth and let out a few chilling laughs. "Not good, ha ha, I've been discovered. Not good, ha ha ha, I've been discovered. The captain's plan is going to fail, not good, ha ha ha." After laughing, its size quickly shrank back down, transforming into a small puppet again, flowing downstream. As it passed by an island in the middle of the lake, it was picked up by a man dressed in a clown costume, with an exaggerated smile and a big red nose. "Gone? Don't worry. The plan is already halfway done." The puppet continued to emit that chilling laughter. "Ha ha, Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Puppeteer, you know I prefer others to call me clown." "Ha ha, clown, clown. Go find everything that was lost. Ha ha ha. I laugh at your mother." The clown directly threw the puppet away like trash. Because the village has limited housing, it is impossible for everyone to have assigned rooms. So, except for the awakened supernatural beings who came to provide support, all the soldiers are basically stationed in the camp outside the village. As the highest commander of the army, General Xiang is no exception. As soon as Li Chen approached the camp, he was stopped by a group of soldiers. "Halt! This is a military area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." We are here to see General Xiang," Su Xian explained. "Do you have identification?" The soldier hesitated and asked. Su Xian shook his head. "No." "Do you have an appointment?" The soldier asked again. Su Xian shook his head once more. The soldiers' faces turned serious again, saying, "Sorry, this is a military area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." "Young master." Su Xian looked at Li Chen in the wheelchair with difficulty. Li Chen opened his eyes and said, "What if we are looking for the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin?" "Looking for Mr. Li Qin?" A soldier asked in confusion. "What do you want with him?" "He is my brother, and I want to discuss something important with him." "The brother of the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise and doubt as they looked at Li Chen. Since the beast tide began, they had been stationed here, guarding the camp without leaving an inch. The military discipline is strict, and different units rarely talk to each other, even if they do. It's usually not about trivial matters. So it was normal for them not to recognize Li Chen. "Are you really Mr. Li Qin's brother?" the commanding officer questioned, scrutinizing Li Chen from head to toe. He wanted to find similar features between the two through observation. He continued, "Mr. Li Qin has red hair, and Mr. Li Qin's brother Li Qingyan also has red hair. Why don't you?" Li Qingyang had recently been to the Jiangnan military district. So this officer had met Li Qingyan not long ago. In Longwa, there are not many people born with red hair, especially those who are also supernatural beings. So both Li Qin and Li Qingyang left a deep impression on him. But after looking for a while, aside from feeling that Li Chen's face resembled Li Qin's a bit and that they shared the same gender, there weren't many similarities. Red hair. Li Chen felt a headache upon hearing this and silently closed his eyes. Beside him, Su Xian said, "My young master's name is Li Chen. He is the youngest son of the Li family patriarch, Li Qin's brother, and also the grandson of the Flame Emperor. You can verify this. As for the red hair, you might not believe it, but everyone in the Li family dyes their hair, including the Flame Emperor." All died. The officer's mouth twitched. After a moment of silence, he said, "Sorry, we currently do not have the means to verify your identities, so we cannot let you in. However, you can tell me what you need, and when the general returns, I will relay your message." "Return?" Li Chen frowned and said, "Are you saying that the general and my brother are not currently in the military camp?" The officer did not speak again. Li Chen already understood what he meant, nodded, and said, Suxian, let's go back. After watching the two leave, a soldier suddenly said, a few days ago, I heard about a young man named Li Chen who killed 3 leader-level beasts in one go. It can't be him, right? What? 3 leader level? How is that possible? He must be bragging. Absolutely true. By the way, I think I heard while eating that the king-level beast corpse that was taken away not long ago was also killed by a young man named Li Chen. Impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be fake. Even if he is powerful, he is just a supernatural being. How could he kill a king-level beast? It's true, that king-level beast was severely injured by the general and then ran away, and it was later killed by Li Chen. Hiss, that's terrifying. Are all the people from the Li family freaks? Although that king-level beast was injured, it is still a king-level. The soldiers were buzzing with discussion. They had killed 3 commander-level beasts in an instant. They had taken down a severely injured king-level beast. Hearing their conversation, the officer's heart jolted. Once he regained his composure, he quickly shot them a glare. What are you all so noisy about? Don't you know discipline? You all won't be having lunch today after the shift change. You'll do 50,000 squats. After the meal, the cleaning tasks continued. After yesterday's incident, many people harbored fear towards Li Chen. Even Huang Zichao dared not gossip anymore. Upon seeing Li Chen's team, he turned and walked away, not daring to show any expression. Thanks to Li Chen, Suxian, and the others had a much easier day ahead. No matter what they did, there were people around to assist them. It was a joyful atmosphere. Only one person was the exception. Behind a large tree, Xiong Jianxiong watched Li Chen pounding his chest in frustration. Damn it, I clearly came first. That night, Li Chen checked around. Li Qin and the general still had not returned. Seeing the master being lazy for another day, the fire element was very angry and beat up the lightning element before starting to train hard. Fire element energy 45. The lightning element was training when it was innocently beaten up by the fire element. It cried while training. Lightning element energy 35. The wood element stood up for the lightning element and beat up the fire element before happily starting to train. Wood element energy 40. The telekinesis ability watched the fire element with glee. After being beaten up by the fire element, it began to train. Telekinesis energy 15. To avoid being beaten up, the dragon and tiger body refining technique hid away to start training. Host's body and soul 25. The control ability watched everyone so vigorous and began to tremble in a corner while starting to train. Control energy 10. Your control ability sorcerer's cultivation has been upgraded to early intermediate stage. That night, Li Chen was sleeping. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound coming from outside the window. He opened his eyes to see that the glass of the window had shattered everywhere. A strange little puppet was sitting by the window, looking at him. The puppet smiled slightly at Li Chen. Then Li Chen felt as if something had grabbed his body, pulling him out of the window. The puppet flew out alongside him. Li Chen used his telekinesis ability to stabilize himself. The puppet, however, fell into the hands of a much larger puppet. It was a big wooden puppet, adult-sized. It had its back to Li Chen, dressed in a neat black suit, wearing a black top hat, with a black cloth blindfold over its eyes. What is this strange thing? Li Chen looked at it warily. Its head suddenly turned 180, revealing a bizarre smile towards Li Chen. Haha, hello there, friend, I am the puppeteer. It seems you have something of mine? What could it be? Li Chen took out the magic soul thread. The puppet continued to smile. That's right, it's that. Friend, return it to me and I will leave immediately. It is very important to me. This thing can't be the culprit controlling the beast tide, can it? What if I don't? What? The puppet asked, continuing to laugh. Ha, then die. With the sound of thunder, countless trees shot up from the ground. The puppet leaped into the air, shooting dozens of thin threads from its hands. Each thread, upon touching a tree, caused those trees to transform into large wooden puppets charging towards Li Chen. A master of wood and control abilities? Li Chen's mind stirred. Fiery inferno. Intense fire element energy gathered. Boom! The explosion sounded, and those trees immediately turned into a sea of flames. The puppet in the air continued to manipulate the thin threads in its hands. Those trees moved again, charging towards Li Chen. Even if their hands, feet, and heads were burned away, they could still move like immortal warriors. It seemed that only by dealing with that puppet could he make these tree people stop. Li Chen looked at the puppet, the wood element rapidly condensing around it. Imu Jin Tian. Countless vines instantly grew wildly, lunging at the puppet in the air. The puppet's mouth slightly opened, revealing a look of surprise. With a tug of the fine thread in its hand, all the tree men were instantly pulled to its front, forming a massive defensive shield that blocked Li Chen's attack. It slowly descended from the air and looked at Li Chen, saying in astonishment, "Ha, unfamiliar with system divine power user, who are you? You don't seem to be from Jiangnan province? Can't it see me?" Li Chen gazed at the puppet before him, its eyes covered with a black cloth, and after a moment of contemplation, he blurted out, "My name is Mu Quebec Honorable Mr. Mouquet, thank you for telling me your name. We shall meet again if fate allows." The puppet quickly shrank and flew off into the distance, disappearing into the darkness. "Let me introduce myself, I am the puppeteer from the Dark Moon Circus." Dark Moon Circus? One of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Association? Isn't there already a black coffin here? How could they appear in this place? What is their purpose in controlling these king-level to incite a beast tide? Li Chen frowned slightly. Logically speaking, if there is already an evil force in the area, other evil forces would not recklessly intervene. Moreover, they all have the same powerful backer, the Spirit Energy Association, a group of madmen mixed up with. Watching the lights around him flicker on and the army approaching in the distance, Li Chen used a thought to flip back onto his bed and began to sleep soundly. Downstream of Yunming Lake, Huxin Island, Lake Dream Resort. A very famous exclusive sanctuary. The beast tide had previously brought a massive influx of visitors, but now it was deserted. The popularity had plummeted. At this moment, only one circus remained lit. After leaving the village, the puppeteer flew into the circus tent. The circus was bustling. The animal trainer was entertaining his big lion, the magician was playing with his cards, and the tightrope walker was walking the wire. Meanwhile, the clown, as the circus leader, was entertaining his strange guest, a child. A little boy around 6 or 7 years old, wearing a skull necklace. His eyes were clear, and he was engrossed in a book titled 120 Types of Torture in the Ancient Dragon Kingdom. He resembled the ideal child from a neighbor's family, the kind who loves to read and is well behaved. "Little monster, have you thought it over? Now that you have severed ties with the Spirit Energy Association, only my Dark Moon Circus can help you. As long as you help me complete this task, I am willing to give you a black coffin, 1 holy relic, and 2 semi-holy relics," the clown said in a tempting tone. The little boy seemed not to hear, continuing to read his book. "What's so interesting about a broken book? Illiterates are like this." The little boy looked up at him, showing a look of disdain. "Are you going to help or not? Although I am a bad child, I am also a principled bad child. To be honest, clown, I don't really like you, and I don't really like the Spirit Energy Association either." The little boy closed the book and said, "You spend all day with those monsters. Be careful, one day you might turn into a monster yourself." "Impossible, that can't happen." "Why not? You just haven't noticed it. You have no principles left, do you? As if you have those things." The clown scoffed. The little boy laughed. "Of course I do, I never kill good children." "That's easy to say." The clown said, "You're just a little monster who enjoys tormenting children. Say what you want. Are you going to help or not? 1 holy relic, 3 semi-holy relics, and one of them must be of the dark type. Deal." With a wave of the clown's hand, a pitch-black ring appeared in the little boy's hand. The ring was covered in blood-red mysterious runes, looking peculiar and eerie. If one listened closely, they could even hear sharp wails occasionally emanating from the ring. "This is the blood-dark ghost ring. I believe it can greatly heal your injuries." "Thank you." The little boy put on the ring and instantly looked much more spirited. "Leave the matter of finding the Hanjiang secret realm to me. But this is the last time I help you. I really don't like hanging out with you bugs from the Spirit Ability Association. But I heard that you are out there doing bad things under the banner of the Spirit Ability Association every day. Who doesn't like to throw dirt on others?" The boy chuckled, and the eyes of the skull necklace around his neck glowed with a blood-red light. At that moment, the puppeteer approached the clown and whispered a few words in a strange, crying laugh. The clown frowned slightly after listening. "Failed? A wood element great ability user? Didn't I send those guys away? Where's the wood element great ability user?" "Ha ha," he said, "his name is Mouquet, the captain. Call me clown." The clown said irritably, "Mouquet? I didn't expect that old thing to still be around." Upon hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but snicker. "What's wrong with you?" The clown looked at him. The little boy replied, "It's nothing, just can't help it." "Is he not Mouquet?" The clown asked suspiciously. "Do you know who he is? When did a new great ability user emerge in Jiangnan province?" "I have no obligation to tell you about this. But I can tell you that I hold a big secret, and if I reveal it, those alien races behind you might be overjoyed." "What secret?" the clown asked curiously. "I won't tell you." The little boy laughed, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and got up to leave the circus. As he walked away, everyone in the circus stopped what they were doing. "Clown, why don't we just kill this traitor? He's just a severely weakened terrestrial immortal. Killing him would surely please the adults," the beast tamer couldn't help but say, a greedy expression on his face. "He might not be wrong." The clown turned to look at the beast tamer, a hint of sadness on his face. "I remember you didn't join the circus to please anyone. The rapid growth of power has made you, and even me, forget who we are." But soon he laughed again. However, I believe it won't be long before we can break free from those guys' control. The next day, Li Chen woke up early and heard the discussions outside. So terrifying. Who are these two great ability users? I don't know, but judging by the commotion, they should be two wood element great ability users. But I saw flames last night. That means one of them also possesses fire element abilities. So scary. Feel that vine. It's so hard and big. If it were to be thrust hard, it could kill someone, right? Yeah, I feel like even top-tier great ability users wouldn't be able to withstand a hit from that vine. Feel that branches remains. It even has poison on it. Oh no, Joe Cun fainted after touching that branch. It really is poisonous. I just said that casually. Didn't the great ability users from the village leave yesterday? Who is this wood element great ability user? I guess it's that sweeper. He acts all mysterious every day. Definitely one of those reclusive experts. I guess it's the village chief. He goes to Widow Liu's house every day. That Widow Liu must be a great villain. The village chief has sacrificed too much for the village. Do you have a grudge against the village chief? You'd be better off guessing Lazy God. Li Chen lives so close to the battlefield. It can't be Lazy God. He's only 17. Are you crazy? Sigh, if only Lazy God were a girl. Stop dreaming. Even if she were a girl, she wouldn't look at you. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Su Xian pushed Li Chen as they strolled along the road. Young master, today we continue to look for General Xiang. Li Chen rubbed his temples, feeling that he hadn't slept well all night after the fight he had last night. It was psychological, not physical. Young master, let me help you with a massage, Su Xian said, activating the massage mode of the wheelchair and pushing Li Chen towards the military district. Today, since General Xiang and the others were all at the military camp, they only gave a brief report and the soldiers let them pass. The generals are in the conference room. You can go in directly. Okay, thank you. As Li Chen reached the door of the conference room, he heard the noisy discussions coming from inside. I am certain that there is at least one powerful ability user hidden in the village, and this ability user is of the wood element. Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. I have been stationed here for 30 years and have never seen any unfamiliar wood element ability user. Then can you explain what happened during last night's battle? Also, we found 3 corpses of king beasts deep in the core area, all of which died at the hands of a wood element ability user. One person fought against 3 king beasts. This person must at least be a mid-stage ability user, and they might be quite old. You've only been here for 30 years, so it's normal not to recognize them. Why must it be a wood element ability user? Can't it be another type? What if they just have a wood attribute item? Regardless, they must be a very kind senior. If it weren't for their help last night, this place might have been littered with corpses. Who was the one who ambushed the village last night? What was their purpose? At this moment, everyone noticed Su Xian and Li Chen standing at the door and quieted down. Is that Xiaolan? General Xiang said kindly, you can come in. Su Xian pushed Li Chen into the conference room. Li Chen scanned the room and found that his third brother was not there. Xiaolan, did you come to see me for something? General, I have something to hand over to you. What is it? Li Chen took out the magic soul silk from his pocket and placed it in General Xiang's hand. I found this a few days ago on the corpse of that king level. Upon seeing the magic soul silk, everyone in the conference room fell silent. General Jiang Nan slammed the table and said, Dark Moon Circus, puppeteer, those bastards. Damn bastards. These scoundrels are joking with the lives of over 100 million people in Jiangsan province. They are truly beasts. What is this? A confused military officer asked. General Xiang explained, this is magic soul silk, one of the 5 branches of spiritual energy, a weapon used by the puppeteer of the Dark Moon Circus. It is a control-type relic. Once implanted in the brain, the puppeteer can briefly control the body of a person or beast through it. General Xiang, are you saying that the Dark Moon Circus used this to incite the beast tide? Chief Jiang of the Special Department asked. General Xiang nodded, then shook his head. I'm afraid there is more than just this item. King level are not so easily controlled. Another officer asked, but isn't the Dark Moon Circus in the north? How did they suddenly come here? I might know why they came, said the old director of the Jiangnan Ability Bureau. He stood up and patted Li Chen's shoulder firmly. Kid, on behalf of the hundreds of millions of citizens of Jiangsan province, thank you. You've helped us a lot. For what? Even General Xiang looked curiously at the old director. The old director pondered for a moment and solemnly uttered 4 words. Cold River Secret Realm. Cold River Secret Realm? What kind of secret realm is this? Why have I never heard of it? Me too, I've never heard of it at all. Does our Jiangnan province have this secret realm? What is special about this secret realm? Everyone discussed, curiously looking at the old director. This matter was originally confidential, but now that this has happened, it doesn't really matter if we talk about it. The old director sighed and said, "The Hanjiang Secret Realm is a secret place discovered in Jiangnan province over 500 years ago, hidden deep within Yunmeng Lake. According to a guess by a powerful figure at the Earth Immortal level at that time, this secret realm may contain a tremendous secret." A tremendous secret. Everyone gasped in shock. It should be noted that the old director is a well-known master of great abilities. For something to be described by him as a tremendous secret, it is certainly not simple. "What secret?" Director Jiang asked. The old director shook his head. "I don't know either. This is what my teacher told me before he passed away. He also said that if one could grasp the secret within, even an ordinary person could become a powerful figure at the Earth Immortal level within 3 years. Hiss! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They felt as if their minds went blank. To enable an ordinary person to achieve Earth Immortal status in 3 years. What does that even mean? It should be known that among the entire human race, there are only a few dozen powerful figures at the Earth Immortal level. Moreover, most of them are ancient monsters. Living fossils that have existed for who knows how long. For example, the ancestor of the Qing family, Mu Huan, was already a renowned master over 300 years ago. 3 years equating to someone else's 300 years. No one dared to even think about it. But old director, if such a terrifying secret realm really exists, it should have been excavated long ago, right? General Xiang asked. Indeed. If such a good thing truly existed, it should have been excavated as soon as it was discovered. How could it still be the case that the Dark Moon Circus is now coveting it? You don't know this. According to my teacher, this secret realm is actually in a sealed state. To break the seal requires a massive amount of energy. Even if it requires a massive amount of energy, it shouldn't have taken this long to open it, right? The chief couldn't help but ask. I haven't finished speaking yet. The old director continued. In addition to being in a sealed state, it is also in a state of random movement, fluctuating unpredictably. It changes its position from time to time. My teacher learned this from his teacher, so he doesn't remember it very clearly. However, I can roughly guess that the first group of people who discovered the Hanjiang secret realm actually wanted to open it. But before they could, the secret realm disappeared on its own. Everyone knows that Yunmeng Lake connects to the sea, and at the deepest part of the lake, there are 2 royal level. So for safety's sake, that group of people chose to keep the news of the secret realm under wraps, intending to leave it for future generations to explore. But this sealing lasted for hundreds of years. After hearing the old director's words, everyone looked serious. If such a terrifying secret realm fell into the hands of the Spirit Energy Association, the consequences would be unimaginable. The chief of Jiangnan said solemnly, "A month ago, I received news that an elder from the Spirit Energy Association obtained a blood attribute relic from an alien race which can absorb blood to gain powerful strength. It seems they plan to use this item to open the Hanjiang secret realm. But isn't the secret realm's location unpredictable? How will they find the Hanjiang secret realm?" General Xiang asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a name involuntarily rose in the hearts of all the great masters present, except for Li Chen. The Black Coffin, the High Priest. It seems the Dark Moon Circus intends to join forces with the Black Coffin. But hasn't the Black Coffin already been deemed a traitor by the Spirit Energy Association? Even if it's a traitor, the High Priest's master is also from the Spirit Energy Association. If the Spirit Energy Association is willing to pay a price, the High Priest might cooperate with them. And don't forget, the High Priest is currently in a severely injured state and urgently needs resources to recover. The only one who can help the Spirit Energy Association is the High Priest. Everyone knows how powerful the blood puppet is, the old director sighed. The urgent task now is to stop the cleaning of the. We absolutely cannot let the schemes of the succeed. Holy blood puppet? Upon hearing these 4 words, Li Chen's heart tightened. He couldn't help but ask, what does holy blood puppet mean? The several powerful practitioners exchanged glances. Finally, the old director said, this is not a secret. It's fine to tell you. You should know that the sacred relic of Thief Blood Moon Holy Grail has 1 mother cup and 10 subcups. The subcups can plant holy blood, while the mother cup can plant holy blood and remove it. Li Chen nodded. His brother had told him about this before. He had also heard some rumors. The 5 branches of each branch's leader is incredibly powerful, at least possessing the strength of a latest-age powerful practitioner. The allows them freedom and is not afraid of their independence because these 5 leaders, besides being leaders and owners of the Dark Moon subcups, have also been planted with holy blood by the Dark Moon Mother Cup and are controlled by the Dark Moon Holy Grail. At this point, the old director paused. Li Chen remained silent, knowing the old director would continue. The old director looked at Li Chen, seemingly waiting for him to ask, why would the high priest, being controlled, still betray thee? However, after waiting for a long time, he did not hear Li Chen ask, With no choice, he continued, as for the reason the high priest betrayed thee later, it was because he broke free from the control of the holy blood, completely took control of the dark moon subcup, and even broke through to the land immortal realm. The high priest is a powerful being in the land immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He had fought with the high priest before, and the other party showed no signs of being a land immortal at all. The old director continued, later, to prevent the high priest from causing harm, 3 powerful beings at the land immortal level pursued him and severely injured him. It was at that time that everyone learned of the existence of the holy blood puppet. After the dark moon subcup was controlled by the high priest, it mutated and became a brand new dark moon holy grail. Besides being able to control the holy blood possessors, it can also seize the bodies of the holy blood possessors, grant them power, and share senses with them. The high priest was actually killed at that time. He later revived thanks to the Holy Grail. However, judging by his current state, the restrictions should be significant. If he were killed again, he probably wouldn't be able to revive by seizing a body. This holy blood should be like other holy blood. As long as it is suppressed continuously, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. Now, Su Xian still had holy blood in his body. It would be terrible if one day he were seized by the high priest. The old director nodded. Theoretically, it should be like that. That's good. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But why are you asking this? According to your nature, shouldn't you be too lazy to care about these things? The old director asked with a smile, looking like a kind old grandfather. Even lazy people have curiosity. The old director nodded in agreement, looking at the powerful practitioners and high-ranking military officials around him. Then let's start taking action now. We absolutely cannot let these schemes succeed. General Xiang, Chief Jiang, Special Section Chief Jiang, and others all nodded. Leaving the conference room, Su Xian pushed Li Chen to follow them. Along the way, many officers expressed their gratitude to Li Chen, and he simply nodded in response. Arriving by the lake, everyone looked at Li Chen surrounded by a group of officers and powerful practitioners, their faces showing shock. What's going on? What major event happened? Why are there so many people here? Damn, how did the lazy god end up here? As expected of the lazy god, to be lazy, he even mixed into the command group. He has reached the highest realm of laziness. But why are there so many powerful practitioners? Could it be that something really big has happened? I also think it might be a big deal. Why do you say that? Tell me, did you see it on the faces of those powerful beings? They are always serious and rigid. Look at Li Chen, he hasn't slept. He's actually keeping his eyes open. Can't you see that? Logically speaking, the god of laziness should be hiding and sleeping at this time. Yet he has been sitting here all day, and all the eating and drinking has been taken care of by Su Xian. General Xiang scanned the area and said loudly, all personnel, starting today, cease the beast clearing tasks. From now on, the clearing task is changed to a defense task. The task is to try to block the beasts at the water's edge without killing them. If it is necessary to kill a beast, after killing it, throw the corpse onto the shore, do not discard it in the water. Remember, the key point is not to throw the beast's corpse into the water. Remember, the key point is not to throw the beast's corpse into the water. Although it was just words, the voice was like thunder, and basically everyone could hear it. As soon as this was said, everyone began to discuss among themselves. It seems something serious has happened. Why can't the beast's corpse be thrown into the water? I don't know, but since the higher-ups said so, there must be a reason. We just need to follow the rules. True. But if that's the case, the god of laziness can't take action. If his fire element explodes in the water, all the beasts will be shattered, and we won't be able to collect them. Did you all hear that clearly? General Xiang asked loudly. Heard clearly. Everyone replied loudly. Good, I know some people are not here, so I would appreciate it if you could relay what I just said to each other. Yes. At that moment, a wind element practitioner hurriedly flew over from the distant lake surface, looking terrified. What's wrong? Not good, General Xiang. 5 king-level beasts are coming from deep in the core area. What? How is that possible? How could they arrive so quickly? I just checked the beast detection instrument and it clearly showed that there were no beasts near the riverbank. Isn't the Golden Saint fighting in the core area? How could the beasts possibly get in? There were originally 6, but he held one back, so there are still 5. Everyone's faces turned pale and they rushed towards the shore. At that moment, a winged monster fish dozens of meters long burst out of the water and lunged towards the shore. Its tail whipped, creating towering waves that crashed towards the shore like a landslide. Everyone, don't get close to the lake, retreat. You go block the beasts in the tributary, leave the ones by the lake to us. General Xiang shouted. He soared into the air and kicked the fish. Boom! The monster fish flew backward and crashed heavily into the water. Bang! Immediately after, another massive beast charged out of the water. It was a gigantic crocodile. Its face was fierce, its eyes as big as an adult's head, with exposed fangs, and its tail seemed to weigh thousands of pounds, creating a huge pit when it slammed down. Old Xiang, don't kick that crocodile back into the water, let's take it down together. Director Jian laughed loudly. Alright. General Xiang nodded. The two surged forward. The other 4 king-level beasts climbed ashore, and the 5 powerful practitioners engaged in a fierce battle. At that moment, the old director suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to General Xiang, General, leave this to us, you quickly go tell Li Qin that the corpse of that king-level beast must not be thrown into the water. Okay. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, General Xiang nodded. Just as he was about to fly towards Yunming Lake, a young man in golden armor with bright red hair slowly descended in front of them. Everyone's expressions changed. Li Qin curiously asked, what's with your expressions? Aren't you welcoming me, the son of justice, back? The giant crocodile lunged at him. Boom! Flames erupted from his body, and with one punch he slammed the giant crocodile back into the water. Everyone's expressions changed again. Li Qin? General Xiang couldn't help but quickly explain the situation regarding the Hanjiang secret realm to him. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Qin immediately plunged into the water. He ignored the giant crocodile and rushed towards the place where he had previously killed that king-level beast. But it was too late. By the time he reached the spot where he had slain the king-level beast, it had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, those pesky bugs. Li Qin couldn't help but curse. When he returned to the shore, all 5 king-level beasts had been killed. The battle on land was different from that in the water. In the water attribute beasts had a natural advantage. The overwhelming water elements and their unique racial traits allowed water attribute beasts to unleash top-tier destructive power in the water. However, once they reached the shore, their advantages would be significantly diminished, with their strength dropping by at least 30%. So naturally, they wouldn't be a match for General Xiang and the others. Everyone's gaze turned to Li Qin. With a grim expression, Li Qin shook his head. The bodies are gone. If they're gone, then they're gone. We just need to take care of these 5 bodies, General Xiang said. What had happened had already occurred, no amount of talking would change that. They could only focus on what they could do now. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a strange laugh echoed. I'm just afraid you won't even be able to keep these 5 bodies safe. Who is it? Everyone looked towards the lake. They saw a small wooden boat with a puppet sitting on it. It had a black cloth over its eyes, was the size of an adult, and held a fishing rod as if it were fishing. A puppeteer. The name appeared in everyone's mind simultaneously. Be careful, the Dark Moon Circus people are here, the old director said in a deep voice. The puppeteer lightly flicked the fishing rod, and a beast's corpse immediately began to move, almost being dragged into the water. General Xiang quickly pulled it back. General Xiang, long time no see, a strange voice laughed. Everyone looked ahead and saw 6 people dressed in bizarre outfits who had appeared on the lake at some point. Their auras were strange and powerful, each possessing the strength of a great practitioner. Each person had odd makeup on their faces. They looked less like a group of great practitioners and more like a circus troupe. Magicians, animal tamers, tightrope walkers, clowns. The battle between the 2 sides was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, the puppeteer revealed a strange smile. With a gentle flick of the fishing rod, dozens of thin lines shot towards the practitioners on the shore. At this moment, Li Chen was in a wheelchair, half asleep and half repenting. He recalled his recent actions and sighed. Have I been too diligent these days? I wasn't like this when I was at home. Damn, if Li Chen is diligent, then what should we call him? Let's just call him Li Qin. No, I must be even lazier in the future. He knew that danger was approaching, but he was too lazy to move. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. The fire element is very angry at the master for being so lazy and has taken action on its own. The wood element is very angry at the master for being so lazy and has taken action on its own. The lightning element is very angry at the master for being so lazy and has taken action on its own. The telekinesis ability is very angry at the master for being so lazy and has taken action on its own. The control ability is very angry at the master for being so lazy and has taken action on its own. In an instant, the fire element began to surge, flames erupted fiercely, and explosions sounded from all directions. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder brewed within them, with bolts the size of a baby's arm striking down as if they needed no energy. Countless vines shot up from the ground, blocking the thin wires coming this way. Scorching fire blasts. Lightning strikes. Wood element barrier. The 3 great abilities activated on their own. The situation turned in an instant. After repelling those thin lines, the 3 elements charged towards the Dark Moon Circus people. Seeing this scene, not only the Dark Moon Circus but even Li Chen's 3rd brother Li Qin, General Xiang, and others looked at Li Chen with expressions of terror. As for Su Xian, who was beside Li Chen, she even forgot to breathe, feeling a blankness in her mind. Impossible. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? How could the young master be a great supernatural being? Those supernatural beings had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit a large egg inside. The puppeteer on the ship, seeing his fine threads blocked, forgot to retract them. He stared intently at Li Chen. After a moment of thought, a strange smile appeared on his face as he loudly said, "Ha ha, Muke, we meet again." He looked at the clown. "Captain, he is the wood-type supernatural being from a few days ago." Everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts, including Li Chen himself. When Li Chen wanted to retract all these supernatural powers, it was already too late. The fire element and wood element were wildly spilling out. The lightning element was striking everywhere as if it had no regard for energy. The number of strikes on the fire element was several times greater than those on other places. "General Xiang, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. A 17-year-old supernatural being, interesting, quite interesting." The clown laughed loudly. His eyes became incredibly sharp and his tone suddenly turned cold. "But you don't think a little brat can stop the grand plans of my Dark Moon Circus, do you? Puppeteer." "Ha ha ha, I heard you, Captain." The puppeteer leaped up loudly, removing the hat from his head to reveal a thick mane of black hair. Immediately, this black hair began to grow wildly, rushing towards the shore. We also knew what was happening. General Xiang and the others glanced at Li Chen, and without time to think further, various energies erupted from their bodies. The momentum of the supernatural beings was unmistakable. But those black hairs did not attack them. Instead, part of them rushed towards the corpses of the 5 exotic beasts on the ground. When the black hair touched these exotic beasts, they seemed to come back to life, moving again. Some of them then charged towards those supernatural beings. General Xiang and the others couldn't care less and quickly operated their supernatural powers to resist these black hairs. But upon contact, they realized that these were not black hairs at all, but a bunch of black threads. Each one was incredibly hard, impervious to water and fire. When Li Chen's fire element saw that it couldn't burn these black hairs, it did not return to Li Chen's body. Instead, it turned around and fought with the lightning element in the sky. They were striking each other with fire and lightning. Sensing that the energy within him was rapidly depleting, Li Chen lazily closed his eyes. "Forget it, I won't care anymore. I'm tired." But then, he felt his body moving on its own. It was actually controlling the supernatural powers and telekinesis. Li Chen initially wanted to resist a bit. But then he thought, it seemed unnecessary. He let them be. After the wood element and General Xiang joined forces to protect the group of supernatural beings, those supernatural beings quickly retreated. The people from the Black Coffin originally wanted to pursue, but immediately heard the clown's voice. "The secret realm is about to open." They exchanged glances, and their energies erupted. Boom! After a clash with General Xiang and the others, they quickly retreated. The exotic beasts on the ground had already disappeared. General Xiang and the others hurriedly chased after them. Li Chen followed closely behind while sleeping. The fire element and lightning element were still fighting. However, the lightning element, due to its insufficient strength, was clearly no match for the fire element and was slightly at a disadvantage. After seeing that Li Chen was gone, they paused for a moment and then chased after him. The lightning element even struck at the fire element, venting its grievances. The fire element, turning its flames into a fist, smashed the dark clouds carrying the lightning element, sending it flying. The two elements continued to follow behind Li Chen, each taking turns to strike. Li Chen had already entered dreamland. Li Chen occasionally looked back at his brother, feeling a bit strange. He always felt that Li Chen seemed to be asleep. Then he self-deprecatingly smiled. How could he be sleeping while flying? At the same time, he felt a secret shock. This younger brother of mine really hides deep enough. Besides the wood element of the great supernatural being, he has even awakened telekinetic abilities. No wonder Grandpa asked me to give him the teleportation talisman before. Such talent should indeed be valued by the family. Looking at the empty wheelchair, Su Xian sighed with worry. Lu Shaoqi, seeing Su Xin's dejected expression, couldn't help but say, "Su Xian, don't worry about the captain. He's so powerful, he will definitely be fine. Who is worried about him?" Su Xian replied, "I'm just happy he's gone. Finally, I don't have to serve anyone anymore." "Then why were you staring at the wheelchair just now? Why aren't you talking? Are you hungry? I made buns." The group arrived at the center of the big lake. A child stood on the water's surface, gazing into the depths of the lake, his eyes shimmering with a deep red light. Noticing the arrival of the group, the child blinked. "You finally came. Did you find the entrance to the secret realm?" the clown asked, then looked at the puppeteer. The puppeteer scratched his head, and the 5 strange beasts thudded into the water, submerged by the lake. Then a beam of blood light rose from the lake, and the corpses of the 5 strange beasts quickly turned into mummies. A smile appeared at the corner of the clown's mouth. The energy is full, lead the way, little monster. The child nodded, his lively eyes turning to Li Chen, who was flying over, and said, little friend, we meet again. But Li Chen had already fallen asleep and didn't hear his words. How rude. The child chuckled and jumped into the water. The members of the Dark Moon Circus followed closely behind. Should we follow too? Director Jiang looked at General Xiang and the others. The secret realm might have already opened. We can't let them take advantage. General Xiang snorted coldly and jumped in as well. Following him were General Jiang Nan, the old director, and others. Li Qin retracted the fire element from his body and took out a bead of unknown origin, crushing it. A transparent defensive shield appeared around him, and he glanced worriedly at Li Chen. Thinking of him being a great supernatural being with the wood element naturally restraining water attribute abilities, he jumped in as well. Li Chen followed closely behind him. Looking at the bottomless lake, the fire element trembled a few times and quickly burrowed back into Li Chen's body. The lightning element flaunted its power a few times before entering the water as well. The moment it hit the water, Li Chen was instantly awakened. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a bottomless expanse of water. The surrounding water was separated by controlled abilities. Li Chen looked bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? But upon seeing Li Qin in front of him, Li Chen immediately felt relieved. Just then, he was shocked again. He turned back to glare at the lightning element, which quickly burrowed back into his body in fright. Li Chen yawned and continued to sleep. Soon, the system's voice rang out. The fire element saw the suddenly returning lightning element and gave it a beating. This time, the lightning element decided not to be cowardly anymore and fought back in anger. The fire element hit the lightning element even harder. The lightning element was completely defeated. Dragon and tiger body refining technique glanced at the two of them, shifted position, and continued to cultivate your physique 20. The group kept weaving through the water. Eventually, they stopped in front of a massive stone door. This stone door was dozens of meters tall, made of a peculiar material with ancient and strange runes carved on it. It looked like writing from another world. The runes flickered with a blue light, emanating a terrifying chill. With each flicker, everyone felt as if they were plunging into a 1,000-mile ice abyss, even their blood gradually freezing. Is this the entrance to the Cold River secret realm? The clown exclaimed with joy. Boom! At that moment, everyone felt a nearby mountain move. A tremendous pressure rushed toward them. Everyone's heart sank in unison, because this was not a mountain at all but a terrifying and gigantic strange beast. A royal-level strange beast. Everyone's minds went blank. The clown hurriedly urged the power within him. A blood-red orb suddenly crashed into the stone door. Crack! A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted and the surrounding water began to churn. Under the influence of this immense power, the stone door, which had seemed unbreakable, was forced open just a small crack. It was ajar, but not fully open. Just a little. Oh no! Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the royal-level beast, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The clown struck the stone door with his palm. The waves surged violently, but the door showed no reaction, only swaying slightly. Yet, it was this slight movement that gave him hope. He turned to General Xiang and his subordinates behind him and said, General Xiang, you don't want to be completely wiped out at the bottom of this lake, do you? General Xiang and the others exchanged glances and nodded. General Jiangnan snorted coldly, they'll spare your life for now. As if you could kill us, the beast tamer mocked. Alright, now it's a matter of survival, the clown said to everyone, let's work together. As his words fell, a tremendous energy surged forth. Everyone's power erupted simultaneously, as if the very fabric of space was about to tear apart, and the lake water surged violently. This undoubtedly startled the royal-level beast nearby. It opened its enormous eyes, glaring angrily at the group. It slightly parted its mouth, and a massive suction force suddenly erupted. A giant abyssal maw appeared before them. Everyone's faces changed drastically just as they thought they were about to die. Li Chen was still asleep. Damn it, when did this kid fall asleep? Doesn't he care about his life? The tightrope walker from the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but curse. Forget about him. Push harder. The door is about to open. The clown shouted. General Jiangnan wanted to curse as well, but seeing Li Qin beside him, he ultimately held his tongue. At this point, what was the use of cursing? After all, he couldn't hear it. Feeling the suction growing stronger, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their bodies were being uncontrollably pulled backward, and they were about to be sucked into the giant beast's maw. In that instant, boom! The door suddenly opened. Great, the door is open. Not good, that royal-level beast is starting to move, everyone hurry inside. What kind of beast is this? I can't even see its full form. It looks like an old turtle that has lived in this lake for thousands of years. Thousands of years, this. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, using all their strength to dive inside. The terrifying aura of the beast even made them forget that the enemy was right beside them. Li Qin slapped Li Chen awake and pulled him in. "You reckless brat, what are you doing sleeping at a time like this?" Li Chen was jolted awake and, seeing the beast behind him, his eyelids twitched slightly. The wood element divine ability activated instantly. A massive vine wrapped around the two of them, pulling them out of the secret realm. Just as the secret realm's door was about to close, the puppeteer walked up to the clown and kicked him out. The members of the Dark Moon Circus watched this scene without surprise, as if they had known he would do this all along. The clown was completely stunned. The puppeteer looked at him with a strange smile. "Leader, the highest realm of control is to toy with people's hearts. You." The clown didn't have time to respond before being swallowed whole by the giant turtle. The door slowly closed. The high priest watched this scene with some surprise, but not unexpected. He muttered to himself with a smile, "I warned him, staying with monsters for too long, be careful not to become a monster yourself." The high priest glanced at the members of the Dark Moon Circus at the entrance of the secret realm and said, "Clearly, you have all turned into monsters. Ha! To be called a monster by you is our greatest honor," the puppeteer said with a stiff and eerie smile. "But be careful, you might die in the secret realm." He glanced at General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others, "You all too. Especially you, little friend Mu Quebec." The puppeteer took one last look at Li Chen. "When did you become Mu K?" Li Qin looked at Li Chen in confusion, finding this guy. He had unknowingly fallen asleep again. He felt a bit restless. At that moment, the high priest approached and placed a small blood pill in Li Chen's hand. "What do you want to do?" Li Qin and the others looked at him warily. "Don't misunderstand, this is an antidote." "Antidote?" General Xiang and the others looked confused. "What antidote?" Li Qin seemed to have a deeper understanding. "Isn't little Su Xin affected by the holy blood? This is naturally the antidote to the holy blood. When did you become so kind-hearted?" "I've always been this kind-hearted." A hint of innocent smile appeared on the high priest's youthful face. "Everyone, we will meet again later." Li Qin sniffed and felt there was no problem, so he stuffed the antidote into Li Chen's pocket. They were currently in a freezing tunnel. The tunnel was filled with a chilling air, and ahead were several separate tunnels. Each tunnel represented a person, and once someone entered, the tunnel would automatically close. After discussing for a bit, General Xiang and the others each chose a tunnel to enter. Li Qin looked at Li Chen, intending to pull him into the same tunnel. However, as they approached the tunnel, an air wall blocked them. At the same time, an ethereal voice echoed in their minds. "Welcome to the Water God Palace. Each tunnel can only be accessed by one trialist." Upon hearing this voice, Li Qin's hand itched again. Just as he was about to wake Li Chen up with a slap like before, Li Chen opened his eyes on his own. "Brother, I'll take that one, you go into this one. Then be careful. You too." Watching Li Qin enter the tunnel, Li Chen rubbed his eyes and sat down to sleep again. The fire element sees you being so lazy, furious, and starts to practice hard. Fire element energy 50. The thunder element sees the fire element being beaten, laughs heartily, and begins to practice seriously. Thunder element energy 50. The wood element sees the fire element only knowing how to rage impotently, beats the fire element up, and starts to practice peacefully. Wood element energy 50. Seeing you being so lazy, the telekinesis ability and control ability help you make a choice. Immediately, Li Chen's body began to move on its own, drifting towards the remaining tunnel. The tunnel closed automatically. Li Chen kept drifting forward until he stopped in front of a small ice house. The telekinesis ability pushed the door open, revealing an empty ice house, except for a small mat on the ground. Once Li Chen sat on the mat, the ethereal voice echoed again. "Wind is movement, water is stillness. Welcome trialists, to the first challenge of the Water God Palace. Entering stillness, sit quietly on the mat, and for every day after 30 days, you will receive generous rewards. The flow of time in the challenge is different from the outside world, so you don't need to worry about time passing too long. Due to the special nature of the Water God Palace, you will not experience any discomfort while sitting still. Only enduring long periods of solitude. During the stillness, you cannot move your body. Once you move, you cannot re-enter stillness. If you end the stillness within 30 days, it will be considered a failure. Failure result, erasure." Hearing the voice of the spirit of the secret realm, everyone felt a surge of joy. Generous rewards? Just by sitting for a while, there are generous rewards. It seems this trip was worth it. Although the sitting time is a bit long, it's still worth a try. At this moment, whether it was the Dark Moon Circus people or General Xiang and the others, they all began to roll up their sleeves. But when they heard the last part, their hearts sank. Erasure? Are you kidding me? Erasure? Are you crazy? Just sitting still, is such a cruel punishment really necessary? Inside the ice house, the beast tamer frowned slightly. However, he didn't say much. After all, this was the rule of the secret realm, and it couldn't be changed just because he disagreed. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a beast tamer, patience is a required course, otherwise, he would not be able to tame those unruly and ferocious beasts. With my patience, if I endure and sit quietly for 30 days, it should be no problem. Others in the Dark Knight Circus share the same thought. Everyone is a circus member with a unique skill, and when it comes to patience, they are all at least as strong, if not stronger. The military personnel are the same. Only a few are anxious, mainly the old director of the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau and a few other non-officer superpowers. Li Qin is not too worried. After all, as a member of the Li family, being locked in a small darkroom to cultivate patience was a common occurrence during childhood. Sometimes, it could last for several months, with all needs taken care of inside. In the entire Li family, the only one who hasn't undergone strict training is probably the oddball Li Chen. To escape training as a child, he even hid in the coffin of the ancestral hall, sleeping alongside his ancestors. Fortunately, with the Flame Emperor around, he would have been expelled from the family long ago. Quiet sitting, quite interesting. The high priest touched the skull necklace around his neck. His body instantly stiffened, his eyes became hollow, and life seemed to drain away, as if he had turned into a corpse. He sat upright on the meditation cushion. The puppeteer was similar, giving a strange smile before transforming into a true puppet, losing its spirit, bowing its head and sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Dear challengers, the trial is about to begin. Please prepare as soon as possible. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The level has been activated, and it will automatically close once everyone finishes their quiet sitting. Challengers, the spirit of the water god wishes you good luck. We will see you in 30 days. The ethereal voice faded, and everything returned to silence. The water god palace. The spirit of the water god, claiming to be a deity. It seems the secret realm is not simple. This thought arose in everyone's mind, except for Li Chen, who was sound asleep. The fire element is battling the thunder element to prove who is the strongest king in the elemental supernatural realm. The wood element cheers from the sidelines while cultivating wood element energy 60. The telekinesis ability drinks the energy beverage produced by its master while watching the battle, pretending to cultivate telekinesis energy 1. The control ability looks down on the telekinesis ability's behavior, directly snatching its drink, and the two abilities start to fight. The telekinesis ability accidentally hit the practicing dragon tiger body refining technique, which immediately slapped it. The telekinesis ability began to cry loudly. Hiding beside the wood element ability, the dragon tiger body refining technique snorted coldly and found a quiet place to continue cultivating. Host's body and spirit 10. The fire element beat the thunder element badly, achieving a complete victory. The thunder element shouted, "Damn it, I will definitely come back." It hid a way to silently cultivate thunder element energy 50. The fire element sighed about how lonely invincibility is and began to cultivate fire element energy 40. 5 days later, the control ability's cultivation level has risen to early mid-stage. Another day passed. The tightrope walker of the Dark Moon Circus felt an inexplicable itch on his scalp after sitting for a long time. He involuntarily reached out to touch it. As soon as he did, he froze, feeling a chill run down his back. Then, he exploded from the inside out. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, disappearing upon hitting the walls and floor of the ice house. As if no one had ever been there. Challenger number 3 has died. A friendly reminder, there are 24 days left until the trial ends. Everyone keep up the hard work. After successfully completing the trial, the Water God Palace will reward you generously, wishing you all good luck and hoping you can survive to claim it. The spirit of the water god's tone remained ethereal and flat, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. A great master has died just like that. This water god palace secret realm is truly extraordinary. I didn't expect someone to die so soon. Number 3, who was it? The Wire Man? I didn't expect him to die so quickly. With the Wire Man dead, it seems the director's words might be true, becoming a powerful being in the land god immortal realm within 3 years. The crowd sat in silence, their minds racing. Li Chen was still sleeping. No one disturbed him. He felt exceptionally comfortable. He had never felt this comfortable in his life. 1 day later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. 5 days later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. Another 5 days passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. There are still 10 days left until the 30-day completion. Control of supernatural ability has been raised to mid-late stage. Li Chen was still sound asleep, while many others could no longer hold on. General Xiang and the others were sweating profusely. Li Qin furrowed his brows tightly. The high priest's supernatural powers had expired. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a small frown, looking as if he might cry. The puppet master's puppet body had also regained its previous spirit, a strange smile appearing on its stiff face. There are still 5 days left until the 30-day completion. Tester number 10 has died. Friendly reminder, there are 5 days left until the end of the trial. Everyone, keep up the hard work. Sigh, another one has died. How can your patience be so poor? This is the worst batch of testers I've ever seen. Another person has died? Who was it this time? It seems they aren't from our Black Coffin group. What a pity. I didn't expect old Qin to guard Jiangnan his whole life, only to die in the secret realm in the end. I wonder if his body can be brought back. The last sentence sounded so familiar. Everyone's expressions were strange, not daring to move an inch as they sat on the cushions. Another day passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. There is only 1 day left until the 30-day completion. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. 30 days completed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, straightening their stiff bodies and starting to move. It's finally over. These 30 days were truly unbearable, said Section Chief Jiang, twisting his neck. General Xiang expressionlessly leaned against the wall beside him for support. Others did the same. Now, the few who still sat quietly were only Li Qin, Li Chen, the puppet master, and the high priest of the Black Coffin. The ethereal voice of the water god spirit rang out. Congratulations to all, you have successfully passed the first level. Currently, there are 4 testers still enduring the trial. Once all 4 pass the trial, you may enter the second level together. Now, rewards are being distributed. After the voice disappeared, the 9 who had completed the trial felt their ice houses begin to move. A wisp of light blue energy slowly condensed, infusing into their bodies. Immediately, they felt the supernatural energy within them rapidly increase. Boom! A surge of supernatural energy erupted, and some even advanced a small realm because of it. What pure supernatural energy! What exactly is this water god palace? I wonder if this water god palace is a single type secret realm or a repeating type secret realm. If it's repeating type, then we're in luck. I hope it's single type. Such good things absolutely cannot fall into official hands. The feeling of leveling up is so good. If the first level is this difficult, what about the next? Reward, Source of Purity has been successfully distributed. 9 trial takers who have passed the test, you will now enter observation mode. A blue, transparent screen formed from condensed spiritual energy appeared before everyone. Li Qin, Li Chen, the puppeteer, and the high priest suddenly appeared on the screen. There was nothing surprising about Li Qin, the high priest, and the puppeteer. After all, they had always been strong, and figures like the high priest and the puppeteer were seasoned veterans, hiding quite a bit of strength. But upon seeing Li Chen, their eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How can this little brat have such strong endurance? Could it be that the high priest was talking about him earlier? With such strong talent, the elders would surely be delighted to know. A 17-year-old master, with extraordinary willpower, and a young body, truly impressive. The members of the Dark Moon Circus had shining eyes. General Xiang and others were ecstatic. This little grandson of the Flame Emperor is really hiding deep. But soon their expressions turned serious. With such strong talent, once exposed, those alien races will definitely come to hunt him down, and then, General Xiang's face grew stern as he clenched his fists. It's been a long time since I've felt the thrill of fighting for my life. This kid seems to be sleeping, huh? The old director leaned closer to the screen, his big eyes scrutinizing carefully, doubting his own vision. After staring for a long time, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. This kid hasn't been sleeping through the entire month, has he? He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could that be? Who could sleep for an entire month? But he recalled how Li Chen looked when he first entered the secret realm, drowsy and in a daze. It really seemed possible. What kind of deity has the Li family given birth to? 1 day later, the lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. 2 days later, the lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element uses a 1000-year kill move and then is beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element vows to train seriously to beat the fire element in the future. Lightning element energy 50. After 3 minutes of training, the lightning element feels exhausted and starts slacking off. Lightning element energy 10. The fire element covers its butt and cries out, starting to train seriously. Fire element energy 100. 5 days later, Li Qin opened his eyes, a stream of pure source energy flowed into his body. Instantly, countless flames ignited around him, and his eyes sparkled with golden light. The golden armor radiated a fiery red glow. Combined with his resolute features, he looked like a god of flame and war. This guy has gotten stronger again. A great threat. Damn it, he should have died 10 years ago. No wonder he is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. May heaven bless our dragon nation, may heaven bless our human race. This Li Qin seems to be nearly on par with Li Qingyang now. It seems he has obtained much more pure source energy than I did. Damn, I should have held on a bit longer. Then they seemed to think of something and looked at Li Chen, their expressions grave. He's still holding on. Incredible. His willpower is even stronger than his third brother Li Qin. I can already feel the satisfaction of the elders. The young body is becoming more interesting. Too bad the clown is already dead, otherwise he would surely be delighted. I wonder if he will end up dead or become one of us. This kid is truly a genius, even more so than those old men in the Spiritual Energy Association when they were young. Unfortunately, geniuses are the easiest to be misled, as they tend to be arrogant. Li Qin looked in surprise at Li Chen on the screen, but upon seeing him asleep, he felt relieved. This kid really has maxed out his talent for sleeping. 10 days later, the high priest concluded the trial. He glanced at the puppeteer, then turned his gaze to Li Chen, his heart filled with unspoken meaning. 5 days passed. The puppeteer awoke. After receiving the attention of the pure source, his puppet body unexpectedly began to sprout and grow wildly, transforming into a towering giant tree. Then it returned to its original form. With a strange smile, he looked at Li Chen on the screen. "Ah, Muke, you are becoming more and more interesting. I really want to control you and turn you into my unique artwork." The fire element challenged the lightning element. The fire element beat the lightning element badly, and the lightning element was completely defeated. Half a month later, Li Chen still had not awakened. Another half-month passed. Li Chen still had not awakened. Another 10 days went by. Li Chen remained asleep. The beast tamer and the magician were nearly going mad. How long was this kid going to sleep? Were they going to be stuck in this broken ice house for the rest of their lives? General Xiang and the others were also anxious, but they managed to keep their composure. The lightning element diligently practiced. Lightning element energy 100. The lightning element's cultivation has reached late stage of the divine ability user. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element beat the fire element badly, and the fire element was defeated. Lightning element. Ha 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 ha, the lightning element have finally stood up. Another day passed, and Li Chen remained there, motionless. How long is this kid going to sleep? The high priest frowned at him, silent. The puppeteer kept laughing, the puppet's body trembling continuously, creating an extremely bizarre scene. Other members of the Dark Moon Circus paced back and forth in place, occasionally pounding on the walls. Spending a long time in a cramped and confined space made them irritable and easily angered. General Xiang and Chief Jiangnan sat quietly, seemingly bored, meditating and practicing. What kind of freak has the Li family produced that can sleep so much? If he doesn't wake up soon, he'll die of old age here. The old director sighed sadly, rolling back and forth on the ground. Golden Saint Seiya. Li Qin took out a comic book of Golden Saint Seiya from his pocket and read it with great interest. 30 days to clear the level had already turned into 2 months. Li Chen still lay there, motionless, as if he were dead. After finishing the comic, Li Qin took out another book of Doraemon from his pocket and began reading it. Aside from that, he showed no further reaction. The members of the Dark Knight Circus had already started banging their heads against the wall. General Xiang and the others wished they could dive into the screen and give Li Chen a big slap to wake him up immediately. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element beat the fire element badly, and the fire element was defeated. Another day passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element beat the fire element badly, and the fire element was completely defeated. Half a month later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element beat the fire element badly, and the fire element was completely defeated. The telekinesis ability is diligently practicing. Telekinesis energy 50. The cultivation of the telekinesis ability has reached the late stage of high rank. The control ability is diligently practicing. Control energy 45. The cultivation of the control ability has reached the mid stage of high rank. 30 days to clear the level had already turned into 3 months. Everyone was nearly going insane. The old director was even on the verge of tears, looking pitifully at Li Chen on the screen. "I beg you, please wake up. I really can't stand this torment." Deep within the core of the Water God Palace, the spirit of the Water God frowned slightly. Looking at the dwindling pure source, he sighed helplessly. Immediately, the entire Water God Palace began to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone was first startled. Then, seeing Li Chen shaking from the tremors on the screen, they all burst into laughter. He finally moved. Finally, the trial is over. This was so difficult. What on earth is Li Chen? Is he human or ghost, sitting there for 4 months without moving an inch? Li Chen was awakened. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he stretched and stood up. So comfortable. Just then, he heard the voice of the Water God Spirit beside him. "Congratulations, trial taker, you have successfully passed the first trial of the Water God Palace. Reward obtained. High purity source of pure water, Water God Essence." Li Chen looked bewildered. What trial taker? What trial? Why do I know nothing? A surge of extremely pure energy flowed into his body, causing the energy within him to begin to swell. Fire element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Fire element energy 2000. Thunder element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Thunder element energy 1000. Wood element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Wood element energy 800. Telekinesis ability absorbed an extremely pure energy. Telekinesis energy 600. Control ability absorbed an extremely pure energy. Control energy 600. Dragon tiger body forging technique absorbed an extremely pure energy. Host's body and spirit 500. Fire element cultivation has been raised to early stage of great power. Telekinesis ability cultivation has been raised to early stage of great power. Detected sacred relic water god essence currently devouring successful. Congratulations host for awakening ability divine water element. Divine water element has comprehended the prototype of the great power infinite ocean. Current level of divine water element low level early stage. Thunder element, seeing that fire element absorbed most of the energy, became furious and challenged fire element. Fire element pinned thunder element to the ground and beat it 10 times. Thunder element was utterly defeated. Thunder element looked at fire element with grievance and burst into tears. What is going on? What is the divine water element? Can someone tell me? Li Chen stood there in confusion. The next second, he was automatically teleported to a huge ice surface. The people from the Dark Moon Circus looked at Li Chen with red eyes, their killing intent evident. You little brat, are you a pig? Sleeping for so long? The beast tamer scolded angrily. A phantom of a lion appeared behind him, and with a roar, it pounced towards Li Chen. Li Chen was about to counterattack, but before he could make a move, the fire element within him burst out on its own. A raging fire transformed into a gigantic palm, sending the lion flying with a single slap. A massive blaze floated around Li Chen, containing the might of a raging inferno. Feeling this intense elemental energy, the faces of the Dark Moon Circus members changed dramatically. This is the fire element of great power. This little brat, he has broken through. Heavens, a 17-year-old dual element great power user. Rarely seen in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. Is this kid a monster? The beast tamer gasped, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to strike again, he was suddenly stopped by the puppet master. The beast tamer showed a puzzled expression, while the puppet master smiled mysteriously. No rush. General Xiang and the others looked delighted, excitedly watching Li Chen, forgetting all the previous torment. Not bad. Li Chen praised with a smile, as expected of the brother of my righteous son. General Xiang was also about to say a few words. Just then, a blue phantom appeared before everyone. She wore a crown, held a blue gold scepter, had flowing yellow hair, and was dressed in a blue gown embedded with jewels. Her large eyes sparkled with intelligence and mystery. Her lips, beneath a high nose, bore a slight smile. The aura she exuded was like that of the legendary queen of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Hello everyone. Welcome to the second trial. A ethereal voice rang out. Everyone's eyes widened. This familiar voice, is she the spirit of the water god from the water god palace? May I ask this beautiful lady, what is the content of the second trial? A magician in a suit asked with a smile. He took off his top hat, and a large bouquet of roses appeared out of thin air. The content of the second trial is, welcome, trial participants, to the second trial of the Water God Palace, Enlightenment. Sit quietly on the ice surface and comprehend the transparent runes in the air. During the comprehension, participants must not disturb each other. The duration of comprehension is 30 days. Those who pass the trial after 30 days will receive generous rewards. The flow of time within the trial is different from the outside world, so you need not worry about time passing too slowly. Due to the uniqueness of the Water God Palace, you will not experience any discomfort during your comprehension. You only need sufficient patience. The more runes you comprehend within 30 days, the more abundant the rewards after passing the trial. And now I will teach you a technique called Water Nourishes All Things. Using this technique to comprehend the transparent runes in the air can enhance your comprehension speed. You must comprehend the content contained within 10 runes within 30 days, otherwise, it will be considered a failure of the trial. Failure result, annihilation. The spirit of the water god smiled slightly. Many people were dazzled. But upon hearing the last two words, annihilation, they snapped back to reality, feeling a chill run down their spines. Annihilation again. This secret realm truly torments the heart. I hope the comprehension process isn't too difficult. They looked up at the sky. Faintly, they could see the transparent runes flickering. In the next second, a technique appeared in everyone's mind. Water nourishes all things. A technique that can enhance energy storage capacity. After cultivation, it allows the human body to store more energy. Although the name of the technique contains water, it is not exclusive to water element ability users. Every ability user can cultivate it. It perfectly illustrates the meaning of the 4 words water nourishes all things. After obtaining the technique, everyone showed varying degrees of smiles on their faces. This technique is great. Even if they didn't receive other rewards in this trial, obtaining this technique would be worth it. In battle, when facing opponents of the same level, most of the time, it becomes a war of attrition. Whoever can hold out longer wins. But what do they rely on to hold out? Energy. At this moment, the significance of this technique becomes apparent. Just like a single-element ability user cannot compete with a dual-element ability user, an ability user with less energy cannot compete with one who has more energy. I wish you all good luck. The spirit of the water god smiled. Good, good, good. Several members of the Dark Moon Circus showed greedy smiles, but the spirit of the water god did not look at them. Instead, she approached Li Chen and continued to smile. I hope you can perform as brilliantly in this trial as you did in the last. The beast tamers and others looked at Li Chen with envy and jealousy. Why does this kid get to have all this? But Li Chen didn't even glance at the spirit of the water god, as if he hadn't heard her words at all. He simply rubbed his eyes, found a comfortable position, and lay down to sleep. The spirit of the water god. This kid? She had guarded the water god palace for hundreds of thousands of years and had never seen such a peculiar trial participant. Li Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and quickly stepped forward to say, "Don't mind him. He has always been like this since he was young." "It's fine," the spirit of the water god said. "Geniuses can be a bit eccentric. It's normal. The trial officially begins now." The spirit of the water god vanished. The crowd was dispersed and an air wall appeared between each person, isolating their positions. This was likely to prevent malicious competition. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they sat cross-legged on the ground. Operating water nourishes all things to begin comprehending the runes in the air. Only Li Chen was sleeping. A day later, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from the high priest and a rune immediately entered his body. Seeing this scene, everyone became even more serious. Soon after, another rune entered the body of the puppet master, then came Li Chen. 3 days later, the members of the Dark Moon Circus, along with General Xiang and others, gradually comprehended their abilities. Li Chen was still sleeping. Watching him, Li Chen felt a bit anxious but could only sigh helplessly. Deep within the water god palace, the spirit of the water god looked thoughtfully at Li Chen. The only little guy who has comprehended the water element, although he shows promise. If you can't pass this test, I won't go easy on you. The fire element was training while beating the lightning element, fire element energy 60. The lightning element was crying while being beaten in training, lightning element energy 20. The wood element watched the lightning element being beaten and began to train gleefully, wood element energy 40. The water element, though not understanding, was greatly shocked and began to train, water element energy 5. The telekinesis ability was drinking a small beverage while training, telekinesis energy 20. The control ability was pondering how to snatch the small beverage while training, control energy 20. The dragon and tiger body refining technique poked the new member water nourishes all on its fair little face, starting to train, hosts body and spirit 10. Water nourishes all lowered its head, shyly starting to train, energy capacity 5. 6 days passed. The high priest comprehended 4 runes, the puppet master comprehended 4 runes, Li Chen comprehended 3 runes, and others successively comprehended their second rune. Li Chen was still sleeping, with a rune comprehension count of 0. Many looked at him with anxious faces, while the Dark Moon Circus members were gloating. Is Li Chen crazy? Even in this situation, he's still sleeping. Does he think he's still in the first stage? At this rate, Li Chen won't be able to comprehend 10 runes in 30 days. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan stood up one after another, loudly calling for Li Chen. But Li Chen lay motionless on the ground, completely oblivious. He was sleeping soundly. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan sighed helplessly. The beast tamer mocked, "Xiang, don't waste your effort, he's done for." The aerialist and the circus doctor chimed in. General Xiang and the others could only glance at Li Chen with concern before returning to comprehend their runes. The second stage had already begun for half a month. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. Another 5 days passed. There were still 10 days left until the end of the stage. Li Chen was still sleeping. Even Li Chen couldn't help but stand up and loudly call for Li Chen. But Li Chen remained motionless. Every day that followed, General Xiang and Li Chen would call for Li Chen 3 times on schedule. But it had no effect. Li Chen still lay still. There were still 5 days left until the end of the stage. General Xiang and the others looked bitter. Damn it, why hasn't Li Chen woken up yet? He can't really want to die here, can he? It's over, we're doomed. With only 5 days left, even if Li Chen is a genius, he can't comprehend 10 runes in 5 days, right? Is this kid trying to throw his life away? Li Chen even pounded on the air wall, but still, there was no response from Li Chen. Don't waste your effort, this kid is done for. With 5 days left, even if a land god came, he couldn't comprehend 10 runes in 5 days. Stop the futile struggles. This kid is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, his brain isn't very good. What a pity, I thought I could see him at the Spiritual Energy Conference in the future, but now it seems he can only die here. The members of the Dark Moon Circus laughed. The puppet master also sighed, feeling the loss of a talent. The way the Spiritual Energy Conference recruits talent, besides talents voluntarily joining, also includes selecting geniuses to kidnap, inducing their fall to swallow holy blood, making them slaves of the Blood Moon Holy Grail. He originally planned to report to the elders of the Spiritual Energy Association immediately after returning, urging them to kidnap Mu Quebec. But now it seems unnecessary. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. There are still 4 days left until the trial ends. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The dragon tiger body refining technique sat seriously nearby to cultivate host's body and spirit. 10. Water nurtures all shyly nestled beside the dragon tiger body refining technique to cultivate. Energy capacity 20. The telekinesis ability looked enviously at the dragon tiger body refining technique starting to cultivate. Telekinesis energy 20. The control ability sat next to the telekinesis ability, was kicked over by the telekinesis ability, and feeling wronged, found a corner to start cultivating. Control energy 20. There are still 3 days left until the trial ends. It's over, everything is over. General Xiang and the others looked ashen. Li Qin's face also lost its color. Li Chen was still sleeping. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. Water nurtures all nestled beside the dragon tiger body refining technique to cultivate. Energy capacity 20. The divine water element was seriously cultivating. Divine water energy 10. Water nurtures all has cultivated to minor success. The divine water element's cultivation has reached early mid-stage. There is only 1 day left until the trial ends. Everyone except Li Chen has comprehended 10 runes. Li Qin comprehended 15. The high priest and the puppet master even comprehended 17. Water nurtures all encountered a bottleneck in cultivation, automatically drilling out of the host's body to start comprehending runes. The control ability and telekinesis ability automatically drilled out of the host's body, preparing to help water nurtures all comprehend runes. The water god element automatically drilled out of the host's body, preparing to help water nurtures all comprehend runes. At this point, General Xiang and the others had already given up on waking Li Chen, with only Li Qin still tirelessly hammering the wall, looking anxious. The people from the Dark Moon Circus watched the commotion with smiles, quietly waiting for the night, waiting for Li Chen's demise. I say, Li Qin, you're wasting your effort. That kid Li Chen is doomed, it's the last day. Do you think he's a god? The beast tamer said gleefully. The aerial performer nodded. With this time, it's better to comprehend more runes. Maybe after today ends, we can receive more rewards. Why are you all so chatty? Are you looking to die? Li Qin coldly glanced at them. He was about to continue hammering the wall. But at that moment, the ice surface beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble. Countless pale blue particles rose into the air, surging towards Li Chen's direction. Li Chen also didn't know when he sat up. Everyone looked surprised. Strange, what's going on? What are these blue particles? Such pure elemental energy. These blue particles seem to be water element energy. No way. This can't be water element energy. Water element energy can't be this pure. This seems to be a higher grade water element energy than regular water element energy. Strange, these water element energies seem to be attracting the transparent runes in the sky. What's the use? Even if they can attract runes, I don't believe Li Chen can comprehend 10 runes in 1 day. Exactly, don't get too excited too early. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This might just be a fleeting moment. As they watched General Xiang and the others regain hope, the members of the Dark Knight Circus couldn't help but sneer again, their faces filled with disdain. After all, they had toiled for 30 days just to barely comprehend 10 runes. Did Li Chen really think he could match their 30 days of effort in a single day? Was he dreaming? However, as soon as they finished speaking, their expressions darkened immediately. Because at that very moment, a full 10 runes, pulled by the mysterious water element, automatically drilled into Li Chen's body. Then came another 10, 20, 30. The sky was filled with the energy of divine water elements, transforming the entire space into a sea of blue particles. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their minds go blank. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Is this mysterious water element also Li Chen's ability? Why have I never seen it before? I can't be dreaming, right? I want to report. I want to report. Spirit of the water god, that little brat Li Chen is cheating, shouted the flying man. The beast tamer, who was on the verge of comprehending a rune, was about to succeed when a mass of blue particles suddenly appeared before him, forcefully snatching the rune away. The beast tamer's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there such a thing? He was so furious he almost spat blood. He quickly searched for another unnoticed rune to comprehend again. But as soon as he touched it, the rune was snatched away once more. The beast tamer watched helplessly as it disappeared into Li Chen's body. What the hell? General Xiang and the others gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Then came a wave of ecstatic joy. And they couldn't help but dance around. Li Chen looked at the beast tamer with glee, making the Dark Moon Circus members' faces turn dark with anger. 40 runes, 50 runes, 60 runes. More and more runes entered Li Chen's body. The once densely packed transparent runes in the air suddenly became sparse. Water carries all things as wildly absorbing energy, successfully breaking through its constraints, reaching great success. The divine water element has successfully absorbed the divine water energy contained in the runes, and the cultivation level has been raised to late stage of the initial level. After absorbing 100 runes, Li Chen stretched lazily. Everything came to a halt. Is it finally going to end? Everyone couldn't help but think. Li Chen turned over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was truly the end. The beast tamer was about to try comprehending a rune again. This one was surprisingly smooth. In just a few seconds, the comprehension speed surpassed that of the previous several hours. It seems I can comprehend another rune before the trial ends, the beast tamer thought gleefully. But the next second, his face fell. Because those terrifying blue particles began to surge again, forcefully snatching away the rune he was trying to comprehend. He exerted all his strength to try to reclaim the rune, but he was no match for those blue particles. They even bullied him, coalescing into a giant hand that slapped him across the face and flicked his little JJ. The beast tamer watched helplessly as his rune was devoured by Li Chen. He was so furious that his eyes turned red, but he could only rage impotently. Damn it, that little brat. The members of the Dark Knight Circus, seeing this scene, felt sorry for the beast tamer but couldn't help but laugh. Ah, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Beast tamer, I'm sorry, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. It's too funny. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the laughter around him, the beast tamer wished he could find a wall to bang his head against. As a powerful practitioner, he was actually toyed with by a bunch of energy. With the beast tamer's example set, neither the members of the Dark Moon Circus nor General Xiang, Li Chen, and the others continued to comprehend runes. Instead, they kept their eyes on Li Chen. More and more runes drilled into Li Chen's body, and they felt increasingly horrified. 150 runes. 200 runes. 250. It's almost 300 now. How on earth did he manage that? This secret realm can't be experiencing a bug, can it? It's possible, otherwise why are we all at just a dozen while he's at several hundred? Just because he's good looking? Goodness, 300 runes, how much reward would that be? With so many runes, I'm curious what reward he got the first time. Who isn't? Isn't Li Chun from the Li family of the Flame Emperor? It's one thing that he's a wood attribute practitioner, but why does he have such a strong water element on him? Li Chen, are you really sure Li Chen is your brother? You weren't switched at the hospital, were you? Do we look that different? We look alike, but this doesn't make sense. They were all discussing animatedly. Not only were they shocked, but even the spirit of the water god deep within the secret realm was equally astonished. He's definitely sleeping. So how is this happening? This has never happened before. Why can he automatically comprehend these runes while clearly asleep? And control the water elements in the secret realm? This is unscientific. She quickly searched her mind for relevant information, but after a long time, found nothing. No, the core of the Water God Palace is currently inactive and cannot draw energy from the outside. If this continues, the next time the Water God Palace opens, there won't be any rewards to give to the challengers. The Water God spirit frowned, and the entire secret realm shook again. At the same time, all the runes floating in the air disappeared, and the air wall vanished as well. In the space of the second level. Seeing this scene, everyone wore puzzled expressions. What happened? Why did the air wall and runes suddenly disappear? Did we clear it? Isn't there still half a day left? How can it end now? Could it be that the water god spirit discovered Li Chen was cheating, so it ended the test early? Don't say that, it actually seems possible. How many runes did Li Chen absorb just now? It seems to be 1050. What? How many? 1050? I don't even have as many as his last digit. Wow, over 1,000 runes. Even if he cheated, that's terrifying. The crowd exchanged glances. Although General Xiang and the others wanted to say something for Li Chen, they couldn't find the words after thinking for a long time. After all, the number of runes Li Chen comprehended was simply too shocking. They also began to suspect whether Li Chen had used some cheating method. After all, this was a full 1050 runes. The runes they comprehended didn't even match Li Chen's last digit. Li Chen hurried over to Li Chen and lifted him up from the ground. What time is it? Still sleeping. Who is it? Li Chen grumbled unhappily, opening his eyes to see his third brother's angry gaze. Third brother, what's the matter? How did you do that just now? Li Chen asked, frowning. Li Chen looked confused, his face full of doubt. What did he do? Wasn't he just sleeping the whole time? At that moment he was surprised to find that the energy within him was in a state of overflow. His strength had even doubled compared to before. What on earth happened while I was sleeping? This left Li Chen even more puzzled. Speak up, third brother. I said I was just sleeping for a bit, do you believe me? I believe you, my foot. The beast tamer shot him a murderous look. He still couldn't forget the humiliation he had faced earlier. The others also looked disbelieving. Do you think I believe you? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, the spirit of the water god reappeared before everyone. The beast tamer looked at Li Chen with an expression of "You're done for," standing by ready to watch the show. Congratulations to all trial participants for successfully passing the second challenge of the water god palace. Now I will distribute the rewards. The spirit of the water god waved its hand gently. Except for Li Chen, everyone else had a sparkling blue gem appear in their hands. The high priest and the puppet master received the largest gems, followed by Li Chen, while the others had gems of lesser quality than Li Chen's. This gem contained a rich energy of water elements, and just a simple breath of it made everyone feel refreshed. This is a half-step divine relic, the all-purpose elemental gem. With this, I can break through to the land immortal realm in less than half a year. The energy in this gem is so pure. This is the most refined elemental gem I have ever seen. Even a strong person in the land immortal realm would find it hard to obtain something like this, right? I once encountered a land immortal in a 5-star secret realm. At that time, he risked everything to enter a dangerous area and obtained a thunder elemental gem, but the purity of his gem was far inferior to this one. The crowd buzzed with excitement. At this moment, the beast tamer stepped forward respectfully and said, "Senior, since the rewards have been distributed, shouldn't we punish the cheater now?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen, General Xiang, and the others immediately turned solemn. "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding here." "Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Li Chen just took a nap and has no idea what happened." Li Chen and General Xiang hurriedly said. The beast tamer scoffed, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Why don't you try sleeping and comprehending 1,000 runes?" "There is no misunderstanding," the spirit of the water god said. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the beast tamer's face. But when he heard what the spirit of the water god said next, his expression suddenly changed. "Li Chen's results are genuine, there is no misunderstanding. Since his reward is different from yours, I did not give him a reward just now. How is that possible? On what basis can he comprehend 1,000 runes?" The beast tamer said indignantly. The spirit of the water god was not angry at his offense. She merely smiled slightly and said, "You wouldn't understand the world of geniuses." Upon hearing this, General Xiang, Li Chen, and the others smiled. The beast tamer's expression fluctuated, and he retreated back into the crowd. The members of the Dark Moon Circus sighed in disappointment, but soon returned to normal, their minds racing. They pondered how to capture Li Chen and make him a puppet of the holy blood. "Alright, Li Chen, it's time for your reward," the spirit of the water god said, looking at the lazy boy in front of her. But the boy seemed not to have heard her words, standing there drowsily. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Li Chen and General Xiang looked particularly expectant. Li Chen was Li Chen's brother, so it was only natural for him to feel happy for him. General Xiang, who had a close relationship with Li Chen, also saw Li Chen as a sort of junior. "I wonder what reward Li Chen will receive. 1,000 runes, how did he manage that? 10 runes can earn an elemental gem, so 1,000 runes, wow, that's hard to even imagine. We're all human, why is there such a huge gap? This kid won't directly become a land immortal, will he? He shouldn't. Advancing too quickly can lead to an unstable foundation. But I have a feeling this kid will definitely become a land immortal within a year. A year? If he takes the holy blood, wouldn't our spirit energy have another land immortal? Let's talk about this later. But this isn't something we should worry about, we just need to inform those adults about his news. The Li family is not to be trifled with. If Li Chen joins the Spirit Energy Association, let the leader apply to transfer him to our circus. This kid is quite interesting. Isn't the clown dead? Who is the clown? Isn't our leader a puppeteer? Then who will take the clown's place? The circus can't be without a clown, just like the West can't lose Jerusalem. Just apply for one from above. Let the puppeteer find the clown's corpse and turn it into a puppet. The clown's corpse might have already turned into waste. Stop talking, the spirit of the water god is about to reward that kid. The spirit of the water god smiled and asked, "What do you want? No matter what you want, I can fulfill it for you." In a very tempting tone, even if you want to directly become a star realm sorcerer. No, according to your planet's terminology, it should be called a land immortal. Directly becoming a land immortal? Upon hearing this, everyone present became fervent, including the usually calm puppeteer and the high priest. If you directly become a land immortal, then the probability of the spiritual energy catching him will be negligible. The puppeteer murmured to himself. What will he choose? To directly become a land immortal? Or will he choose something else? Their eyes were fixed on Li Chen, filled with anticipation, greed, envy, and jealousy. The spirit of the water god also looked at Li Chen with expectation. But Li Chen only moved his eyelids slightly and said nothing. Everyone looked confused. Come on, speak up. You're making me anxious. Li Chen, what do you want? The spirit of the water god asked again. Li Chen moved his eyelids again. Seeing this scene, General Xiang was in tears. Please, just say something. The spirit of the water god is not Su Xian. She can't read your mind from your eyelids. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Just as the spirit of the water god was about to ask again, Li Chen spoke. I want to leave the secret realm quickly and go home to sleep. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes. Just that simple? Dude, are you confused from sleep? The members of the night circus were ecstatic. Great. Little lazy. Li Chen couldn't help but scold him a bit. But the spirit of the water god waved her delicate hand, sealing his mouth. Are you sure? Li Chen nodded. But according to the rules of the water god palace, you can't leave until you pass the first 10 levels. General Xiang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chen looked at her expressionlessly. Wasn't it said that all requests could be fulfilled? As if knowing what Li Chen was thinking, the spirit of the water god continued. However, I have a way that can let you leave the secret realm early. What method? Li Chen remained silent, quietly waiting for her to continue. The spirit of the water god looked at Li Chen, waiting for him to respond. But after a long time, Li Chen didn't ask her. Instead, he looked at her expressionlessly, as if saying, I'm too lazy to ask, you say it yourself. So lazy. The spirit of the water god sighed and said, as long as you can pass the sun's trial and become the son of the water god palace, you can leave the secret realm early. Moreover, you will gain some authority in the water god palace and become half a master of the water god palace. Half a master of the water god palace? Upon hearing this, everyone began to breathe rapidly. The water god palace clearly wasn't simple. If one could become its half master, that would be an incredible stroke of luck. This was far more tempting than becoming a powerful land immortal. After all, the water god palace could easily produce treasures coveted even by land immortals. If one could become its half master, wouldn't such treasures be available in abundance? With these treasures, becoming a land immortal would be a sure thing, right? However, most of them believed that Li Chen could never pass that so-called sun's trial. After all, even the level-clearing trials were so difficult. Wouldn't the trial to become the sun be even harder, like climbing to the sky? Are you willing to participate in the sun's trial? The spirit of the water god looked at Li Chen, waiting for his answer. Li Chen, too lazy to nod, moved his eyelids slightly to indicate his agreement. The spirit of the water god couldn't understand his meaning and showed a puzzled expression. The telekinetic ability nodded Li Chen's head twice. If you fail the test, the consequence is annihilation. Do you still agree? What? Annihilation? Although I am lazy, I certainly don't want to die here. Li Chen's expression changed, and he was about to refuse. But at that moment, the telekinetic ability once again controlled his head to nod twice. Li Chen's heart sank, his face ashen. Telekinetic ability, damn you. Not bad, you have courage, and I appreciate that, the spirit of the water god said with a smile. With a gentle wave of her hand, she and Li Chen disappeared before everyone. Test suspended, please wait in place for a moment. No fighting, okay? Otherwise, if you get annihilated by the water god palace later, don't blame me for being unmerciful. The ethereal voice of the spirit of the water god reached the ears of the others. Everyone exchanged glances. Li Chen, your brother really doesn't know his limits, the flying person said to Li Chen with a smile. The sun's test? Just hope that when you see him next time, he hasn't turned into a corpse. Li Chen snorted coldly, too lazy to respond to them, and sat down in a corner with General Xiang and the others. He knew they were trying to provoke him. Li Chen, is this really okay? General Xiang asked. Li Chen sighed and said, there's no turning back now. Besides, I think Xiaolan won't die even if he fails the test. Why? His requirement is to leave the secret realm. As long as he hasn't left the secret realm, his requirement hasn't been fulfilled. Li Chen said slowly, when he fails the test, he can definitely make a request that allows him to survive. Upon hearing this, General Xiang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Li Chen dared to agree to the spirit of the water god. It turns out he had this plan. It can actually be done this way, how clever. Why didn't I think of that at the time? No wonder he is the grandson of the Flame Emperor, they are all so smart. Wonderful, once Li Chen completes the test, he can become the son of the Water God Palace, rising to the top. Even if he unfortunately fails, it doesn't matter. He can still survive safely. With his qualifications, even if he loses the rewards from this round, he can easily make up for it in the later stages. It's simply brilliant. A business with guaranteed profits, this kid has a bright future. Young people's minds are so flexible. I thought he was going to die. Sigh, I really am getting old. The crowd discussed animatedly, deeply impressed by Li Chen's thoughts. Li Chen was pulled into a blue grand hall by the spirit of the water god. It resembled an underwater temple, like the legendary Atlantis. The stone pillars inside were engraved with ancient and mysterious runes, emitting a blue glow that illuminated the temple brightly. On both sides of the temple stood dozens of statues of gods, large and small. Each statue seemed like a living deity, even though some of their bodies were damaged. They still exuded a terrifying majesty. A rich energy of water elements filled every corner of the temple. It was not hard to see that this should be the most central location of the entire water god palace. The spirit of the water god waved her hand lightly. In an instant, the energy of the water elements in the hall surged like a tsunami towards those statues. After absorbing this energy, the gray shells on the surface of the statues began to fall away, revealing a terrifying divine light. A tremendous pressure bore down on Li Chen, sweeping away his fatigue. He said in disbelief, "Alive? Alive? Not really." Rarely seeing Li Chen show such an expression, the spirit of the water god felt somewhat pleased and said, "These 36 statues represent the 36 deities served by my water god palace. As long as you obtain one of these statues, you can become one of the 36 sons of the water god palace." Li Chen nodded. "Let's begin. I can give you half a year." After the spirit of the water god finished speaking, she disappeared. Li Chen casually chose a statue to sit down. However, after comprehending for half a day, he gained nothing. So he switched to another statue and comprehended for another half a day. Still, he gained nothing. Not am I really going to die here? Li Chen said with a grim expression. Over the next 10 days, he tried every statue in the temple but still found nothing. Damn! Li Chen cursed, too lazy to try anymore. He began to give up, lying on the ground to take a long nap. The fire element is tired from training these days and refuses to cultivate. The lightning element is striving to improve, starting to train earnestly. Lightning energy 50. The wood element sighed that there was no good show to watch today, absent-mindedly began to cultivate. Wood energy 10. The telekinesis ability and control ability are good friends, cultivating hand in hand. Telekinesis energy 20. Control energy 20. The dragon and tiger body refining technique and water nurtures. All things are closely embraced together in cultivation. Host's body and spirit 5. Energy capacity 5. The divine water element is diligently cultivating. Divine water energy 20. The divine water element sensed the power of the source of divine water and automatically emerged from the host's body, deep within the core of the water god palace. The spirit of the water god looked at Li Chen, who was lying on the ground sleeping, and sighed in disappointment. It really isn't working. Sigh, it's not easy to encounter a genius. If he can't become the Holy Sun, then who can? Is my water god palace going to continue to be buried here underwater for tens of thousands of years? The core energy is already running low. In 1,000 years, the water god palace may never be able to open again. But just then, the entire water god palace began to shake violently. What's going on? The spirit of the water god quickly checked the situation in the palace. The cause of the shaking turned out to be from the temple where Li Chen was located. All the statues shone with dazzling divine light, vying for the already sleeping Li Chen. Their power was too overwhelming. Although the statues contained only a tiny fraction of their divine power, it was enough to make the dilapidated water god palace teeter on the brink of collapse. This boy has such pure divine water energy, I want it. Get lost, this kid is the one I have my eye on. A bunch of ants, get out of the way. This young man carries the seeds of the boundless sea. He is clearly suitable for my lineage. Boundless sea? Just a supportive divine skill. Trash. Give this kid to me. I will definitely cultivate a new war god for my water god lineage. The so-called war god is just a brute who can fight. This kid belongs to my deep sea lineage. You tentacled deep sea monster, better not delay him. He is human and doesn't want to become a monster. What do you know, you trash? Tentacles are a symbol of power. Those ancient water system gods and legends were all covered in tentacles and eyes. Seeing this scene, the spirit of the water god felt her mind go blank. Were these still the lofty deities from before? Just how pure was Li Chen's divine water element to awaken them all? Which deity will Li Chen choose? The spirit of the water god stared intently at Li Chen, anticipating his choice. She knew that no matter which deity Li Chen chose, he was destined to become the holy son of the water god palace. the only holy son of the Water God Palace, the one who would hold the fate of the Water God Palace. After all, the Water God Palace was currently in a closed state, and all the energy consumed was from the remnants of the Water God Palace's previous energy. But even if the remaining energy of the Water God Palace was abundant, there would eventually come a day when it would be exhausted. The only way to replenish energy was to absorb the energy from the outside world. But now, apart from her, the spirit of the secret realm, the Water God Palace was empty. As the spirit of the secret realm, she could only oversee matters within the Water God Palace. She did not have the authority to activate the core of the secret realm to draw energy from the outside. Only 3 types of identities in the entire Water God Palace could activate this authority: the Holy Son, the Divine Son, and the Master of the Water God Palace. But now, let alone the Master of the Water God Palace, apart from a few remaining trial takers, the entire palace had not a single shadow. So now, Li Chen, who was about to become the son of the Water God, has naturally become her only hope. Wait a minute, he seems to still be in a sleeping state. The spirit of the Water God was taken aback. If that's the case, how is he communicating with those deities? No, it seems that the divine water element within him is automatically communicating with those deities. How is this possible? Looking at Li Chen's divine water element, the spirit of the Water God widened her eyes in disbelief. After a moment, she suddenly realized. No wonder Li Chen can attract so many deities. The divine water has a spirit. This is the symbol of the Son of God. But why would a mere mortal who has never interacted with deities exhibit such anomalies? Could it be? Is he the reincarnation of a certain water deity? Thinking of this, the spirit of the Water God began to breathe rapidly. Her gaze towards Li Chen became respectful, because deities cannot be offended. At the same time, she felt somewhat relieved that Li Chen was merely the reincarnation of a deity, not a true god. Even the weakest demigod carries divine might. This is the authority of the gods, and a symbol of their power. Even if a deity looks down on those who offend them, their divine might can automatically eliminate all those offenders. Mortals cannot gaze directly at the gods. This is the reason. If Li Chen were a true deity, then when she had locked eyes with him in the secret realm, she might have already perished. The debate among the gods in the temple continued. Thinking of Li Chen soon becoming the son of the Water God Palace, she felt honored. But just then, the entire Water God Palace suddenly began to tremble violently. The spirit of the Water God's expression changed dramatically. Not good, the divine power overflowing from these deities is too immense, and the Water God Palace, having aged and fallen into disrepair, cannot withstand this force and is gradually collapsing. No! I must stabilize everything quickly, or everyone will be buried here. She hurriedly waved her hand, activating the core of the secret realm of the Water God Palace to withstand this force. Meanwhile, in the space of the second trial, feeling this terrifying energy, everyone's faces showed panic. What's going on? Such a strong energy fluctuation. What is this? I feel my soul trembling. What kind of energy is this? It's too terrifying. Ah, I can't breathe. This energy comes from the Supreme. The Supreme, this is the energy of the Supreme. There are deities in this secret realm. I felt this kind of energy in a 5-star secret realm before. It comes from the ancient deities of legend, the ancient Supremes. I won't mistake it. What? There are actually deities in this secret realm? It should just be the power left behind by the deities. If they were true deities, we might have died long ago. Could this be something Li Chen caused again? Are you dreaming? How could that kid have such power? Whoever caused it, I just know we need to figure out what to do now. I feel like I'm about to die. The power of the deities is domineering and powerful. I feel it eroding my body. Do you have any solutions? If this continues, before the secret realm collapses, we will be scattered in by the power of the deities and become living puppets. Li Chen, are you okay? Mr. Li Chen, are you alright? Li Chen, hold on, your brother hasn't come out yet, you can't fall here first. Quick, take out the elemental gem from before and inject it into Li Chen's body. Li Chen suddenly collapsed, and General Xiang and the others changed their expressions dramatically. They hurriedly picked up the elemental gem given by the spirit of the Water God and injected its energy into Li Chen's body. Li Chen is a master of the fire element, and this divine energy is clearly of the water element. Water and fire are opposites. The impact Li Chen suffers will be several times that of others. Watching the official unhesitatingly inject the precious elemental gem into Li Chen's body, the members of the Dark Moonscus were somewhat surprised. Ah, General Xiang, you really are generous, the puppeteer said with a strange smile. General Xiang shot him a cold glance and said, those who gather firewood for the many cannot be left to freeze in the wind and snow. Li Chen has sacrificed too much for our Jiangnan province. How could a monster like you, devoid of any sense of home and country, possibly understand? Sense of home and country? The beast tamer scoffed. What use is that? The old director, expressionless, shoved his own elemental gem next to Li Qin. If the heart has no place to rest, then everywhere is wandering. No matter how strong you are merely a group of wanderers. No one cares, you are just tools for the powerful. When you die, no one will remember you. And you might even be killed by your own companions at any moment. No, you have no companions. Just like the previous clown. It is a kind of sorrow. Not just within the secret realm. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the winds began to rise and clouds began to swirl. With the upheaval of the water god palace, the water level of Yunmeng Lake began to rise dramatically, and the beasts within the lake also started to stir. Seeing this scene, the troops stationed by Yunmeng Lake immediately sprang into action. Quick, quick, evacuate the civilians. Evacuate the civilians. Captain, the water level is rising too fast. I'm afraid we won't make it in time. If it weren't for the current situation, I would really want to kill you. It's fast. Then you must be faster than it. Yes. Captain, quickly notify the provincial government to prepare flood relief supplies. Rapidly dispatch troops above the level of supernatural beings for support. What about those civilian supernatural beings? Many of them are supernatural beings. If we let them join us, it will relieve a lot of our pressure. Let them retreat too. They are still young, and we have not fallen yet. Captain, it's bad. Several king-level beasts have come up at number 1 river mouth. All members of teams 3 and 4, grab your weapons immediately and come with me to fight at number 1 river mouth. But Captain, we are no match for those guys. Remember what your instructors told you when you enlisted. Yes, Captain. Enlist to defend the country, supreme and unparalleled. Brothers, charge with me. Large numbers of troops began to mobilize. In just half an hour, all the residents by the river had evacuated. At the same time, the river had submerged all the places they had previously occupied. Large numbers of soldiers jumped into the water, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the beasts. The lake's surface was stained red with blood, and corpses were scattered everywhere. However, this blood was the blood of the beasts. These corpses were also the corpses of the beasts. All civilian supernatural beings, hurry, and get on the bus. This area will be completely taken over by the military. Someone will take you to a safe place shortly. The officer shouted at the crowd on the ground. Under his command, everyone hurried to board the bus. Only a handsome young man stood under a large tree, pushing a wheelchair and gazing at the lakeside. Su Xin, aren't you leaving? Lu Shaoqi couldn't help but ask. Not leaving. Why? Waiting for the captain? But the captain is a supernatural being, nothing will happen to him. Who is waiting for him? Su Xin pushed the wheelchair in front of Lu Shaoqi. Hold this for me, I'm going to help the army kill the beasts. Wait. Lu Shaoqi called out to him, surprised to find that Su Xin exuded a completely different aura than before. You broke through to a supernatural being? Su Xin nodded. By the time Lu Shaoqi came to her senses, Su Xin had already left without her noticing. What about the young man who was with you just now? Back on the bus, the officer looked at Lu Shaoqi, who was pushing the wheelchair. He said he was going to help the army kill the beasts. Nonsense, the officer couldn't help but say. He's a high-level sorcerer, and he's fire-based. Isn't that just asking for death? He has suddenly become a transcendent being. What? Upon hearing this, the officer immediately relaxed and showed a hint of a smile. But he still said, but orders are orders. You all wait for me a moment, they'll go catch him back right now. Captain Lu, it's bad. Just as the officer got out of the car, a crack sounded from inside. What happened? What happened? He hurriedly ran back to the car to check, only to see a large hole in the window. A high-level ability user pointed at the window and said, Fong Hong and Duan Zitao, they've escaped. The officer looked outside and saw Fong Hong, Duan Zitao, and a group of transcendent beings rushing towards the battlefield between the army and the beasts. Tears welled up in his eyes. Captain Lu, what's wrong? You little brat, are you looking for a beating? The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element, and the lightning element was completely defeated. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element, and the lightning element was completely defeated. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element, and the lightning element was completely defeated. Inside the water God Palace, Li Chen was still asleep. The lightning and fire elements were fighting endlessly within his body. Outside, the water deities were arguing incessantly, even coming to blows. Get your filthy hands off him, he's mine. Why should he be yours? He's mine. Because I'm stronger. This human kid belongs to me. I'm the strongest, all of you step aside. What good is strength? Gods must also be wise, only the wise can lead him in the right direction, and I am that wise one. You're nothing but a fool, I see you as an idiot. Impudent. Take this. Is that all? I haven't moved in tens of thousands of years, it's time to stretch my muscles. A deity with a human head and fish body, resembling a mermaid, said. With a thought, a massive torrent suddenly surged from the ground. Seeing this, the spirit of the water god deep within turned ashen. It's over. But at that moment, a towering phantom appeared in the temple. He held a trident, wore a crown, had a stern face, and his blue eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the ocean. Enough, what a ruckus! He spoke in a language never before heard on Blue Star. Yet all the gods understood the meaning of his words. Upon seeing him, all the deities involuntarily quieted down. We pay our respects to your majesty, the God King. One deity quickly said. The others echoed in agreement. We pay our respects to your majesty, the God King. He nodded in satisfaction, looked at Li Chen, and said, Him, I want. Hearing this, the other gods, though somewhat reluctant, nodded helplessly. They exchanged glances of blame. In their view, if it weren't for the interference of the other gods, they might have already taken Li Chen into their possession. Seeing Li Chen asleep, the God King was not angry. Instead, he gently tapped Li Chen's brow and then vanished without a trace. It's all your fault. Isn't it because of you? Nothing good ever comes from seeing you. The gods said one after another, their consciousness returning to the statues, and the temple returned to calm. But Li Chen was not at peace. The moment the God King tapped his brow, a surge of energy erupted within him. At the same time, an extremely pure divine power appeared in his spiritual sea. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy. Water God Energy 1000. Water carries all things is wildly devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity 200. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy. Water God Energy 1000. Water carries all things is wildly devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity 200. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy. Water God Energy 1000. Water nourishes all is crazily devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity 200. Your water God element cultivation has been upgraded to early stage. Of divine ability, you have successfully comprehended the divine ability, Spear of the Sea God. Hearing the system's voice, Li Chen sat up from the ground in confusion. What's going on? What happened? How did I become so much stronger after just a nap? At that moment, he saw ripples forming in the space before him, and the spirit of the water god reappeared. He was about to find out what had happened. He saw the spirit of the water god kneeling on one knee, respectfully saying to him, Greetings, Palace Master. Li Chen? His mind went blank in an instant. Palace Master? What Palace Master? Am I not a guy? What if I'm also a prince? Have I crossed over again? Li Chen felt down to confirm that the guy was still there, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing his confusion, the spirit of the water god stood up and briefly recounted what had happened, including the gods fighting over power and the subsequent arrival of the sea god. It turned out that the Palace Master was not a princess, and Li Chen felt relieved. He never expected to wake up and inexplicably become the Palace Master of the Water God Palace. Truly a twist of fate. May I ask, Palace Master, what do you plan to do next? The spirit of the Water God asked, feeling quite nervous. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Plus, Li Chen was still a young lad. Young people are often impulsive. With such immense power suddenly bestowed upon him, she feared Li Chen might do something outrageous with the Water God Palace. And she couldn't stop him. After all, she was merely the guardian spirit of the Water God Palace, and strictly speaking, she could be considered Li Chen's private property. Whatever Li Chen wanted her to do, she could only comply. Can I do anything? Li Chen suddenly asked. As expected, the spirit of the water god's expression grew serious, and she nodded. Anything is possible. After all, you are the master of the Water God Palace. Li Chen's rosy lips parted slightly. Just when she thought Li Chen was about to say something earth-shattering, he simply said, Alright, then from today on, you are the acting Palace Master. Palace Master, please let me go. I want to go home and sleep. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the water god was stunned, her face filled with confusion. Ha? You, what did you say? Li Chen frowned slightly. Is this spirit of the water god hard of hearing? As a qualified lazy person, he didn't like to repeat himself. Sorry, Palace Master, that's not possible. The spirit of the water god hesitated for a moment and said, the successor to the Palace Master position can only be chosen from the Holy Sun and the Divine Sun. What about the Holy Sun and the Water God Sun? Li Chen looked at her, remaining silent. As if she understood Li Chen's thoughts, the spirit of the water god said, Right now, you are the only one in the entire Water God Palace. So I'm just a lone commander, huh? Li Chen was silent for a moment and said, Then from today on, you are the acting Palace Master. You are fully responsible for everything in the Water God Palace. That should be fine, right? The spirit of the water god nodded, looking quite strange. This new Palace Master doesn't play by the rules. If it were someone else who became the Palace Master of the Water God Palace, they would be overjoyed. But here he was, looking disdainful as if he had inherited some enormous trouble. Alright, since that's the case, let me out. I want to go home. That might not be possible. What do you mean? Li Chen looked at her with dissatisfaction. Didn't you say that as long as one became the holy son of the water god palace, they could leave the secret realm early? Now that he was the palace master, isn't that better than being the holy son? Palace master, you have gained the recognition of the great god king. Now you are the palace master of the water god palace, and with the water god palace, you share honor and disgrace. So I want to ask you to work together with the water god palace to overcome difficulties and revitalize the water god palace. The spirit of the water god seemed afraid that Li Chen would refuse and continued. This process isn't very tiring. You just need to slightly open a few permissions and everything else can be left to me. So simple? If it's just that, then this princess, no, the palace master, isn't out of the question. Li Chen looked at her. She nodded seriously twice. What permissions? Upon hearing Li Chen's agreement, the spirit of the water god revealed a smile. She gently reached into the air. The space rippled slightly and her hand stretched into the void, retrieving a thumb-sized blue crystal. The crystal was translucent, as if it contained boundless energy within. Just by lightly sensing it, Li Chen felt as if he had plunged into a deep sea, being swallowed by the ocean. However, he did not feel afraid. Instead, he sensed a familiar warmth from it. It was as if he had been born and raised in the sea, a child of the ocean and water. Was this the reason for the divine mark in his spiritual sea? How he longed for the ocean. Li Chen quickly suppressed the thought in his heart. After all, his grandfather hated water the most. If his grandfather found out about this thought, he would surely receive a severe beating or a harsh scolding. Among the top experts in the Dragon Kingdom, there was a powerful figure named Shui Xian, a top water element ability user. Every time his grandfather saw her, the two would always end up fighting. The permission to draw energy from the outside world for the water god palace. The spirit of the water god handed the crystal to Li Chen and said, "This is the core of the water god palace. With it, everything in the water god palace will be under your control. Why don't you do it yourself?" Li Chen moved his eyelids, silently inquiring. To fully master the core of the secret realm, one must obtain the recognition of the deities in the temple. And I am just a guardian spirit, not qualified for that, the spirit of the water god explained. You can communicate with the core using the divine mark within you. Li Chen followed her instructions. In an instant, the core disappeared, transforming into a mass of particles that surged into his body. The layout of the entire water god palace became clear in his mind. He was astonished to discover that the position he had previously breached only occupied 1/500th of the total area of the water god palace. Aside from the first and second trials, there were countless more challenges ahead. In addition, there were training rooms, beast gardens, medicinal gardens, housing, and a series of other buildings. However, most of them were closed and required sufficient energy to unlock. Currently, the energy of the water god palace was not very abundant. It could only open the main gate of the water god palace and ensure the normal operation of the first 10 trial levels. As for how to replenish energy, that was simple. The water god palace had a unique energy operation system that could automatically draw energy from the outside world once activated. Li Chen focused his mind, and the main gate of the water god palace instantly opened. Countless water element energies surged into the water god palace from the outside, and the palace sprang to life. However, replenishing energy was a lengthy process. To fully replenish the core's energy, Li Chen estimated it would take at least 1,000 years. That's too slow. It seemed the spirit of the water god noticed Li Chen's disappointment and stepped forward, saying, "Palace master, this is already quite good. As for the rest, leave it to me." Li Chen nodded, suddenly realizing that his third brother and the others had disappeared from the space of the second trial. Strange, where did they go? Not good. At that moment, the spirit of the water god's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Li Chen looked at her in confusion. Palace master, the commotion you caused when communicating with the deities in the temple was too great. The water god palace couldn't withstand the pressure from the deities and trembled for a while. Those trial participants might have fallen out of the water god palace during the tremor. The spirit of the water god said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Palace master, this is all my fault." Outside the water god palace is Yunmeng Lake. Having stayed in the lake for thousands of years, the spirit of the water god still knew the name of Yunmeng Lake. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's just Yunmeng Lake, what's the big deal? His third brother and General Xiang are all powerful beings. In Yunmeng Lake, they shouldn't encounter any danger. So it's just Yunmeng Lake. But, master of the palace, said the spirit of the water god, deep within Yunmeng Lake, there reside 3 royal-level beasts. What? Li Chen was taken aback, all laziness swept away. 3 royal-level beasts? That's equivalent to 3 land immortals. And in the water, even 3 land immortals might not be a match for a single royal-level beast. How long have they been down there? The spirit of the water god thought for a moment and said, according to your time, it's been about a few minutes. Just a few minutes? Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to ask, can we bring them back? The spirit of the water god shook its head and said, currently, the water god palace lacks the energy to influence the outside world. But, master of the palace, those three beasts have ascended to royal level by absorbing the great power that spills from the water god palace, making them half-guardians of the water god palace. If you were to take action, perhaps you could suppress them. Me? Li Chen was stunned. What a joke. He was just an ordinary powerful being, not even a land immortal. To use himself to suppress royal-level beasts? The spirit of the water god nodded and said, the energy that spills from the water god palace contains the supreme power of the deities. The power of the deities is lethal to ordinary beings. Those beasts absorbed this power, and their fear of the deities is naturally etched into their souls. As the master of the water god palace chosen by the god king, you can naturally use the power left to you by the god king to suppress them. He didn't expect it could be like this. Li Chen understood her meaning and decided to take a gamble. After all, there was no other way. He couldn't just watch his brother perish in the belly of a beast. Let me out. The spirit of the water god nodded, and a spatial wormhole formed from a blue particle appeared before them. Master of the palace, the other side of the passage is the depths of Yunmeng Lake where those trial takers fell. I'm very sorry, but as the guardian spirit of the water god palace, I cannot leave the water god palace with you. At this moment, at the bottom of Yunmeng Lake, the waters were surging violently. Looking at the lake water around them, General Xiang and the others, along with the Dark Moon Circus, were all bewildered. What's going on? Where is this? It seems we are in the water. Is this the bottom of Yunmeng Lake? Have we come out? Weren't we just in the water god palace? How did we get out? I don't know. After that terrifying power appeared, the water god palace started shaking, and then I don't know what happened. Is Li Chen okay? He's fine, he woke up. That's good. But can someone tell me how we got out? The crowd began to discuss. The childlike high priest focused his mind and isolated the lake water around him. He slowly said, during the few minutes when that terrifying power appeared, you all fell unconscious. As for what happened afterward, at this moment the puppet master laughed and said, after that, the space shattered and we all fell into a spatial rift. Then we returned to the bottom of the lake. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Then puppet master, what should we do now? Should we go back? The beast tamer asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the bottom of the lake instantly turned pitch black. Everyone quickly used their mental perception to check their surroundings. After entering the realm of powerful beings, the mental strength of the ability users would greatly increase. At this point, even without using their eyes, they could sense what was happening around them. They were astonished to find that the beast tamer who had just been speaking had completely disappeared. What happened? Everyone held their breath, staring around. Above their heads, they discovered a gigantic octopus staring down at them. This octopus was 100 times larger than a normal one, completely black, with countless tentacles swaying in an erratic manner. Beneath it, a continuous stream of black ink was gushing out. It was because of this that they had briefly lost their sight. At this moment, they could see clearly. The beast tamer was bound by several tentacles, slowly being forced into the terrifying maw of the octopus. Blood sprayed out like bursting juice but was quickly dyed black. A royal-level beast. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Their bodies stiffened, and their minds went blank. What to do? General Xiang quickly enveloped Li Chen in fire element energy, fearing that they might accidentally provoke this deep-sea giant. This octopus must have come from the ocean. After all, Yunmeng Lake does not produce such creatures. But why had it traveled thousands of miles from the sea to Yunmeng Lake? They didn't want to know, nor did they have the time to find out. They just wanted to escape quickly, to leave this cursed place. Don't make a sound, this creature is very sensitive to noise. The high priest conveyed telepathically. At this moment, there was no distinction between friend and foe, and everyone nodded in agreement. Which way to go? Director Jiang looked at General Xiang. General Xiang scanned the group and noticed Li Chen slowly swimming to the left. To the left. Seeing this, everyone followed behind him. A few seconds later, the puppeteer stopped. Then Li Chen and the high priest also halted. The group looked at the three of them in confusion. Why did we stop? Puppeteer, did you find something? Li Chen pointed ahead, where a large, pitch-black fish was glaring at them. It had a massive, blood-red mouth covered in green moss and algae, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. If one didn't look closely, they might not even notice it. Another royal-level beast. The mood of the group plummeted. Damn! How could we possibly be a match for two royal-level beasts? It's over, we're doomed. The members of the Dark Moon Circus scattered in all directions. General Xiang and the others huddled closely together, exchanging glances. Each of you, if there's a chance to escape, hurry and run, don't worry about us. Yes. General. The two royal-level beasts slowly approached, their terrifying presence pressing down on everyone like a mountain, making them feel chills run down their spines, their bodies trembling. Just as they were about to fight to the death, the two royal-level beasts suddenly began to cry out. Their cries were filled with sorrow, as if begging for mercy. What's going on? What's wrong with them? A powerful practitioner asked in confusion. They seem to be afraid, General Xiang gasped, his expression grave. The group's pupils contracted, their eyes widening in disbelief. Afraid? What could make royal-level beasts so terrified? Could it be an even more powerful royal-level beast? Just as despair settled in, a frail figure appeared before them. This seemed to be the source of the fear for the two royal-level beasts. Upon seeing this figure, the two royal-level beasts even began to tremble, as if they had encountered a great terror. Looking at this figure, it seemed to be a person? But what kind of person could possess such energy to instill fear in two royal-level beasts? Could it be a god? The group held their breath, staring at the figure before them, not daring to move an inch. Gradually, the figure became clearer. As they recognized his face, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Li Chen? General Xiang exclaimed in disbelief, is it really you? Li Chen, still groggy, rubbed his eyes and waved at General Xiang. Then he approached Li Chen's side. Seeing his third brother looking weak, Li Chen couldn't help but ask worriedly, third brother, are you okay? Xiaolan, how did you come out too? Li Chen shook his head, finding it hard to believe that Li Chen was the one who scared off the two royal-level beasts. I completed that test and came out, did we pass? Li Chen asked in surprise. The Water God Palace secret realm was clearly not an ordinary one, and now that Li Chen had become the holy son of the Water God Palace, wasn't he going to take off directly? I suppose so. Li Chen nodded, not elaborating. After all, the reality of the Water God Palace was beyond reason, and he feared that speaking out would attract unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the large black fish let out a low growl, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. Li Chen instinctively shielded Li Chen behind her. Li Chen activated the sea god mark in his sea of consciousness and glared at it. The royal-level beast was immediately frightened and fled in panic. Seeing this, the octopus also dared not linger and scurried towards the sea. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a blankness in their minds. Li Chen, who had intended to continue speaking, momentarily forgot what to say. Thighs, this. Director Jiang stammered. Looking at the shocked expressions of these seniors, Li Chen could only helplessly explain, this is all thanks to the Water God Palace. Everyone suddenly understood. Thinking that Li Chen had driven away the royal-level beast by leveraging the might of the Water God Spirit. So, are you going back to the Water God Palace later? Li Chen asked. Li Chen shook his head. The remaining matters could be resolved by the Water God Spirit without his involvement. Moreover, he had already obtained the core of the Water God Palace and could contact the Water God Spirit at any time. Even if the Water God Spirit needed to unlock some permissions for the Water God Palace, he could control it remotely. Then, can we still enter the Water God Palace? The old director asked in confusion. Li Chen shook his head again. After the previous earthquake, many of the Water God Palace's barriers had been damaged, and repairs would take time. Seeing this, everyone sighed in regret. After all, there were many treasures in the Water God Palace, and although the process was dangerous, what was a little danger in front of such rich rewards? Among these powerful beings, who hadn't fought their way out of blood and fire? General Xiang, it seems the people from the Dark Moon Circus and the High Priest have escaped, a practitioner said to General Xiang. General Xiang nodded and said, let them escape, we couldn't catch them anyway. But, he looked worriedly at Li Chen and said, lazy kid, your situation might be dangerous from now on. The High Priest might not do anything to you, but the Dark Moon Circus, as long as they dare to come, he'll make sure they come and never return. Li Chen said coldly from the side. Little lazy, aren't you going to Qinglong Academy in a few days? I'll accompany you then. I want to see if these rats in the gutter dare to touch you. Third brother, don't make it so complicated. Have you forgotten? I still have the swift movement talisman. What a joke. If his brother went with him, he would be tortured to death. All his little secrets would be exposed. With Su Xin's words, he might just get by with a soft approach. Li Chen thought about it and nodded lightly. The fluctuations of the Water God Palace calmed down, and the lake water gradually receded. Those beasts that had originally fled Yunmeng Lake also began to return to the lake. The people by the lake, seeing this scene, felt incredulous. Strange, why has the water level receded? Great! Those beasts have retreated. This is too fast, the supplies from the provincial city haven't even arrived yet. Isn't this a good thing? You should go notify them not to send the supplies. Does anyone know the casualty numbers? Report to the captain. With the help of the little heroes, our soldiers have suffered no casualties. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, a joyful atmosphere all around. Suexian and Duan Zitao bumped fists to celebrate their victory, then looked worriedly at the lake surface. Just a moment ago, Duan Zitao had almost been swallowed by a beast during the battle, but fortunately, Suexian had rushed in to save him, forging a friendship between the two. What are you looking at? Waiting for Li Chen to come back? Duan Zitao sat down beside Suexian and asked, gazing at the lake. Suexian nodded gently and took out a potion from his pocket, consuming it. Don't worry, Li Chen will be fine. He's a powerful practitioner and he's with General Xiang and the others, plus his third brother is there too. With so many powerful practitioners, unless they encounter a royal-level beast, nothing should happen. Just as he was speaking, a group of people flew over from above the lake. Seeing this, Duan Zitao quickly said, "Look, they're back." Suexian hurriedly looked up at the sky and smiled faintly, but it quickly disappeared. Duan Zitao felt it was unbelievable and rubbed his eyes. This poker face can smile? Must be an illusion? As General Xiang and the others returned, more and more people gathered by the shore. Everyone was discussing, and many eyes were focused on Li Chen. Everyone, look, it's General Xiang and the others back, but it seems one person is missing. It's Captain Qin. Captain Qin sacrificed himself? How is that possible? He's a powerful practitioner. What's impossible about it? It's rumored that there are royal-level beasts at the bottom of Yunmeng Lake. How could a powerful practitioner be a match for a royal-level beast? And we also have to guard against the dark schemes of the Dark Moon Circus. Those damn things, if it weren't for them, Captain Qin wouldn't have died. Look, Li Chen is back too. Lazy god, lazy god, lazy god. My god. Great, the lazy god is back. I hope the lazy god isn't injured. He looks a bit listless. Hasn't he always been like this? A 17-year-old powerful practitioner, Li Chen is simply terrifying. I must thank Li Chen properly later. If it weren't for him, I might have already died. Me too. I didn't expect Li Chen to be hiding so deep. Li Chen is so amazing. Why didn't he just take action to win the championship during the selection competition? I can't figure it out. What's there to figure out? When you play games, don't you first wear them down and then unleash your ultimate move? But this isn't a game. The selection competition might not be any different from a game for the lazy god. As soon as Li Chen landed from the sky, a crowd surrounded him. In fact, there were even a few bold girls who wanted to kiss him. Startled, Li Chen lost all drowsiness and quickly used his telekinetic ability to float away. But halfway through, he saw a familiar figure. Suexian was standing outside the crowd, looking at him. And his aura had actually reached the level of a powerful practitioner. Seeing this, Li Chen rushed over. Suexian looked at him with disdain but skillfully picked him up. I thought you were dead. Do you wish I were dead? Yeah. I almost died in that broken lake. Do you know? There are 3 royal-level beasts at the bottom of that lake. Li Chen said casually. Hearing this, Su Zin's heart tightened and he quickly asked, You're not injured, are you? Why are you not following the script? Shouldn't you be asking how we escaped from those 3 royal-level beasts? Li Chen continued along his line of thought. My third brother said I have 1 week left to live. What? Li Chen felt Suexian suddenly stop, his body tensing up. He slowly turned his head to look back and asked, Really? You're not lying to me? Seeing his reaction so intense, Li Chen knew he had gone too far and quickly said, Just kidding. Why don't you just go die? Suexian directly threw him off his back and walked ahead without looking back. No, Suexian, don't be angry. Li Chen hurriedly used his telekinetic ability to float over. I was wrong. I really was wrong. A few minutes later, Suexian helplessly picked Li Chen up again. I really owe you one, once I repay my debt in going to the border to fight. And we should never meet again in this lifetime. Li Chen said, You promised me that you would work for me for free for 30 years. During these 30 years, I can command you to serve me tea every day. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the small blood pill the high priest had given him during their time in the secret realm. He quickly took it out and shoved it to Su Zin's mouth. Without a second thought, Suexian swallowed it. Li Chen. What is this? Shouldn't you have asked that before eating? Li Chen remained silent. A few seconds later, Suexian felt a warm sensation rising within him. In the next moment, the holy blood inside him vanished without a trace. Suexian looked back at Li Chen in disbelief, only to find that Li Chen had fallen asleep at some point. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The wood element was diligently training. gaining 100 wood energy. The telekinesis ability and control ability were good friends, practicing together hand in hand, gaining 20 telekinesis energy and 20 control energy. The telekinesis ability and control ability comprehended a fusion technique, mental control prototype. The water element was teaching water nourishes all while also training seriously, gaining 80 water energy. The dragon and tiger body refinement technique looked at water nourishes all with pity, absent-mindedly starting to train, gaining 5 hosts body and spirit. Water nourishes all was working hard to train, gaining 50 energy capacity. When Li Chen woke up, he found himself sitting in a wheelchair. Su Xian was reading a book beside him, seemingly titled Caged Clan. His third brother was also reading nearby, but he was engrossed in a comic book, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Li Chen looked at him with disdain. Having such a brother was truly embarrassing. The space inside the vehicle was large and noisy. The usual atmosphere hadn't changed just because there were 2 powerful practitioners present. However, Li Chen could clearly feel that the principal and several teachers were looking at him with much more respect. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Chui Mingho, you're doing well, but I'm even better. Watch out, I'm hitting your left. Ha ha, didn't see that coming? I actually hit the right. Huang Shaoshan's swordsmanship had improved significantly, using a water bottle to completely overpower Chui Mingho. Lu Yuyao narcissistically admired himself in the mirror, placing a medal prominently on his chest. This was an honor awarded by the military to all outstanding civilian practitioners for their performance during the Beast Tide cleanup. According to the teachers nearby, although Lu Yuyao was usually quite pretentious and wore a suit during battles, he was no less than serious when it came to cleaning up the beasts, saving several children's lives. He even tore his favorite suit in the process. For an ordinary person, tearing clothes might not mean much, but Li Chen knew that for Lu Yuyao it was a significant matter. Sometimes he would rather get hurt himself than let his suit suffer any damage. My idol, you're awake. Wang Shishir exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Li Chen awake. She quickly took a bottle of cola from her backpack and placed it in front of him. Idol, have some cola. Thank you. Li Chen nodded in gratitude. He had initially wanted to refuse, but the temptation of the cola was too strong to resist, so he accepted it. Using his telekinesis ability, he opened the cap and poured it into his mouth. When there was only a little left in the bottle, he tossed it to Su Xian. Su Xian didn't mind and drank it all in one go. What about mine? Li Chen put down his comic book, looking at Li Chen with a resentful expression. Have you forgotten your brother now that you have a girlfriend? Are you stupid? Li Chen shot him a glance and continued to sleep. In his dreams, Li Chen sighed. If only I really had a girlfriend. His requirements weren't high, just someone fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Someone stunningly gorgeous would do. Not too big, though, he couldn't handle that. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to find a girlfriend. After pondering for a long time, Li Chen sighed again. Forget it, he thought, it was too exhausting. Just the thought of having to accompany a girlfriend shopping, on dates, and chatting made his head ache slightly. Love was no match for a good night's sleep. Don't you agree, single nobles in front of the screen? After staying at school for a few days, Li Chen received a notice from the Provincial Education Department. The National Martial Arts Competition would be held in Longjing in a month, and participants had to arrive in Longjing within 10 days. Once there, they would be greeted by dedicated personnel. Meanwhile, teachers from the 5 major colleges would also be in Longjing to handle enrollment procedures for new students. Su Xian pushed Li Chen to the airport. Dressed in dazzling gold, Li Chen followed closely beside them, attracting attention. Third brother, I told you, you don't have to come see me off, Li Chen said helplessly, noticing the gazes of those around him as he ruffled his fluffy hair. But Li Chen looked very pleased, tilting his head slightly as if he thoroughly enjoyed the attention. Xiaolan, being personally escorted by the Golden Saint is an honor you should cherish. This honor, I would rather not enjoy. Li Chen sighed and closed his eyes to sleep. Li Chen enthusiastically greeted the people around them. The airport was crowded. With a few semi-celebrities in their midst, it didn't take long for more and more people to notice them. Look, isn't that the Golden Saint Li Chen? That armor looks so cool. My golden war god. It really is him. He's a hero from our Jiangnan province. But unfortunately, he's not my type. I prefer someone a bit more aloof. The person in the wheelchair next to him looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. That's Li Chen, the lazy god. The war god from the selection competition. My little uncle is in the military, and according to his description, Li Chen's performance during the Beast Tide can be described as a deity descending to Earth. Is that true? Is it really that exaggerated? Of course. Just look at who he is, a 17-year-old extraordinary person. Sigh, so many days have passed, and the lazy god is still as lazy as ever. Why, I want to be the lazy god's girlfriend. A high and mighty flower like the lazy god can only be admired from afar. He's not suitable to be a boyfriend. You wouldn't want him sleeping while you're doing, would you? Ugh, I don't understand what you're saying. That person next to him must be Suxin, right? So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. He's my type. Mr. Lichin, may I have your autograph, please? I want one too, I want one too. The crowd surged forward. Lichin accepted all the adoration with pleasure. Of course, one at a time. Halfway through signing, he saw a group of girls running towards him, youthful and vibrant. Has my charm grown to the point where even little girls are this crazy about me? Lichin wore a proud smile and said, little sisters, one at a time. Crowding is an unjust act. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face quickly froze. The group of girls didn't stop in front of him but instead turned and ran towards Lichin. Lazy god, may I take a photo with you? A naive little girl politely asked Lichin. Lichin opened his eyes and found a group of little girls looking at him expectantly. Without thinking, he nodded. Yay! The little girls immediately jumped up in excitement. Seeing this, Lichin turned back to the group of burly men in front of him, feeling that his good mood for the day had vanished. Mr. Lichin, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell, Lichin continued signing, his heart aching with envy. A burly man over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and bulging muscles, quickly supported him, saying, Mr. Lichin, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, it's fine if you don't sign. Yes, the people around nodded in agreement. At that moment, a burst of laughter and joy came from Lichin's side. Thank you, brother Lichin. Thank you too, brother Suxin. Thank you, lazy god, love you to death. Ouch. It hurt even more. Lichin shook his head. It's nothing, just didn't sleep well last night. I'll catch up on some sleep later. After signing, Lichin sighed repeatedly. Lichin woke up, stretched, and looked at Suxin, blinking his eyes. I don't know, brother Chin has been like this since before, Suxin said. Lichin nodded, feeling good as he looked at the scenery along the way. Jiangnan Province's base city, as one of the 18 base cities in the country, had a rather impressive airport. It was full of a sense of technology, with a huge screen hanging in front of the waiting hall, displaying hot events from all over the country. Countless small screens below the big screen showed all the flights for today. Lichin, Suxin, you are here too. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from not far away. The three turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a group of teenagers walking towards them. It was Duan Zetao, Wu Tianxi, Wu Liuqi, Fang Heng, and a few others. Besides them, there were also some people from other provinces, like Huang Chang. Clearly, they were also heading to Longjing. Some were participating in the national martial arts competition, while others were attending the recruitment of the 5 major academies. Hello, everyone. Lichin waved at them. Hello, lazy god. Lazy god, didn't expect to see you at the airport. Lazy god, didn't expect to meet you again. Hello, Mr. Lichin. Hello, everyone. Lichin, long time no see, Wu Liuqi said, still dressed in black, holding a sword, looking cool like an emotionless assassin. Long time no see, Lichin nodded. Are you all waiting for a flight? Duan Zetao asked, holding a cup of unfortunate coffee, looking at Suxin. Suxin nodded. That's great, then we might all be on the same plane. The others looked delighted. As the representative of the younger generation in Jiangnan province, being with him naturally made them very happy. If nothing unexpected happens, we should not be on the same plane, Suxin suddenly said. Why? Aren't you going to Longjing? The others looked puzzled. Suxin helplessly said, to protect the young master's safety, there will be a private plane taking us to Longjing. As the young master's companion, I naturally have to go with him. I see. Ah, what a pity. Everyone looked disappointed. But they could understand, after all, Lichin had already been exposed to the eyes of the Dark Moon Circus and was very likely to face assassination from the Spirit Energy Association. If Lichin fell, it would not only be a loss for the Li family but also for Longhua and even the entire human alliance. While they were chatting, the large screen in front of the airport hall suddenly changed, replaced by the beautiful figure of a news anchor. Good afternoon, everyone, I am Fan Jia, the host of the Border News Channel, and I have a piece of good news to interrupt. Let's congratulate the 7th Legion of the Border for successfully annihilating 3 top invading enemy forces and killing a demigod from the Barbarian Spirit Clan. Now, let's enjoy the live report. The scene shifted to a blood-soaked battlefield, with yellow sand rolling in the border landscape. A man with red hair, tied in a short ponytail, stood in midair wearing a military uniform. He was covered in wounds, his uniform tattered, and a giant bird of flames circled around him, letting out a deafening cry. The man and the bird had eyes as sharp as eagles, glaring intently at a giant over 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles. The term demigod refers to the other races, the land immortals. Seeing this scene, Li Qin and Li Chen felt as if their hearts were lifted to their throats. Because this red-haired man was none other than their elder brother, Li Qingyang, it's the young Emperor Li Qingyang. He's actually suffered such severe injuries. What? A demigod? Does the barbarian spirit clan have no shame? A dignified demigod actually attacked a junior. Damn it. Everyone, don't worry, didn't the news say that a demigod from the barbarian spirit clan was killed? I think it must be this one. The crowd murmured and the hall instantly fell silent, the atmosphere tense. The footage was likely captured by a drone from a distance, so the quality wasn't very clear. But everyone could still see the arrogant expression on the face of that demigod from the barbarian spirit clan. Li Qingyang, you're quite impressive. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such an outstanding foreigner. Now I'm giving you a chance. Join my barbarian spirit clan, and then, you will be promoted. Otherwise, die. His eyes were as big as a baby's head, filled with sharp teeth, and saliva splattered as he spoke, his large face fierce and terrifying. You're not worthy, Li Qingyang said coldly. Although he was severely injured, he still looked down at him, like an emperor of the mortal realm. He held a sword over 2 meters long in his hand, and at that moment, the sword began to shine with a blazing light. Very good, the demigod from the barbarian spirit clan said in a deep voice. He lightly pushed off the ground and instantly soared into the air, charging at Li Qingyang. His massive body resembled a small mountain, carrying a destructive force that seemed capable of shattering everything. You refuse? Then die. Let me die? Li Qingyang's expression remained indifferent as he looked down at him, his tone filled with disdain. You're not worthy. Just as everyone was pondering what he would do next, a terrifying scene unfolded. Li Qingyang raised his hand and stabbed the sword into his own heart. Has he gone mad? The crowd's minds went blank. But in the next second, Li Qingyang let out a loud shout. His entire body began to burn. The flames grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a 10-meter-tall fire giant. It wore a crown and wielded a massive flaming sword, resembling a legendary fire deity. He pulled the sword out, and the blood on the blade began to burn fiercely. At that moment, the sword looked exactly like the one held by the fire giant, only Li Qingyang's was much smaller. Watching the charging demigod from the barbarian spirit clan, Li Qingyang raised the flaming divine sword and slashed forward fiercely. The fire giant mimicked this action. In an instant, a scorching sword energy was unleashed, dyeing the entire world a fiery red. With a crack, even the surrounding space couldn't withstand the searing sharpness of the sword energy, shattering like glass. The scene shifted again. The giant from the barbarian spirit clan had fallen to the ground, his body cleaved in two. Li Qingyang slowly approached him, crushing his head underfoot, the brain matter exploding like fruit pulp, yet not a single drop stained him. At this moment, Li Qingyang still wore an indifferent expression. He sheathed the sword and left calmly, as if he had merely done something trivial. The scene ended here, and the large screen in the airport hall returned to normal. The entire venue was silent for a moment. Then, cheers and screams erupted one after another. This scene was also playing out across the country. He won, he actually won. Li Qingyang single-handedly killed a foreign demigod. As expected of the young Emperor Qingyang, this is simply divine. So cool. Especially that little expression at the end, as if he was saying, is this all a foreign demigod can do? The other demigods from the barbarian spirit clan must be furious seeing this. What kind of monster has the Li family produced? As expected of the grandson of the Flame Emperor. One sword burning the heavens, slaying these damned foreigners. Let's see if they dare to invade our human territory in the future. Does anyone know who that demigod was? I feel like I've seen him before. I remember him. He appeared 7 years ago on the border battlefield of the White Bear Federation. In that battle, the White Bear quickly lost several powerful practitioners, and it was only when 2 terrestrial immortals intervened that it was finally repelled. Hiss, 2 of them. If the young Emperor Qingyang becomes a terrestrial immortal, it will be something else. Seeing Li Qingyang's victory, the 2 brothers, Li Qin and Li Chen, both breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother actually won. Li Qin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. So cool. Li Chen glanced at Su Xian and Duan Zitao beside him, who looked just as impressed. I hope Big Brother's injuries aren't serious. Li Chen furrowed his brow and took out his phone, sending a few messages to his brother. After confirming that although his injuries were quite severe, he would fully recover and not suffer any lingering effects, he finally felt at ease. Is Big Brother okay? Li Qin looked at Li Chen. Li Chen smiled and nodded. It's fine. Li Qin also smiled. At that moment, a dozen identical small planes landed on the empty space of the airport. Why are there so many planes? Li Chen looked at his third brother in confusion. To confuse the people from the Spirit Energy Association, we want land directly in Longjing. Li Chen nodded. Everyone looked at them with envy as they walked towards the private planes. Li Chen initially wanted to suggest they take another plane to Longjing, but thinking about the potential attack from the Dark Moon Circus on the way, he dismissed the idea. Although the chances of encountering danger in the air were low, what if? He couldn't bear the responsibility of dozens of lives. "Sir, where are we flying to?" the pilot asked Li Chen. "To the Shatuzhuang Airport in Beihai Province." In the sky, everything was stable. Li Chen squinted his eyes, enjoying the service of the massage robot. Su Xian and his third brother were both reading. Li Chen looked down and found that his third brother was reading Sailor Moon. He immediately made a face of disdain. Looking at Su Xian, he discovered he was reading a literary book titled Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Su Xian to be a literary guy. He had heard of the book's author, who seemed to be named Marquez, a literary master from thousands of years ago who was quite famous at the time. "By the way, this is for you." At that moment, Li Chen suddenly stood up and took out 3 small wooden boxes. The boxes were engraved with strange runes, and a peculiar energy continuously overflowed from within. On the underground black market's official website, in the mysterious Jianghu section, a post was rapidly gaining popularity at an astonishing rate. Within just an hour of being posted, it had successfully dominated the board, climbing to 3rd place on the monthly hot list. 1. Another Spirit Energy Association? The Black Holy See publicly declares allegiance to the Dark Demon Clan. 2. The Second Flame Emperor? Young Emperor Li Qingyang slaughters half-gods of other races. 3. The young master of the Li family actually did such a thing that enraged the heavens, prompting the female executives of the Spirit Energy Association to offer a sky-high bounty. 4. A new 5-star secret realm discovered in Jiangnan province, with numerous powerful practitioners and several terrestrial immortals heading there. 9. Lifelong enemies of the Spirit Energy Association. The High Priest of the Black Coffin has recovered from his injuries, claiming he has already controlled half of the personnel of the Spirit Energy Association. 10. Inside information from the Spirit Energy Association. The powerful practitioner of the Dark Moon Circus, the Clown, has fallen. The underground black market was established a century ago by a group of wild terrestrial immortals as an anonymous trading website. The user expansion method adopted a recommendation system where only those recommended by existing users could qualify to enter the site. Initially, it only had simple trading functions. However, after 100 years of development, it had long become a mixed bag. It was filled with all sorts of strange people, including official practitioners, loose cultivators, and countless evil practitioners. Over time, it became the fastest website for obtaining information among powerful practitioners in the country. Indeed, it was among powerful practitioners, because the earliest users of the website were friends or descendants of those terrestrial immortals who built the site. Friends of terrestrial immortals were naturally also terrestrial immortals, or at the very least, powerful practitioners. So over the years, although the number of users on the website has declined, it has remained at a normal level. Of course, there is one crucial reason for this. 50 years ago, the website's administrators announced that only those with extraordinary abilities could access the site. The method of verification was simple: inject supernatural energy into your phone. After all, most modern phones are equipped with very powerful energy sensing systems. It has been 3,000 years since the revival of spiritual energy. Surely no one is still using traditional phones, right? Upon seeing this post for the first time, a sense of curiosity arose in everyone's hearts. The young master of the Li family? The wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people? A female executive? He. At first, everyone thought it was some scandalous news, but upon clicking in, they found the content to be quite serious. Poster: Milky White Snow reported from the Spiritual Energy Association branch Dark Moon Circus, revealing that in the Yen Emperor family, young Master Li Chan, the grandson of the Yen Emperor, is a powerful wood element extraordinary being. After learning this news, the higher-ups of the Spiritual Energy Association, top extraordinary being Tao Yao, announced a bounty on Li Chan. Live capture reward: 1 holy relic. Death reward: 1 semi-holy relic. Claim the reward with his head. Below the post were countless comments. Steamed egg bun, poster, you really know how to make a post. Northern News Big Brother, are you fishing? A 17-year-old extraordinary being, how is that possible? And the Li family's extraordinary being is actually wood element? If what you say is true, I'll eat my phone. Username 66, this news is too fake. Yao Bao, I might believe you about Li Qingyang's third brother, but the fourth brother, let's forget it. Aunt Jean Yang's wind, I also think it's impossible. I love eating squid soup, me too. I love eating banana milkshakes. Junling, 1, am really not non-tongue. 10086. At first, everyone was skeptical until the post reached over 30 replies, when the situation began to reverse. At the same time, the post's popularity started to soar. Fox N, everyone, go check the black market bounty. What the poster said is true. Dreamer and Wanderer, wow, I saw it too. Foundation stage Qingli, the Li family has produced another prodigy, a 17-year-old extraordinary being, too terrifying. Every meal, I want this bounty. Annihilated in thunder, the Li family is really deep, they actually fooled the whole world. Dagu, kill Li Chan, claim the bounty. Nu Ayu, kill Li Chen, claim the bounty. Li Hui, who loves eating Wulongguaba. So many extraordinary beings from evil forces are coming to Longjing. It seems Longjing will be in chaos for a while. Would Emperor dare to come to Longjing? Then be prepared for a one-way trip. Emperor Mimi, hello, Wood Emperor. Puppet Master, ha ha ha, Old Man Wood. Long time no see. It seems this time Mukei is doomed. Too bad I'm not the one to kill him. Puppet Master, by the way, is the administrator here? I want to report that the person above does not have extraordinary abilities. They snuck in. Really Mukei, what does that have to do with me? Emperor Mimi, how did the post's popularity rise so quickly? Are people from the Spiritual Energy Association paying for trending searches? User, Emperor Mimi has been permanently blacklisted by the website administrator. After suddenly jumping to third place in trending, the post's popularity continued to climb. In no time, it reached second place. But just as it was about to take the top spot, the post suddenly disappeared. For a long time after the trending topic vanished, the phones of the core members of the Li family were bombarded with calls. However, most people expressed confusion about the matter. Especially Li Chen's father, the current head of the Li family. Li Kai-tian. My little son is an extraordinary being? How come I didn't know? Longjing Supernatural Bureau. Looking at the suddenly vanished post, Director Li Fei frowned. Xiao Lu. Director, transmit my orders to the major public security departments in Longjing. Strengthen the vigilance work in Longjing and its surrounding areas. Yes. In the Divine Dragon Military District. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face stamped a red-headed document. Immediately, the entire military district began to bustle. Various units received orders to patrol different locations in Longjing. Upon discovering individuals from evil forces, there was no need to report. They could be shot on sight. At the Longjing 5-star hotel, in the presidential suite of the Hengyi Hotel. In front of a makeup mirror sat a woman with a head of red waves, sexy lips, a curvaceous figure, dressed in an evening gown comparable to a supermodel. At this moment, she was applying a facial mask. Looking at her phone with her mouth slightly open, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Miss Qingya, what's wrong? Her assistant asked softly beside her. It's nothing, just discovered something surprising, Li Qingya replied with a slight smile. Oh, what is it? It's something about my brother. Upon hearing this, the assistant stopped asking further questions. She knew these matters were not for her to know. After all, the woman before her was not only a popular star in Longhua but also the second young lady of the Li family. Xiao Wei. Miss Qingya, you said. Cancel my runway show tomorrow and contact the staff at the Beha base. I need to go to Shatuzwang in the next few days. But Miss Qingya, this show was scheduled a long time ago and many companies have sponsored it. It might not be possible to cancel. The assistant looked troubled. If it can't be cancelled, then postpone it. Alright, they'll talk to the company. On the plane. Qinggu, what is this? Su Xian asked in confusion. Li Qin smiled and said, good stuff. He opened 3 boxes in succession and took out 3 masks. What is this? Disguise masks. Li Qin put one on his face and said, these are cosmetic props. Once worn, you can change your appearance according to your thoughts. Even if someone with spiritual abilities stands in front of you, they won't recognize you. With a thought, his appearance quickly changed. Aside from his physique, even his aura transformed. From a youthful, immature vibe, he became a composed adult. You all put them on. Okay. Su Xian and Li Chen put theirs on, and then Su Xian put one on himself. He turned into an unremarkable young man, while Li Chen transformed into the appearance of Mu Kei, an enrollment teacher from Qinglong Academy. Li Qin. Su Xian. This face seems a bit familiar. Li Qin frowned and said. Su Xian replied, young master, isn't it a bit too old for you to look like Teacher Mu? Old? I think it looks pretty good. You look a bit out of place with us. I think you should change it. Li Chen's face changed again, becoming a youthful boy of about 14. Why did you turn into my childhood self? Su Xian recognized the face at a glance. It was indeed how he looked at 14. However, due to recent years of growth, there was quite a difference from his current appearance. Li Chen remained silent. Su Xian sighed and let it be. At that moment, a news broadcast came on the plane's TV. Breaking news, popular star Li Qingya is set to walk the runway in Shatuzwang tomorrow. Why is my second sister coming to Beha? Li Chen's eyelids twitched. Li Qin smiled and said, Xiaolun, your second sister is coming specifically for you. Are you touched? I dare not move. I have to listen to my second sister's nagging again. Li Chen sighed. He quietly fell asleep. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was utterly defeated and was beaten by the fire element. The lightning element confessed to the fire element, leaving the fire element stunned. At this moment, the lightning element launched an attack on the fire element, only to be slapped away by the fire element. The wood element was exchanging insights with the divine water element while diligently cultivating wood element energy 100. The telekinesis ability and control ability were researching divine powers together. Telekinesis energy 20, control energy 20. The divine water element was working hard on its cultivation. Divine water energy 20. The dragon tiger body refinement technique was closely leaning against water nourishes all things for cultivation. Host's body and spirit 20, energy capacity 50. After getting off the plane, since the three of them took the VIP passage, no one noticed them. They casually found a hotel and checked in. I have some matters to attend to in the next couple of days. Once and done, they'll take you to Longjing. Li Qing glanced at his phone and said. To hide his identity, he had taken off his golden armor long ago. Now he was dressed in formal attire, looking like a high-end business person. By evening, after finishing dinner with his telekinesis ability, Li Chen heard a knock on the door from outside. Young master, it's me. Su Xian pushed the door open and entered. Li Chen looked at him in confusion. Young master, do you want to go downstairs for a massage? Brother Qin prepared it for us. Before Li Chen could respond, he had already hoisted Li Chen onto his back and left the room. Li Chen, is it really okay to act first and report later like this? Li Chen sighed and let him take charge. I must say, high-end hotels are quite nice, with all sorts of facilities available. You can find whatever you want. Of course, everything comes at a cost. Young master, let me give you a scrub first. Upon arriving at the massage place, Su Xian suddenly said when he saw a bathhouse. Li Chen nodded. I must say, Su Zin's scrubbing technique was top-notch, though he seemed a bit gentle, as if afraid of hurting him. Let me scrub you too, Li Chen said. Okay. After about 10 minutes, Su Xian walked out of the bathhouse covered in bruises and bloodstains on his back. Young master. Never mind, it's nothing. Su Xian sighed. After a proper massage, the two lay in the lounge to cultivate. At that moment, two girls walked towards them, holding their phones and shyly looking down. Do you need something? Su Xian asked. Can we get the WeChat of that little brother next to you? One girl in student attire asked, looking at Li Chen. I'm Yin Shui, and this is my best friend Ding Miao. They both looked around 17 or 18, the pure type. Hearing this, Li Chen felt a pang of jealousy. Although it was his WeChat they wanted, he was currently wearing Su Zin's face. How infuriating. But Li Chen still exchanged WeChat. Watching them leave, Su Xian helplessly said, Young master, can you not do strange things with my face? I won't do it next time. Li Chen glanced at the two girls' friend circles and found they were preparatory students from the Qinglong Academy. The so-called preparatory students are a term for students from the affiliated schools of Qinglong Academy. The school they attended was directly established and managed by Qinglong Academy, and as long as they passed the assessment, they could enter Qinglong Academy directly. It was much easier than the usual assessments to enter Qinglong Academy. Back in the room, Li Chen received a call from his second sister. Xiaolan, I have a fashion show at Shirtu village tomorrow. Remember to come. I haven't seen you in a long time. I want to see if you really are my biological brother. In such a short time apart, you've turned into a great power, impressive. A bright voice came from the other end. Li Chen simply replied and hung up. His second sister was great in every way. Good figure. Hi, looks too bad she had a big mouth. Even her fans affectionately called her mute wife. The show was held in the evening. Before that, Li Qing especially sent Li Chen a few VIP tickets. The next evening, the Tianhai Hall at Shirtu village was packed. Li Chen and Su Xian had not yet approached the hall. From a distance, the enthusiastic voices of fans could be heard. Goddess! 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 I finally made it. I came all the way from Jiangnan. Fellow townsmen, I also came from Jiangnan. But I arrived in Longjing first, and after hearing Qingya was coming to Beha, I came here. I'm just like you. My wife is just too willful. Who are you calling wife? She's my wife. As long as she doesn't speak, she's everyone's wife. Does anyone know why Goddess Qingya suddenly came to Beha? I had already bought tickets over in Longjing, but then it got postponed. Who isn't in the same boat? What's the program arranged for tonight? They said it's a fashion show. It can't just be a simple walk, right? There are some details on the official website. It seems there are several segments, a fashion show, dancing, and singing. Singing? Are you serious? What is the program thinking, wanting Qingya to sing? My goodness. Haha, it seems like she requested it herself, saying it was to give the fans a surprise. Surprise? More like a shock. Don't you all like the goddess singing? I quite like it. Me too, it will be a great show. Hurry up and buy tickets. If you go late, you won't get any and will have to watch the live stream. My sister is actually going to sing." In a supermarket next to the park, Li Chen heard the voices outside and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Xian took the items from his hands, quickly paid, and said, "Young master, stop standing there foolishly, let's go." Oh. Li Chen came to his senses. Just as they stepped out of the supermarket, he heard his phone ringing in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from his sister. "Hello, second sister. Where are you guys?" "Outside the auditorium." "Okay, there are quite a few people. Let me send someone to pick you up. You should have disguised yourselves, right? Send me a photo. By the way, is your third brother with you?" Li Qingya said a whole bunch in one breath. "Okay, they'll send it to you in a bit," Li Chen replied one by one. "Third brother left right after getting off the plane. He said he would take me to Longjing after he finishes his work." "This brat is avoiding me, huh? When I see him, I'll make him pay," the voice on the other end said angrily. "Then see you later." The call ended. Li Chen smiled and beckoned to Su Xian, who looked over in confusion. Li Chen hooked his shoulder and said, "Come on, Xiao Xian. Let's take a photo." A few seconds later, with a click, a clear photo appeared on the phone. The boy holding the phone had bright eyes and a big smile, a lollipop in his mouth, fluffy hair, and a lazy demeanor, with a smile at the corners of his mouth and in his eyes, like the warm sun of early spring. The boy he was with had a cool expression, although his features were plain, his eyes were bright and deep, his lips of moderate thickness, and his nose was high and straight, exuding a sense of elegance. "Why aren't you smiling?" Looking at the photo, Li Chen mumbled a few words, and after feeling there was nothing wrong, he sent it to his second sister. As he looked up, he saw Su Xin's exaggerated smile. "What are you doing? You scared me." "Just showing you my smile. Weirdo." Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Today, he was unusually spirited. Perhaps because the wheelchair was not around. The two walked side by side to the outside of the auditorium. Li Chen glanced at the long line at the entrance and helplessly said, "Should we just go back?" Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the ticket booth not far away. "Yinxue, Ding Miao, trust me, I really have a way to get you in." "How to get in?" "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been dawdling, we wouldn't have missed out on tickets. Trust me, I have connections inside. Not only can I get you in, but I can also get you seats in the inner circle." "Inner circle? Are you serious?" Of course, Li Chen turned his head and found that it was indeed the two girls who had asked him for WeChat yesterday. They were standing with a group of people who looked to be classmates. The two girls seemed to have noticed Li Chen as well, waving and smiling to greet him. "Hello, we meet again." Li Chen nodded. The two girls approached. "Are you here to buy tickets too?" Before Li Chen could respond, they answered their own question. "But it's too late to buy tickets now. The ticket office has already closed." "Ah, what a pity. Xingya has come all the way to Beha." "Yunxue, Ding Miao, who are they?" A boy walked over, asking cautiously. Yunxue replied, "We met in the lounge at Hengyi Hotel yesterday. My dad is a shareholder there, so I go there often." Hearing that they had just met yesterday, the boy immediately relaxed and said, "I thought they were your boyfriends. How could that be?" Yunshui's face turned red instantly. Seeing this, the classmates began to tease them. The boy frowned slightly but didn't say anything. At that moment, Ding Miao spoke up. "Wu Sihan, didn't you say you know someone inside? Can you help them get a ticket too?" Just as Li Chen was about to refuse, the boy spoke again. "I'm afraid that's not possible. There are very few seats in the inner area. My friend only managed to get a few tickets because he is related to the goddess Qingya. It would be difficult to get more." Hearing his words, the classmates began to murmur, shocked. "What? Your friend is related to the goddess Qingya?" "The goddess Qingya is from the Li family." "Wu Sihan, you're impressive. Knowing someone from the Li family, truly hidden talent." "Wow, Wu Sihan, you even have connections with the Li family. You must be set for entering Qinglong Academy this year. Which relative of the goddess Qingya is it, helping you get a ticket through the back door?" For them, the Li family was an enormous entity. The boy slightly raised his head, glanced at Li Chen, then lowered his voice and said, "My friend here has a decent status in the Li family, but you might not have heard of him." "Who is it?" Ding Mao asked curiously. Li Chen was also a bit curious. He remembered his second sister didn't seem to like family members and had distanced herself from them in her career. "The young master of the Li family, Li Chen." "Li Chen?" Hearing this, Li Chen looked puzzled. He had just arrived in Beha a few days ago, having been in Jiangnan before. When did he have this friend? As for the ticket issue, he hardly ever inquired about his second sister's matters, let alone help others get tickets. "Li Chen? The little brother of the goddess Qingya? Is that true? You're not lying to us, are you?" "Exactly, Li Chen has always been with the Li family. How could you possibly know him?" Others were also skeptical. Su Xian looked at Li Chen with curiosity. Li Chen smiled back at him, signaling him to calm down. "Of course it's true," the boy said decisively, pulling out his phone. "He'll show you the chat records." He opened WeChat, scrolled through, and opened a contact labeled Li Chen, revealing a dense array of chat records before everyone. Seeing this, the crowd gasped in amazement, looking at the boy with envy. Wu Sihan, you're impressive. No wonder you could get tickets. Turns out you know Li Chen. If you knew someone else from the Li family, I wouldn't believe it, but him. What's so special about this Li Chen? You don't even know this? The Li family dotes on Li Chen immensely. The boy raised his head again, enjoying the attention of the crowd. At that moment, Yunshui said, Wu Sihan, since you know Li Chen, can't you get a couple more tickets? Even for the outer area. That really isn't possible. The boy said helplessly, even if it were possible, he wouldn't get tickets for an outsider. What did he take him for? No need to go through all that trouble. Li Chen interrupted them. We have tickets. You have tickets? Yunshui looked shocked. Then why didn't you say anything before? Li Chen nodded and said helplessly, you didn't give me a chance to speak either. Yunshui thought about it and felt a bit embarrassed. By the way, I still don't know your name. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, my name is Mu Quebec Mu K. Yunshui nodded and murmured softly, what a strange name. Just then, two staff members dressed in black suits walked out of the hall's exit. Upon seeing Li Chen and the others, they quickly approached. Yunshu's classmates looked excited at the sight of the two staff members. Wu Sihan, they're coming this way, are they here to find you? No way, the staff personally welcoming. Wait, they really seem to be coming this way. Wu Sihan, you're amazing. Seeing the two staff members, Wu Sihan looked visibly flustered and confused, but he still forced a smile. He quickly took out his phone, opened WeChat, and asked, what's going on with you, scalper? Why are there staff members personally welcoming you? The reply came back almost instantly. What staff personally welcoming? Dude, you just bought an inner ticket and you expect a personal welcome? Even VIPs don't get that privilege. Not because of the scalper? Then what was going on? Wu Sihan looked puzzled. When he noticed that the staff members were not coming towards him but were looking at Li Chen and Su Xian in front of them, one of the staff members took out his phone to compare and then smiled, saying, Gentlemen, this way please. Gentlemen, let's go. Li Chen nodded. Then, to everyone's shock, he followed the staff through the employee exit into the hall. What's going on? Yunshui, what exactly is the identity of your two friends? I thought they were here to find Wu Sihan. Wu Sihan, isn't your friend Li Chen? Who are these two? Ding Miao, do you know what's going on? Yunshui and Ding Miao both shook their heads in confusion. Then, along with the other classmates, they looked at Wu Sihan with puzzled expressions. Wu Sihan held back for a long time before timidly lowering his head and saying, I'm sorry, I lied to you all. I don't know anyone named Li Chen. I bought the ticket from a scalper. As he said this, he was already prepared to be laughed at. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear any mocking laughter. Instead, he heard his classmates discussing, you scared me. I thought you really knew someone from the Li family. Me too. Wu Sihan, you still love to brag so much. Luckily, you didn't meet Li Chen in person, or I would have laughed to death. Ha, to be honest, when I saw how nervous you were when those two staff members came in, I knew something was off. Wu Sihan's face turned red as he said, aren't you all mad at me? Mad at you for what? You didn't do anything wrong. Exactly, you got us the tickets, we should be thanking you. At that moment, Wu Sihan's phone rang, and he looked at it, surprised. The tickets have arrived, let's go in. Li Chen and the others followed the staff to the makeshift backstage in the hall. Here, besides the staff, there were many actors and models. Most of them were good-looking and well-proportioned, all handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, if you weren't a handsome man or a beautiful woman, you couldn't be an actor or a model. Upon seeing Li Chen and the others, they all showed expressions of surprise. Xiao Wang, where did you bring these two handsome guys from? They both look good, one is delicate and handsome, and the other has bright, sparkling eyes. Good candidates for acting. These two have impressive presence, they look like talented individuals with abilities. Don't let them go to waste, this can't be called delaying them. Look at Sister Qingya, a popular star and a top-tier supernatural being, there's no conflict at all. Sister Qingya is a genius, an exception, how can you compare her to others? Hearing this discussion, the staff helplessly said, don't set your sights on these two, they are brought by Sister Qingya. Upon hearing this, a look of even greater surprise appeared on their faces. The staff led Li Chen and the others to a private room and gently closed the door. Gentlemen, we have arrived. The room was neither too big nor too small, but the furnishings were luxurious. Inside, there was a large mirror, and a woman in a red gown was sitting in front of it, applying makeup. The mirror reflected her appearance. Regal and elegant, she resembled a queen, described as stunningly beautiful. Yet, this remarkable woman spoke quite rudely. She stood up and looked at the two, saying, you lazy boy finally made it here. Come, let your sister see if you've gained weight. Li Chen took a step back and gently pushed Su Xian with his telekinetic ability. Young master, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Please excuse me for a moment. With that, he left the room, leaving Su Xin looking bewildered. Su Xin? After stepping out, Li Chen was met with enthusiastic invitations from a group of older sisters. Little brother, would you like some cola? I have some here. Little brother, what is your relationship with Sister Qingya? Sister Qingya. Su Xin stood there, momentarily unsure of what to do. Su Xin, long time no see. Sister Qingya, you know it's me? Of course I do. Li Qingya chuckled lightly. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Your gaze is completely different from that boy's. It's not hard to tell who is who. Should I call the young master back? No need, they'll teach him a lesson after I'm done. Li Qingya smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes and left the room. You can rest here for a while. Feel free to eat anything on the table. I might be gone for a long time. Okay, thank you, Sister Qingya. Rarely alone, Su Xin felt bored and picked up his phone to check the news. Mysterious disappearance in the newly discovered 5-star secret realm in Jiangnan province? Many supernatural beings are left bewildered. The former director of the Jiangnan Province Supernatural Bureau stated that everything was expected. Riots occurred in coastal areas, with numerous king-level exotic beasts coming ashore. Suspected to be on the verge of a beast tide, the military has dispatched personnel to investigate the sea area. Experts suggest that low-level supernatural beings can venture into the high-risk 5-star secret realm for opportunities to enhance their realms. The next day, a body was found in their mansion. The 5-star secret realm, wasn't this the realm the young master entered before? Su Xin muttered a few words and continued scrolling down. Li Chen declined the invitations from the older sisters, using his telekinetic ability to float to an unoccupied rooftop, sweeping away the dust on the ground. He stretched lazily, lay down, and began to take a nap. A gentle breeze brushed against him, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead. This feels so good. Feeling bored, Li Chen opened his phone and noticed someone had sent him a message. It was from Li Mia. Li Chen clicked to see that she had sent a long voice message, followed by several pictures. The images depicted a building called Mia Martial Arts Hall, decorated impressively and luxuriously. Li Chen even saw his own photo displayed inside the martial arts hall. Next to the photo were the words Ancestral Master of Mia Martial Arts Hall written in large characters. The calligraphy was bold and powerful, exuding the aura of a grand master. It was clearly written by someone Li Mia had specially hired. In front of the photo were several incense candles and fruits. Fortunately, the photo was in color and not black and white. Otherwise, those who didn't know might think he was dead. Li Chen's mouth twitched as he clicked on the voice message. Li Miami's cheerful voice rang out. Brother, are you happy? Surprised? Our Mimi Martial Arts School is finally built. From today on, you are the founder and the #1 boss of Mimi Martial Arts School, and I am the #2 boss. Brother, I will definitely make Mimi Martial Arts School thrive. When the time comes, I not only want to put your photo in every martial arts school across the country, but I also want to build a statue of you in the territories of other races so they can worship you day and night. Li Chen remained silent for a while, ultimately clicking the 3 dots in the upper right corner and then pressing the delete key. As Li Miami's avatar disappeared, the world suddenly became much quieter. He revealed a satisfied expression, then found a quiet position to lie down and slowly closed his eyes. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element executed a 1,000-year kill on the fire element. The lightning element was tied to a vine tree of the wood element by the fire element and whipped with a small whip, resulting in a complete defeat for the lightning element. At this moment, on the other side of the phone, in the core area of Longjing, Mimi Martial Arts School, Li Mimi sat on the master's throne, crossing her legs in her little white stockings, happily sipping on a cold cola. Around her stood a dozen people, all her newly recruited disciples. As for why there were a dozen disciples on the first day of the school opening, it was because other martial arts schools required payment for enrollment while she paid them. Originally, over 100 people signed up, but after several rounds of elimination, only these 13 remained. You might ask where she got the money? That's because she claimed to her family that this martial arts school was Li Chen's property. So her family generously provided her with over 10 million in startup funds. In fact, she wasn't wrong. Li Chen held the majority of the shares in this martial arts school. He just didn't know it. I wonder if brother saw the message I sent, she murmured to herself, pulling out her phone. She sent a cute emoji. However, it displayed a pitiful red exclamation mark. The person on the other end is not your friend. Please add them before sending a message. Li Mimi. Master, what's wrong? A 2-meter-tall man leaned over. It's nothing. Li Mimi quickly stuffed her phone into her pocket. After all, as the future master of the #1 martial arts school in the Dragon Kingdom, she couldn't let her employees discover such an embarrassing thing. Master, erase the list of martial arts school disciples. The big man handed a stack of documents to Li Mimi. She counted, there were exactly 13 sheets, neither more nor less, and gently nodded. She carefully looked at the disciple's information, but when she reached the last sheet, she was shocked. Name, Duan Yuankai. Gender, male. Age, 14. Talent, body system. Ability, strength enhancement. Talent level. As she glanced over and saw a blonde boy among a group of muscular men and women. After a careful comparison, she slowly said, Duan Yuankai. You are in level strength enhancer? Upon hearing this, everyone present turned to look at Duan Yuankai, some in shock, some in surprise, and others in doubt. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Slevel? What is an Slevel genius doing here? Such geniuses shouldn't lack money. There are plenty of sponsors. It can't be made up, right? I don't think it's made up. Otherwise, how could he pass those previous assessments to enter the martial arts school? But just then, Duan Yuankai suddenly lay down on the ground. The people around quickly helped him up, only to find he wasn't fainting but had fallen asleep. I remember now, the big man beside Li Mini suddenly said. Earlier this year, an Slevel strength enhancer genius appeared at Longjing No. 1 High School. He performed well in all aspects but was ultimately not admitted, and no other school wanted him either. Is this person Duan Yuankai? Li Mini asked in confusion. Why did no one want him? The big man sighed and said, that's because he has a strange sleeping disorder, and the onset of this condition is completely irregular. In other words, as long as Duan Yuankai is alive, he could fall asleep at any moment. Master, do you need me to expel him? No need. Li Mimi revealed a slight smile and said, my brother might have a lot in common with him. The fire element is diligently cultivating fire element energy 100. The thunder element is seriously cultivating thunder element energy 120. The thunder element is seriously cultivating thunder element energy 130. Your thunder element cultivation has been upgraded to early stage of the great ability. Your thunder element ability falling thunder has evolved into thunder of 10,000 June. The divine water element is cultivating together with the wood element, which is known as the mutual generation of water and wood. Divine water energy 200. Wood element energy 200. The telekinesis ability looks enviously at the dragon and tiger body forging technique cultivation. Telekinesis energy 80. The telekinesis ability successfully comprehended the ability mental perception. The control ability looks enviously at the dragon and tiger body forging technique cultivation. Control energy 80. Water nurtures all leans against dragon and tiger body forging technique. Both techniques shyly cultivating. Energy capacity 50. Hosts body and soul 50. The thunder element challenged the fire element, the thunder element beat the fire element, and the fire element was defeated. Thunder element. Ha 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 ha. I finally stood up again. It was unclear how long it had been, but Li Chen woke up from his dream. To his surprise, he found that he had gained 2 brand new abilities. These 2 little guys are quite impressive. The telekinesis ability and the control ability both belong to the mental system abilities, and while cultivating, they also strengthen mental power. So he wasn't very surprised that the telekinesis ability comprehended the mental perception ability. If the 2 abilities were to compete, Li Chen felt that the thunder element was superior. The fact that the thunder element's ability could evolve was unexpected for him. Perhaps this is what it means to turn sorrow into motivation. All of this is thanks to the fire element. Fire element, you are amazing. The thunder element cried, a single ability hiding in the corner, secretly weeping. Under the influence of the telekinesis ability, Li Chen leaped down to the first floor. Many gazes turned towards him, but Li Chen initially paid no attention. However, just as he was about to return to the hall, a few figures caught his attention. Such a familiar aura. Li Chen suddenly thought of the people he encountered in the Water God Palace's secret realm. Those from the Dark Moon Circus. The previous perception was not very clear. But now that he had awakened the perception ability, the possibility of error was almost negligible. Even if they weren't from the Dark Moon Circus, they were likely of the same origin. Could they be assassins sent by the Spirit Energy Association? Upon further thought, he felt it wasn't likely. After all, his identity had not yet been exposed. If that were the case, there were only 2 possibilities. First, he was ordered to be hunted down by the Spirit Energy Association, and they saw his second sister here, thinking he might be here too, so they came to check. Second, they weren't here for him, but for someone else. Li Chen thought carefully and felt the former was more likely. After all, his second sister suddenly coming from Longjing to Beha was indeed a bit suspicious. However, at the moment, he couldn't confirm whether they were from the Spirit Energy Association or what their strength was, so he couldn't act rashly. But Li Chen estimated that their strength might not be very strong. At most, they were just minor players sent to gather intelligence, otherwise they wouldn't have been so easily discovered by him. Just as he was thinking about how to find out the identities of those people, they started talking. Big brother, there's a little brat looking at us over there? Have we been exposed? Exposed my ass. We are abilities users. Unless we encounter a great abilities user, it's not that easy to be exposed. Wang Fugue, are you overreacting? That little brat looks like he's only in his teens. Not to mention exposing himself, he probably doesn't even know what spiritual energy is. Then why have they been staring at us? Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Or maybe it's because you're too ugly. But being stared at like this makes me uneasy. Then go chase him away. But you can't kill him. If you attract the attention of the security bureau, I won't be able to save you. Recently, patrols in Longjing have been increasing, and the patrols in Beha have also been ramped up. If we get into trouble, it won't be easy to escape. Isn't there an adult around? Adult? Don't forget, this is near Longjing. Once we attract the attention of the ability bureau, the adult might not even be able to protect himself, let alone help us. That kid is still watching us, and his gaze seems a bit strange. What's strange about a little brat's gaze? As he spoke, the older brother also looked at Li Chen, locking eyes with him. But in that instant, both the older brother and the person who had been looking at Li Chen froze. Older brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you? Older brother. Older brother. Wang Fugue. The people around poked the two. They turned back and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they relaxed, the older brother and Wang Fugue suddenly sprang up, drawing daggers hidden on their bodies, and lunged at the people nearby. The others were shocked and quickly retreated. Bystanders also began to flee, calling the security bureau. Some reckless ones pulled out their phones to post on social media. Older brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you? Wait, they seem to be under control. It was only then they realized that the older brother and Wang Fugue had blank expressions, their eyes vacant. They had completely lost their previous vitality. What should we do? It must be that kid. Let's go, we need to kill him. The group glared fiercely at Li Chen. Just as they were about to charge at him, their older brother suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. They wanted to resist, but clearly they were no match for this older brother. Together, he and Wang Fugue easily killed everyone on the ground. Then they both committed suicide. It's done. Li Chen yawned. Feeling drowsy, he returned to the auditorium with his ticket, planning to find a place to sleep. Say a little more sweet nothings, look at me a little more, show a little more so I can really see. But at that moment it was his second sister's turn to sing, her enchanting voice filling the air. The drowsiness that had just appeared was quickly dispersed. The security bureau personnel soon arrived outside the auditorium. The security captain was shocked to see the bodies scattered on the ground. This was a serious violent murder case. He quickly ordered the scene to be sealed off. Then he loudly asked the surrounding crowd, "Where's the murderer? Did anyone see which direction the murderer ran?" The onlookers exchanged glances, all looking at the bodies on the ground. Finally, a security officer ran up and whispered a few words in the captain's ear. The captain's expression changed slightly, and he quickly crouched down. Scanning the area, he found a dagger in the hands of both the older brother and Wang Fugue. He glanced at the wounds on the bodies on the ground, then looked at the wounds on the older brother and Wang Fugue, muttering to himself, they really did commit suicide. But why would they kill someone and then commit suicide? Revenge? Did they kill out of psychological guilt and then take their own lives? He stood up, placing the two daggers into evidence bags, and looked at a nearby security officer, saying, "Is there any surveillance?" The security officer, clearly a rookie just graduated from the academy, was now pale with fear. After a long while, he finally reacted, saying, "Captain, this just happens to be a blind spot for the surveillance. Next time, if you do this again, just get lost." The security captain glanced at him. He looked towards the nearby surveillance camera, then back at the corpse on the ground, frowning slightly. Blind spot in the surveillance? Coincidence? Or was it intentional? "Captain, the information is out." At that moment, another security officer approached, holding a laptop. The security captain took the laptop and saw the information on the screen, his pupils contracting. Name, Yang Fu. Gender, male, age 48. Introduction, place of birth XXXXX, metal type, ability user, specific strength unknown. Member of the Lingnung Society. Name, Wang Fugue. Gender, male, age 36. Introduction, place of birth XXXXX, physical type, ability user, specific ability unknown, specific strength unknown. Member of the Lingnung Society. The people who died here are all members of the Lingning Society. The security captain gasped, saying, "Quickly notify the Ability Bureau, this is beyond our responsibility." "Yes." Upon hearing the three words Lingning Society, the surrounding security officers understood that this matter was not simple and quickly nodded. Just as they were about to call the Ability Bureau, two people pulled aside the caution tape and barged in. A man and a woman, both appearing to be around 30. The man had a scar on his face and wore a world-weary expression, exuding a murderous aura. The woman was no less intimidating. Her eyes were sharp as knives, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and a large floral python tattooed on her right arm, resembling a queen of the underground world. "You too, this is not a place for you. Please leave quickly," the security captain warned loudly, his hand resting on his waist, ready to draw his gun. He sensed an extremely heavy aura of malice from these two. This kind of malice he had only seen before in his own director who had retired from the battlefield and in some soldiers. As his words fell, the woman tossed a small notebook into the air, which landed steadily in the security captain's hand. Ability Bureau Beha Headquarters Special Operations Investigator. They were actually from the Ability Bureau. The security chief waved his hand, signaling those around to lower their guard. "You too. What do you need us to do? Just cooperate." The tattooed woman squatted down and examined the corpse on the ground. The scar-faced man asked, "Rose, did you find anything?" "Yes." The tattooed woman looked at the corpse's eyes and said in a crisp voice, "These two members of the Lingning Society were likely controlled by someone using mental manipulation before they died. The purpose is obvious. They didn't want to act personally or reveal their identity. After all, being able to easily control two ability users clearly indicates a powerful ability user. And for a powerful ability user to kill two ability users is a trivial matter." The security captain couldn't help but ask, "Can ability users control other ability users?" Rose glanced at him and simply replied, "They can, but not for long. Control-type abilities consume a tremendous amount of energy. To control two ability users at once, have them kill, and then make them commit suicide afterward is something an ordinary ability user would find difficult. Unless their energy reservoir is extraordinarily strong, or they possess a top-tier treasure that replenishes energy. But both scenarios are highly unlikely." The security captain nodded, still feeling that the notion of a powerful ability user was more plausible. However, the fact that there was a powerful mental-type ability user hidden in the Beha provincial base city made him feel uncomfortable. After all, no one wants their body to be out of their control. They didn't know whether the other party was good or bad, friend or foe. The scar-faced man nodded and asked, "Anything else?" "One more thing," Rose said. Looking at these people's eyes, they all displayed a strong emotion of disbelief before they died. Clearly, they knew who the murderer was at the time of their death. Thought if the mastermind behind the scenes were a robust adult, they would be less likely to exhibit such emotions. So I boldly speculate that the mastermind must be someone who does not evoke a sense of threat. For example, a child, an elderly person, a disabled individual, or a frail woman. Upon hearing this, everyone became alert. They nervously glanced at the nearby children, elderly, women, and disabled individuals. "Captain, what should we do now? A powerful ability user is not something we can handle," one of the security personnel stammered. The security captain looked at the two people from the Ability Bureau. The scar-faced man said softly, "We still don't know if the other party is a powerful ability user. But even if they aren't, this matter is beyond our control. The body will be sent to the Ability Bureau shortly. We should head back first." He turned to the woman with the floral tattoos and said, "Rose, let's go back." "Yes." After the two left, one of the security personnel looked at the captain and asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" "What else can we do? Of course, we follow their orders, collect all the bodies, send them to the Ability Bureau, and then pretend this never happened." Upon hearing this, all the security personnel present began to act. They were so tense they were trembling. They had lived long enough to know the terror of powerful ability users. A non-friendly powerful ability user was almost like a nightmare in their minds. Moreover, this powerful ability user was the most bizarre type, a mental type. Li Chen sat down on a resting chair and drank a cup of ice cola that a kind older sister had brought him. Just as he was about to sleep, he heard a message from the core of the Water God Palace within him. "Palace Master, I have already controlled the Water God Palace to the deep sea. Currently, I have tamed 3 king-level beasts and 1 emperor-level beast as guards. I plan to open the gates of the Water God Palace when its energy reaches a certain level and, using the concept of a secret realm, recruit disciples from the outside. What do you think? The emperor-level beast has been tamed?" Li Chen was slightly shocked and simply communicated with her through thought. "Do as you see fit." "Okay, I will wait for your return in the sea. I will definitely give you a surprise then." At that moment, a commotion came from outside. The older sister sitting next to Li Chen had just come in from outside. "What happened? Why is it so noisy outside?" The person being asked, still shaken, patted their chest and said, "Fortunately, you didn't go out just now. It was terrifying outside. A powerful ability user killed more than 10 people. And I heard that the murderer is very likely a child, an elderly person, or a disabled individual." "What? A powerful ability user?" the older sister exclaimed, her lipstick smudged. At this moment, someone nearby laughed and said, "With Qingya here, why are you all so scared? Qingya is also a powerful ability user. She looked at Li Chen sitting beside her and joked, and that murderer might just be this little brother next to you. He just came back from outside. What nonsense are you talking? Don't scare him. The older sister couldn't help but laugh. Li Chen smiled slightly and didn't say much. However, he did not fully agree with the rumors about the powerful ability user outside. After all, his telekinetic ability was only at the level of an ability user. His control over abilities was even at a higher tier. He could control those two ability users, prompting them to turn against each other, purely relying on the terrifying suppression of his mental power and the vast energy sea within him. Water nurtures all can expand the energy solubility of the energy sea. Meanwhile, the ability Endless Sea is an auxiliary type that can restore the energy of the energy sea. Mental power, techniques, and auxiliary abilities, these three are indispensable if he wants to control those two ability users. By the time Li Chen returned to the lounge, Su Xian had already become so bored that she had fallen asleep on the resting chair. The air conditioning in the room was set to a low temperature. This was the favorite temperature of fire attribute superpowers. Fire attribute ability users had body temperatures much higher than those of other ability users, especially the superpowers. But Su Xian was just a superpower user, and such a temperature was clearly too low for him. Li Chen was worried he might catch a cold, so he found a small blanket to cover him. So comfortable. Feeling the cold air hitting him, Li Chen stretched lazily, just about to lie down. Suddenly, the door to the lounge opened. His second sister walked in holding a stick and struck him. You lazy boy, trying to fool your second sister, huh? I'll see if I don't beat you to death. The force of the strike wasn't very strong, it could even be considered light, but Li Chen had to show a pained expression. He pretended to scream in agony, saying, "Second sister, you're going to beat me to death." Li Qingya was amused by his expression and said, "You're still pretending. You weren't pretending before, were you? A superpower user, who would have thought?" At that moment, the door was pushed open again. The three of them saw Li Qin take off his mask and walk in. Second sister. Little lazy, I finished my business, and tomorrow I can take you to Longjing. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingjia's stick struck him hard. Smack! It made a crisp sound. You're running away, huh? The moment I arrive, you run off. You've really made progress. You didn't even come to see me when I came to Longjing. Li Qin was a superpower user, so this little attack couldn't possibly hurt him. He also pretended to show a pained expression, sitting down with a wronged look and saying, "Second sister. I really had something to do." Looking at his fierce second sister, the two brothers exchanged glances. Silence was the theme of tonight's kanxiao. After that, the three of them chatted a lot. During the conversation, Li Qingya asked Li Chen many questions, which he only vaguely brushed off. When she asked him why he became a superpower user so quickly, Li Chen answered without hesitation, "This is naturally the result of my hard work. Fire element, I'm throwing up, master. Wood element, I'm throwing up, master. Thunder element, I'm throwing up, master. Other skills, abilities, I'm throwing up, master." Li Chen? What are you doing? Isn't what I said the truth? Li Chen didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, his second sister had already left. Li Qin looked at Li Chen and said, "Let's go back to the hotel. Tomorrow we'll go to Qinglong Academy." Li Chen nodded, just about to call Su Xian, but found he was still asleep. And he was sleeping like a dead pig. Thinking about how he had been staying up late to practice recently, Li Chen sighed helplessly. He didn't wake him up. Instead, he picked him up in a horizontal position. Just as he lifted him, Li Chen suddenly thought of his telekinesis ability. Then Su Xian floated up. "Let's go, third brother." Li Qin looked at Su Xian, who was floating in midair and sleeping soundly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He nodded. Behind them, Li Chen felt too tired and floated up as well. Looking at the two floating in the sky, Li Qin's mouth twitched again. He felt that having such a brother was really embarrassing. However, he seemed to be a bit envious. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. I, a dignified golden Saint Seiya, a messenger of justice, a nemesis of evil, the face of the Li family. How could I have such a fallen thought? Third brother, do you want to float for a bit? Li Qin decisively nodded. The three of them hailed a taxi back to the hotel. Just as they were about to rest, Li Qin suddenly said, "By the way, little lazy, they'll give you a website, register on it." Third brother, I never look at those messy websites, Li Chen said with righteous indignation. Li Qin rolled his eyes at him, opened his phone, and sent it over. Li Chen opened his phone and saw it was just an ordinary website. What is this? Entering the website, the four big characters "Underground Black Market" appeared before his eyes. This is a website for powerful practitioners to communicate. You can check it out when you have nothing to do. Of course, you can also buy things there. However, most of the items have unknown origins. Our family has created a group on this website. I'll add you in shortly. After completing a series of tedious registration processes, Li Chen was immediately added as a friend upon entering. The avatar was a cartoon pig wearing underpants and with a big snotty nose. The nickname was the handsomest justice messenger in the universe. No need to think. It was obviously his third brother. Such a childish avatar. Such a cringeworthy name. At this moment, Li Chen felt embarrassed to have such a third brother. Looking at the name input box, Li Chen felt a bit troubled. What name should he choose? After some thought, he finally typed 4 characters into the box. Lord Myuk. Why did you choose such a lame name? Li Chen said disdainfully after seeing Li Chen's name. I've added you to the family group. Okay. You have been added to the group chat by user, the handsomest justice messenger in the universe, a loving family. Welcome, Lord Myuk, to the chat group. Click to enter the welcome. As soon as Li Chen entered the chat group, several people started messaging. Sheepy, welcome, Lord Mook. First Gundam Warrior, welcome, Lord Mook. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, welcome, Lord Myuk. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, Sheepy, Li Mai, wasn't your account blacklisted? How did you come back? Sheepy, is it wrong for me to have multiple accounts? Admin Open Skybeast, the handsomest justice messenger in the universe. Didn't I say not to add anyone outside the family? Did you ignore my words again? The handsomest justice messenger in the universe. The handsomest justice messenger in the universe. He is Li Chen. Admin Open Skybeast, Lord Myuk, what kind of lame name is that? Also, most people in the group are your elders. You didn't even say hello when you came in? Open Skybeast? Who is that? With a name like that, how dare you criticize me? Li Chen frowned. His long, strong fingers moved rapidly across the screen. Lord Mook, who are you? Admin Open Skybeast, I'm your father. Lord Myuk, no, how can you curse? That's so rude. The handsomest justice messenger in the universe. The handsomest justice messenger in the universe. He really is your father. Lord Myuk, Dad, I miss you so much. Laughing like a chrysanthemum. JPG Lord Myuk, hello, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I am Li Chen. Love you all. JPG Sheepy, ha ha ha. First Gundam Warrior, ha 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 ha. Please call me Queen. Welcome, little lazy. Welcome. Scorching Sun, welcome, little lazy. Sheepy, Lord Myuk, bro, why did you delete my WeChat? Innocently. JPG. Li Chen silently closed the group chat and looked at his third brother. Li Chen grinned and said, you didn't even ask me. By the way, be careful lately. There are quite a few people offering bounties on the black market for you. Bounty? Yeah, it's a bounty from the Spirit Energy Association. You can check the black market bounty. Li Chen opened the black market bounty, entered his name, and a dazzling golden post appeared before him. Bounty target, Li Chen, young master of the Yin Emperor Li family. Target strength. Wood element, great practitioner. Target description, very lazy, not just ordinary lazy, possibly the kind that needs to be carried to the bathroom. Specific combat power unknown. Target bounty, life capture reward, 1 holy relic, 2 semi-holy relics. Death reward, 2 semi-holy relics. Claim reward with the head. 2 holy relics? Am I really worth that much? Holy relics are treasures that might not even appear in a 5-star secret realm. Only those powerful terrestrial immortals might possess them. Li Chen was astonished. He looked at his target description and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What the hell? Needs to be carried to the bathroom. Thank you. He's not that lazy. He's quite fit. How infuriating. How can this psychic ability tarnish someone's innocence? Li Chen didn't hesitate and quickly submitted a report. Moments later. Report failed. Please submit proof materials. Video, photos, audio recordings, etc. Li Chen? Does this need proof? He was left speechless by the website. He looked at other posts. Li Chen discovered that, apart from himself, everyone in the Li family had their own bounty, including Li Niamia. Bounty target, Li Niamia, member of the Flame Emperor Li family. Target strength, unknown. Target description, violent girl. Target bounty, $5. Below the bounty, someone had left a comment. Niamia the Great, why am I only worth $5? Niamia the Great, who is the one offering the bounty, step forward. Watch me not call someone to beat you to death. Niamia the Great, so infuriating. However, her name was different from the others. It was dark. When Li Chen clicked in, he found that she had been permanently blacklisted by the website. Unsurprisingly, this person should be Li Niamia herself. By the way, little lazy. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly said. Li Chen looked at him in confusion. He pulled out a fiery red crystal from his pocket. This is for you. After entering the realm of the great power user, the energy consumption is enormous, and advancing further is not an easy task. So you can put aside the advancement of the wood element for now. Your immediate priority is to advance the fire element to the realm of the great power user. If you can reach the realm of the great power user before the end of the year, perhaps you can enter the family secret realm during the annual meeting. Of course, besides improving your realm, you also cannot neglect the honing of your abilities. I noticed that although your wood element has advanced to the great power user, you only have one ability. This is your weakness. If you don't make up for it, you will be at a disadvantage in future battles. Li Chen nodded, took the fist-sized fiery red crystal, and realized it was a top-tier treasure of the fire element. It's not just any precious item. Could it be that third brother spent these past few days getting this? Li Chen looked at him gratefully. Thank you, third brother. It goes without saying that his third brother must have paid a considerable price for this. After all, top-tier treasures are coveted even by great power users. Do your best. Li Chen patted Li Chen on the shoulder. What's inside the family secret realm? Li Chen had heard about the family secret realm since he was a child. Only great power users could enter. At that time, he thought he would never become a great power user in his lifetime, so he didn't pay much attention. He never expected that one day he could truly become a great power user. Moreover, he was being pushed along, lightning fast, lying down to get there. There are good things inside. Li Chen smiled mysteriously and said, the reason Grandpa can become one of the peak powerhouses of the human race now is closely related to this secret realm. So amazing? Li Chen continued, even if it costs 5 sacred relics to exchange for this secret realm, it would still be a huge loss for the Li family. Hearing this, Li Chen was shocked. 5 sacred relics, what does that mean? Sacred relics are currently known as the strongest treasures. Each one can be described as having heavenly powers. The foundation of the Psychic Ability Association, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, is a sacred relic. Previously, when they were at the Water God Palace, the elemental gems everyone obtained were only half-step sacred relics. But Li Chen could assert that within within half a year, those people could all become land immortals. Of course, the premise is that this treasure must be an elemental gem, and the user must be a top-tier great power user. After all, elemental gems are specifically for cultivation. Other treasures do not have this effect. Let's not talk about this anymore. Finally, Li Chen changed the subject and said, if you're having difficulty understanding the supernatural powers, you can take a look at the supernatural model. The supernatural model, also known as the supernatural operation model or the supernatural visualization diagram, records the unique trajectories of each supernatural power. Observing the supernatural model can help you comprehend the powers more quickly. However, there is a flaw. No matter how impressive the supernatural model is, the power is not your own. Unless you're exceptionally lucky, don't expect to unleash the full potential of that power. I understand. Good, then I'm going to take a shower. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, he stripped down completely. Li Chen was left dumbfounded. This big man was wearing a pair of dynamic Superman underwear. Dynamic Superman, charging forward, how absurd. So embarrassing. What if people laughed at him for this? But this guy was not ashamed. Instead, he took pride in it, boasting with a smug expression, cool, right? Limited edition. I barely managed to snag it. I wore my phone out trying to get it. Get lost. Li Chen returned to his room and began to sleep soundly. Don't get it wrong, 3 rooms were booked in total, and Su Xian was sleeping next door. Beep detected that the host has obtained a fire attribute rare treasure, Extreme Flame Crystal, currently auto-devouring. Fire element is devouring top-tier fire attribute rare treasure, Extreme Flame Crystal, Fire Element Energy 500. Fire element is devouring top-tier fire attribute rare treasure, Extreme Flame Crystal, Fire Element Energy 500. Fire element supernatural power, Blazing Flame Explosion, currently evolving. Evolution successful. Fire element has successfully comprehended the supernatural power, Extreme Flame C. The fire element's energy has reached the critical value, currently breaking through the shackles. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. Attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. The fire element puffed its cheeks, bit its lip, and tried to break through again. Breaking through. Fire element breakthrough successful. Cultivation level has risen to mid-stage great supernatural being. Li Chen turned over. His hair was too long, tickling his ears a bit. Forget it, too lazy to care. He continued to sleep. The thunder element challenged the fire element. The thunder element was beaten badly by the fire element, a complete defeat. The thunder element challenged the fire element. The thunder element was beaten badly by the fire element, a complete defeat. The thunder element cried loudly, starting to train hard, hoping to stand up again soon. Thunder element energy 50. The wood element looked at the thunder element and couldn't help but laugh. The telekinesis ability was guiding the control of the supernatural power while training. Telekinesis energy 10. The control ability was diligently training. Control energy 100. The divine water element was assisting water nourishes all while training. Divine water energy 10. Dragon Tiger body refinement technique was absent-mindedly training. Host's body and spirit 0.1. Water nourishes all. Was working hard to train, energy capacity 20. The cultivation level of the control ability successfully rose to late high stage. By the time Li Chen woke up, the sun was already blazing. Li Chen lazily floated up from the bed. With the help of the telekinesis ability, he got dressed and finished washing up. Just then, Su Xian walked in with a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge and a cup of soy milk. Young master, breakfast is ready. Li Chen looked at him in confusion. Su Xian said, I've already eaten. Liar. Li Chen glanced at him, and the soy milk and lean meat porridge flew up simultaneously and stuffed into his mouth. Startled, Su Xian hurriedly went to get another identical breakfast. As Li Chen ate this new breakfast, he casually asked, Didn't you already eat? Su Xian, with a calm face and steady heart, sipped his soy milk and said, I have a big appetite, I can eat 2 portions. You too, having breakfast without calling me, huh? Li Chen walked in, tousling his messy hair, still half asleep. I'll go get it from my room for you. No need, I'll get it myself, Su Xian replied. Li Chen rubbed his face and said, Shinzi, you're at least half my brother, so why be so distant? Don't let it be like this next time. Su Xian smiled. Young master, are you still hungry? If you are, I can order more for you. Don't call me young master anymore. I feel like a local tyrant exploiting the laborers. Li Chen sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish, with porridge and soy milk flying around him. Li Chen, I call you young master for work, and it's also a task from the family. Task? Yeah, there's a reward. What reward? Can I have half? Sure. But I don't even know what the reward is. You're really going to give it? I don't want it. Your young master has plenty of money. By the way, how long does this task last? Next year, I don't know the exact time. From now on, just call me boss, a 30-year worker. What 30 years? Li Chen, who had just walked in with breakfast, looked confused. Su Xian said he would work for me for free for 30 years. Free? As a righteous golden saint, how could I have such a black-heart brother? Li Chen said with righteous indignation, Su Xian, come to me in the future, they'll give you a salary of millions. I can even let you be your own boss. After finishing breakfast, the 3 boarded the psychic high-speed train, heading northeast. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived in Longjing. As the center of the Dragon Kingdom, Longjing is the safest place in the entire country. Once in Longjing, the 3 of them completely shed their disguises and took a taxi to the martial arts center. Although he had passed the selection round and obtained the qualification to participate in the martial arts competition, this qualification needed to be activated. If one did not actively go to the martial arts center to activate it, it would be considered a withdrawal from the competition. The Longjing Martial Arts Center was now a sea of people filled with young faces. These individuals came from all over. Some were competitors in the martial arts competition, while others were there to train. After all, the Martial Arts Center, besides being the registration place for the competition, was also the largest and most well-equipped psychic training ground in all of Longjing. Gravity training rooms, elemental sensing rooms, mental meditation rooms, and so on, everything was available. Many martial arts schools, educational institutions, businesses, and factions spent large sums of money here every year to rent space for training. Just as Li Chen was about to head to the registration area, he heard a familiar voice. Disciples of the Mia Martial Arts School, our slogan is, followed by a rough roar. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart the other races, strive for excellence. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Ha ha ha, what a cringeworthy slogan, it's killing me. Where did this group of clowns come from? Were they sent by monkeys? Aren't they embarrassed? If I were them, I'd be digging my toes into a 3-bedroom apartment by now. So funny, this slogan. It's like a middle school syndrome. Giggling, cackling. Mia Martial Arts School, what kind of school is this? I've never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either. This martial arts school seems quite wealthy. Look at the fabric of their clothes, each set costs at least 10,000. Excuse me, are they comedians? Hearing this, the people around burst into laughter. Li Chen couldn't help but stop and look over, and sure enough, he saw a girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails. She was sucking on a lollipop, holding a cold cola, and loudly shouted at a group of big men in front of her, "Very good, do it again." Disciples of the Mia Martial Arts School, our slogan is, the group of strong men, hearing her words, closed their eyes and shouted again with flushed faces, "Invincible, invincible, invincible. Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart the other races, strive for excellence. Invincible, invincible, invincible." From their unnatural expressions, Li Chen could easily tell they were forced. How could I be so unlucky, just arriving in Longjing and running into her? No, I absolutely cannot let her find out. Thinking of that group shouting about their ancestor in public, Li Chen felt a wave of social death wash over him. "Young master, what's wrong?" Noticing Li Chen's odd expression, Su Xian looked over in confusion. Li Chen looked at him without moving his eyes. If nothing's wrong, then let's go. Su Xin understood his meaning. Li Chen nodded. The three of them walked together towards the martial arts competition registration area. Watching Li Niamai's figure disappear from view, Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, Li Chen suddenly stopped, looking off to the side. Isn't that Li Niamia? What is she doing here? Before Li Chen could stop him, he had already waved and shouted, Li Niamia, sheep Niamia, what are you doing over there? Li Chen's expression changed slightly, and he was about to leap up, only to find he couldn't fly. Xiaolan, what are you doing? The martial arts center is equipped with ability shielding devices that can block all abilities below that of a great master. Li Chen looked over. Li Chen didn't respond, watching a pink figure sprinting like a rabbit not far away. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Behind the pink rabbit was a group of strong men and women, all tall and muscular. However, one of them seemed to be carrying someone. That person appeared to be asleep. Seeing this scene, Li Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After arriving in front of Li Chen, Li Niamia stopped and laughed loudly. Hello, Chen Go, what are you doing here? I came here to accompany Xiao Lan for registration. What about you? I recently opened a martial arts school and am here for the students' training. Li Niamia turned to the disciples of the martial arts school behind her and shouted, You guys, this is Chen Gu. Quickly greet him. Hello, Chen Gu. The group of martial arts disciples shouted loudly, curiously sizing up Li Chen. People around them turned to look. But Li Chen seemed to have long been accustomed to such gazes, smiling and waving. Hello, everyone. By the way, Chen Gu, where's my brother? Xiao Lan? Isn't he right beside you? Li Chen looked to the side and found that he didn't know when Li Chen had already disappeared. Along with him, Su Xian had also vanished. Strange, where did he go? Li Niamia frowned. Taking a sip of ice-cold cola, she snapped her fingers, and a dozen strong men quickly assembled in front of her, standing straight. What does the master want? You should remember the appearance of your ancestor, right? Ancestor? The one we worship every day? They certainly remembered. The crowd quickly nodded. I'll give you 10 minutes to find your ancestor. Yes. Young master, the martial arts competition registration area is on the other side. I know. Are we still going? Of course. Then let's go. But I'm tired. Su Xian sighed helplessly, half squatting down, and Li Chen lay on his back. Noticing the gazes of those around them, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Having such a young master was truly too shameful. However, Li Chen was already asleep and had no idea what he was thinking. Of course, even if he were awake, he wouldn't know. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The fire element punishes the lightning element to wash its socks, and the lightning element clenches its little fists in anger. Staring at the fire element glared at the lightning element, and the lightning element lowered its little head in fear. The thunder element wiped away tears while washing the fire element's socks, vowing to become the strongest. The fire element sighed about how lonely invincibility was and began to train earnestly, gaining 50 fire energy. Seeing the fire element training, the thunder element sneaked away. The wood element trained while listening to the thunder element's complaints, shrugging its shoulders to indicate that it couldn't defeat the current fire element either. Gaining 50 wood energy, the telekinesis and control elements were together, exchanging insights while training seriously, gaining 50 telekinesis energy and 50 control energy. The divine water element was guiding its disciple in the cultivation of water nurtures all things. After becoming a disciple of the divine water element, water nurtures all things began closed door training, increasing its energy capacity by 50. The dragon and tiger body refinement technique lay on the ground, back to the dirt, and face to the sky, uninterested in training. The participants of the martial arts competition came from 18 base cities across the country. Each base city selected the top 5, resulting in a total of 90 participants. There weren't many people, but at that moment the registration area was packed. Among them, only a few were registrants or participants. Most were there to watch the excitement. Some were even there to recruit for martial arts schools. And some were looking for boyfriends or girlfriends. After all, being in the top 5 in the province meant they were, to some extent, young talents and prodigies. Su Xian carried Li Chen into the registration area, quickly attracting the attention of some people. Another pair has arrived. Why are there 2 people? Which one is the participant? It should be the one carrying the other. The one being carried looks like an easy target. I wonder how strong they are. Both are so handsome. I wish one of them could be my boyfriend. Dream bigger. If it were me, I'd want them both. They chattered, curiously sizing up Li Chen and Su Xian. Feeling their gazes, Su Xian frowned slightly. He approached the staff at the registration desk. Hello, we are here to register. The staff member was a young woman, probably in her 20s, similar in age to most participants. Dressed in formal attire, her features were well-defined, and she seemed to be a water element user, exuding a gentle aura. "Okay. Please show me your ID, and it'll help you activate your participation qualification," she said. "Young master, do you have your ID?" Suxin shook Li Chen, who was sound asleep and completely ignored him. Seeing this, the staff member looked surprised. "Aren't you the participant?" Suxin helplessly shook his head and shook Li Chen a couple more times. Li Chen still didn't wake up. Just as he was about to put Li Chen down and search for his ID, the ID suddenly flew out of his pocket and landed in Su Xin's hand. "A telekinesis user?" The staff member looked at Li Chen in surprise. Mental-type abilities were quite rare and difficult to cultivate. This boy looked to be around 17 or 18. To reach the top 5 in the province at such a young age with a mental-type ability was indeed impressive. However, unfortunately, the national martial arts competition was filled with hidden talents. She estimated this boy was young, and with a mental-type ability, he would likely end up at the bottom in this national competition. If he participated again next time, he might achieve a good result. Suxin handed Li Chen's ID to her. She nodded and scanned the ID as if using a scanner. A few seconds later, the scanner emitted a green light. Activation successful. Suxin retrieved the ID just as he thought everything was over. Suddenly, the announcement in the registration area blared. "Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, student Li Chen. His strength is early stage wood element master." Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, student Li Chen. His strength is early stage wood element great ability user. Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, classmate Li Chen. His strength is early stage wood element great ability user. The staff sister widened her eyes, looking at Li Chen in disbelief. Her mouth slightly opened, as if it could fit a pigeon egg. He is actually a great ability user. Upon hearing the announcement, those gathered at the registration desk all gasped. This kid is actually a great ability user. A great ability user so young, is he a prodigy? The broadcast can't be wrong, right? Impossible, it hasn't been wrong before. Just search online, the top few from each province's selection will be announced online. I found it. Jiangnan Province selection first place Li Chen, strength wood element great ability user, lightning element great ability user, fire element great ability user. My god, a 3-element ability user, is he a monster? Damn it, I've lived for 30 years and just became a great ability user. How old is he? He already has 1 great ability and 2 other abilities. He's really only 17, not some ageless old monster? With 3-element abilities, I wonder which academy he joined. According to online news, it seems to be Qinglong Academy. Does he have a girlfriend? No. No boyfriend either, right? No. Well then, starting today, I'm going to work hard to get into Qinglong Academy and strive to be his girlfriend. It's daytime, little sister. No, he's not a 3-element ability user, he's a 4-element ability user. Just now when he took his ID, he also used telekinesis. Isn't that the person behind him? That's Li Chen's. I just sensed the mental energy fluctuations from him. Trust me, I'm also a mental type. Damn. I'm even more envious. Stop talking, don't be fooled by how lazy he seems now, letting others carry him. Behind the scenes, he might be working harder than all of you combined. I'm useless and lazy. Li Chen was awakened by the sound of the broadcast and the discussions. Just as Suxin was about to carry Li Chen away, the staff sister suddenly called out to the two. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? You can't leave yet. I need to confirm Mr. Li Chen's identity. How to confirm? Just inject elemental energy into this stone. The sister took out a pitch-black stone. Leave it to me. Li Chen jumped down from Su Xin's back. The stone automatically fell into his hand. Li Chen injected energy into it. Suddenly, all the elements swarmed out. His expression changed slightly and he quickly threw them all back. Only the wood element remained. The black stone instantly shone with a green light. The staff sister suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. A suffocating feeling of something implanted in her soul arose, then quickly disappeared. What's going on? Why was the water element inside me trembling just now? Is it afraid? How is that possible? It's just an ability. How could it be afraid? Is it my illusion? Is it done? Li Chen's voice pulled her back to reality. She looked at the stone. After confirming that this was indeed the light that only a wood element great ability user could emit, she quickly nodded. She took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Li Chen. Alright, you two take care. As the two just walked out of the registration desk, they were surrounded by a group of people. Hello, classmate Li Chen, could you come to my Bailong Martial Arts Hall as an instructor? The owner of our Bailong Martial Arts Hall is a teacher from Qinglong Academy. If you are willing to come, we can offer you great benefits and treatment. Classmate Li Chen, come to my Bingdian Martial Arts Hall. Our martial arts hall is backed by a grade director from Baihu Academy. As long as you can come, we might invite him to be your teacher. Classmate, come to my extreme martial arts school. As long as you're willing, I can apply to the headmaster to recommend you as the youngest deputy headmaster of my extreme martial arts school. Extreme Martial Arts School, one of the top 5 martial arts schools in Long Country? Captain Luo, are you crazy? Do you even have the authority for that? Ha, Li Chen is worth it. I naturally don't have that authority, but I believe the headmaster would be willing. They were all discussing fervently, blocking the exit completely. Just as Li Chen was pondering how to get out, a clear and bright voice rang out. I'll say just one thing. All of you, step aside. Immediately, a group of burly men squeezed in. They rushed to Li Chen's front, cupping their hands and bowing their heads, shouting loudly, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Louder, "Haven't you eaten? We pay our respects to the ancestor." This group of men used all their strength, shouting at the top of their lungs. The entire venue fell silent. Seeing these burly men, many were too scared to speak. After a few seconds, many realized, wait, what are we afraid of? Although they look strong, our strength is greater than theirs. These burly men, while all looking quite intimidating, were merely at the level of high-tier sorcerers. Among them, there were quite a few who were capable practitioners. At that moment, a girl bounced over to Li Chen, smiling, "Bro, how about it? Aren't you going to thank me for saving you?" "Thank you for what?" "Hello, brother Xin." Li Mia made a gesture she thought was cool towards Su Xin. "What are you doing here?" Li Chen asked, his expression unchanged. "I'm here to train the students." Li Mia glanced at the group of burly men beside her and said, "Bro, you are the big boss of the martial arts school, and they are your students too. By the way, bro, I found someone who looks just like you, take a look." Li Mia pulled a boy out of the crowd and said, "It's him, Duan Yuan Kai. He looks just like you, can fall asleep anytime, anywhere, impressive, right? Ancestor, hello." Duan Yuan Kai's face turned red and he spoke softly with his head down. "No need to call me ancestor. My name is Li Chen. Hello, lazy brother." Duan Yuan Kai looked up, revealing a shy smile. But the next second, he fainted, collapsing onto Li Chen. Li Chen helped him up. Looking puzzled at Li Mia, Li Mia hurriedly asked a nearby burly man to carry him, apologizing, "Bro, Duan Yuan Kai has a strange sleeping illness, he suddenly falls asleep and I don't know what's going on." "Isn't it treatable?" Su Xin asked. Li Mia shook her head, saying, "I went to Duan Yuan Kai's house to ask, it's not treatable. He went to many big hospitals when he was young, and it didn't help, so no school is willing to take him. Otherwise, a genius like him wouldn't come to our martial arts school." As she spoke, a hint of regret appeared on her face. At that moment, Li Mia suddenly asked, "Bro, weren't you like this before? Is there any way to treat it? If we can cure his illness, our martial arts school would have an extra trump card." "I sleep because I'm lazy, not because I'm sick." Li Chen looked at Su Xin. Su Xin understood and half-squatted down, offering his back to Li Chen. "Bro, don't go." Li Mia hurriedly chased after him. But Li Chen was blocked by someone. "Li Chen, are you really not considering joining our martial arts school?" It was a middle-aged man in a black jacket, with a huge scar on his face, clearly a tough character. Before Li Chen could respond, Su Xin refused first. "Sorry, sir, my young master will not join your martial arts school. I think we can talk a bit more." "Don't worry, my White Dragon Martial Arts School will not treat your young master poorly. Our Ice Point Martial Arts School won't either. Us too." "Hey, uncle, there's really nothing to talk about here, right?" Li Mia walked over, looking at the middle-aged man with hostility. "My brother, Li Chen. I'm from the Mia Martial Arts School, and I want to join your so-called White Dragon Martial Arts School. Besides, isn't the head of your martial arts school just a teacher from the Qinglong Academy? What's so impressive about that? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Li Mia said proudly, "You know Yin Di, right? He is my grandfather." "Little friend, don't cause trouble. Uncle is discussing serious matters with your brother." One of the White Dragon Martial Arts School members frowned. He wouldn't believe the word of a child. Moreover, he had lived in Longjing for over 10 years and had never heard of this so-called Mia Martial Arts School. "Who's causing trouble? What I said is true." Li Mia stubbornly stretched her neck and glared at him. "Little lazy, Mia, it's just a registration. Why are you still here?" Li Qin's voice came from outside. Everyone looked out. The others had no reaction. But the head of the Extreme Martial Arts School was momentarily stunned before quickly stepping forward, saying, "Mr. Li Qin, what brings you here? Who are you?" Li Qin looked at him in confusion. The head of the Extreme Martial Arts School quickly replied, "We met at the border 2 years ago. By the way, my code name back then was Blade." "So it's you," Li Qin immediately remembered. "I came here to accompany my brother for registration, and you?" I came to join the fun. Blade scratched his head. Li Qin? The Golden Saint Seiya from the Li family? Many present were well experienced. Seeing how respectful the head of the extreme martial arts school was, they immediately realized. Shocked, they looked at Li Niemya, and what she said turned out to be true. If that's the case, then this Li Chen must also be the grandson of Yan Di? No wonder. Only a big family like the Li family could cultivate such a monster. The head of the White Dragon Martial Arts School looked embarrassed and awkwardly said to Li Chen, I'm really sorry for the disturbance. It was true that their school head was a teacher at Qinglong Academy. But the Li family had many members holding important positions at Qinglong Academy. That Yan Di from the Li family was even the honorary dean of Qinglong Academy. Compared to that, their school head seemed a bit lacking. No, not just a bit lacking. It was extremely lacking. It's fine, Li Chen said softly. After his identity was revealed, those blocking the way quickly stepped aside, no longer daring to obstruct him. The few of them left without hindrance. At that moment, Duan Yuan Kai also woke up and came over. Li Chen was lying on Su Xin's back, while he was on the back of a big man. The two exchanged glances. Lazy brother, Li Chen nodded. He closed his eyes, intending to sleep, but the divine water element within him suddenly wanted to break free. Li Chen hurriedly stuffed it back in. What are you doing? The divine water element struggled for a moment, realizing it couldn't get out, and had to choose to give up. After leaving the martial arts center, Li Chen had to leave first due to other matters. Su Xian then bought Li Chen a new wheelchair. When they arrived, the wheelchair shop owner was about to close. Thanks to Li Niemya, with a group of big men behind her. The owner was quite frightened. Only then did the owner reopen the shop. Although she did nothing, she remained quiet the whole time, playing a game called Sheep Got Sheep. However, it seemed the situation was not optimistic. She had already crushed several phones. After having lunch, under the shop owner's nervous gaze, Li Niemya completed the payment and left. She said she was going back to the family to find a doctor, a wood-water element master, to treat Duan Yuan Kai. It must be said that although Li Niemya was a bit violent, she had a good heart. Young master, where are we going next? Qinglong Academy. Qinglong Academy is located in the suburbs outside Longjing City. It covers more than 40,000 acres, with mountains, water, small rivers, and even a few small secret realms. It is extremely vast, equivalent to a small city. At first, Su Xian was worried that there would be dangers on the way to Qinglong Academy, but once he thought about the fact that they were in Longjing and Li Chen's strength, he relaxed. The two of them took the bus to Qinglong Academy. I have to say, the service quality of the bus is quite high now. They even set up a special accessible passage for the disabled. There weren't many people on the bus, most of them were students from Qinglong Academy. They were chatting and laughing, discussing everyday life, and a few were talking about the upcoming National Martial Arts Competition. Who do you think will win the National Martial Arts Competition this time? I don't know, but I think the champion will probably come from one of the 5 major academies. Isn't that always the case? If I had to choose, I'd pick Senior Yuan. Senior Yuan's lightning element abilities have already reached a remarkable level, and his insight ability is at the late stage of mastery. So he definitely has a good chance of winning. There are a total of 90 contestants in this competition. Among them, 6 are great masters, so it might be a bit difficult for Senior Yuan to win. Anyone can win, but the one in 6th place might feel a bit awkward. The one at the bottom should be Feng Xinghuan, right? Although he is a disciple of a terrestrial immortal, his foundation is still not as deep as that of the 5 major academies. It's hard to say. Feng Xinghuan's abilities are dual elements of wind and fire plus gravity. He rose to prominence after entering a secret realm 2 years ago and defeated quite a few great masters, so his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Speaking of which base city do you think will come in last in this competition? I don't know. Jiangnan, Shijiang, Jiangbei, and Jiangdong all have a chance. In recent years, the southern regions have been lacking in talent, and their schools have been slacking off. Those with talent are being sent to those sects, and they hardly participate in martial arts competitions. Speaking of Jiangnan province, I saw in the news that they seem to have a new 5-star secret realm, and even the people from the Spirit Energy Association got involved. I've heard about that too. But that secret realm seems a bit strange. Only one group of people entered, and then the entire secret realm mysteriously disappeared. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's discuss what we're having for dinner tonight. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Xian also said, Young master, in this martial arts competition, you will first enter a secret realm. This secret realm is jointly created by the 5 major academies, official departments, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The competition format is a points system, ranking and eliminating 60 contestants based on points. And then the remaining 30 will compete in a ring. As long as you make it into the top 30, you can receive rewards. Of course, even if you don't make it into the top 30, there are consolation prizes. If you make it into the top 5, you'll receive a grand prize. Young master, I believe with your strength, making it into the top 5 is no problem. Su Xian was full of confidence and a bit excited while speaking. His eyebrows danced, and his ears were moving. But, your young master just wants to slack off. Li Chen sighed. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, he nodded. A few minutes later, Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Get off the bus. Although he didn't know what was going on, Su Xian still did as told and spoke to the driver. They got off at the next stop. Along with them were a few other passengers. Young master, where are we going next? Head towards Qinglong Academy. Okay. Su Xian pushed Li Chen in the direction of Qinglong Academy. At this moment, Su Xian also noticed that a middle-aged man had been following them. Nichuan Gangban, a wild great master. More than a decade ago, his hometown, the Island of Gods, was sunk by several royal level, and he had been making a living in Longwa ever since. However, he was an outsider and had never been well received. Even entering some secret realms had many restrictions for him. Later, he joined a large business association. Originally, with his strength as a great master, he lived quite well in the association. But later, he was expelled for frequently harassing female employees. Coincidentally, the president of that association was a big shot. After being expelled, no one dared to take him in again, even many forces avoided him. From that moment on, he became like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat him. Without the support of any power, he had no money, no resources, and no connections, making it difficult to advance in his cultivation. He thought this state would last a long time, but until today he saw a glimmer of hope to break through his predicament. As he walked down the street, he unexpectedly saw Li Chen in the underground black market, that coveted, alluring fruit that countless people desired. Nichuan Gangban licked his lips, greedily looking at Li Chen, murmuring to himself, Li Chen, little friend, great big good. Capture him alive, he'll break through quickly. Both of them look good, from now on, they're all mine. Ha 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 ha. Young master, it seems we are being followed, what should we do? Su Xian asked anxiously. His strength seems considerable, at least a great master, should I call the family? Li Chen shook his head. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. Fire element confirms there is no danger outside, peeking out from the host's body. Thunder element stepped out of the host's body with a disregard for kin, shouting loudly. Ants of the other world, your king has arrived. Wood element said, I will fight for my master, it is my duty. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. The three elements of fire, thunder, and wood moved restlessly in the air. The sky was overcast, the wind and clouds roiling, countless purple thunders brewing in the dark clouds, producing a deafening roar. A massive flame transformed into a war god, standing in midair, wielding a giant red flame axe, looking down upon all things. Countless vines shot up from the ground, weaving into a gigantic cage. A few seconds later, Li Chen closed his eyes again and gently lowered his hand. The three elements erupted together. Everything returned to silence, and the sky cleared up. Yet that man had already vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Raising his hand to extinguish all life, closing his eyes brought deathly silence. Not even bones were left. Seeing the scene, Su Xian looked at Li Chen in terror. Young master, what just happened? Looking at his astonished expression, Li Chen felt a bit pleased. Xiao Xian, you must not speak of what just happened. Then can you take first place in the martial arts competition? After a moment of silence, Su Xian suddenly asked, Li Chen, is this really the time to ask such questions? Shouldn't you be saying, wow, young master, you're amazing. Wow, young master, I definitely won't tell anyone. Wow, young master, I admire you so much. Qinglong Academy, as one of the 5 largest academies in Longwa, not only has a strong faculty, even its defense strength is top-notch. As Li Chen and Su Xian just got off the bus and arrived at the academy's entrance, they felt several gazes watching them. It was the patrol team's gaze. They wore dark green uniforms, badges on their chests, and had an extraordinary demeanor. Each member of the patrol team possessed at least the strength of a high-level sorcerer. The team leader was a red-haired beauty, with fair skin, sharp features, and a piercing gaze, like a female general on the battlefield. Her strength as a great master was not hidden but rather evident. Su Xian glanced at the tightly closed academy gate. Young master, they'll go ask them how to get in. Li Chen nodded slightly. Su Xian jogged over. Just as he was about to speak, a young patrol member pointed to the registration window not far away and said, Classmate, the registration office is over there. We're not here to register, Su Xian replied politely. I just wanted to ask how to enter the school gate. Do you have a registration? The young member was taken aback for a moment, then said, Qinglong Academy prohibits unauthorized personnel from entering. If you don't have a registration appointment, you can only enter with a teacher from the academy or with a student token. Su Xin shook his head but still maintained his politeness. I don't have a token or an appointment, but thank you anyway. Just as he was about to turn around, the female team leader suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Everyone looked at him in confusion. The female team leader asked, Hello, are you Su Xin? Yes, Su Xin replied, looking at her in puzzlement. And you are? Hello, my name is Li Jixia. I don't know her. Su Xin tentatively asked, Are you from the Li family? There are many people with the surname Li, but only the family of the Flame Emperor is qualified to call themselves part of the Li family. Upon hearing this, all the patrol team members looked at Su Xin with surprise. It was clear that Su Xin also came from the Li family. The female team leader responded with a looking at Li Chen, and said, Is that young Master Li Chen? Su Xin nodded. The surprise in the female team leader's eyes flashed away as she looked at the young man from earlier and said, Wang Jiao, you take them inside. Yes. Wang Jiao quickly nodded. He didn't expect they were actually from the Li family. Not someone to mess with. By the way, once you go in, don't run around the academy, the female team leader reminded. Letting 2 people in already broke the rules. If someone with ill intentions reported her, she would face consequences. You can rest assured about that, Su Xin said gratefully, glancing at her. He had always stayed with Li Chen. Wherever Li Chen went, he went too. But Li Chen, let alone running around, might not even bother to walk. You too, follow me, Wang Jiao said. Swiping his student card, the gates of Qinglong Academy shone with a blue light and opened automatically. Su Xin pushed Li Chen into the academy. At this moment, there were quite a few people inside Qinglong Academy, and when they saw Li Chen and Su Xin walking into the campus, many were drawn to them. Look, more new students have arrived. I just wonder if they are freshmen or sophomores. So handsome, both of them are so handsome. He. Wife, both of them are my wives. Friends, tone it down. He. It's the disabled handsome young master and the cool big guy, perfectly fitting my type. You girls are too crazy. Unlike me, I only care about whether they are strong or not. Exactly, a bunch of useless people. I only crave valuable opponents. Useless is useless. There has to be useless people in the world, so why can't it be me? I didn't expect the students of Qinglong Academy to be quite enthusiastic, Su Xin couldn't help but say. Li Chen gently nodded. Noticing that none of the crowd was looking at him, Wang Jiao, looking as if he had eaten a sour pickle, blandly said, Is there? Among the crowd, 3 people looked at Li Chen in surprise. I didn't expect the lazy god to come to Qinglong Academy too. If Su Xin had seen them, he would have recognized them at a glance. The 3 were Huang Cheng, Huang Zichao, and Bai Yu, who had cleaned up the beast tied with them back in Jiangnan province. Thinking about how his brother had provoked Li Chen in Jiangnan province, Huang Cheng felt an itch in his hand and slapped Huang Zichao. Huang Zichao let out a cry of pain and said aggrievedly, Bro, why are you hitting me again? You just have that punchable face. But Mom and Dad said we look quite similar, Huang Zichao retorted. Another slap greeted him. This time, Huang Zichao dared not speak anymore. Baiyu couldn't help but laugh. Zichao, you really should change that bad temper of yours. Luckily, you ran into Li Chen. If it had been one of those petty disciples from big families, you wouldn't even find your body now. I got it, Huang Zichao said weakly. By the way, I still don't know where you guys are going, Wang Jiao suddenly asked. Su Xin looked at Li Chen, who also didn't know. The 2 waited for a while, and Li Chen just opened his eyes without speaking. Su Xin was used to it, but Wang Jiao was getting anxious. Just when he thought Li Chen was mute, Li Chen finally spoke. Looking for Teacher Mu Quebec, turns out you can talk. Old man. Listening to Li Chen's slow and leisurely tone, as if he needed to gather strength for every word, Wang Jiao felt powerless to complain. He took out his phone and glanced at the college map. Then he led the way, saying, Teacher Mu Kei's residence is this way. Su Xin pushed Li Chen to follow behind him. After a few minutes, the 3 of them stopped in front of a huge treehouse. The tree was over 10 meters tall, with a wooden house suspended above it. Li Chen, you finally made it, an old man said, leisurely sipping tea up there, with a fox sitting beside him. The fox seemed almost human-like, holding a porcelain cup and savoring the tea delicately, occasionally taking a gentle sip. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiao quietly stepped back. He took a deep look at Li Chen, pondering whether Li Chen had come to find Mu Kei to treat his leg. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded. Li Chen actually left the wheelchair, stretched lazily, and stood up straight. With a light leap, he jumped onto the treehouse with Su Xin. So it turns out you're neither mute nor lame, but a normal person. Wang Jiao's face was filled with disbelief. He had never seen such a peculiar person in his life. However, his mood lightened a bit. What good is being so handsome? Being this lazy must mean he's weak. But the next second, his eyes widened. A surge of telekinetic energy erupted from Li Chen. Divine power user. Senior Mu. Teacher Chi. The two greeted each other. Li Chen, you really have been hiding deep, Muke said, looking at Li Chen in surprise, taking a gentle sip of tea. A rare telekinetic ability, and at the divine level, very impressive. He used his wood-based ability to grow a chair behind Su Xin. Just as he was about to grow a second one, Li Chen picked up the fox beside him and sat down, rubbing its head with his hand. Muke's heart skipped a beat. Teacher Chi, your fox is really cute, Li Chen said lazily. By the way, Teacher Chi, how did you know I was coming? Muke no longer felt conflicted about his surname. He looked nervously at the fox in Li Chen's arms and said, it was the vice president who told me. The vice president of Qinglong Academy? One of the few terrestrial divine beings in Manhwa? Su Xin's face turned serious with respect. I wonder if he is here. Li Chen swept away his usual lazy demeanor and looked at Muke with clear eyes. Before Muke could speak, the fox in Li Chen's arms suddenly spoke. Little friend, how does my touch feel? It turned its head, looking at Li Chen with deep, dark eyes. Li Chen was taken aback, quickly glancing at Muke. Muke gave a good luck to you look and nodded slightly. Li Chen hurriedly released the fox. The fox's fur was as smooth as silk. With a gentle movement, it left Li Chen's embrace. A chair grew beside the table, and it sat down lightly. Senior, I'm sorry, Li Chen quickly stood up to apologize. But the fox, seemingly unfazed by his earlier offense, simply waved its hand lightly. No problem. Then it squinted its eyes and said softly, wood-based divine power user, lightning-based divine power user, fire-based divine power user, telekinetic divine power user, control sorcerer. Quite interesting. The voice was loud, indistinguishable by age or gender. But Li Chen could clearly sense that this voice was only meant for him. At that moment, Li Chen felt as if he had been seen through, all his secrets laid bare before this fox. Such powerful strength. Is it a mind-reading ability? But why didn't it detect the divine water element? Could it be because it's special? Li Chen's expression grew serious. But a few seconds later, for some unknown reason, his body automatically relaxed. He felt as if he were bathing in a sea of trees, enjoying the spring breeze. His mood was unprecedentedly pleasant. Don't be nervous, little friend, I won't eat you. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about this, the fox Dean said softly. A cup of tea appearing in his hand without anyone noticing. What matter? Muke and Su Xin looked confused. By the way, Vice Dean, where do you plan to assign Li Chen? Muke suddenly asked. Idle, and not tiring. There aren't many positions like that, the fox Dean muttered. Then you can go work at the enforcement court. Speaking of which, the grand elder of the enforcement court is still from your Li family. The enforcement court teachers, equivalent to the student council's disciplinary department. But the teachers at the enforcement court not only manage students, they also oversee teachers. They can even manage some subordinate schools of the Qinglong Academy. In a university like Qinglong Academy, this is a position of power. Yet now they want a child to take it. Muke couldn't help but speak up. Vice Dean, isn't that against the rules? Not to mention that to be a teacher at the enforcement court, one must have worked at the school for at least 10 years. Just the minimum requirement for a teacher at the enforcement court is a mid-level grade ability user. Li Chen doesn't meet the standard. But I believe that a mere mid-level grade ability user is simply no match for Li Chen. The fox Dean squinted, taking a sip of tea. A mere mid-level grade ability user, not a match for Li Chen? Does the Vice Dean hold Li Chen in such high regard? Muke gasped. I understand. I'll go to the Dean right away to activate Li Chen's teacher identity. Li Chen, why don't you head to the library's ability pavilion for a bit to make up for your gaps in abilities? The fox Dean pondered for a moment and said, your body refinement is quite good, it seems you've been diligent. Li Chen nodded. I understand, Vice Dean. Self-improvement has always been my pursuit. Fire Element widened its eyes and said, Master, have some self-respect? Thunder Element laughed heartily and said, Master, you're killing this thunder god with laughter. Thunder Element accidentally hit Fire Element in the face while laughing. Fire Element immediately slapped Thunder Element. The smile on Thunder Element's face vanished. Wood Element said, Master, you're really impressive. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. Water Element expressed a desire to remain silent and rolled its eyes at you. Other abilities, techniques. Beside them, Muke and Su Xin had black lines on their faces. Kid young master, where do you get the confidence to say such motivational words? Leaving Elder Muke's small wooden house, Su Xin pushed Li Chen as they walked through the academy, searching for the library mentioned by the Vice Dean. But after searching for a while, they still couldn't find it. What are you doing? Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Xin. Looking for the library. Young master, aren't you going to the ability pavilion? Did you find it? Su Xin shook his head. At that moment, Li Chen's phone flew out of his pocket and landed in his hand. At the same time, a voice came from the phone. The deceitful map is continuously navigating for you. The route to the library clearly appeared in Su Xin's eyes, and his face turned red, wishing he could find a groundhog hole to burrow into. So it could be done this way. He thought that in a top-tier academy like Qinglong Academy, maps wouldn't appear on these websites. Qinglong Academy truly deserves to be one of the 5 major academies of the Dragon Country. This library is quite impressive. Its area is even larger than the entire Jiangnan No. 1 high school where Li Chen was before. Walking inside felt like being in a massive fortress made of books. Besides books related to abilities, there were also large sections dedicated to literature, web novels, and comics. Seeing the pile of books in the literature section, Su Xin's eyes widened. But thinking about how he wasn't a student of Qinglong Academy and couldn't borrow books, he could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Li Chen said, "If you want to borrow, just go ahead, consider it on me." Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then responded with an excitedly pushing Li Chen over. But a few minutes later, Li Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly felt the elements within him becoming restless. It seemed that something in the library was attracting them, making them eager to break free. What kind of madness is this in broad daylight? Li Chen frowned and, with a thought, gave them a punch. The fire element was momentarily stunned, then turned and punched the thunder element. This is hilarious. It doesn't hurt at all, young master. What's wrong? Su Xian noticed the fluctuations in her young master's emotions, put down the book in her hand, and asked in confusion. Li Chen shook his head. It's nothing. He noticed that even after he punched the elements, they remained extremely agitated. It seemed that something in the library was drawing them in. Even the usually aloof water element was the same. What could be attracting the water element? What secrets are hidden in this library? Li Chen thought for a moment, originally too lazy to care about these things. But just as he was about to close his eyes and take a nap, his telekinetic ability took control of his body and automatically flew up. It headed towards the 2nd floor of the library. Then it flew to the 3rd floor. Finally, it reached the 4th floor. It stopped in front of a door at the end of the 4th floor corridor. The door was pushed open by the telekinetic element. Li Chen saw that inside this door, there was another door. It turned out to be a massive ancient bronze door, intricately carved with various bizarre beasts. The most eye-catching among them was a divine dragon, surrounded by thunder. With a fierce expression and sharp claws, Li Chen recognized this divine beast at a glance. It was the totem of the Qinglong Academy. Qinglong. What could be hidden behind this door? Driven by an inexplicable urge, Li Chen intended to push the door open. But suddenly, everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, a Shiba Inu appeared beside him. A dog? Li Chen was taken aback and squatted down to pet it a couple of times. The Shiba Inu suddenly spoke. "Young man, what do you want here? Don't you want to know that this is a forbidden area of the academy? Those who trespass into forbidden areas will face light penalties, and severe cases may lead to expulsion and memory erasure." The dog's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it exuded a strong sense of authority, like an elder who had long held power. Looking at it, Li Chen was stunned, his hand frozen in midair. No way? Another big shot? What's wrong with the seniors of Qinglong Academy? They're either foxes or dogs. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't know this rule. Are you a new student? Li Chen nodded, then shook his head. The Shiba Inu frowned. Li Chen hurriedly took out his teacher's token from his spatial ring. After all, he was already wanted, so revealing it didn't matter. Upon seeing the token, the Shiba Inu was momentarily taken aback and looked at Li Chen with suspicion. Is this from your elder? No, it's mine. The Fox Dean gave it to me. Fox? The Shiba Inu's eyes sparkled with golden light as it looked deeply at Li Chen and suddenly laughed. A great power, quite interesting. Kid, how about abandoning the dark and joining the light and becoming my student? Let me introduce myself, Chai Shang, one of the vice deans of Qinglong Academy. The king of beasts, Chai Shang? Li Chen was stunned, looking at the Shiba Inu in disbelief. He never expected its identity to be so terrifying. This land immortal was only slightly weaker than his grandfather. It possessed the ability to tame and cultivate animals. Under its command, there was a large group of tamed beasts comparable to the realm of great powers. Just as it finished speaking, a fox jumped out from who knows where and landed steadily on Li Chen's shoulder. Old dog, it's been so many years, and you still want to dig into my territory. You stole my underwear when we were kids, took my drinks, stole my first love when we grew up, took my teacher, and now you want to steal my student when you're old. You still want to steal, huh? Unfortunately, this kid isn't mine. He's the grandson of that old man, the Flame Emperor. What the hell, is it that explosive? Is it really okay for you to talk about this in front of me, a junior? Unfortunately, I've never liked gossip. So, bring on more. Li Chen stared intently at the fox and the dog. Emperor Yan? Damn, how come all the descendants of that old man are geniuses? It's infuriating. The Shiba Inu shot Li Chen a glare. Li Chen felt darkness wash over him again. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the corridor outside. The door from earlier had vanished. What kind of ability is this? As Li Chen pondered, the abilities that had been excited by the source they could no longer sense quieted down. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I might as well sleep. Using his telekinetic ability, he cleared a patch of ground and lay down, drifting off to sleep. A faint snore escaped him. His arched eyebrows twitched slightly, and the surroundings fell silent. After Li Chen disappeared, Su Xian had been searching for him. He scoured the second floor but found nothing. He searched the third and fourth floors as well, but still no sign of him. Just as he was wondering where the young master had gone, he noticed a group of girls gathered in a corner, seemingly watching something. Curiously, Su Xian approached, and their chatter reached his ears. Who is this? Why is he sleeping here? I don't know, but I think I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't he that handsome guy in the wheelchair from downstairs? How did he end up here? Where are his companions? Could it be some kind of wealthy family inheritance drama? He's the eldest son, and that one is the second son. The second son might have chosen to harm the disabled eldest son to monopolize the family fortune. A sense of foreboding rose in Su Xin's heart. He stepped closer and saw that the person sleeping on the ground, being discussed by everyone, was indeed Li Chen. With a blank expression, Su Xian walked over, hoisted Li Chen onto his back and, under the curious gazes of the crowd, carried him away. He felt like he had been embarrassing himself ever since he followed the young master. How infuriating. When Li Chen woke up, he found himself at the entrance of the Divine Ability Pavilion. The Divine Ability Pavilion, as the place where Qinglong Academy stores divine ability models, is heavily guarded, with someone on watch 24 hours a day. To enter, one must verify their identity and register. Young master, are you really okay on your own? What kind of question is that? I'm not a 3-year-old child. Li Chen looked at him strangely. Then I'll wait for you at the door. No need, just wait for me in the reading area on the first floor. I don't know how long it'll take. Then when you come out, you mustn't sleep on the ground again. Fine. Su Xian looked at him with half-belief, but since he couldn't go in, he had no choice. Hello, student, please show your identity. As soon as Li Chen entered the Divine Ability Pavilion, he was stopped by an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Li Chen took out his teacher's token, and the old man was momentarily taken aback. He scanned the token with the scanner. A teacher from the judicial court. He gave Li Chen a deep look and waved his hand casually. Go on in. Although the Divine Ability Pavilion is on the third floor of the library, it is divided into several levels. The first floor contains relatively ordinary and easy-to-practice divine ability prototypes categorized into elemental, mental, physical types, and so on. Li Chen took a look around and found nothing particularly valuable. He initially released those elements to let them explore on their own, but when he saw the lightning element not coming out, he made a face of disdain. He remarked that all the abilities present were trash. This thunder god never learned such low-level things. Because of his arrogant tone, he was soundly beaten by the fire element. Then, one lonely element hid in a corner, whimpering. It was truly heartbreaking to hear. Referring to the water element, wood element, and other elements and techniques nearby, they all laughed heartily. Li Chen went to the second floor. The second floor had several small compartments, each containing different types of divine abilities. Unlike the first floor, the divine abilities in the compartments on the second floor required payment to browse and practice. There are a total of 13 compartments on the second floor, and each compartment has an introduction on the door about what it contains. Entering once costs 150,000. If you go in and don't choose any abilities, the money is non-refundable. So please make your choices carefully. The guard responsible for the second floor looked seriously at Li Chen. Without a second thought, Li Chen swiped his bank card and entered one of the compartments. 150,000? Choose carefully? Who does he look down on? It's just pocket change. The guard's face darkened. This young man. Due to the payment, the large compartment was empty. This was a compartment filled with fire element abilities. All types of fire element abilities were available here. Offensive, defensive, supportive. As soon as Li Chen entered, the fire element eagerly burst forth. It looked around with curiosity, its little hands fidgeting as it selected its desired abilities. Just as its little hand reached for an ability model, Li Chen's expression changed, and he quickly pulled it back, fearing it would burn the model. The fire element, a small flame, looked at Li Chen with wide, confused eyes. The lightning element laughed heartily. So funny, I'm dying of laughter. The fire element returned to its host's body and slapped the lightning element. The lightning element's smile vanished. Li Chen thought for a moment and released his telekinesis ability as well. Once the telekinesis ability was out, everything became much easier. The fire element was in charge of watching, while the telekinesis ability was responsible for retrieving. As for Li Chen himself, he was in charge of sleeping. The fire element is learning the ability Fire Snake Dance. Learning successful. The fire element is learning the ability Fire Barrier. Learning successful. The fire element is learning the ability Extreme Flame. Learning successful. The fire element is attempting to merge abilities. Merge failed. The fire element is attempting the second merge. Merge failed. When Li Chen woke up, the sky was already dusk. He was awakened by the guard. After waking up, he intended to check out other compartments. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Su Xian with a resentful expression. "Young master, I thought you died in there." Li Chen covered his head and fell back asleep. He watched as Su Xian carried him away. The guard clicked his tongue in wonder. This young man, how can he be so lazy? In the following days, feeling bored, Li Chen either slept or was on his way to sleep. After several days of effort, the fire element finally succeeded in merging abilities. Merging 5 or 6 abilities at once was quite a challenge for it. After the successful merge, it collapsed and fell asleep. The lightning element, unusually, did not disturb it. The fire element is attempting to merge abilities. Merge failed. The fire element is attempting to merge abilities. Merge failed. The fire element is attempting to merge abilities. Merge successful. The fire element successfully comprehends the ability Lava Paradise Semi-Domain ability. It turned out to be a semi-domain ability. Li Chen was slightly surprised. Great ability users, after advancing to land immortals, will unlock their own domains. But before that, they must condense a semi-domain ability. Semi-domain abilities are generally comprehended by later-stage great ability users or peak-level ability users. Unexpectedly, the fire element comprehended it in the mid-stage of great ability users. The fire element is really impressive. Hearing Li Chen's praise, the lightning element stared intently at the sleeping fire element, wishing it could take its place. There are still 2 days until the martial artist competition. Early in the morning, Li Chen received a notification that the martial arts competition would be held in the suburbs of Longjing in a newly opened secret realm. The secret realm was named Mist Island. According to the introduction, it was a massive island shrouded in mist, home to numerous exotic beasts. These beasts had been deliberately placed there. There were 12 king-level beasts, 500 leader-level beasts, and countless ordinary beasts. The area of the secret realm was vast, roughly equivalent to the size of 6 or 7 cities. Participants would earn points by killing these beasts, and the competition results would be ranked according to the points. The bottom 60 participants would be eliminated. Only the elites from various provincial bases could enter the national martial arts competition. This would eliminate more than half of the participants, indicating how brutal the competition was. "Young master, would you like some milk?" Before breakfast, Su Xian approached with 2 bottles of milk. Li Chen nodded. Su Xian brought the milk to his lips. After finishing the milk, Li Chen, feeling bored, opened the underground black market website. He discovered that his bounty had increased again. Looking at the trending topics, the top 3 were all about one person. Moreover, this person was a half-acquaintance of Li Chen the puppeteer. 1. Breaking news: the puppeteer of the Dark Moon Circus has turned the new leader into a puppet. 2. New update: the Ghost Knight Blade Demon will replace the puppeteer as the temporary leader of the Dark Moon Circus. 3. The Dark Moon Circus is about to betray. Let's see the recent actions of the puppeteer. What a madman! Li Chen turned off his phone, intending to go out for a breath of fresh air and enjoy the morning breeze. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a puppet placed at the entrance. The appearance of this puppet seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of confusion, Li Chen quickly remembered. The puppet looked exactly like the previous leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown. "Li Chen, long time no see." The voice, identical to that of the clown, came from the puppet's mouth. The leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown? Li Chen frowned. Fire, lightning, and wood elements swirled around him, revealing a very volatile elemental aura. This volatility did not belong to Li Chen himself but originated from these 3 elements. They tightly enveloped Li Chen, glaring at the clown puppet as if ready to pounce and tear it to shreds at the slightest hint of threat. "Weren't you dead? Or are you the puppeteer?" The clown moved its wooden body slightly and said slowly, "The leader is dead, but the clown still lives." "What do you mean?" I am no longer a member of the Spirit Energy Association." The clown smiled and said, "You need not harbor such hostility towards me, for I pose no threat to you now." Li Chen scrutinized him and found that what he said was indeed true. He was now a puppet, merely a puppet. Aside from being able to speak, the puppet itself seemed to possess no strength. "What do you want from me?" "I need your help. I need you to take care of me for a while. That's all." "Are you dreaming?" Li Chen looked down at it and said, "The leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the head of one of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Association, notorious for his misdeeds. Why should I help you? And why do you think I would help you?" From the way the Dark Moon Circus casually stirred up a beast tide in Jiangnan province, it was clear they were rotten to the core. If it weren't for his curiosity about what it was up to, Li Chen might have already killed it to end the conversation quickly. "Who is the leader of the Dark Moon Circus?" "I'm not familiar with them," the clown puppet said. "I already told you. I am the clown, and I only go by the clown. As for the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, he is dead. He has been completely devoured by a royal-level beast, leaving not even a trace behind." "You saw it with your own eyes. Everyone saw it, didn't they? If you don't clarify your words, I will take action." Li Chen looked at him meaningfully. Hearing this, could it be that the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown, is someone else? Upon hearing the threat in Li Chen's words, the thunder element responded with a rumbling sound. It also looked over at the fire element with a show of force. The fire element immediately retaliated with a slap aimed at the thunder element. Was this a demonstration of power among the elements? The clown dared not continue to waste words but instead looked at Li Chen and asked seriously, "Do you know about dual souls in one body? One body, 2 souls? The clown nodded. "You mean to say?" "That's right, I am a dual soul in one body," the clown said simply. "When I was young, I obtained a treasure called the Soul Split Pearl, which can split a person's soul in 2. His explanation was lengthy, but the gist was as follows. When the Spirit Energy Association absorbed talents, it would use the Blood Moon Holy Grail to control a person's soul and even their body. With the help of the Soul Split Pearl, the young clown narrowly escaped disaster, only having half of his soul controlled by the Blood Moon Holy Grail. However, due to the side effects of the Soul Split Pearl, his soul was severely damaged and would occasionally fall into a deep sleep. During this time, the other half of his soul, under the training of the Spirit Energy Association, became murderous and cruel. When he awoke, he intended to correct this, but it was already too late. He no longer obeyed the young clown and had transformed into a completely new, dark persona. Meanwhile, the young clown was imprisoned within his own body. The young clown was also a genius, so as a genius, he certainly would not show weakness. Over the years, he continuously attempted to reintegrate his soul and made some initial progress. However, due to the significant differences in personality between the clown and the young clown, the others in the Dark Moon Circus quickly noticed something was off. To avoid exposure, the young clown had to stop the integration process, allowing the clown to maintain control of the body. The young clown then hid in the background, contemplating how to escape the control of the Spirit Energy Association. Later, without alarming the clown, the young clown became friends with the puppet master. The puppet master also wanted to leave the Spirit Energy Association, and the two hit it off. Then there was the scene that Li Chen witnessed in Jiangnan province, where the clown and the clown's body died together under the giant jaws of a beast. The young clown, however, was reborn with the help of a soul-nurturing puppet made by the puppet master. The puppet master assisted the clown in escaping the Spirit Energy Association. In exchange, once the young clown regained some strength, he had to return to the secret realm where he obtained the Soul Split Pearl and retrieve another Soul Split Pearl to give to the puppet master. The puppet master would then use the same method to leave the Spirit Energy Association. These words seemed quite reasonable, and Li Chen found some credibility in them. However, while listening, he discovered a loophole. He looked at the clown puppet and asked, "The puppet master also wants to leave the Spirit Energy Association?" The clown puppet nodded. "He did say that to me. And he acted according to the plan. The Blood Moon Holy Grail controls a person's body and even their soul. Since the puppet master has already been controlled, no matter if the soul is split into 2 or 3, regardless of how many times it is divided, those souls are still under control. If that's the case, why does he still need the Soul Split Pearl?" Upon hearing this, the clown puppet fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again. "I thought about what you just said before, but I don't know why he wants to do this. However, I can guarantee that everything I just said is true. Why should I believe you?" The clown fell silent again. A scroll appeared in his hand, and he said earnestly, "I can swear an oath." "An oath scroll?" Li Chen recognized this item at a glance. It was something produced in a 5-star secret realm of the Lighthouse Nation. Although it was a top-tier treasure, its price was only half that of a high-tier treasure. The reasons were twofold. First, its quantity was simply too large, with tens of thousands appearing each time. Secondly, it has only one function, which is to make a vow. If the party making the vow speaks falsely, the scroll will be immediately burned. However, its limitations are significant. To use the scroll, there must be a Party A and a Party B. Suppose Li Chen is Party A and the clown is Party B. If Party B needs to make a vow, then Party A's strength must overwhelm Party B, otherwise, the vow cannot be established. Most of the time, if one party's strength is far superior to the other, there is no need to make any vows. A simple show of strength will suffice. Li Chen looked at his scroll and nodded. Moments later, the scroll remained intact in Li Chen's hand, and the vow was established, indicating that everything the clown had just said was the truth. Could it be that the puppeteer has some means of purifying souls? Li Chen pondered. The clown puppet said, "Li Chen, do you believe what I said now?" Li Chen nodded. "Then are you willing to help me for a while? I need time to regain my strength." "No, why should I help you?" Li Chen looked at him and said, "What reason do I have to believe that you won't stab me in the back once you regain your strength? I am willing to pay a certain price." Knowing that Li Chen would say this, the clown smiled and said, "As for the matter of backstabbing after regaining strength, you need not worry. I will give you the core of the soul puppet shortly. If I make any improper moves, you can crush it immediately. While that won't kill me, it could leave me severely injured." "Aren't you in that state now?" Li Chen looked at him. "Can you even speak?" The clown maintained his smile. "It will be even worse than this state. After all, the puppet core carries most of my current soul. If it is damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable." The clown tossed the puppet core to Li Chen. Li Chen held it in his hand, examining it closely. Seeing the core that could be crushed at any moment, the clown showed no signs of panic. Truly a seasoned powerhouse. Li Chen carefully stored the core and said, "I agree. What can you give me?" "1 half-holy relic. Do you look down on me that much? How about 2? I feel like you still look down on me a bit. 3? Are you joking? Then 1 holy relic, no more. In that case, take care, I won't see you off." Just as Li Chen was about to throw the core back, the clown quickly reached out to stop him. 1 holy relic plus 2 half-holy relics. The clown gritted his teeth and said, "This is already all my possessions. If the deal doesn't go through, at least we maintain our friendship," Li Chen said with a smile. "Then, 2 pieces. Really can't give more. If you do, he'll just walk away." The clown looked at Li Chen, and after several minutes of silence, he finally reluctantly extended 2 fingers. "Clown, from today on, you are my best friend." Li Chen stepped forward and enthusiastically lifted the puppet. The clown. "By the way, why did you come to find me?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Li Chen looked at him strangely. "Are you sick? Spending 2 holy relics just to stay by my side? Am I really that charming?" The clown nodded and said, "The high priest sent me to find you." "The high priest?" The puppeteer chuckled self-deprecatingly. He said this was the result he predicted using a half-divine relic. He said that being by your side is better than being by his. But I feel like he's lying to me? 2 holy relics. I really am a fool. If I don't gain any benefits from you, I will definitely settle the score with him later. The high priest? Why is this little monster involved again? It's truly hard to fathom what he wants. You really are a fool. Li Chen looked at him and said, "When do you plan to give it to me?" "Ha? Are you saying your words don't count?" Li Chen pretended to throw him away. "Here. Take this as a deposit. When I leave, you can pay the rest. Otherwise, you can just throw it away." The clown hurriedly said. Li Chen thought for a moment. "That works." He nodded. In the next second, a green glass orb appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the clown puppet transformed into a real puppet, losing its previous vitality. It seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Li Chen looked at the orb in his hand, and his consciousness entered it. He immediately understood the full function of this orb. Healing orb, a wood-type auxiliary holy relic. A fully charged healing orb can restore the injuries of 3 great practitioners in an instant. Moreover, these injuries are serious wounds. Of course, special injuries do not count, such as curses, soul damage, etc. A good item. Just as Li Chen was about to stuff it into his pocket, he noticed a tiny vine brushing against his face. It was a wood element. "Do you want it?" The wood element shyly nodded. "You weren't this shy when you were dealing with the fire element before." Li Chen chuckled and, without thinking much, tossed it to it. After obtaining the healing orb, the wood element quickly devoured it. Ding dong, the wood element is devouring the wood attribute holy relic healing orb, wood element energy 800. Ding dong, the wood element is devouring the wood attribute holy relic healing orb, wood element energy 800. Ding dong, the wood element is devouring the wood attribute holy relic healing orb, wood element energy 800. The wood element's wood element energy has reached the critical value, breaking through the shackles. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. The wood element gritted its teeth, trying to break through again. Breakthrough successful. The wood element's cultivation has been raised to mid-level great practitioner. The wood element has gained the ability Healing Forest. Another new ability, Healing Type, not bad. Li Chen learned from the information provided by the wood element that this ability, when activated, can cause a small forest to grow in place. Any life within this forest can receive healing benefits. Of course, if Li Chen does not want to heal a specific target, he can cancel it at any time. Hearing your praise, the wood element danced with joy and said, "It's all thanks to you, master." Little flatterer. Li Chen teased it a bit, and after putting away all the elements, he carried the puppet back to where he was staying. They lived in a place called Yanzhuan, which was a property of the Li family in Longjing. It served two purposes: one was to host guests, and the other was to provide a place for the Li family members to stay in Longjing. Although the Li family's location was also in Longjing, it was built in a deep mountain outside of Longjing city, still quite far from the city. "Young master, what are you holding in your hand?" After returning, Su Xian looked at the puppet in Li Chen's hand. "A good item. Really ugly." Yes, you're the most beautiful." Li Chen smiled. "By the way, don't lose it." "Got it, sir." 2 days later, the weather was clear. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Su Xian got Li Chen out of bed early in the morning, urging him to finish washing up. Then he pushed him to the venue of the martial arts competition. At this time, the competition venue was packed with people, filled with crowds everywhere. Li Chen even spotted quite a few familiar faces among them. There were people from Jiangnan province, as well as from the Li family. The competition venue was a massive white circular fortress. The center was hollow, resembling a huge, irregular white donut. A gigantic secret realm teleportation portal was placed in the center, with gray particles continuously emanating from the circular door. Deep and mysterious, according to Li Chen, this secret realm was obtained a century ago by a group of terrestrial immortals who ventured into it. At that time, they acquired the core of the secret realm, and after repairing, refining, and transforming it, the current competition secret realm was created. Major competitions are always held here. It is also used by the military for combat drills. The scenes inside the secret realm can be changed freely, but each change requires quite expensive resources. The circular fortress can only be entered by the participants, so it is surrounded by a crowd. They are discussing the upcoming national martial arts competition with great curiosity. "How long until the competition starts?" "I've been standing here for half a day." "Who told you to come so early?" "Aren't you the same? You have the nerve to say that to me." "It should start in the afternoon, right?" "Some participants haven't arrived yet." "Who do you think will make it into the top 5 this time?" "Isn't that obvious? It's definitely the 5 participants from the 5 major academies." "That's not certain. Don't forget about Feng Xinghuan. He has been rising rapidly lately, and many veteran powerhouses have been defeated by him. He has a very good chance of making it into the top 5. His master is Feng Yao, that ancient monster who has lived for who knows how many years." "Ancient monster? How old?" "Older than the Flame Emperor, I'd say." "Hiss. Stop chatting. Zhu Tianjiao from Zhuke Academy is coming." A middle-aged man pointed to the sky where a private plane was approaching. The private plane bore a huge image of a vermilion bird, the emblem of Zhuke Academy. As the plane descended slowly, a girl with a flat chest but an imposing presence stepped out. Her eyes were a fiery red, and she carried a tumter-long spiked wolf fawn club on her shoulder. Followed by several students from Zhuke Academy. They were all participants in this competition, having been accepted by Zhuke Academy after winning in their respective provincial bases. Noticing the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd around her, Zhu Tianjiao frowned slightly, took down the wolf fawn club from her shoulder, and placed it on the ground. Bang! The ground was immediately smashed into a large hole. The onlookers were so startled that they quickly averted their eyes. "Oh my gosh, that's too scary. Zhu Tianjiao is as violent as ever." "Of course, she's a fire-type powerhouse, her temper is off the charts. The Chu family is the second fire-type family in our dragon country, so it's normal for her to have such a temper. The Li family is also fire-type, but I don't see them being this violent." "The Li family isn't violent?" A classmate of mine once teased a girl from the Li family, and the next day, his clothes were completely burned off and he was hung up at the traffic light. "Oh my gosh. That's too scary." "Well, he had it coming." "Who told your classmate to tease her?" "Wait a minute, isn't that girl named Li Mimi?" "How do you know?" "She used to be from my school. Because of her, the traffic light outside our school is filled with people every day." "Zhu Tianjiao is actually quite good-looking, huh?" "Stop looking. If she catches you, she might just dig your eyes out." "Young master, it's Zhu Tianjiao." "Zhu Tianjiao, so she's a girl. I always thought she was a guy." "Zhu Tianjiao is notoriously fierce, considered a stronger version of Li Mimi. You shouldn't say that about her. Aren't you afraid she'll hear you?" Su Xian laughed. "Do I need to be afraid of her?" Li Chen looked at Su Xian and patted his chest. It seemed he really didn't need to be. Su Xian recalled a scene not long ago outside Qinglong Academy. "Let me push you in. Your second uncle might already be inside." Li Chen nodded slightly. The second uncle Su Xian mentioned was another terrestrial immortal from the Li family. However, his strength was much weaker compared to the Flame Emperor, belonging to the normal terrestrial immortal level. Su Xian pushed Li Chen into the competition venue, making him very conspicuous as a person in a wheelchair. As soon as they entered the door, they attracted countless gazes. Just when they thought Li Chen couldn't get in, the next scene stunned their eyes. Li Chen not only entered after verifying his identity, but he was also personally welcomed by several staff members of the powerful practitioners. One of the powerful practitioners from the Li family was particularly enthusiastic. Wait, who is that disabled person? Aren't non-participants prohibited from entering the arena? I don't know. Probably from some family or a descendant of some elder. You don't need to guess, he is also a participant in this competition. And his entry complies with the rules. The person who pushed him broke the rules, but with their family background, it's not a big deal. Who are those two? You make them sound so impressive. Let me ask you, how many powerful practitioners are there in this competition? 6. Isn't that common knowledge? Wrong, it's 7. How is that possible? If there are 7, how come there's no news about it? Are you saying that the person sitting in the wheelchair just now? Exactly, he is the 7th, the first place from Jiangnan province, from the Li family. The reason you don't know about him is simply because Jiangnan province previously faced a beast tide, and the list of participants was not reported in time, so you didn't see it. I found out his name is Li Chen, the young master of the Li family. Li Chen? Isn't he a waste? Oh my God. Li Chen, a holder of 4 abilities. What element mastery? Fire element mastery? Thunder element mastery? An unknown telekinesis. Age? 17 years old. What? A 17-year-old powerful practitioner? Is he a monster? Terrifying indeed. What's going on over there? Seeing a noisy crowd at the entrance, Chu Tianjia couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing the name Li Chen, a young man with a grim expression in her team suddenly realized. Senior sister, it must be Li Chen's doing. Who is Li Chen? He is the first place from Jiangnan province and also from the Li family, the young man said simply. If Li Chen or Su Xian were outside, they would recognize him at a glance. This person was one of those they were relatively familiar with in Jiangnan province, later joining the Zhuke Academy, the Poison Wolf, Wu Tianxi. Li family? Poof. My Chu family has never been inferior to the Li family. In this martial arts competition. Watch me crush him hard. Let's go. Chu Tianjiao didn't ask for specific information about Li Chen and walked into the competition venue with her Wolf Fawn Club. Inside the venue, a middle-aged man sat down next to Li Chen. He rambled on about a lot of things, wanting to see how Li Chen would respond, but then he heard Li Chen's shallow snoring. 6th uncle, the young master is asleep. 6th uncle. So lazy, I don't know how he became a powerful practitioner. He sighed, intending to wake Li Chen up. But seeing Su Xin's expression of if you call him, he'll immediately push the young master away, he could only give up helplessly. Today's young people are getting lazier. It's all spoiled. He slapped his thigh and got up to leave. He didn't know if he was talking about Su Xian or about Li Chen's older brothers and sisters. Or perhaps about his older brother. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Before long, everyone was gathered. Li Chen opened his eyes, and with a thought, a bottle of mineral water automatically floated to his mouth. Then it slowly returned to its original position. Seeing this scene, several participants beside him had black lines on their foreheads. Is telekinesis meant to be used like this? Young master, Chu Tianjiao is here, Su Xian said beside him. Li Chen turned to look and saw a fierce-looking woman striding toward them. Chu Tianjiao, what does she want? Why is she coming this way? Did any of you provoke her? Who would dare provoke her? Are they looking for death? Get ready to watch the show. He walked towards that disabled person. What a hammer, he's a normal person. How do you know? Duh, of course it's because of his abilities. If my dad hadn't forced me to participate in the martial arts competition, I would have become a doctor. That disabled person, no wait. Who is that person in the wheelchair? How did he provoke Chu Tianjiao? That person is called Li Chen. He's from the Li family. The Chu family and the Li family have been at odds over the title of the #1 fire element family. You know why she's looking for Li Chen. Chu Tianjiao approached Li Chen, and Su Xian quickly stood in front of her. What do you want? And who are you? A fire element ability user, not bad. Chu Tianjiao smiled. Don't be so scared, I want eat Li Chen. Xiao Xian, step aside. Li Chen said, she won't dare to do anything here. He stood up from his wheelchair and extended a hand. Li family, Li Chen. Li Chen wasn't really sure if he dared to make a move. He asked Su Xian to step aside mainly because he was worried about Su Xian getting hurt. After all, Su Xian was just an ability user and couldn't possibly be a match for a great ability user. Chu family, Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao grasped Li Chen's hand. Be careful in the competition, don't run into me. You too. You're the only one of your age who dares to talk to me like this. You too. You're quite good. But still a bit lacking compared to me. You too. Why only say one sentence? Because I'm lazy. After they shook hands, Chu Tianjiu left. Although the two didn't have any conflict, they still attracted quite a few gazes. Who is that person daring to speak to Chu Tianjiu like that? Li Chen, from the Li family, a wood element great ability user, fire element ability user, but I see the fire energy on him, it seems more than just an ability user. From the Li family, no wonder. The meeting of two oddballs, I wonder who will come out on top. In a corner of the venue. Yuan Gu, he seems to be from your Qinglong Academy, shouldn't you go take a look? A carefree young man said to a cool young man beside him. The cool young man waved his hand, looking at the central teleportation portal. No need. If fate allows, perhaps we will meet later. If there's no fate, even if we meet now, it would just be a waste of our time. You're still so mysterious. The young man shook his head and smiled. A few minutes later, the broadcast sounded. Alright, since all the participants have arrived, the competition is about to begin, I'll just say a few words. A rough male voice said, in a moment, you will enter the secret realm known as the Misty Realm, a huge island covered in mist, home to various exotic beasts. Once you enter, there is only one task, to earn points. The competition lasts for a month, and after a month, the top 30 participants in points will enter the finals. In addition to hunting exotic beasts to earn points, you can also increase your points by robbing others' points. Participants with 0 points will not be directly eliminated. Lastly, and most importantly, all the exotic beasts in the secret realm are real. If you encounter danger, you can crush your jade pendant. Once the pendant is shattered, you can leave the secret realm directly. Of course, leaving the secret realm early means elimination. As for the jade pendants, the staff will distribute them to you when you enter the secret realm. Alright, the competition officially begins now. Good luck to everyone. Participants, please enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. After the voice in the broadcast faded, everyone walked towards the central teleportation portal. Young master, be careful. Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Chen nodded and smiled, don't worry. After receiving the jade pendant, everyone walked into the teleportation portal. Once all the contestants entered the secret realm, the large screen in the venue suddenly lit up. Dozens of images appeared before everyone's eyes. The national martial arts competition was of great significance, so it was recorded in a live broadcast format. At this moment, not only the people in the venue could see it, but the entire population of Long Country could also watch. Many people eagerly turned on their televisions to watch the match. Su Xian quickly searched for Li Chen's location. When he saw that Li Chen was situated in a large lake, his expression turned somewhat grim. The large lake was the domain of water-type exotic beasts. There were only a few lakes on Mist Island, and it was easy to guess that each of these lakes was teeming with exotic beasts. Time for a big nap. Glancing at the surrounding waters, Li Chen used wood elements to weave a small boat and quietly lay down inside it. However, just as he settled in, he noticed a massive creature in the water, staring motionlessly at him. A king-level exotic beast. Sensing the aura emanating from him, Li Chen became a bit cautious and was about to take action. But he quickly realized that this giant creature did not exude any aggressive intent. Li Chen dipped his head into the water and discovered that it was actually a gigantic sea otter. It looked at Li Chen, making soft sounds, its large, dark eyes fixed on him as if it were a puppy seeing its owner. Strange? What's going on? Why is it looking at me with such a gaze, like it's looking at its mother? At this moment, many people's attention was drawn to Li Chen. Watching him, their hearts raced. Who would have thought that this unlucky guy would encounter a king-level exotic beast right at the start? Would he make it through safely? If it was just one, the young master should be able to handle it. Su Xian frowned and thought. Hello there. Li Chen waved at the large sea otter. The sea otter tilted its head in confusion, then showed a hint of a human-like smile and waved back at Li Chen. However, it was using both its paws to wave, making it look like it was clapping. Just as Li Chen was contemplating whether to invite the creature onto his little boat for a friendly interaction, dozens of other otters surfaced in the water. They were similarly large, with strengths ranging from leader level to advanced and intermediate. It seemed that the largest and the first one was their leader. So many? Li Chen's eyes lit up as he beckoned with his hand, and the group of sea otters swam over in droves. As they approached, Li Chen sensed the aura of the sea god palace on them. Only then did he realize why these exotic beasts did not show any aggression towards him. They must have been tamed by the sea god palace. It was just unclear how they suddenly ended up in the secret realm. The images were being broadcast live, and everything happening around Li Chen was displayed before the eyes of the entire nation watching the live stream. They saw a large number of exotic beasts rushing towards Li Chen and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. Of course, there were also those who took pleasure in his misfortune. At this moment, on the Shuiyu platform, the National Martial Arts Competition live broadcast room. How tragic, encountering a bunch of exotic beasts right at the start. And one of them is a king-level beast, which is considered a formidable opponent. Yeah, water-type king-level exotic beasts in the water are even more terrifying than normal king-level beasts. It seems the first eliminated contestant is about to emerge. Is he crazy? Why hasn't he crushed the jade pendant? Is he trying to throw his life away? Does anyone know who this unlucky guy is? No, I've never seen him. Just when everyone was pessimistic about Li Chen, a flood of comments suddenly dominated the screen. These comments were very synchronized, even bestowing Li Chen with the title of a deity. Lazy God, go for it. You're the best. The people of Jiangnan province stand behind you. Lazy God is the coolest. Lazy God, quickly deal with them. Lazy God, go for it. By the way, the brother upstairs, you made a typo. Who are these people upstairs? Are they water army? Who is this lazy god? Just when everyone was wondering who Li Chen was, his identity was revealed, along with his previous achievements in Jiangnan province. Wow, brothers, this person is called Li Chen. Who is Li Chen? Is he someone important? Just search him on Chengdu, he's the first one. Wow, it seems he can't be eliminated. Plus, the top 5 now has another strong competitor. Who is this impressive? I can't be bothered to check. Can someone copy and paste it? Li Chen, 17 years old, 4th son of the Li family, the Flame Emperor. First place in the Jiangnan province selection competition, a powerful transcendent, a distinguished contributor during the Beast Tide in Jiangnan province. Wow, how impressive, what a monster. Is the world going crazy? A transcendent in their teens, that's a once in a century occurrence. Fun fact, there was also a transcendent in their teens from the Li family before, but he ended up failing. Upstairs, if someone from the Li family hears you say that, you might get beaten up. Even if he is a transcendent, isn't it a bit difficult to deal with so many beasts at once? Who said he has to deal with them? Can't he just escape? Suxian in the venue also felt a cold sweat for Li Chen. Everyone thought Li Chen would immediately run away. But then, an eye-popping scene unfolded. The beasts, upon approaching Li Chen, did not attack and Li Chen did not flee. The two sides coexisted in an unusually harmonious manner. Li Chen even patted the head of a king-level beast, which showed a hint of enjoyment and pleasure. What was going on? Was this really a king-level beast? Are king-level beasts this easy to communicate with now? Big brother, even though you look cute, you are a king-level beast. Where is your dignity as a king-level beast? Is your several-meter height just for show? Shouldn't you be slaughtering everything in sight and battling Li Chen for 300 rounds to showcase your ferocity? Everyone looked at the giant sea otter in disbelief. Suxian was also extremely puzzled. The secrets about the young master that he didn't know were increasing. The sea otter came to Li Chen's side, opened its big eyes, lowered its head, and rubbed against Li Chen. Hello, master. It seemed to be acting cute. However, its strength was so great that it rocked Li Chen's boat, splashing a lot of water inside. Li Chen was surprised to find that he could roughly understand what the sea otter was expressing. However, he couldn't understand the lower-level sea otters. I want a hug. The big sea otter stretched out its furry big paws. Li Chen looked at its several-meter-tall body and twitched the corners of his mouth. You must weigh 7 or 8 tons, right? Hug you? Are you trying to crush me? Seeing that Li Chen didn't want to hug it, the big sea otter pouted. It crossed its arms and placed them on its chest, looking a bit upset. Just when Li Chen thought it had given up, the big sea otter directly opened its arms and pressed down. Li Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly leaped away. He watched helplessly as his small boat was pushed underwater by the big sea otter. As he saw his boat being crushed, the big sea otter panicked and hurriedly searched for Li Chen's figure in the water. It was only when it saw Li Chen behind it that it finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then it crossed its arms again and placed its hands on its chest, showing an expression of him angry again. Li Chen. In desperation, he had no choice but to jump onto the big sea otter and give it a hug. Seeing this scene, many people outside widened their eyes. Oh my god, my worldview is collapsing. Is this really a king-level beast? This thing is more obedient than my dog. So cute, it even knows how to get angry. I really want to raise one, but it must be expensive at this size, right? Upstairs, are you crazy? Is this a matter of money or not? If you want a sea otter-type king-level beast, you can find one by the sea. I hope it won't slap him to death. Could Li Chen be cheating? How could a king-level beast be so affectionate towards him? Cheating? Show me the same trick. He can't have awakened a natural affinity ability, can he? Even if he did awaken such an ability, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? This is a king-level beast comparable to a great power. The male god is mighty. The male god is truly impressive. At this moment, in a large conference room within the venue, a group of people sat together. Their expressions were serious as they watched the screen showing Li Chen interacting with the otter, their brows slightly furrowed. From the faint aura they exuded, it was clear that the weakest among them was still a top-tier great power. The four sitting at the main table were all land immortals. "Aren't you going to explain?" said an old man at the main seat, taking a sip of his hot tea. The people in front of him fell silent. Finally, a man in military uniform spoke up. "Old Xiao, I don't know what's going on either. These beasts weren't captured by us." Hearing this, the old man looked at a middle-aged man in military uniform sitting next to him. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "Don't look at me, I have no idea what's happening. When I captured these beasts, they were all ferocious." At this moment, a great power in the conference room quietly suggested, "Why don't we enter the secret realm and see what's going on?" As soon as this was said, two figures at the main table spoke simultaneously. "No." One of them had red eyes and hair, with a face full of wrinkles, an old man leaning on a cane, exuding a formidable presence, clearly someone who had held a high position for a long time. The other was not even human, but a sleek-furred fox, a creature that no one in the room dared to overlook. As this man and fox spoke, the great power quickly closed his mouth. "Alright, since we don't know what's going on, let's continue watching," the first speaker, Old Xiao, said. "If we really can't figure it out, we can check after the competition ends." He glanced at the man and the fox, knowing without guessing what they were concerned about. They were merely worried that Li Chen was using some disposable item to charm that beast. If they rashly entered, it might disrupt Li Chen's plan and affect his performance. Hearing his words, the others nodded. Seeing that the four at the main table did not agree with his plan, the great power who suggested entering the secret realm frowned. "Damn, it seems they'll have to find another way to get into the secret realm." He looked at Li Chen on the screen, revealing a greedy expression, along with a hint of urgency. At this moment, chaos had already erupted within the secret realm, with many people fighting against the beasts. Numerous individuals were also clashing with each other, trying to seize points from one another. Ultimate Great Gale. A young man flying in midair produced a blue light sphere in his hand and forcefully threw it forward. Instantly, a massive tornado burst forth from the light sphere, sweeping through a large area of forest, with many beasts being caught in the wind and torn to shreds. Watching his points continuously increase, he revealed a satisfied smile. Windstar Soul, 143 points, third place. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that a new great power seemed to have emerged in this competition. What was the name again? I think it was Li Chen? He hurriedly searched for Li Chen's name, but after looking several times, he still couldn't find Li Chen's figure. Realizing he had flipped to the end, he saw, Li Chen, 0 points, 90th place. Not only was he puzzled, but many others were equally confused. The only ones who knew the truth were the other four who had come out of Jiangnan province with Li Chen. In the Baihu Academy camp, Duan Zitao revealed a wry smile. "Li Chen is still so lazy. I wonder if I can encounter him in this competition. Great powers, sigh, I might never catch up in this lifetime." "Duan Zitao, what's wrong with you?" a girl from his team looked at him and asked. He smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing." "Really? If it's nothing, why do you look so down? I saw you when I went to Jiangnan province before, and you were shining brightly back then." Yes, he was still radiant before he met Li Chen. Even when they first met, he was. But it wasn't until Li Chen's strength was revealed that he realized his meager talents were nothing in comparison. He had no right to be proud. "I said it's nothing." "That's good then." The girl didn't press further and instead looked at the captain leading the team. "Captain, what's wrong?" He was Xiao Dong from the White Tiger Academy, one of the 7 great practitioners in this competition. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit strange." "Strange?" Xiao Dong nodded and said, "This Li Chen is quite interesting. He clearly has the strength of a great practitioner, yet his score is 0. A 17-year-old great practitioner. I really want to spar with him." "Spar with him? I think I had that thought too." Duan Zitao suddenly thought. On the lake where Li Chen was before. At this moment, a giant boat woven from vines was floating on the water. If one looked closely, they could see many large furry balls on the boat. These large furry balls were huddled together sleeping, and on one of the giant furry balls there was even a person sleeping. It was Li Chen. He was hugging the Sea Otter King, sleeping soundly. Although the surface of the Secret Realms lake was very cold, the Sea Otter King was like a natural furnace, continuously radiating heat. To avoid getting Li Chen wet, the Sea Otter King even dried its fur with energy while sleeping. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is easily defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete loss. The lightning element angrily shouts at the fire element, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young and poor. The wood element adds from the side, don't bully the middle-aged poor, don't bully the elderly, the dead are the greatest tiers of Tomb Raiders. Lightning element. The control ability and telekinesis ability are on the side. Eating popcorn while cultivating, control energy 20, telekinesis energy 20. The divine water element is guiding the cultivation of water nourishes all things. After finishing the cultivation of water nourishes all things, it gets up to go home, energy capacity 10. The dragon and tiger body refining technique is lonely at home, shouting, "Little water, I miss you so much." Water nourishes all things pushes the door and just happens to hear this, blushing and lowering its head. At this moment by the lake, a group of people was drinking water. Because the mist on the lake was too thick, they couldn't see the center of the lake clearly. At this time, the mist on the lake dissipated a bit. "Big brother, look. What's wrong? What is that? Oh my god, that's actually a boat. How could there be a boat on a perfectly calm lake? Could it be a hidden instance? Big brother, should we go take a look?" "Brother, let's go take a look too." These people were not great practitioners but rather ordinary competitors. Since they couldn't find their respective teams after entering the secret realm, they simply banded together. Huang Chang and Huang Zichao were among them. As a relatively powerful practitioner, Huang Chang held a high status among these people. Naturally, as Huang Chang's brother, Huang Zikio's status also rose accordingly. "Huang Chang, what do you plan to do?" A practitioner of similar strength to Huang Chang asked him. After pondering for a moment, Huang Chang said, "How about we take a boat over?" This practitioner looked at the calm surface of the lake, slightly furrowing his brows, and said, "There are no fish swimming in the lake, the quiet is what makes it dangerous." "Then what do you suggest?" "I think we can call on wood and ice element practitioners to build a bridge over. That would be safer, but if that's the case, won't it take too long? And do we even have that many wood and ice ability users here?" Huang Chang glanced at the people present, then looked at the distance from the shore to the boat. The boat was over 100 meters from the shore. If they did as he suggested, it would likely waste a lot of time. This would seriously delay his speed in earning points. Although this elimination round would eliminate 60 people at once, standing out among those 60 would still come with rewards. Moreover, with his strength, making it into the top 30 was more than enough. He didn't want to waste his precious qualification for the top 30 by exploring a dungeon with unknown contents. "No, this is still too risky. How about we first build a boat, then tie a weaker beast on it and push it into the lake to test it?" "That's a good idea." The ability user smiled. "Alright, Wang Chang. The task of building the boat is up to you. My brother and I will go catch a beast," Huang Chang said. Wang Chang nodded and looked at his 4 little brothers beside him. The 4 of them exchanged glances and slightly closed their eyes. In an instant, a layer of shimmering green light appeared on their hands. Then, a sapling grew from the ground. The sapling turned into a small tree, the small tree grew into a larger tree, gradually getting taller, 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, until it finally stopped at 7 meters. At this point, the 4 of them were already sweating profusely, breathing heavily. Clearly, the growth of this tree had consumed a lot of their energy. Wang Chang examined the large tree carefully, pondered for a moment, and asked, "It's too thin, can it grow a bit sturdier?" He took out 4 medicine bottles and said, "This is energy recovery medicine." The 4 of them took the bottles, nodded seriously, and said, "Brother Chang, leave it to us." They drank the potions in one go, and their fatigue vanished. A few minutes later, a tree that was twice as sturdy as the previous one appeared before him. Wang Chang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes becoming sharp, and his whole demeanor gradually turned fierce. A layer of sharp golden light also appeared on his left hand. He raised his hand and struck heavily at the large tree. The tree's crown was instantly severed, leaving only a thick trunk. Then flames ignited in his hand. A few minutes later, a small boat appeared before everyone. At that moment, Huang Chang also returned, holding a low-level monkey. "Not bad," Huang Chang said with a smile, tossing the monkey over. Wang Chang caught the monkey and tied it to the boat. He pushed the boat towards the center of the lake, and the small wooden boat slowly drifted towards the center. Just when it was about 20 to 30 meters away, a giant crocodile 4 to 5 meters long suddenly emerged from the water and bit the wooden boat in half. The boat was instantly shattered, and the monkey became the crocodile's meal. A top-tier leader-level beast. Wang Chang and Huang Chang exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. "What should we do? Even if we team up, we can't defeat this guy in the water. Crocodiles are social animals, there should be a group of them in this lake. Are we just going to let it go like this?" While the two were conversing, a few more people emerged from the woods. It was a woman with red eyes carrying a wolf-tooth club. Behind her were several young men, all wearing the uniform of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Seeing them, Huang Chang and Wang Chang frowned slightly. The people around them were buzzing with discussion. "Who are they? That woman has such a strong aura. They're from Vermilion Bird Academy. The one in front is one of the favorites to win this competition, Xu Tianjiao." "Xu Tianjiao? That great ability user?" "That's right, it's her." "Great. If she comes, can't we easily get on that boat?" What a joke! Whether she's willing to take us on the boat is still uncertain. If there were a powerful practitioner willing to share benefits with us, the small fries. Miss Chu, long time no see. Wang Chang said gravely as he looked at Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao revealed a mocking smile and said, Changgu, after all these years, you still look the same. Sorry, I speak bluntly, I hope you don't take it to heart. She glanced at the large ship in the center of the lake, showing a hint of surprise. What the hell is that? Wang Chang shook his head and said, I don't know. We were just about to go check it out, but we ran into some difficulties. He pointed to the crocodile currently devouring a monkey on the lake's surface. Is that what has you stumped? Chu Tianjia asked. She aimed at the crocodile and threw her wolf-tooth club. Boom! The club ignited in flames. And the crocodile's head was instantly smashed to bits. Blood splattered everywhere. The wolf-tooth club automatically flew back into Chu Tianjia's hand. Seeing this scene, Huang Chang and those around Wang Chang widened their eyes and gasped. This power, it's simply terrifying. Since you lack the ability to explore the ship, they'll just take everything on it, Chu Tianjia said with a smile. She leaped up and stepped onto the lake's surface, gliding towards the large ship where Li Chen was. As Chu Tianjia was about to board, many outside the barrier showed expressions of anticipation. Who was stronger, Li Chen or Chu Tianjiao? At this moment, the live stream chat had erupted into chaos. Great! Chu Tianjiao has made her move. This Li Chen is done for. I wonder how he'll be lazy now. TSK, my lazy god will annihilate this nonsense. Chu Tianjiao. Annihilate? That's the funniest thing I've heard about a campus beauty. Campus beauty? Where's the campus beauty? What confidence has Li Chen given you to say such big words? Chu Tianjiao is the pride of Zhuke school. What is Li Chen? What qualifications do you have to talk about the lazy god? The lazy god's family background and talent are far superior to you bunch of useless people. What is Li Chen? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Li Chen's older brother is Li Qingyan, his grandfather is the Flame Emperor. Li Chen is a powerful practitioner and he's only 17. What do you think Li Chen is? Even if Li Chen is strong, he's only 17. How could he possibly be a match for Chu Tianjiao? What a joke. A bunch of blindly confident fools. You just don't understand the lazy god's strength. TCH, I bet my lazy god doesn't even need to lift a finger to deal with this Chu Tianjiao. Why? Look at that big sea otter under the lazy god. Hasn't it woken up? Hiss, Chu Tianjiao is a fire attribute powerful practitioner. It's dangerous once she hits the water. TCH, hiding behind someone is no skill. This Li Chen is just a coward. A bunch of wise guys. Why don't you try taming a king level? If you can tame it, it'll kneel before you. They'll say it here, if Li Chen and Chu Tianjiao fight unknown, Chu Tianjiao can take down Li Chen in 10 moves. As the verbal battle intensified, the administrator quickly stepped in to mute the chat and restore order. Inside the venue, a group of staff members also showed expressions of watching a good show. However, they were much smarter than those netizens. Even if they didn't have faith in Li Chen, they didn't say it out loud. After all, Li Chen's identity, status, and talent were all higher than theirs. Trouble comes from the mouth. Su Xian squinted his eyes, not afraid of this Chu Tianjiao. In his view, as long as his young master was willing, he could easily bury her in this secret realm, even before she had a chance to crush her jade pendant. Little brother, it seems you came with Li Chen, right? Who do you think is stronger if Chu Tianjiao faces off against Li Chen? At this moment, a staff member sitting next to Su Xian jokingly asked. Su Xian glanced at him and softly said, Li Chen can defeat Chu Tianjiao in 3 moves. The staff member was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. As expected, young people are the most impetuous. Su Xian was too lazy to explain to him and focused intently on the big screen. It wasn't just him, many people were seriously watching the screen. Li Qingyang, Li Qingya, the Flame Emperor, General Xiang, the old director, the high priest, the puppeteer. In a circus, the puppeteer sat on the corpse of a hulking beast, crazily staring at his phone. He, Mu Ke. You better not disappoint me. At this moment, at Qinglong Academy, teacher Mu Ke, who was in class, shivered. Who is thinking of me? Li Chan rubbed his eyes. When he woke up, he found that the sea otter beneath him had disappeared. In its place were 7 or 8 smaller sea otters. He squinted in confusion. Then he casually hugged one and went back to sleep. While Li Chen was sleeping, the wood element escaped from his body. The lightning element also wanted to run out. But since the fire element wouldn't let it, it could only stay put, sulking with its eyes wide open. Daring to imprison this thunder god, just wait and see. Outside the boat, a few dozen meters away, Chu Tianjiao smashed down with her wolf fawn club and a pile of mangled crocodile corpses floated on the lake's surface. She stood on the small wooden boat that Wang Chang had previously carved, her sharp gaze fixed on the large ship not far away. Strange, this wooden boat has such strong wood element energy. Could it be that this boat is man-made? Never mind, let's go up and take a look first. I hope to find some good stuff. Just as she was about to abandon the boat and enter the water, a large sea otter suddenly burst out from the water, baring its sharp teeth and lunging at her. She kicked it away. Immediately, an even larger sea otter surfaced. Feeling its overwhelming aura, Chu Tianjiao's heart sank. A king-level mutant beast. There's actually such a big guy hiding here. The next second, her eyes turned fervent. What treasures are hidden in this boat? It's actually guarded by a king-level mutant beast? Could it be a top-tier exotic treasure? Or perhaps a semi-holy relic? No matter what it is, it's mine now. The Sea Otter King let out a roar and charged towards Chu Tianjiao, creating towering waves. Just in time. Watch me crush it. Chu Tianjiao swung her wolf fawn club and struck the oncoming Sea Otter King. Bang! It made a dull sound. But the Sea Otter King's fur was simply too thick, and there were countless water element defenses built around it. Not only did she fail to injure the Sea Otter King, but she was also knocked back several meters. Just as she was about to take the initiative and attack the Sea Otter King, suddenly, countless vines shot up from the bottom of the water, tightly surrounding her. Chu Tianjiao was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief. A king-level wood attribute mutant beast? No, this is the power of the wood element. Are there wood-type great powers around? Impossible, there can't be anyone else here besides me. It must be some kind of artifact. No matter what it is, watch me crush it. Regaining her composure, her gaze sharpened, and a phantom of a flame bear appeared around her. Boom! The flame bear swung a wooden stick down onto the ground. She also swung her wolf fawn club down onto the ground. Instantly, countless magma erupted from the water's surface, creating massive steam. The vines around her also began to burn fiercely. At that moment, the Sea Otter King suddenly appeared behind her and struck her heavily, accompanied by a monstrous wave like a divine spear. A ring appeared in Chu Tianjiao's hand out of nowhere. It transformed into a hard silver shield, blocking the Sea Otter King's attack. Bang! The Sea Otter King roared in anger and clapped its hands forcefully. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Chu Tianjiao was directly blown away, but immediately after, she charged at the Sea Otter King with her shield and wolf fawn club. It seemed her shoes were also some kind of artifact, as upon touching the water's surface, they quickly formed a thick layer of ice several meters deep, allowing her to walk on it. Without the aid of water, the Sea Otter King could only use brute force to break through the thick ice layer. Fortunately, the vines provided it with considerable support. Their powerful entangling ability meant that the ice layers couldn't hold for even a minute before being completely shredded into ice shards. One person, one sea otter, and one vine engaged in fierce combat for dozens of rounds. During this time, Chu Tianjiao produced several more props. Finally, she swallowed a type of treasure that enhanced her strength. With all her might, she managed to send the Sea Otter King flying. Crack! The Sea Otter King crashed into the vine ship, smashing a huge hole in it. Water began to flood in, and the ship slowly sank. The Sea Otter King let out a whimper, its face already a bloody mess, with blood continuously oozing from its wounds. Hearing the sound, Li Chen suddenly woke up. Realizing that the ship he was on was sinking rapidly, he furrowed his brow slightly. What happened? As he stepped outside the ship, he saw the battered Sea Otter King beside him. Not far away, Chu Tianjiao was wiping her wolf fawn club. Upon seeing Li Chen, the Sea Otter King immediately burst into tears. Woo woo, iya iya iya. It tightly hugged Li Chen, expressing the injuries it had just suffered and the grievances in its heart. The Sea Otter King's strength was simply too great. Even though it had been extremely careful, the force it had just exerted was enough to crush an ordinary practitioner. Fortunately, with the persistent effort of the dragon and tiger body forging technique, Li Chen was able to maneuver with ease under such a powerful embrace. Alright, I understand. Let me heal your wounds first, Li Chen said softly. Upon hearing his voice, the Sea Otter King's previously anxious sounds immediately quieted down. It gently nodded. Iya iya iya. Thank you, Palace Master. What are you doing here? Seeing Li Chen, Chu Tianjiao, not far from the sunken ship, showed a surprised expression. The group of people on the shore also voiced their astonishment. Who is that? Seems really impressive. So handsome, no, so strong. Strange, why isn't that beast attacking him? Instead, it looks like it's being affectionate. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Where have you seen him? He's Li Chen, the stranger who almost clashed with Chu Tianjiao at the venue. He's Li Chen? Looks like there's a good show to watch. I wonder who will win between Chu Tianjiao and Li Chen. Probably Chu Tianjiao, after all, she's much older. That's hard to say. Just now, Chu Tianjiao expended too much energy, while Li Chen is still full of vigor. You just said Li Chen came out of that ship. Does that mean everything inside the ship was taken by him? Who knows, we'll find out soon. The crowd buzzed with discussion, showing expressions of anticipation. Huang Zichao frowned as he looked at his older brother. Bro, why do we keep seeing that kid everywhere? It's so annoying. Huang Chun quickly glanced around to confirm that no one was paying attention to them before he reluctantly sighed in relief and then gave his brother a hard knock on the head. What do you mean, that kid? You should call him Senior Li Chen. Bro, are you overreacting? I'm already too scared to do anything to Li Chen. Can't I just vent a little? Huang Zichao said somewhat defiantly. If someone with ill intentions hears what you just said, even if Li Chen doesn't care, countless people will step in for him. What, Huang bro, do you know Li Chen? At that moment, someone suddenly asked Huang Chang. Huang Cheng quickly nodded and smiled. Yeah, I fought alongside Li Chen in Jiangnan province. He's quite a decent person. Li Chen cast a faint glance at her, too lazy to engage in conversation. His hands rested on the Sea Otter King. Healing forest. In an instant, dozens of towering trees over 10 meters high began to grow on the ice surface and the sunken ship. They surrounded each other, forming a massive barrier that emitted a shimmering green light. Boom! A terrifying healing energy erupted. The wounds of the Sea Otter King, as well as those of other sea otters, began to heal rapidly. Is this Sea Otter King your pet? Is this ship also something you created? Seeing this scene, Chu Tianjiao frowned and asked. Anyone who thinks they have discovered a treasure only to find it empty would feel a bit uncomfortable. Li Chen remained silent. A surge of unnamed anger rose in Chu Tianjiao's heart. She raised her wolf fawn club and leaped up, smashing it fiercely towards the barrier created by Li Chen. Sister, you're really loud. Li Chen retracted his hand, stood up, and stretched lazily. His gaze became sharp. In an instant, countless vines emerged from the water, rising up from the ground. A move forbidden heaven. Vines controlled by someone are faster and more resilient than those uncontrolled. Before Chu Tianjiao could get close to the barrier, she was already bound tightly. Outside the barrier, in the live broadcast room, many people were discussing. I didn't expect Li Chen to actually have some skills. He managed to trap Chu Tianjiao. Could it be that Chu Tianjiao is not Li Chen's opponent? How is that possible? Chu Tianjiao is a fire attribute great power user. This is just the beginning. Her true abilities haven't even been unleashed yet. Exactly, Chu Tianjiao naturally restrains Li Chen. What right does he have to win? Go, lazy god. Chu Tianjiao hasn't shown her true abilities, but Li Chen has? The one upstairs must be a brainless fan of Li Chen, right? Look, those vines are on fire. Chu Tianjiao is sure to win. At the venue, the staff looked at Su Xian and said, Kid, it seems the battle is about to end. Your young master is still lacking a bit. Su Xian chuckled lightly. The battle is indeed about to end. I didn't expect you to have some skills. But unfortunately, I am a fire attribute great power user, born to restrain you. Chu Tianjiao's mind stirred, her pupils turned crimson. The surrounding vines quickly ignited. Li Chen smiled slightly, as if everything was within his expectations. The next second, countless water elements began to condense behind him, and a massive shadow appeared. Looking at this enormous unknown shadow, a strong sense of dread rose in Chu Tianjiao's heart. Strange, what is going on? What is that shadow? Clearly only at the level of a great power user. Why does it seem to be suppressing me? Forget it, whatever it is. I am the supreme great power user. Let's see how I crush it. Boom! A layer of scorching purple flames enveloped Chu Tianjiao, and she grabbed her wolf fawn club, smashing it towards Li Chen. Faced with this fierce assault, Li Chen was not anxious. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes. Watching his actions, many people outside changed their expressions drastically. Is he crazy? At such a critical moment, he actually closed his eyes to fight. What gives him such confidence? Is it his talent that advanced at 17? Or is it ignorance? Has he resigned himself to fate? Is he out of his mind? At this rate, even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. By the way, what is that thing behind Li Chen? Who cares what it is? Could it be stronger than a full-force strike from a great power user? What is Lazy God doing? It's driving me crazy. Lazy God, rise up quickly. Lazy God, don't be foolish at this moment. As long as you dodge this strike, there will be plenty of opportunities to counterattack later. Why do I feel like Li Chen has a chance to counterattack right now? What's with the smile on Li Chen's face? It gives me a very confident feeling. Still calling him Lazy God? Your Li Chen is about to be finished. The first one eliminated out of 90 people is actually a great power user. What a joke! Just when everyone was not optimistic about Li Chen, a terrifying scene unfolded. The shadow behind Li Chen slowly opened its eyes, and a spear shining with blue divine light appeared in its hand. With a gentle wave, the spear shot out like lightning. The spear of the sea god. Feeling the surging water elemental divine power on the spear, Chu Tianjiao's expression changed slightly. What terrifying water elemental energy! Clearly, this water element looks like the strength of a great power user. Why is it so terrifying? She felt a stir in her heart, and the ring on her hand instantly transformed into a massive shield, blocking her in front. The spear of the sea god struck fiercely against the shield. However, she couldn't grasp the power of the sea god spear at all, and the shield was sent flying. She, along with the shield, was thrown backward, crashing into the forest. Li Chen opened his eyes and looked at the Otter King beside him. Seeing this, the Otter King leaped up and jumped into the forest. Moments later, it returned to Li Chen's side, carrying the severely injured Chu Tianzhou. Yay yay yay! Master, I'm back. What kind of technique did you just use? Chu Tianzhou gasped for breath, incredulous as she asked Li Chen. When she was struck by the spear of the sea god, she felt her very soul tremble. As a powerful practitioner, she had faced countless dangers. She had even entered several 5-star secret realms. She had been severely injured multiple times, and there were several occasions when she nearly died. Yet, the fear she felt today was stronger than ever before. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned to one of terror. Wait a minute, could this be the power of a deity? Before Li Chen could respond, she seemed to confirm her own answer inside in disappointment. All my points are yours. After saying this, she cleared all her points, took a potion, and returned to the shore. Watching her points soar from 0 to over 130, jumping to 4th place, Li Chen's mood didn't change at all. He patted the Otter King beside him and jumped onto its back. Take me to a quiet place. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Chu Tianzhou's defeat, many were taken aback. Huang Chang and the others gasped, watching Li Chen leave with incredulous eyes. Huang Chang was stunned for a few seconds, then patted his younger brother's shoulder. You know what to do from now on, right? Huang Zichao nodded heavily and said, from now on, when I see Li Chen, I will definitely bow down. Huang Chang showed a look of satisfaction, as if he had found a promising disciple. At this moment, many people outside, watching the footage of Chu Tianzhou's defeat on their phones, widened their eyes. Is this Li Chen a monster? What technique did Li Chen just use to instantly defeat Chu Tianzhou? That technique just now was clearly water elemental. Could it be that Li Chen is also a powerful water element practitioner? This is too absurd, right? Even if he is a water element practitioner, it shouldn't be possible to defeat Chu Tianzhou in one move, right? Lazy God, I'm sorry, I underestimated you. I actually thought Lazy God was going to lose. I don't deserve to be his fan. Who says otherwise? Defeating Chu Tianzhou in just 2 moves, Li Chen's current strength must be the best among the 7 powerful practitioners in the secret realm, right? It's hard to say. Yuan Chang and the others are not weak, and I noticed that Chu Tianzhou didn't even use her trump card just now. True, if it weren't a life and death duel, no one would easily reveal their trump cards. I really look forward to Li Chen's future performance. Inside the venue, Su Xian was so excited that he clenched his fists, his ears perked up. He knew Li Chen would win, but he didn't expect him to win so decisively. The staff wiped their eyes and muttered, wow, this young man. Are the young people nowadays this impressive? He can't be cheating, can he? In the conference room, Li Chen's second uncle showed a satisfied smile. This really surprised me. I just don't know how his fire element cultivation is. Fire element? A 17-year-old powerful practitioner, you should be content, the Fox Dean joked. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, do you know what that water element technique he just used was? It feels extraordinary. Hearing this, everyone present looked at the second uncle. They were also curious. He gently shook his head. I last saw Li Chen, it was during the last time. You shouldn't ask me about this, go ask my brother, he might know. The Fox Dean quickly shook his head. Then forget it, my fur is quite expensive. The middle-aged man in military uniform at the main seat was carefully recalling the water god spear that Li Chen had just used. He felt that this power was strangely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At this moment, in a cave within the Tianqi of Baishan in Longhua, a charming masked woman was lying on a cold white jade bed, intently staring at the television hanging on the stone wall. A vague smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Interesting, the elemental water has finally reappeared in the world. She turned to a nearby maid and asked, do you know his name? Reporting to Lady Water Fairy, his name is Li Chen. The data shows he comes from the Li family and is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. The Li family, that old man's family. It seems I will have to meet this old man again. Li Chen's rapid rise in points and Chu Tianzhou's plummeting rank stirred up a huge wave within the secret realm. No one expected that the renowned Chu Tianzhou would lose to an obscure new supernatural being. This added a sense of pressure to the other 5. In a large tree in a swamp, 2 young men in Taoist robes sat together. Beneath their feet was a massive wooden formation. As long as any exotic beast entered, it would be quickly strangled by the enormous wood energy within the formation, turning into blood food to attract other exotic beasts. Yuan Gu, don't we really need to meet this Li Chen? If we join forces, in the top 5, our Qinglong Academy can at least secure 2 spots. The carefree young man asked. Yuan Qing shook his head, closed his eyes, and formed a hand seal. After opening his eyes, he looked towards the east. No need to be so troublesome. Perhaps we will meet soon. That was indeed the direction where Li Chen was located. Li Chen was carried by the Sea Otter King to a large cave not far from the lake. The ground of the cave was too wet. Li Chen wrapped himself in vines, making a sleeping bag, and hung it on a stone pillar to sleep soundly. The Sea Otter King seemed afraid that Li Chen would fall, so he called a group of little brothers to sleep under Li Chen's sleeping bag. He slept like this for several days. 4 days later, Li Chen suddenly heard a loud rumble. He jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he saw a dark and narrow underground tunnel appearing on the ground not far inside the cave. What is this? The same scene appeared simultaneously in hundreds of other places within the secret realm. Seeing this, the elder Chow at the main seat revealed a slight smile. Now let's see how you can continue to be lazy. The enormous rumbling echoed throughout the secret realm, and countless tunnels appeared before the many participants. Some participants didn't even react in time and fell into the tunnels, swallowed by endless darkness. Everyone was terrified. But upon seeing their points, those people realized they hadn't died or been eliminated, which made them relax a little. What happened? What is this? There was no notification before the competition started? Could it be that something unexpected happened in the secret realm? How is that possible? Misty Island is a secret realm created by many land deities. It can't have problems. The unknown elemental energy in this tunnel is so strong. Should we go take a look? Maybe not. It seems very dangerous inside. If you don't go, I will. Anyway, with my strength, I can't even make it into the top 30. At worst, it'll just crush my jade pendant and be eliminated. Countless people were discussing, looking at the dark underground tunnel with wary expressions. After hesitating for a few minutes, many people either alone or in teams began to walk towards the tunnel. Regarding this sudden scene, the outside world was also buzzing with discussion. In the live broadcast room and on major forums, the screens were being flooded with comments. Su Xian squinted his eyes in confusion. The staff member sitting next to him said, "Don't worry, such things happen at every martial arts competition. But this time, it seems a bit more serious." Su Xian nodded. In the conference room, a group of powerful practitioners looked towards the Elder Chow sitting in the main seat. Elder Chow's mind stirred, and an ancient yellow scroll unfolded in front of everyone. It depicted several images, showing a group of black monsters imprisoned in cages. A dungeon? Elder Chow nodded. The Fox Dean beside him said, "In recent years, although we have controlled most of this secret realm, it has many functions that we are still unaware of. But just last year, we discovered a new function of this secret realm. It can create a peculiar shadow monster by consuming energy. These monsters can have various attributes, strengths, and shapes. So we want to take this opportunity to test this new function." The red-haired second uncle took a sip of tea, staring intently at Li Chen. A powerful practitioner asked with concern, "Will this be dangerous?" Elder Chow shook his head and said, "No. The core of the secret realm is personally controlled by Lord Wood Emperor, who can always observe what happens inside the secret realm. But the energy consumed to create these shadow monsters," another powerful practitioner expressed worry. Opening the secret realm is a very energy-consuming task, and as a powerful practitioner from the Ability Resource Bureau, he was very sensitive to such matters. "Don't worry, when these monsters are killed, the energy will return to the secret realm. There won't be any large-scale energy loss. At most, there will be a slight loss during the process of returning to the secret realm," said the man in military uniform. Looking at the tunnel, Li Chen showed a puzzled expression. His consciousness entered it, trying to use mental perception to probe the information inside. However, he found that it seemed to be blocked. No matter how he exerted his abilities, all he discovered was a blank space or darkness. Strange? What exactly is in this tunnel? Forget it, I won't think about it. Time for a nap. Li Chen continued to close his eyes. Many people watching the live broadcast outside were initially expecting Li Chen to at least go down and take a look. But upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but twitch their eyes. One shouldn't be too much like Li Chen. Has he always been this lazy? A staff member at the martial arts venue curiously looked at Su Xian and asked, "I must maintain the young master's reputation." Su Xian thought firmly. So he nodded, yes. In the conference room, the military land immortal frowned slightly as he looked at Li Chen. He dissatisfiedly glanced at the red-haired second uncle and said, "What on earth is your Li family doing? You've turned a genius into this lazy state? After the competition, I think he must be handed over to our military for some training." The second uncle casually replied, "As long as you can catch him, do as you please. This brat used to find all sorts of places to hide before he had abilities. It was even ridiculous enough to sleep with the ancestor. Now that he has abilities and is a powerful practitioner, catching him is like trying to fish a needle from the bottom of a river." The middle-aged man in military uniform looked at the Fox Dean. The Fox Dean also gently nodded. The lightning element was in a good mood today, happily dancing and singing loudly. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love your defiant stance. I love how you faced despair without shedding a tear. The fire element, who was cultivating, angrily opened his eyes, stood up, and kicked the lightning element in the butt. Fire element energy 10. The lightning element covered its little butt in grievance, daring to be angry but not able to speak, silently thinking, damn fire element, how dare you hit my butt. When I get stronger, I will definitely. The fire element glared at the lightning element. The lightning element decisively left the fire element's line of sight, controlling supernatural powers, telekinesis, while practicing and happily sipping on ice cola. Energy control 10, telekinetic energy 10. The divine water element is meditating. Divine water energy 52. Water nourishes all things in dragon tiger body refinement technique are practicing together intimately. Energy capacity 10, host spirit 15. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a cool breeze blew in from outside the cave. He immediately felt much more refreshed. The entrance to that tunnel was still there. Just as he was contemplating whether to go in and take a look, he suddenly noticed a shadow at the edge of the tunnel, watching him. It was a face, with features resembling a monkey, wearing a grinning expression. What is this thing? Just as Li Chen was puzzled, the shadow jumped out. It opened a mouth larger than its face and lunged at Li Chen. Li Chen merely glanced at it and the shadow spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes. Is that it? I thought it would be stronger. At that moment, another shadow emerged. This time, Li Chen did not take action. As the shadow approached him, the Sea Otter King flipped over. Then it was gone. Following that, more and more shadows crawled out of the tunnel. The Sea Otter King stood up on its own and plopped down on the tunnel. Put! It let out a fart. Instantly, it became much quieter. Li Chen lay down again. But just a few minutes later, he suddenly heard the Sea Otter King's cries. Li Chen opened his eyes to see the Sea Otter King looking at him with a face full of grievance. Iya iya iya. It raised its butt, pointing towards the dark, long tunnel, then pointed at its own rear. It kept gesturing with its hands. Li Chen noticed a clear bite mark on its plump backside. Even the fur had been bitten off. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Li Chen's laughter, the Sea Otter King froze for a moment, then put its hands on its hips, angrily looking at Li Chen. It mumbled in a language Li Chen couldn't understand. From its expression, it was easy to guess that it was saying something like, "How can you be such a palace master?" Li Chen laughed again. The Sea Otter King became even angrier, and somehow produced a fish larger than Li Chen, hugging it and starting to gnaw on it. Just then, a scream echoed from the tunnel. The Sea Otter King and Li Chen exchanged glances, both looking towards the tunnel. Moments later, a black figure crawled out from inside. Unlike the weak shadows before, this time the shadow had commanding level strength. Vines grew on the ground and the shadow was instantly strangled, dissipating into a wisp of black mist in the air. Points 5. This tunnel is strange. Li Chen walked into the tunnel. With a thought, a flame appeared ahead, illuminating the path forward. The Sea Otter King followed behind, but its body was simply too large. No matter how it squeezed, only its head could fit in. Watching Li Chen walk further away, it called out anxiously. Just as Li Chen told it to stay obediently at the entrance, a small sea otter jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing its head against his face. Iya iya iya. Palace Master, I'm here. So you can shrink, then why were you squeezing just now? Li Chen glanced at it. With his feet off the ground, he floated deeper into the tunnel. Before long, he saw several damaged cages. Those previous shadows must have crawled out from here. But why would there be such a place in the secret realm? Li Chen walked deeper and the space gradually opened up. It was like an underground world. The terrain was complex, with many shadow monsters generating and darting about. Is there someone? Li Chen looked towards a nearby tunnel where two figures slowly walked in. They moved slowly, sometimes advancing, sometimes looking around. Old Shah, do you see someone ahead? It's just one person, should we call him to join our team? Are you crazy? This kind of lone wolf is the most terrifying. Either they are strong, able to solo their way to this point, or they are ruthless, having killed all their teammates. But, no buts. Well, go around him and head the other way. The two walked in the opposite direction of Li Chen. But after just 2 or 3 steps, they stopped in their tracks. Because ahead of them, there was a terrifying black monster staring at them. Over 3 meters tall, frog-like, with eyes as big as a baby's head, and a tongue that moved like a tentacle. It was the aura of a king-level beast. It's over. A sinking feeling filled their hearts. Just as they were about to crush the jade pendant, the frog suddenly exploded like a balloon. Staring at the dissipating black mist, the two stood frozen. Their minds went blank. After a few seconds of confusion, they suddenly reacted. Turning back to look at Li Chen, he was still standing in the same spot as before. The difference was that at this moment, a small flame was burning at his fingertips. 30 points, not bad. The two exchanged glances. Did he just kill that monster? It should be. When the monster died, it released a strong burst of fire elemental energy, one-shotting a king-level beast. Who exactly is this ruthless person? Should we go thank him? The person who had previously disagreed with teaming up with Li Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. The two walked towards Li Chen. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. Many staff members were wide-eyed, but only Su Xin showed no reaction. One staff member said to Su Xin, "Li Chen, he's still." Before he could finish, Su Xin gently nodded. The staff member gasped. What a monster! A wood element master is one thing, but a fire element master too, and possessing the mysterious water element energy. The newcomers these days are getting more and more abnormal. I wonder how Yuan Qing compares to him, who is stronger or weaker. In the conference room, many people looked at the red-haired second uncle. Old Xiao spoke first. Your Li family is really not being honest, hiding everything. It's one thing that Li Chen hasn't been exposed, but even after he has, you didn't tell us he was hiding his strength. The middle-aged man in military uniform nodded in agreement. The second uncle had no words to express his frustration. Seeing his expression, old Xiao curiously asked, "You old fellow, you don't even know he's a fire element master? How could I not know?" The second uncle, who was always competitive, raised his head slightly and pretended to be casual. "I just think it's useless to tell you. After all, you can't possibly produce such outstanding descendants. So I didn't mention it." Others. At this moment, Teacher Qi, who was in class, had his phone ringing incessantly. When he opened it, a bunch of messages cursing him appeared on the screen. "You shameless old man, next time I see you, they'll definitely kill you. Thief, Mu Kei, you're just a thief. Shameless scoundrel, despicable, despicable. Mu Kei, I'm not playing with you." All were from the recruitment teachers of various colleges who had gone to Jiangnan province with him before. Why are they cursing me for no reason? Mu Kei frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. At that moment, a new message appeared on the screen. "Director of Education, Mu Kei, you're something else, quietly recruiting such a big god without telling me." God? Is this referring to Li Chen? Didn't I tell him all the news about Li Chen? Just as Mu Kei was puzzled, a pop-up news appeared at the top of the screen. Latest news from the National Martial Arts Competition. Master Li Chen, besides being a wood element master, is also a fire element master. Oh, a master. What, a master? Fire element? Mu Kei widened his eyes in disbelief. Then he burst out laughing. He quickly sent carefully edited messages to the group that had just scolded him. "Sai, Li Chen insists on joining our Qinglong Academy. What can I do?" Watching the messages go out, Mu Kei couldn't help but chuckle. The students below the podium looked at him curiously. "Teacher Mu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, students, let's continue with the class." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Now let's turn to page 107 of the textbook. Ha ha ha. Sorry, students, ha ha. The students. The light underground was too dim, and the two could only see Li Chen's slightly youthful face as they approached. They couldn't help but be taken aback. So handsome. Wait, so young? A fire-type great power. Is there such a person among the contestants this time? He can't be a monster too, can he? At this thought, the two stiffened slightly. Li Chen looked at the two in confusion, his sea otter on his shoulder tilting its head and making a series of curious sounds. How did he have this thing on his shoulder? It seemed like pets weren't allowed in the secret realm. He can't really not be human, can he? The two exchanged a fearful glance, and finally, the slightly more mature young man steeled himself and said, "Thank you, senior, no, friend, for your help. My name is Sha Zhu, and this is my brother Yu Yang." He cupped his hands, ready to crush the jade pendant and escape at any moment. He didn't even have the thought of resisting. After all, the person standing in front of him could easily kill a king-level monster. Silly pig? Pig killer? What kind of ridiculous names are those? My name is Li Chen. Li Chen? The one who took first place in the Jiangnan province selection? The Li Chen from the Li family? They had heard of Li Chen's reputation while at the venue, but since they were sitting on the other side, they hadn't seen him in person. Now that they realized the person in front of them was Li Chen, they couldn't help but relax completely. As long as he was a normal person, that was good enough. Lazy god, can we follow you? That way we can look out for each other." Sha Zhu seemed afraid that Li Chen would refuse and hurriedly added, "All the points will go to you, we just want to tag along." Li Chen initially wanted to refuse and turn back. It was dark and chilly underground, making it hard to sleep. But he suddenly noticed that the tunnel he had come from had disappeared at some point. After thinking for a few seconds, he gently nodded. Sha Zhu and Yu Yang showed delighted smiles. They had thought Li Chen would refuse. After all, they were so weak. They didn't care about the power of the great powers. "So, lazy god, what should we do next?" Yu Yang asked. "You can decide," Li Chen said, stretching lazily and floating into the air. He closed his eyes and began to take a nap. Hearing Li Chen's light snoring, the two stared wide-eyed in disbelief. It could be done like this? Old Sha, the exit has been sealed for who knows how long. We should find a way out first. What about lazy God? He should follow us, right? Whoosh! While the two were chatting, several shadows darted around the three of them. Just as the two were looking for an opportunity to strike, with a bang, those shadows self-destructed, and the black mist dissipated into the air. Sha Shu smiled. Let's get started. The two began to feel their way forward in the darkness, with Li Chen floating behind them. They startled them several times. But before long, the two got used to it. During their exploration, they discovered that the three of them were in a peculiar underground cave. The cave was filled with many broken dungeons. It was completely enclosed, with many mechanisms inside. Only by finding the correct mechanism could they open the right passage to other caves. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing and kept circling in the same cave. The powerful shadow monster was dealt with by Li Chen, while the weaker ones were handled by themselves. However, even so, after 7 or 8 hours, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on their foreheads. They looked at Li Chen behind them with envy. Having telekinesis powers is really nice. Old Sha, have you found the mechanism? Sha Ju shook his head, his expression troubled. No, but I estimate it's close. Listen, there's a sound coming from the other side of this wall. There should be another cave over there. Yu Yang pressed his ear against the wall and listened carefully, and indeed he heard sounds coming from the other side. There were both men and women. It seemed there were quite a few people. The two continued their actions. Outside, Su Xian looked at Li Chen lazily floating in midair, a helpless expression on his face. He curiously glanced at the other screens. He found that most of them, like Li Chen and his companions, were trapped in the first cave and couldn't get out. Only a few had entered the second cave. The second cave seemed no different from the first. It was still pitch black. The only difference was that the monsters seemed to have increased in number. More and more people were gradually being eliminated. In the live broadcast room, as usual, many people were expressing their opinions. This cave is way too dangerous. With this setup, a lot of people are being directly eliminated. Yeah, my brother just entered the cave and got eliminated. It's so tragic. Isn't this a points competition? Why do we still have to play puzzles? What's the point of doing this? Puzzles? This is clearly just a minor aspect. The main theme is still combat. Exactly, those few powerful practitioners who entered the secret realm are like they've taken drugs. Their points are skyrocketing. The only ones who might complete the cave's puzzle game are probably just those two in Li Chen's team. Isn't Li Chen just bullying his teammates? He's taking all the points for himself. Upstairs, you're an idiot. If it weren't for Li Chen, those two would have probably been eliminated long ago. Speaking of which, Li Chen is really strong. A powerful practitioner, how could he not be strong? That's not what I meant. I meant the fact that he can fall asleep while floating. I've encountered many telekinesis practitioners, but he's the only one who uses his powers for this. Li Chen, the disgrace of telekinesis practitioners. The more people there are, the faster the puzzle gets solved. Li Chen's team only has 2 people. Who knows when they'll get through? Feng Xinghuan has also entered the next cave. Yuan Chang from Qinglong Academy has also gone in. Among the 7 powerful practitioners, only Li Chen is still standing still. Everyone, look quickly. Yuan Chang from Qinglong Academy is facing off against Xiao Dong from Baihu Academy. It seems that entering this second cave is a vast underground world where everyone will meet. The real show is just beginning. While everyone was chatting, many looked towards the screen where Li Chen was, their eyes widening in surprise. A question mark floated in their minds. This is possible too? A shadow monster was slapped to death by Li Chen. He slowly descended from midair and opened his eyes. Lazy God, you're awake. Yu Yang hurriedly greeted him. Li Chen glanced at Sha Zhu, who was groping along the wall. What is he doing? Looking for the mechanism. Yu Yang briefly explained to Li Chen that they needed to find the mechanism to enter the next cave. Li Chen nodded, touched the wall, and smiled. This is simple. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised and said, Lazy God, do you know where the mechanism is? Li Chen shook his head. Yu Yang. As long as we can enter the next cave, right? Li Chen asked. Yu Yang nodded. That's true, but we need to find the mechanism first. No need to make it so complicated, Li Chen said. You go call that guy. Sha Zhu, yes, bring him back. Although Yu Yang didn't know why Li Chen wanted to do this, he still complied. Sha Zhu, called back, looked at Yu Yang with a puzzled expression. Step aside, please. The two retreated a few meters away. Li Chen stroked the stone wall. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a massive explosion echoed. Flames erupted and thunder rolled. Vines crazily grew on the ground, crushing the rocks and kicking up clouds of dust. After the dust settled, a huge hole appeared before the three. On the other side of the hole was a dark underground world filled with all sorts of strange flowers and plants. They could also see several other contestants, like them, staring in terror at this side. Xia Zhu and Yu Yang widened their eyes. Is it really possible to do it this way? After all their hard work, they couldn't compare to Li Chen's single move. Is this what they call breaking 1,000 laws with one force? In the live broadcast room. Wow, this is possible? A path I never imagined. Did I just see lightning, or was that just my illusion? Whoever said this was a puzzle game, step forward. You call this a puzzle game? The thought process of the lazy god is indeed different from ordinary people. How did Li Chen come up with this method? It's too amazing. Friends upstairs, is there a possibility that he just didn't want to look for the mechanism, so he thought of this method? There is indeed that possibility. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the conference room, many powerful practitioners looked at old Xiao with strange expressions. Is this what you meant by training thinking ability in danger? This isn't dangerous, nor is it thinking. Old Xiao coughed awkwardly. Why are you looking at me? I didn't expect this kid to play by his own rules. The middle-aged man in military uniform said, Li Chen's personality is very suitable for our military district. Fox, I suggest Li Chen directly join our military. Him going to your Qinglong Academy is just a waste of talent. Dean Fox smiled nonchalantly. If other 4 academies were to snatch Li Chen, he might worry a bit. But if it's the military, he doesn't give a damn. Let's go. The two were taken aback for a moment, then nodded and followed Li Chen's footsteps. Across the cave, 3 men and 2 women watched Li Chen and the others warily. You are Li Chen? Li Chen glanced at them, his expression indifferent, too lazy to react. Instead, he leaped up onto a stone pillar overlooking the dark land. Those dark monsters had the ability to shield Li Chen's mental perception, but the terrain here did not. Just a simple glance, and Li Chen roughly understood the situation here. There are quite a few people here. Except for those who haven't entered the tunnel, everyone else must be gathered here, right? Feeling as if something was watching him, Li Chen's gaze sharpened. He pointed his finger like a gun and shot at a spot. Boom! Instantly, a great fire erupted from his fingertips, forming a sweeping blaze like a dragon's breath. The people below looked bewildered. But the next second, they heard countless wails. The flames illuminated the surroundings, and countless dark gases dissipated in the red flames. Several shadows twisted in the fire, and moments later, only a ground of ashes remained. Points 20. Li Chen's expression remained indifferent. He jumped down from the stone pillar and flew into the depths of the darkness. The 3 men and 2 women first sighed, so cool. But soon, a wave of fear took over their emotions. There were so many monsters lurking in the dark just now, staring at them. If it weren't for Li Chen. A man swallowed hard, fearfully saying, what should we do now? What else can we do? This damn place is too dangerous. What we need to do now is to find more people. The more people, the safer it is. Another man replied. The others nodded. The 5 of them looked at Xia Zhu and Yu Yang in unison. There were simply too many monsters in this damn place. Li Chen couldn't find a quiet spot to rest. He could only keep killing. Before long, his ranking on the leaderboard had steadily reached 6th place, just behind the other 6 powerful practitioners. Chu Tianjio's score was also rising quickly. After all of her points had been taken by Li Chen, she had now climbed back to 4th place. The benefits of having strong abilities were vividly displayed at this moment. The Sea Otter King looked around on Li Chen's shoulder. After a moment, it suddenly began to chirp, its chubby little paws pointing to the left front. Li Chen used his mental perception to check and found that 2 people were approaching from that direction. Is someone coming? Li Chen looked ahead and saw a man and a woman. The man was being supported, standing about 2 meters tall, severely injured, with bandages wrapped around his waist, continuously spitting blood. The woman was in tattered clothes, her delicate skin exposed, yet her hair was neatly tied back. He looked at the 2 of them with curiosity. Upon seeing Li Chen, the 2 seemed to have found a savior and rushed over eagerly. Help! Please save us! We beg you. The woman clutched Li Chen's hand, rubbing against him. Li Chen frowned slightly, pulling his hand back in disgust and wiping it on his clothes, carefully examining the 2. Both of them were at the late stage of practitioners, making them quite formidable competitors in this secret realm. What do you want? Seeing Li Chen's disdain, the woman frowned but still spoke pitifully. This friend, my teammate, is injured. I don't know if you can help him. The burly man looked at Li Chen, also showing a pleading expression. His face was pale, indicating that he was indeed seriously hurt. Li Chen chuckled lightly. Of course I can. The 2 were overjoyed. But the next second, countless spines shot up from the ground, tightly binding the 2 of them and suspending them in midair. Powerful practitioners. The 2 showed expressions of terror. What do you want? Brother, even if you don't want to save us, you don't have to do this, right? Let's talk it out. We can talk it out. Li Chen looked at the 2 expressionlessly, stretching lazily. You too. Your acting skills are a bit lacking. They had been discovered. The two were left in a daze. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from Li Chen, the burly man trembled and said, What do you want? At that moment, the faint smile on Li Chen's face appeared to them like the smile of a devil. Li Chen remained silent, still looking at the two with sleepy eyes, asking a completely nonsensical question. Do you two know of a place that is quiet and undisturbed? Upon hearing this question, the two were stunned. What kind of question is this? Is this the time to ask such a thing? But they dared not refuse to answer. The woman trembled and pointed to the west, stammering, There is a giant stone forest over there, where the monsters are relatively scarce, much quieter than other places. But why was she only saying half of her sentence? Li Chen looked at her unhappily. The woman seemed to think she had angered Li Chen and quickly shut her mouth. Useless. The burly man shot the woman a glare and quickly added, But that place is occupied by people from the Xuanwu Academy. They don't allow others to go there. The powerful practitioner from Xuanwu Academy seemed to be named Ouyang Yufei. Li Chen recalled the information that Su Xian had been nagging about for days. Ouyang Yufei, 24 years old, a metal and insect-type powerful practitioner. Cold and cruel personality. Looks like he's not an easy person to deal with. No wonder he would do such things. Li Chen nodded slightly. The two's expressions brightened. The burly man quickly asked, May we leave now? Li Chen looked at the two with a strange expression. Do you think that's possible? Damn it! I never expected that one day I would also capsize in the gutter. A flash of sharpness flickered in the burly man's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he asked Li Chen, What is your name, classmate? Is this a plan for revenge in the future? Li Chen chuckled lightly, too lazy to tell him his name. With a thought, the vines entwining the two suddenly tightened. Both realized something was wrong, their faces changing drastically, and they hurriedly crushed their jade pendants. In an instant, their figures transformed into white particles and vanished into the secret realm. They sure can run fast. Li Chen leaped, his figure darting westward through the darkness. Due to the incredible speed, the sea otter king on his shoulder was chirping away. If Li Chen didn't know it was a king-level beast, he might have thought it was scared. Annoyed by its incessant calls, Li Chen swatted it into his arms. The sea otter king rubbed against him a couple of times before settling down quietly to sleep. Li Chen, this guy is even lazier than I am? In the center of the venue, two figures flew out from the secret realm's gate. A man and a woman. Both were panting heavily, cold sweat dripping from their bodies, and it took them a while to stand up from the ground. Damn it! The burly man cursed under his breath. Noticing the gazes of those around them, the woman quickly covered the man's mouth. Be careful, trouble comes from the mouth. The burly man shut his mouth. A staff member approached them enthusiastically and asked, Are you alright? Do you need treatment? The burly man shook his head. Unable to hold back, the woman asked, Who was the one who eliminated us just now? She wasn't looking for revenge, she simply wanted to know. After all, being eliminated just a few days in, no matter how good their mindset was, they would still feel a sense of unwillingness. Hearing the woman's question, the staff member looked surprised and said, You don't know him? Is he famous? The burly man asked. The staff member hesitated for a moment, first nodding, then shaking his head. His name is Li Chen, from the Li family. You should know the Li family, right? This time, the construction of the secret realm was personally handled by the Fire Saint. The Fire Saint refers to Li Chen's great-uncle, the strongest elder of the Li family besides the Flame Emperor. Upon hearing the name of the Li family, both were instantly stunned. It's actually someone from the Li family. You really don't know? The staff member said. The woman smiled apologetically and said, We've been in seclusion for the past 2 years, so we're not very aware of outside matters. The staff member showed a look of realization, said a few simple words, and then left. The woman shot a reproachful glance at the burly man. It's all your fault. If you hadn't proposed such a plan, we wouldn't have been eliminated so early. You can explain it to the master later. The burly man awkwardly scratched his head and couldn't help but mutter, At first, you were the happiest about earning points. And now you change your face just like that. Truly a woman's heart, like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The young master is really impressive. Su Xian smiled, continuing to watch Li Chen with excitement. Li Chen headed west. After more than 10 minutes, he finally found a grove of giant stones. The terrain here was steep, with massive stones spiraling around. Some of the stones even seemed to be stacked into a castle, towering several dozen meters high. No wonder there are fewer monsters here. In such chaos, even monsters would get lost, right? Li Chen floated in, reaching the depths of the stone forest. After dealing with a few annoying monsters, just when everyone thought he was about to show off his skills, Li Chen simply lay down on the spot and began to take a nap. Seeing this scene, the live stream was filled with question marks. Su Xian had long since gotten used to it, though a few black lines appeared on her forehead. She sighed helplessly. In the conference room, The fire sage awkwardly coughed twice and closed his eyes, as if to say, "Don't look at me, I don't know him." Many people in Jiangnan province were left speechless. The lightning element challenges the fire element easily defeats the lightning element, a complete victory. The lightning element refuses to accept defeat and continues to fight. The fire element once again easily defeats the lightning element. The lightning element and the fire element fought for over 100 rounds, both battered and bruised, yet it still glared angrily at the fire element, ready to continue the fight. The fire element looked at it helplessly, and under the lightning strikes, it lay down. Seeing that it had defeated the fire element, the lightning element was ecstatic, dancing and laughing. "I'm back on my feet again." The other abilities and techniques looked at the lightning element with a gaze of disbelief. The lightning element, unfazed, joyfully danced around. The fire element lay on the ground, looking at the lightning element with resignation. The lightning element excitedly helped the fire element up, proudly saying, "Little fire, from now on, the thunder god will protect you." The fire element smiled slightly and nodded. The sea otter king grew large again, with Li Chen sleeping beneath it. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chen was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. He slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and saw a group of supernatural beings engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of black monsters behind a large stone pillar not far away. Various colored attacks were shooting wildly, causing the surrounding giant rocks to sway precariously. Watching the rocks around him wobble, ready to crash down at any moment, Li Chen frowned slightly. With a thought, a massive fire erupted, instantly engulfing those black monsters. It became quiet. Li Chen smiled and continued to sleep soundly. Points 6. Points 10. Points 8. Boom! The terrifying fire swept everything away, countless monsters obliterated in the endless flames. Like autumn leaves, they ignited upon contact with fire, turning to ashes. Watching all this, the supernatural beings on the spot looked bewildered, still unaware of what had just happened. Wow, what a powerful fire element force! What's going on? Could it be that Chu Tianjiu is nearby? It shouldn't be her. If it were her, she wouldn't help us at all. Instead, she would hammer us all out of the misty realm. If it's not her, then who could it be? Someone said incredulously. It seemed he was still immersed in the recent sea of fire, his gaze vacant, unable to snap back to reality. Now, besides her, whose fire element could be this strong in the secret realm? Look at the leaderboard. At that moment, a supernatural being in a Xuanwu school uniform shouted. The others instinctively checked the leaderboard of the secret realm. They saw that the leaderboard had undergone a striking change compared to before. First place, Oudang Yufei, 286, second place, Yuan Qing, 267, third place, Li Chen, 244, fourth place, Feng Xingwen, 223, fifth place, Xiaodong, 220. Li Chen, who had previously been outside the top 5, suddenly leaped to third place. What's going on? Who is this Li Chen? Someone asked in confusion. Li Chen is the 7th-ranked supernatural being in this competition, apparently from the Li family of the Flame Emperor, a wood attribute supernatural being. How did his points suddenly skyrocket like this? I don't know, but such a sudden increase in points can only happen in 2 ways. The first is that he killed a bunch of monsters or black creatures at once, and the second is that he robbed a large number of people all at once. Robbery, that shouldn't be possible. I see no one's points suddenly dropping on the leaderboard. The supernatural beings debated among themselves. Could it be that? At that moment, a supernatural being suddenly said, the flames just now couldn't have been caused by him, could they? That would explain how he suddenly gained so many points. That shouldn't be possible. Isn't he a wood attribute supernatural being? Someone said in disbelief. Supernatural beings are the backbone of the human race. For an ordinary ability user to become a supernatural being, it takes at least 2 to 3 years, and it could take 4 to 50 years, or even longer. Those who become supernatural beings in just over a decade are already considered geniuses. At less than 20 years old, Li Chen becoming a powerful practitioner was already a terrifying thing. But now someone was telling him that not only was he a powerful practitioner, but he was also a dual attribute dual powerful practitioner. This was absolutely shocking. He not only found it hard to believe, but even harder to accept. I think it's possible. After all, Li Chen is from the Li family of the Flame Emperor. What if he had hidden his strength before and only revealed his wood attribute? How old is Li Chen? He seems to be around 17 or 18. A dual-element powerful practitioner. Is there really such a huge gap between people? I have a way to find out if the person just now was Li Chen. What method? Duh, of course, we find someone. Given the complexity of the underground world, he shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up and see. The crowd scattered like loose sand, radiating outwards, eager to see if the mysterious strong person from before was indeed Li Chen. But they had barely taken a few steps when they heard one of their companions call out. Wait a minute, don't go yet. Everyone looked at him. He said, I think we shouldn't go looking for him anymore. Why? Many people showed puzzled expressions. He pointed to a corner near a large stone pillar and said, "If nothing unexpected happened, that should be Li Chen." The crowd looked over and saw a young man lying next to the large stone pillar, seemingly unconscious or perhaps just asleep. "Why is there someone there?" someone asked curiously. "Are you saying that's Li Chen? Let's go check and see. What happened to him? Did he overexert himself and faint? I feel like he's just sleeping." "Forget your feelings. I feel he's fainted. Who would sleep in a place like this?" The crowd slowly approached Li Chen, exchanging comments. As they got closer, they realized he was indeed sleeping. Most of the people present were practitioners, and even from 10 meters away, they could hear Li Chen's shallow breathing. At the same time, they discovered something strange. The place where Li Chen was sleeping seemed different from the surroundings. It was spotless. Even if dust and debris fell from the nearby large stone pillar, it would be magically isolated by the aura surrounding him. "What do we do now?" A student from the Xuanwu Academy looked at his companions. "How about we go up and take a look?" The crowd nodded and approached Li Chen. Just as they were about to touch him to wake him up, they suddenly felt a powerful force binding them. They looked down in panic. They saw that, without them noticing, a vine as thick as an adult's finger had tightly wrapped around their feet. Although the vine looked weak, it contained immense energy, rendering them completely immobile. Even trying to channel their inner strength to resist was futile. They could only remain bound. The moment any power tried to escape their bodies, it would be immediately absorbed by the vine, turning into nourishment. "Damn it, when did this happen?" The crowd was horrified. They looked at Li Chen, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. "Who are you?" A clear voice came from above. The crowd looked up to see a massive vine entwined around 2 huge stone pillars, forming a vine arch bridge. The Li Chen who had been sleeping in front of them was now sitting atop that arch bridge, looking down at them from a height. Although he appeared lazy and indifferent to the world, none of the practitioners present dared to let their guard down. They knew that this young man could throw them out of the secret realm at any moment if he wished. "Brother, you've misunderstood. Yes, we're here to thank you." "Thank a black monster?" He vaguely recalled that during his dream just now, he seemed to have casually burned some demon beasts to death with great fire. So this wasn't a dream after all. It really happened. "But I helped you out, so why are you bothering me while I'm trying to sleep?" "I see. Then you should leave quickly and not disturb my rest." Li Chen waved his hand irritably, intending to throw them all out. The further away, the better. Buzz! A poisonous stinger shot towards him from the shadows. A gigantic wasp appeared not far in front of him, the size of a baby elephant, with a fearsome mouthpart dripping with purple venom. The noise from its flapping wings was so loud that it could be heard throughout the underground world. Li Chen glanced at it briefly before shifting his gaze downwards, where he saw a young man with silver hair and brown skin. "If you don't want to be eliminated now, let go of my people from Xuanwu Academy." Upon seeing this person, many ability users watching the live broadcast outside couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Not for any other reason, but because this was Ouyang Yufei, the unparalleled genius newly recruited by Xuanwu Academy this year. No exceptions. At just 24 years old, he had already become a great master. Moreover, he was an extremely rare insect type. Countless poisonous insects were at his command. Even some seasoned great masters wouldn't want to be his enemy. After all, every insect master is a poison expert. If you provoke them, you might not even know how you died. Furthermore, according to rumors, Ouyang Yufei was not only an insect-type great master, but his mastery of the gold element had also reached the level of a great master. His black metal purgatory was not to be underestimated. Additionally, this person was known for his vengefulness and extreme coldness, making him a very difficult opponent. "It's actually Ouyang Yufei. This is bad. I wonder if Li Chen is his match." Among the 7 great masters in this competition, Ouyang Yufei's strength definitely ranks in the top 3. I wonder how Li Chen will respond. He shouldn't continue being lazy, right? He probably won't. Li Chen is in danger. Just right, this is a good opportunity to see Li Chen's true strength. If he's still the same as before, he might as well prepare for elimination. He seems to have gotten stronger in the few months since we last saw him. Discussions erupted in various live streaming rooms. Outside the secret realm, in the competition venue. Although Su Xian knew that this person was definitely not a match for their young master, he still stared intently at the screen, not wanting to miss a single detail. The staff member beside him smiled upon seeing this. "What's wrong? Worried? Do I look worried to you? Then why are you so nervous?" "I want to see how that person gets eliminated." The staff member immediately showed a look of disbelief, saying, "Do you know who that person is?" "That's Ouyang Yufei, the unparalleled genius of Xuanwu Academy." Su Xian couldn't be bothered to even glance at him, retorting, "Isn't my young master also an unparalleled genius?" The staff member hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. After stammering for a while, he finally said, "But it's not the same, is it?" That person is an experienced great master, someone who's actually been on the battlefield. Your young master probably hasn't even seen blood that many times. Su Xin ignored him, fixated on the big screen. Seeing that he was making a fool of himself, the staff member also stopped talking and focused on the screen, ready to slap Su Xin's face with the outcome. The previously dull conference room gradually became lively with the appearance of Ouyang Yufei. The middle-aged man from the military chuckled. Li Chen has finally met a peer among the elite. He should reign in that laziness of his. Elder Qiao nodded with a smile, looking forward to the performance of the two young men. The fire sate remained silent, watching closely. And the only one present of a different kind, a fox with pure white fur, indeed smiled without speaking. Fox, what are you laughing at? In this match, Li Chen will win. This hasn't even started yet. How do you know? The military man asked, puzzled. How about we make a bet? The fox Dean, who knew Li Chen's true strength, glanced at him lightly. Seeing his confidence, the military man grinned. Let's bet then, on what? Let's bet on whether Li Chen can resolve the match and achieve victory within half an hour 1 hour. Heh, old fox, you're giving it away for free, the military man replied. Although he knew Li Chen was strong, Ouyang Yufei was no slouch either. To resolve the battle and win within an hour was highly unlikely. Moreover, Ouyang Yufei was a torment-type ability user, lurking in the shadows and constantly releasing bugs, and time would slip away quickly. But then he thought, if the fox was so confident, the situation must be complicated. Before he could ponder further, the fox's voice rang out again. Whether it's giving it away or not, we'll only know when it ends. The fox Dean said, if I lose, he'll give you the old dog's zoo. How about that? Upon hearing the word zoo, nearly everyone present turned their gaze to the fox Dean. Old fox, are you serious? The military man said incredulously, thinking the fox Dean was joking. The zoo, formerly known as the Marvelous Zoo, was a semi-holy relic-level treasure in the hands of the Beast King, Chai Shang. Although it was only semi-holy relic level, its preciousness was infinitely close to that of a holy relic. The function of this treasure was simple, to tame. Whether human or beast, as long as they entered the zoo, they would almost certainly be tamed by the zoo's magical powers. With this treasure, Chai Shang had tamed countless powerful exotic beasts in his early years. His title as the Beast King was largely attributable to this treasure. The Marvelous Zoo could be considered an extraordinary treasure of profound heritage. Of course it's true, do you think I would lie to you? This thing is now in your hands. Not in. What do you mean not in? I can help you snatch it back, the fox Dean said confidently. Just tell me what you're betting. You're good, you're impressive. The military man conceded. In that case, I'll bet. He thought carefully and said, what do you want? What do I want? The fox Dean scanned the man, his gaze landing on his chest, revealing a hint of a teasing smile. The man's expression changed instantly. What are you thinking? If I win, how about you give me that piece of phoenix blood? The piece of phoenix blood hanging around the man's neck was a red jade pendant, pure as blood. Although it seemed ordinary to those great powers, the 4 land immortals present could tell that this jade was extraordinary. It contained a vast vitality, as if it could truly allow one to be reborn like a phoenix. So it was just about the jade. The man said, old fox, your appetite is quite big. This phoenix blood is my second life. You really dare to ask for it? Just say whether you're betting or not. This. Are you afraid of losing? The fox said, if you think it's a loss, then I'll also give you my Hao Yue tree. Deal. Witnessing all this, a great power couldn't help but quietly ask Old Xiao, what is this phoenix blood? Is it very valuable? Both the zoo and the Hao Yue tree are priceless treasures that can make countless people envious. Let's not talk about the zoo for now, but the Hao Yue tree can channel the power of the bright moon for cultivation. It's simply a holy artifact for training. Phoenix blood can allow a land immortal to recover from a serious injury to peak condition immediately. Do you think it's valuable? Old Xiao replied lightly. Everyone present gasped in shock. These two figures of celestial level on land actually brought out such precious treasures to place bets. Thinking of the cause of the event, everyone once again turned their gaze to Li Chen and Ouyang Yufei. With 3 treasures staked on the two of them, these usually calm and collected big shots began to feel a bit tense. Who would win in the end? Who is this person? So rude. After being interrupted repeatedly, even Li Chen felt a bit annoyed. He ruffled his tousled hair, gathered his spirits slightly, and stared intently at Ouyang Yufei, his voice somewhat cold. What if I say no? Then let's fight. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people bound by Li Chen felt a chill run down their spines. Wait a minute. Looking at Ouyang Yufei, who was about to call for him to stop. Ouyang, if you want to fight, go ahead, but we are still in their hands. If you make a move against him, won't we be finished ahead of time? At least wait for us to leave before you fight. But before they could finish speaking, the vines binding their feet suddenly ignited spontaneously. With a crackling sound, the flames were unlike ordinary fire. While burning their flesh, they also scorched the spiritual power within their bodies. Ah, it hurts. What kind of fire is this, burning my spiritual power? I can't take it anymore. My spiritual power is burning. If this continues, my meridians will be damaged. I'm leaving first. Take me with you. Take me with you. Whoa, don't leave me behind. In an instant, all the practitioners from Xuanwu Academy who were bound could no longer endure the excruciating pain, shattered their jade pendants, and left the secret realm early. A bunch of useless trash. Ouyang Yufei snorted coldly, staring fiercely at Li Chen. Since that's the case, you can leave with them. As he spoke, dozens of flying knives shot up from his body, aimed directly at Li Chen. Whoosh! 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 The sound of slicing through the air was intense, but Li Chen showed no signs of panic. He merely raised his hand slightly, and countless massive vines shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around the flying knives. After a few seconds, the vines dispersed and the flying knives fell to the ground, losing their spiritual essence. Li Chen waved his hand again, and countless vines rose from the ground, surrounding Ouyang Yufei. Ouyang Yufei didn't waste words. He leaped onto the large wasp from earlier, evading the pursuit. He patted the wasp's rear and shouted, "Shoot for me." Immediately, the wasp's rear faced Li Chen, and countless poisonous stingers shot out like a rain of arrows. Li Chen remained motionless, quietly channeling the wood element within him, watching him calmly. The vines beneath him began to move, easily helping Li Chen evade the attack. "You think that's all?" Ouyang Yufei spoke again. Li Chen looked around and saw, lurking in the shadows, several more large wasps that had appeared out of nowhere, quietly closing in on him. With a command from Ouyang Yufei, the stingers fell like a torrential downpour, bringing with them a stench of blood and wind. "Now let's see how you dodge." "Oh no!" Seeing this scene, countless supporters of Li Chen outside the arena felt a bead of sweat form for him. Ouyang Yufei, as the star player of this competition, was a favorite to win. They were well aware of his strength and naturally knew that the toxins from those wasps were no joke. If Li Chen got entangled with these wasps, his strength would be nearly halved. Facing the upcoming Ouyang Yufei, he might not even have the strength to fight back. "Li Chen is going to capsize," murmured a staff member in the arena. Su Xian, who usually spoke little, surprisingly said a word. "Don't worry, Li Chen will be fine." The staff member glanced at him, unsure where he found the courage to say that. Although the overall strength of these wasps was not very strong, when combined in such numbers, even a latest-stage great practitioner would likely have to drink a pot. Moreover, there was still Ouyang Yufei, a master of insect control. Behind them, who knows how many bugs he still has in his hands. "You have a good mindset." A group of eliminated practitioners from the Xuanwu Academy also sat in the arena. Except for a few who were dissatisfied with Li Chen and were being sarcastic, most of them had a decent attitude. After feeling frustrated, they didn't react much, just quietly watching the big screen, learning the micro-operations between the two great practitioners. But many of them felt quite sad. The reason is, they simply couldn't learn this. No, it's not that they couldn't learn. It's that they couldn't find anything to learn from. Ouyang Yufei was a bit better, occasionally moving a little, his body not moving too much or too little. But that Li Chen was simply a devil. He sat there on that broken vine, not moving at all, just fiddling with his broken hand. It was as if he wasn't in a battle, but playing a game. Just watching it was infuriating. "It's so annoying," a student from Xuanwu Academy muttered. Watching countless poisonous thorns flying towards him, Li Chen remained calm and unhurried. He simply stretched lazily and said, "Let's end this, I'm a bit tired." "Are you surrendering?" Ouyang Yufei asked, somewhat displeased. "Not at all," Li Chen replied with a smile. Ouyang Yufei was taken aback. He saw Li Chen leap down from the vine and land on the ground. In an instant, the entire space of the giant stone forest trembled. Countless magmas surged from the ground, the earth cracked continuously, and those huge stone pillars collapsed like dominoes, sinking into the magma. The whole world instantly turned fiery red. Half-domain supernatural power, lava paradise. Feeling the heat wave rushing towards him, Ouyang Yufei felt he couldn't breathe. Looking at Li Chen, he suddenly felt like he was just a grasshopper in his palm. As long as the other party made a slight move, he would be left with no place to die. Strange, what is happening? Why do I feel this way? This is not scientific. Ouyang Yufei calmed his mind and soon figured out the answer. That is, he had stepped into the opponent's domain. His teacher had once said that under normal circumstances, if one felt this way during a battle, it must be that the enemy, a land immortal, had unleashed a domain supernatural power and he was targeted by this domain. However, the person in front of him only had the strength of a great practitioner, absolutely impossible to be a land immortal. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Since that's the case, there is only one possibility: the person in front of him was using a half-domain supernatural power. Ouyang Yufei gasped. The person in front of him seemed younger than him, yet he had comprehended a half-domain supernatural power. It was simply terrifying. One must know that although half-domain supernatural powers are just the embryonic form of domain supernatural powers, those who can comprehend this are all seasoned great practitioners. And now he had actually comprehended it. His name seemed to be Li Chen. What a monster! Knowing that if he stayed here he would definitely be eliminated, Ouyang Yufei immediately recalled all the wasps and hurriedly flew towards the outside of the stone forest. Half-domain supernatural powers are different from domain supernatural powers. Half-domain supernatural powers do not have the ability to seal space. As long as he could fly out of the giant stone forest, there would be a glimmer of hope. Seeing this scene, the audience, who originally thought there would be a fierce battle, were instantly taken aback. They still didn't understand what had happened. God, what's going on? How did the environment of the underground world suddenly change so drastically? What's wrong with Ouyang Yufei? Why is he running so fast all of a sudden? Fight back. Exactly, although the suddenly changed terrain affected him, it also affected Li Chen, so what is there to fear? Why is Ouyang Yufei so timid today? He wasn't like this before. Why do I feel that this sudden change was caused by Li Chen? Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. What a joke that he caused it. Such a terrifying illusion. Do you think he is a land immortal? He isn't even a great practitioner of the illusion system. I think there is indeed a possibility that if you observe carefully, you'll find that although the terrain changes terrifyingly, most of it is just an illusion. Among the two great practitioners present, only Li Chen is most likely to have cast this technique, otherwise, Ouyang Yufei wouldn't be in such a predicament. Illusion? I can't see it. Nonsense, you're just trash. I don't believe it. This is indeed an illusion, but Li Chen is not an illusion-type practitioner, let alone a great illusion practitioner. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the embryonic form of a fusion ability. Only fusion abilities can unleash such terrifying power besides illusion techniques. What do you mean by that? Are you saying Li Chen has comprehended half of a fusion ability? He's only 17, right? The last young person to comprehend a fusion ability was Li Qingyan. If I remember correctly, he was 21 at the time. This is a double freak. The strongest genius of the human federation has been born. So terrifying, this Li Chen is truly a freak, having comprehended half of a fusion ability. Li Chen is in danger. With such brilliance, a tall tree attracts the wind. I have a feeling that after the martial arts competition ends, he will be crazily hunted by the alien races. Alien races? Don't forget who Li Chen's grandfather is. With the Flame Emperor overseeing, anyone who comes will die. Can the Flame Emperor protect him for a moment, or for a lifetime? Don't let others gain power while diminishing your own. Although Li Chen is more handsome than me, which annoys me. As a member of the Dragon Kingdom and the human race, I truly hope he grows. Lazy God is amazing. Having comprehended the embryonic form of a fusion ability, how far can the true fusion ability be? Fusion abilities are things that only terrestrial immortals can learn, and now our lazy God is also half a terrestrial immortal. Your family? Clearly, it's my family. It's my family. My family. Ha! Are you also from the Li family? With a fusion ability in hand, as long as Li Chen wants to compete, the first place position is almost a certainty. Unless the other great practitioners unite, almost no one will be his opponent. It's really difficult for the other 6 to unite. With Yuan Qing in the Azure Dragon Academy, which is Li Chen's affiliated academy, it's naturally impossible to unite. We have to see the other 5. Feng Xinghuan should also be impossible. He has always been at odds with the 5 major academies. It's getting more and more exciting. As Li Chen's half-fusion ability was revealed, it was like a stone stirring up 3 layers of waves, shaking the entire community of practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom. The Fire Saint in the conference room was especially happy, laughing heartily, making the other 2 look on with envy and jealousy. The other one who was laughing happily was the Fox Dean. He is now very fond of Li Chen. One reason is Li Chen's talent. The second reason is the jade pendant in his hand at this moment. A bet is a bet. The Fox Dean chuckled. The military practitioner beside him merely snorted coldly and cast an excited glance at Li Chen on the big screen. Li family estate. In an ancient-style study. Li Chen's old father frowned at the incessantly ringing phone. Just as he was about to burn this noisy thing on the spot, he felt darkness before his eyes. And his whole being sank into the void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a volcanic crater. The heat in the volcano was boiling, and black smoke billowed. The ground continuously spewed forth magma, bubbling like boiling water with bright red bubbles. An old man with red hair bathed in the magma, his golden runes flickering, resembling a war god from ancient times. Seeing this old man, Li Chen's father approached with respect in his eyes. Father. No outsiders, just call me old man. Yes, father. The Flame Emperor's pair of crimson eyes looked at him and said, Kaitian, do you know about Laz's matter? Li Kaitian nodded. I just found out. It seems he has kept it quite deep. What should we do next? You can arrange it yourself. Yen Disgaze suddenly sharpened. After the competition, bring that kid to see me. I suspect. Li Kaitian felt a mix of complexity and tension. I understand, father. Second uncle is at the competition site. Once Laner comes out, I'll have him bring him to see you right away. He certainly knew what his father was suspecting. It was nothing more than doubting whether the current Li Chen was still the same Li Chen from before. After all, the strength Li Chen had repeatedly displayed was truly bizarre. In the past, when his extraordinary powers were revealed, it could still be somewhat understood. My Li family's genes are good, what's wrong with producing a few prodigies? But now, a 17-year-old child has actually comprehended half-integration divine powers, which is simply unbelievable. Even he had begun to doubt whether Li Chen had been possessed by some powerful alien being. No one knows a child better than their father. In his eyes, the previous Li Chen was definitely not a genius. He felt a bit lost. If Li Chen really had been possessed, what should he do? With a complicated mood, he dialed a phone number. A cold voice came from the other end. Father, Qing Yang, do you know about your younger brother's situation? I heard about it. I didn't expect that Xiaolan had actually comprehended half-domain divine powers. Although Li Qingyang's voice was very calm, the excitement in his tone was impossible to hide. Li Kaitian smiled and nodded. Right? He surpassed you by a few years. I want to ask you something. What is it? When you last saw Xiaolan, did you notice anything unusual about him? Father, are you suspecting? Not just me, your grandfather is also suspicious. This is too strange. Li Qingyang thought carefully for a while before saying, when I last saw Xiaolan, it seemed like I didn't notice anything wrong with him. However, he is indeed a bit more diligent than he was as a child. That should be due to spending a long time outside. Father, you could actually ask Su Xian about this. He has always been by Xiaolan's side. Xiaolan used to need his help to get dressed. He should know Xiaolan's situation very well. In the Dragon Kingdom. In the northwest. Underground, 1,000 meters deep. A black temple stood majestically. Outside the temple, a few scattered worshippers knelt, dressed in black robes, their expressions serious, murmuring obscure prayers. Their gazes were resolute and an evil aura emanated from them. Each one was, surprisingly, a master of extraordinary powers. Just then, a sudden gust of wind arose. The wind whipped up around them. The crowd looked up in surprise at the statue inside the temple, becoming even more devout. The statue was incredibly strange, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face with fangs, and a large eye on its forehead. At this moment, that eye flickered with a bizarre red light. Welcome, my lord's divine might. At the call of the worshippers, a projection, identical to the statue but several dozen times smaller, was cast before the worshippers. Upon seeing the phantom, all the worshippers became even more fervent. Trembling with excitement, the divine envoy has descended upon the northwest branch. What brings you here? At that moment, a deep voice came from outside the temple. Bang! 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 Accompanying it were several loud thuds of giant footsteps. The worshippers looked outside and saw a giant, standing 3 meters tall, clad in crimson armor, wielding a blood-red giant axe. Greetings, Scarlet Bishop. Scarlet, long time no see. The phantom looked at him. You too. The crimson giant smiled. It seems you've been doing well lately. Even your appearance has changed to resemble my lord. When he said my lord, he deliberately emphasized the tone, and the phantom could clearly hear the mockery in it, but he didn't mind. Things are going well. The facts prove that my choice back then was correct. Crimson, we have fallen into the quagmire, and struggling in the mud is useless. It will only drag us deeper until death. You need to learn to assimilate with the quagmire. The crimson giant said impatiently. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me what you want to do here. You're still the same as before. The shadow didn't continue the conversation but changed the topic. Do you know Li Chen? Li Chen? Who? I don't know him. Alright, you can leave now. Goodbye. Take care, no need to see you off. Don't come back again. The crimson giant picked his nose and, without thinking, blurted out a long string of words. The shadow frowned slightly and said, Crimson, watch your tone. I am currently flattering the consciousness of my master. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, the eye on his forehead opened, flashing with a strange red light. Bang! The instant the red light shone on the crimson giant, he immediately showed a pained expression. His face twisted in agony. He growled and swung an axe down, unleashing a suffocating, powerful force. I just don't know him. Just tell me what you want. If you're not convinced, kill me right now. The shadow coldly looked at the surrounding followers. Those people immediately perked up and hurried to the crimson giant, briefly explaining the situation regarding Li Chen. Bishop, it's like this. 17 years old, half-domain supernatural power. Fire element, wood element. Good lad, a 17-year-old supernatural being, and he has comprehended half-domain supernatural power, truly impressive for his age. The Crimson Giant laughed heartily. What, does the Barbarian Spirit Clan want me to take this kid out? The Shadow nodded, yes. My Northwest is separated from Longjing by 100,000 miles, are you joking asking me to take him out? Are those people on the sea eating shit? Are the branches of the Spirit Energy Association you established eating shit? The Crimson Giant said unhappily, damn it, I should have killed you when you were a kid. There have been some issues with the branches at sea, a mysterious force called the Water God Palace has appeared. Seemingly with land immortals stationed there. They are investigating, feeling that other alien races have entered the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The Shadow patiently explained, as for the branches of the Spirit Energy Association, those under the jurisdiction of the Barbarian Spirit Clan have been more or less eroded by the Black Coffin. Until it is cleaned up, I dare not rashly assign such an important task to them. Alright, I understand. The Crimson Giant waved his hand, once you're done, get lost, they'll keep an eye on this matter for you. I don't need you to keep an eye on it. The Shadow said seriously. Then I'll take action myself? I hope you mean what you say. After the Shadow finished speaking, he vanished into thin air and the temple returned to silence. Bishop? The followers looked at the Crimson Giant, waiting for orders. The Crimson Giant scolded, what are you all staring at me for? You have 10 minutes to pack up. In 10 minutes. Well, head to Longjing together. Remember to bring something to mask your presence if you don't want to die as soon as you step outside. He glanced at the other followers. As for you all, stay behind in the temple. Yes. In the Misty Realm. Underworld. Stone Forest. Everyone was focused on the fleeing Ouyang Yufei and the imposing Li Chen. Yet, no one noticed that at this moment, a plump little sea otter was trembling while hugging a large stone. He looked pitifully at Li Chen not far away, trying to stretch his foot to the ground, but quickly pulled it back as it was too hot. He could only continue to look pitifully at Li Chen, with his big, watery eyes fixed on him, afraid he would suddenly leave. Under Li Chen's terrifying supernatural powers, the black monsters of the Stone Forest were almost completely annihilated. The remaining contestants here either exited the competition or fled. All the points were collected by Li Chen. Before long, Li Chen firmly occupied the first place on the leaderboard with a terrifying advantage of 832 points, leaving countless contestants in the secret realm in shock. They all began to inquire about what earth-shattering event Li Chen had accomplished to cause his points to soar so dramatically in such a short time. As the Stone Forest gradually became clean, Li Chen finally noticed the little sea otter trembling in fear at that moment. He quickly retracted his powers, hugged it, comforted it a bit, and continued to sleep. Outside, Su Xian couldn't help but smile at this scene. To avoid being disturbed, Li Chen simply surrounded himself with vines, hanging like a pupa on a large tree. As time passed, the contestants in the secret realm finally understood what had happened. They looked towards the direction of the Stone Forest, casting odd glances. In a dark forest, two young men in robes stood together. One was grinning, while the other was cold and aloof. Yuan Gu. Do you still have the patience to wait for him to come to you this time? You talk too much. He glanced at the group of Qinglong Academy students behind him. Let's go. Yes. Upon hearing that they were about to meet the renowned Li Chen, everyone immediately became excited. P.S. Thanks to the great god Ing Zhaixing for the certification, Manhwa. The fire element is diligently cultivating fire element energy 40. The thunder element, feeling ignored by the fire element, angrily ran over to poke the fire element's face. The fire element rolled its eyes at him and continued to cultivate fire element energy 40. The thunder element, feeling bored, fell asleep next to the fire element. The fire element stopped cultivating and covered the thunder element with a small blanket woven from fire element power. The fire element continued to cultivate fire element energy 20. The wood element consulted the water element about some questions. Through discussions with the water element, the wood element understood some mysteries about merging supernatural powers. The wood element and water element were diligently cultivating wood element energy 40, water element energy 40. The control superpower and telekinesis superpower were drinking soda and watching TV. Control energy 0, telekinesis energy 10. The control superpower discovered that the telekinesis superpower was secretly cultivating and became furious. So you want to secretly roll, huh? Just watch me roll you to death. The control superpower threw away the soda and a superpower hid away to cultivate frantically. Control energy 40. The dragon and tiger body refining technique was discussing techniques with water nurtures all things. It seemed that the dragon and tiger body refining technique and water nurtures all things had come up with some ideas. They decided to temporarily name the new technique that had yet to be born as water god body refining technique. Li Chen was lazily sleeping with the little sea otter in his arms, while the elements and techniques within him were working hard. Outside, wrapped in vines, there was a sea of people. As time passed, the chaotic situation in the stone forest finally came to an end. More and more people arrived here, wanting to catch a glimpse of the legendary Li Chen. However, upon learning that Li Chen had wrapped himself up and was sleeping in a tree, their first reaction was one of confusion. After all, who among the contestants in the secret realm wasn't working hard to accumulate points? Who would do something like this? Everyone stood under the tree, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. At that moment, someone suggested, "Why don't one of you go call him?" As soon as he said this, someone looked over with a strange expression. "If you want to exit, go ahead and call him." "What do you mean by that? Do you know how those people from Xuanwu Academy exited before? Ha! Did they call him while he was sleeping? That's impossible." If you think it's impossible, then go ahead and try. The man stared at Li Chen's cocoon for a long time, but ultimately lacked the courage to take action. After a while, he walked towards Li Chen. Just when everyone thought he couldn't hold back any longer, he made a strange gesture. He pulled out 3 incense sticks from somewhere, planted them in the ground, and clasped his hands together, bowing to Li Chen 3 times. He murmured softly, "Since I'm here, I can't waste it. Lazy God, I beg you to bless me with more points in this competition. It would be even better if I could advance." What was he trying to do? Many people had a question mark hovering above their heads. However, quite a few others thought he made a good point. Since they were here, they might as well not waste their time. Besides, there were no demon beasts to kill here. They couldn't earn points. If they were just sitting around, it was better to pray. Who knows, it might actually work. After all, Li Chen was from the Li family, a prodigy-level genius and a pillar for the future of humanity. He was the kind of person who radiated good fortune. If they could catch even a bit of that luck from him, it would be fantastic. Even if they couldn't, they wouldn't lose anything. With this thought, more and more people began to bow to Li Chen. Of course, most of them were just bored onlookers. A long line gradually formed. Before long, the area around Li Chen was filled with the scent of incense. Those who didn't know would think they had stumbled into a place of worship. Li Chen, who was sleeping, sensed someone was bowing to him and thought he was dreaming, so he ignored it. "Yuan Gu, what should we do now?" In a certain part of the stone forest, a student from the Azure Dragon Academy looked at Li Chen, who was receiving the incense offerings, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "This kid is really interesting. Should I go call him out?" "No need. Anyway, our Azure Dragon Academy has already secured first place in this competition. If he wants to sleep, let him sleep," Yuan Qing said. "There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the academy later. There's no rush. There's still a lot of time left before the competition ends. Let's go hunt some demon beasts and earn points." "Yes." At the competition venue, a powerful practitioner left the conference room. Just as he stepped out the door, the small clown puppet in Su Xin's pocket jumped out on its own. Su Xian quickly shoved it back in, saying, "If you want to die, don't do it here." The implication was clear. Don't cause trouble for Li Chen here. Su Xian had already been informed about the clown puppet by Li Chen, so he naturally knew its identity. The clown was a well-known figure, the former leader of the Dark Moon Circus, a branch of the Spirit Energy Association. If anyone discovered Li Chen's connection to him, it wouldn't be good for Li Chen. "Kid, I've detected the presence of the Spirit Energy Association," the clown's hoarse voice echoed in Su Xin's mind. "Let me out. I'm in a very special state right now, no one will notice me." "What?" Su Xian frowned, thinking for a moment before cautiously taking the clown puppet out of his pocket. "You can't be mistaken. This was the competition venue. As far as he knew, many powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom were paying attention to this place. There were even a few land immortals present. If the Spirit Energy Association had infiltrated this, wouldn't that be too terrifying? There's no mistake. The clown puppet's voice resonated in Su Xin's mind. He sensed the surrounding energy and quickly locked onto the powerful practitioner who had just exited the conference room. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be him. This is someone from the Merchant Alliance." Su Xian observed his attire, which seemed significant. The Merchant Alliance was an organization in the Dragon Kingdom responsible for managing various trade associations. Its power was neither too great nor too small. Feeling Su Xin's gaze, the powerful practitioner looked over at him. Su Xian felt a bit nervous but managed to maintain his composure. After confirming that nothing was amiss, the powerful practitioner quietly left and arrived at a deserted area. "This operation is terminated." A ring in his hand glowed, and a message entered his mind. As time passed, the competition finally came to an end. Although Li Chen had been lying flat for quite a while, he still secured the first place. Compared to the terrifying score gap before, this time he was only slightly ahead of the second place, Zheng Shui from Qilin Academy. Countless people gathered at the entrance of the Secret Realm's teleportation portal, waiting for the participants inside to emerge. Among them was naturally Su Xian. Inside the secret realm, everyone's bodies seemed frozen, enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Li Chen also woke from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes, took out his phone, and checked the time. June 17, 23:55. Fortunately, there's still time, he murmured as the vines wrapped around him gradually unraveled. A handsome, lazy figure appeared before the crowd. There were still about 40 participants present. The gazes of these 40 or so people all turned towards Li Chen, filled with awe. Is that Li Chen? So young. To achieve first place at such a young age, and with such high points. It seems it will be difficult for others to break the record in the future. Looks like a storm of blood and gore is about to rise. What do you mean? How old is Li Chen? He already possesses such terrifying strength. After this competition, he will surely become a thorn in the side of the Spirit Energy Association and many alien races. After this competition, Li Chen will undoubtedly be recorded in history. I have to say, the Li family has really produced a lot of talent in recent years. First Li Qingyang, then Li Qingya, followed by Li Qin, and now Li Chen, each one not weak. The Li family members are all monsters, right? Li Chen seems to be a student of Qinglong Academy, huh? Damn, lucky Qinglong Academy. If only Li Chen were from our academy, then I could say I'm a senior of Li Chen. How impressive that would be. Many people were discussing animatedly. The students of Qinglong Academy held their heads high with pride, while the other 4 major academies looked disdainfully at the students of Qinglong Academy. Look at how proud you are. If one didn't know better, they might think you were the ones who got first place. Li Chen, Im Feng Xinghuan? Shall we get to know each other? Feng Xinghuan walked towards Li Chen, just thinking of greeting him. But the next moment, Li Chen directly left the secret realm. He appeared right in the competition venue. Seeing Li Chen leave, the others quickly followed suit. At this moment, the competition venue was already packed with people, filled with prominent figures from all walks of life in Longwa. An elderly man dressed in a tang suit, exuding an impressive aura, stepped forward and looked at everyone with eyes full of admiration. Congratulations to all. The top 30 participants in this competition will enter the finals of the National Martial Arts Competition. The rewards will be distributed to you on time tomorrow afternoon. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Chen again, nodding in satisfaction. You are Li Chen, right? No wonder you are the grandson of the Flame Emperor. Your talent seems to surpass that of your older brother Li Qingyang. As the first place in this competition, do you have anything to say? A microphone automatically flew into Li Chen's hand. Everyone present looked at him with anticipation. All the practitioners and ordinary people watching the live broadcast also looked at him expectantly. What would this young prodigy say to everyone? Countless people wondered. But after hearing this, Li Chen simply smiled slightly. Then he took out his phone. 23:59. After waiting for a while, the time jumped to 2400 hours, and he looked at Su Xian under the spotlight. Su Xian, happy birthday! Li Chen cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape and shouted loudly. Instantly, countless people turned to look at Su Xian below the stage. The live broadcast staff instinctively pointed the camera at Su Xian. Meanwhile, Su Xian, who was expecting Li Chen to say something, stood frozen in place. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? Countless thoughts flooded his mind. The gazes of the crowd seemed to pull him from an unnoticed corner directly onto a grand stage, thrusting him into the spotlight. Hesitation and lack of preparation made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to curse, but when he saw Li Chen's smiling face, the words wouldn't come out. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, blushing, "Thank you. Since the competition is over, let's go home. Well, find a place to eat later." Li Chen tossed the microphone aside and instantly appeared in front of him. The two were just about to leave when boom! A meteor fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. Oomph, all you do is eat, drink, and play, you lazy thing. You've embarrassed the Li family. As the fire from the meteor faded, an old man with red hair appeared before everyone. I've met the fire saint. Many people showed expressions of awe. Second uncle, why are you here? Li Chen asked in confusion. Of course, I'm here to find you, the fire saint replied. He felt somewhat helpless about this little grandson of his older brother. He wanted to praise him for bringing honor to the Li family, but he also wanted to give him a good beating. What kind of occasion is this? So many people in the Dragon Kingdom are watching you, and you don't even acknowledge it. What do you want with me? Your grandfather wants you to come home. No way? Li Chen's body trembled. Rarely seeing this boy in such a state, the fire saint smiled and said, now that you know, let's go. Bring Su Xian along too. It's just in time for Su Xin's birthday party. Alright, whatever you say. The fire saint nodded, stroking his beard. A great fire erupted from thin air, engulfing the three of them. When the flames extinguished, the three had vanished without a trace. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at each other, unsure of what had just happened. What the hell? You just left like that? Only in a small corner of the competition venue, a man in a suit looked at the battered ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. The floor. I just renovated this floor last month. Whoa, 40 million gone, Li family. Li Chen and Su Xian appeared at the mouth of a fiery mountain. The Flame Emperor was bathing in the lava of the volcano. Seeing this old man, Su Xian respectfully bowed. I've met the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor nodded and jumped out of the lava. Li Chen immediately ran over and acted cute. Grandpa, I missed you so much after such a long time. Oh really? The Flame Emperor looked at Li Chen with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Li Chen, without blushing or skipping a beat, said, of course. He held onto the Flame Emperor's arm and asked, by the way, Grandpa, I got first place this time. What reward are you planning to give me? How about this? A fiery red lotus appeared before Li Chen. A blazing red lotus. A semi-holy relic. Of course, it's fine, Li Chen decisively said, putting it away. He then asked, what are you planning to give Su Xian for his birthday today, Grandpa? Hearing this, Su Xian was startled and quickly said, young master, this. But before he could finish, another semi-holy relic glowing with fiery red light appeared before the three of them. Flame fruit. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Chen looked at Su Xian and said, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take it. Such an opportunity to reap benefits doesn't come often. But, since Little Lazy wants you to take it, just accept it. With your talent, becoming a great power is just a matter of time. But this? Su Xian still hesitated. No buts, just consider it my birthday gift to you. If you're willing to accept it, you can work for me for 30 more years. Alright, you two go out first. I have some things to discuss with Little Lazy. The Flame Emperor said. The Fire Saint looked at Su Xian, smiling, just take it, your mother is still waiting outside. Thank you for the gift, Flame Emperor. The two left the secret realm. About an hour or two later, Li Chen also left the secret realm. The Fire Saint appeared beside the Flame Emperor. How is it? It's Little Lazy. The Flame Emperor smiled. Years later, as the war among the myriad races entered its final stages, facing the ravaged battlefield, Li Chen, who had become a deity, might recall that distant and joyful night at the Li family estate. At that time, the lights of thousands of homes shone brightly, and every face wore a smile of happiness. The fallen had not yet perished in battle, and the heroes, celebrated by the masses, had not yet stained their hands with the dirt of blood. The end.